The Hadith. By Muhammad al-Bukhari. 1. Revelation. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 1. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the reward of deeds depends upon the intentions, and every person will get the reward according to what he has intended. So whoever emigrated for worldly benefits or for a woman to marry, his emigration was for what he emigrated for. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 2. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, Al-Harith bin Hisham, asked Allah's Apostle, O Allah's Apostle, how is the divine inspiration revealed to you? Allah's Apostle replied, sometimes it is revealed, like the ringing of a bell. This form of inspiration is the hardest of all, and then this state passes off after I have grasped what is inspired. Sometimes the angel comes in the form of a man and talks to me, and I grasp whatever he says. Aisha added, verily I saw the Prophet being inspired divinely on a very cold day and noticed the sweat dropping from his forehead, as the inspiration was over. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 3. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, the commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's Apostle was in the form of good dreams which came true like bright daylight. And then the love of seclusion was bestowed upon him. He used to go in seclusion in the cave of Hira, where he used to worship Allah alone, continuously for many days before his desire to see his family. He used to take with him the journey food for the stay and then come back to his wife, Khadijah, to take his food likewise again, till suddenly the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me, forcefully, and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read, or what shall I read? Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me, and then released me and said, read in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists, has created man from a clot. Read. And your Lord is the most generous. 96.1, 96.2, 96. 3. Then Allah's Apostle returned with the inspiration and with his heart beating severely. Then he went to Khadijah bint Khuwaylid and said, cover me. Cover me. They covered him till his fear was over, and after that he told her everything that had happened and said, I fear that something may happen to me. Khadijah replied, never. By Allah, Allah will never disgrace you. You keep good relations with your kith and kin, help the poor and the destitute, serve your guests generously and assist the deserving calamity-afflicted ones. Khadijah then accompanied him to her cousin Waraka bin Nawfal bin Asad bin Abdul Uzza, who, during the pre-Islamic period, became a Christian and used to write the writing with Hebrew letters. He would write from the Gospel in Hebrew as much as Allah wished him to write. He was an old man and had lost his eyesight. Khadijah said to Waraka, listen to the story of your nephew, O my cousin. Waraka asked, O my nephew, what have you seen? Allah's Apostle described whatever he had seen. Waraka said, this is the same one who keeps the secrets, Angel Gabriel, whom Allah had sent to Moses. I wish I were young and could live up to the time when your people would turn you out. Allah's Apostle asked, will they drive me out? Waraka replied in the affirmative and said, anyone, man, who came with something similar to what you have brought was treated with hostility. And if I should remain alive till the day when you will be turned out, then I would support you strongly. But after a few days Waraka died, and the divine inspiration was also paused for a while. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari while talking about the period of pause in Revelation, reporting the speech of the Prophet, while I was walking, all of a sudden I heard a voice from the sky. I looked up and saw the same angel who had visited me at the cave of Hira, sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. I got afraid of him and came back home and said, wrap me in blankets. And then Allah revealed the following holy verses of Qur'an. O you, i.e. Muhammad. Wrapped up in garments. Arise and warn the people against Allah's punishment, up to, and desert the idols. 74. 1-5. After this the revelation started coming strongly, frequently and regularly. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 4. Narrated Said bin Jubair. Ibn Abbas in the explanation of the statement of Allah. Move not your tongue concerning the Qur'an, to make haste therewith. 75.16, said Allah's apostle used to bear the revelation with great trouble and used to move his lips, quickly, with the inspiration. Ibn Abbas moved his lips saying, I am moving my lips in front of you as Allah's apostle used to move his. Said moved his lips saying, I am moving my lips, as I saw Ibn Abbas moving his. Ibn Abbas added, so Allah revealed, move not your tongue concerning the Qur'an, to make haste therewith. It is for us to collect it and to give you, O Muhammad, the ability to recite it, the Qur'an, 75. 16-17, which means that Allah will make him, the Prophet, remember the portion of the Qur'an which was revealed at that time by heart and recite it. The statement of Allah, and, when we have recited it to you, O Muhammad through Gabriel, then you follow its, Qur'an, Recital, 75.18, means, listen to it and be silent. Then it is for us, Allah, to make it clear to you, 75. 19, means, then it is, for Allah, to make you recite it, and its meaning will be clear by itself through your tongue. Afterwards, Allah's apostle used to listen to Gabriel whenever he came and after his departure he used to recite it as Gabriel had recited it. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 5. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle was the most generous of all the people, and he used to reach the peak in generosity in the month of Ramadan when Gabriel met him. Gabriel used to meet him every night of Ramadan to teach him the Qur'an. Allah's apostle was the most generous person, even more generous than the strong uncontrollable wind, in readiness and haste to do charitable deeds. Volume 1, Book 1, Number 6. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Abu Sufyan bin Harb informed me that Heraclius had sent a messenger to him while he had been accompanying a caravan from Quraysh. They were merchants doing business in Sham, Syria, Palestine, Lebanon and Jordan, at the time when Allah's apostle had truce with Abu Sufyan and Quraysh infidels. So Abu Sufyan and his companions went to Heraclius at Ilya, Jerusalem. Heraclius called them in the court and he had all the senior Roman dignitaries around him. He called for his translator who, translating Heraclius's question said to them, who amongst you is closely related to that man who claims to be a prophet? Abu Sufyan replied, I am the nearest relative to him, amongst the group. Heraclius said, bring him, Abu Sufyan, close to me and make his companions stand behind him. Abu Sufyan added, Heraclius told his translator to tell my companions that he wanted to put some questions to me regarding that man, the prophet, and that if I told a lie they, my companions, should contradict me. Abu Sufyan added, by Allah! Had I not been afraid of my companions labeling me a liar, I would not have spoken the truth about the prophet. The first question he asked me about him was, what is his family status amongst you? I replied, he belongs to a good, noble, family amongst us. Heraclius further asked, has anybody amongst you ever claimed the same, i.e. to be a prophet, before him? I replied, no. He said, was anybody amongst his ancestors a king? I replied, no. Heraclius asked, do the nobles or the poor follow him? I replied, it is the poor who follow him. He said, are his followers decreasing, day by day? I replied, they are increasing. He then asked, does anybody amongst those who embrace his religion become displeased and renounce the religion afterwards? I replied, no. Heraclius said, have you ever accused him of telling lies before his claim, to be a prophet? I replied, no. Heraclius said, does he break his promises? I replied, no. We are at truce with him but we do not know what he will do in it. I could not find opportunity to say anything against him except that. Heraclius asked, "Have you ever had a war with him?" I replied, "Yes." Then he said, "What was the outcome of the battles?" I replied, "Sometimes he was victorious and sometimes we." Heraclius said, "What does he order you to do?" I said, "He tells us to worship Allah and Allah alone and not to worship anything along with him, and to renounce all that our ancestors had said. He orders us to pray, to speak the truth, to be chaste and to keep good relations with our kith and kin." Heraclius asked the translator to convey to me the following: "I asked you about his family and your reply was that he belonged to a very noble family. In fact all the apostles come from noble families amongst their respective peoples. I questioned you whether anybody else amongst you claimed such a thing, your reply was in the negative. If the answer had been in the affirmative, I would have thought that this man was following the previous man's statement. Then I asked you whether any one of his ancestors was a king. Your reply was in the negative, and if it had been in the affirmative, I would have thought that this man wanted to take back his ancestral kingdom. I further asked whether he was ever accused of telling lies before he said what he said, and your reply was in the negative. So I wondered how a person who does not tell a lie about others could ever tell a lie about Allah. I then asked you whether the rich people followed him or the poor. You replied that it was the poor who followed him. And in fact all the apostles have been followed by this very class of people. Then I asked you whether his followers were increasing or decreasing. You replied that they were increasing, and in fact this is the way of true faith, till it is complete in all respects. I further asked you whether there was anybody, who, after embracing his religion, became displeased and discarded his religion. Your reply was in the negative, and in fact this is the sign of true faith, when its delight enters the hearts and mixes with them completely. I asked you whether he had ever betrayed. You replied in the negative, and likewise the apostles never betray. Then I asked you what he ordered you to do. You replied that he ordered you to worship Allah and Allah alone and not to worship anything along with him, and forbade you to worship idols and ordered you to pray, to speak the truth and to be chaste. If what you have said is true, he will very soon occupy this place underneath my feet, and I knew it, from the scriptures, that he was going to appear, but I did not know that he would be from you, and if I could reach him definitely, I would go immediately to meet him, and if I were with him, I would certainly wash his feet." Heraclius then asked for the letter addressed by Allah's apostle, which was delivered by Dihya to the governor of Basra, who forwarded it to Heraclius to read. The contents of the letter were as follows: "In the name of Allah the Beneficent, the Merciful, this letter is, from Muhammad the slave of Allah and his apostle to Heraclius the ruler of Byzantine. Peace be upon him, who follows the right path. Furthermore I invite you to Islam, and if you become a Muslim you will be safe, and Allah will double your reward, and if you reject this invitation of Islam you will be committing a sin by misguiding your Arisian peasants. And I recite to you Allah's statement. O people of the scripture! Come to a word common to you and us, that we worship none but Allah and that we associate nothing in worship with him, and that none of us shall take others as lords beside Allah. Then, if they turn away, say, bear witness that we are Muslims, those who have surrendered to Allah. 3 hours 64 minutes. Abu Sufyan then added, when Heraclius had finished his speech and had read the letter, there was a great hue and cry in the royal court. So we were turned out of the court. I told my companions that the question of Ibn Abi Kabsha, the Prophet Muhammad, has become so prominent that even the king of Bani al-Asfar, Byzantine, is afraid of him. Then I started to become sure that he, the Prophet, would be the conqueror in the near future till I embraced Islam, i.e. Allah guided me to it. The sub-narrator adds, Ibn an-Natur was the governor of Lya, Jerusalem, and Heraclius was the head of the Christians of Sham. Ibn an-Natur narrates that once while Heraclius was visiting Ilya, Jerusalem, he got up in the morning with a sad mood. Some of his priests asked him why he was in that mood. Heraclius was a foreteller and an astrologer. He replied, at night when I looked at the stars, I saw that the leader of those who practice circumcision had appeared, become the conqueror. Who are they who practice circumcision? The people replied, except the Jews nobody practices circumcision, so you should not be afraid of them, Jews. Just issue orders to kill every Jew present in the country." While they were discussing it, a messenger sent by the king of Ghassan to convey the news of Allah's apostle to Heraclius was brought in. Having heard the news, he, Heraclius, ordered the people to go and see whether the messenger of Ghassan was circumcised. The people, after seeing him, told Heraclius that he was circumcised. Heraclius then asked him about the Arabs. The messenger replied, "Arabs also practice circumcision." After hearing that, Heraclius remarked that sovereignty of the Arabs had appeared. Heraclius then wrote a letter to his friend in Rome who was as good as Heraclius in knowledge. Heraclius then left for Homs, a town in Syrian, and stayed there till he received the reply of his letter from his friend who agreed with him in his opinion about the emergence of the prophet and the fact that he was a prophet. On that Heraclius invited all the heads of the Byzantines to assemble in his palace at Homs. When they assembled, he ordered that all the doors of his palace be closed. Then he came out and said, "O Byzantines! If success is your desire and if you seek right guidance and want your empire to remain, then give a pledge of allegiance to this prophet, i.e. embrace Islam." On hearing the views of Heraclius, the people ran towards the gates of the palace like onagers but found the doors closed. Heraclius realized their hatred towards Islam, and when he lost the hope of their embracing Islam, he ordered that they should be brought back in audience. When they returned, he said, "What already said was just to test the strength of your conviction, and I have seen it." The people prostrated before him and became pleased with him, and this was the end of Heraclius's story, in connection with his faith. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. 2. Belief. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 8. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, Islam is based on the following 5 principles. 1. To testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is Allah's Apostle. 2. To offer the compulsory congregational prayers dutifully and perfectly. 3. To pay zakat, i.e. obligatory charity. 4. To perform Hajj, i.e. pilgrimage to Mecca. 5. To observe fast during the month of Ramadan. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 9. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, faith, belief, consists of more than 60 branches, i.e. parts. And hayya, this term hayya, covers a large number of concepts which are to be taken together. Amongst them are self-respect, modesty, bashfulness, and scruple, etc., is a part of faith. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 10. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. The Prophet said, a Muslim is the one who avoids harming Muslims with his tongue and hands. And a muhajir, emigrant, is the one who gives up, abandons, all what Allah has forbidden. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 11. Narrated Abu Musa. Some people asked Allah's Apostle, whose Islam is the best? i.e., who is a very good Muslim? He replied, one who avoids harming the Muslims with his tongue and hands. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 12. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. A man asked the Prophet, what sort of deeds or, what qualities of, Islam are good? The Prophet replied, to feed the poor, and greet those whom you know and those whom you do not know, see Hadith number 27. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 13. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, none of you will have faith till he wishes for his Muslim brother what he likes for himself. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 14. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, by him in whose hands my life is, none of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father and his children. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 15. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "None of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father, his children and all mankind." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 16. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Whoever possesses the following three qualities will have the sweetness, delight, of faith. 1. The one to whom Allah and His Apostle becomes dearer than anything else. 2. Who loves a person and he loves him only for Allah's sake. 3. Who hates to revert to atheism, disbelief, as he hates to be thrown into the fire." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 17. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Love for the Ansar is a sign of faith and hatred for the Ansar is a sign of hypocrisy." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 18. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. Who took part in the Battle of Badr and was a Naqib, a person heading a group of 6 persons. On the night of al-Aqaba pledge, Allah's Apostle said while a group of his companions were around him, "Swear allegiance to me for 1. Not to join anything in worship along with Allah. 2. Not to steal. 3. Not to commit illegal sexual intercourse. 4. Not to kill your children. 5. Not to accuse an innocent person, to spread such an accusation among people. 6. Not to be disobedient, when ordered, to do good deed." The Prophet added, "Whoever among you fulfills his pledge will be rewarded by Allah. And whoever indulges in any one of them, except the ascription of partners to Allah, and gets the punishment in this world, that punishment will be an expiation for that sin. And if one indulges in any of them, and Allah conceals his sin, it is up to him to forgive or punish him, in the hereafter." Ubadah bin as-Samit added, "So we swore allegiance for these points to Allah's Apostle." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 19. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "A time will come that the best property of a Muslim will be sheep which he will take on the top of mountains and the places of rainfall, valleys, so as to flee with his religion from afflictions." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 20. Narrated Aisha. Whenever Allah's Apostle ordered the Muslims to do something, he used to order them deeds which were easy for them to do, according to their strength endurance. They said, "O Allah's Apostle, we are not like you. Allah has forgiven your past and future sins." So Allah's Apostle became angry and it was apparent on his face. He said, "I am the most Allah-fearing, and know Allah better than all of you do." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 21. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Whoever possesses the following three qualities will taste the sweetness of faith. 1. The one to whom Allah and His Apostle become dearer than anything else. 2. Who loves a person and he loves him only for Allah's sake. 3. Who hates to revert to disbelief, atheism, after Allah has saved him out from it, as he hates to be thrown in fire." Volume 1, Book 2, Number 22. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "When the people of paradise will enter paradise and the people of hell will go to hell, Allah will order those who have had faith equal to the weight of a grain of mustard seed to be taken out from hell. So they will be taken out but, by then, they will be blackened, charred. Then they will be put in the river of Hayat, rain, or Hayat, life." The narrator is in doubt as to which is the right term, and they will revive like a grain that grows near the bank of a flood channel. Don't you see that it comes out yellow and twisted? Volume 1, Book 2, Number 23. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "While I was sleeping I saw, in a dream, some people wearing shirts of which some were reaching up to the breasts only while others were even shorter than that. Umar bin al-Khattab was shown wearing a shirt that he was dragging. The people asked, 'How did you interpret it? What is its interpretation, O Allah's Apostle?' He, the Prophet, replied, 'It is the religion.'" Volume 1, Book 2, Number 24. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Once Allah's Apostle passed by an Ansari man, who was admonishing to his brother regarding Haya. On that Allah's Apostle said, leave him as Hayya is a part of faith. See Hadith No. 8. Volume 1, Book 2, number 25. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, I have been ordered, by Allah, to fight against the people until they testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and that Muhammad is Allah's Apostle. And offer the prayers perfectly and give the obligatory charity, so if they perform that, then they save their lives and property from me except for Islamic laws, and then their reckoning, accounts, will be done by Allah. Volume 1, Book 2, number 26. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle was asked, what is the best deed? He replied, to believe in Allah and His Apostle, Muhammad. The questioner then asked, what is the next, in goodness? He replied, to participate in jihad, religious fighting, in Allah's cause. The questioner again asked, what is the next, in goodness? He replied, to perform Hajj, pilgrimage to Mecca, Umrah, which is accepted by Allah and is performed with the intention of seeking Allah's pleasure only and not to show off and without committing a sin and in accordance with the traditions of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 2, number 27. Narrated Sa'd. Allah's Apostle distributed zakat amongst a group of people while I was sitting there, but Allah's Apostle left a man whom I thought the best of the lot. I asked, O Allah's Apostle, why have you left that person? By Allah, I regard him as a faithful believer. The Prophet commented, or merely a Muslim. I remained quiet for a while, but could not help repeating my question because of what I knew about him. And then asked Allah's Apostle, why have you left so and so? By Allah, he is a faithful believer. The Prophet again said, or merely a Muslim. And I could not help repeating my question because of what I knew about him. Then the Prophet said, O Sa'd, I give to a person while another is dearer to me, for fear that he might be thrown on his face in the fire by Allah. Volume 1, Book 2, number 28. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. A person asked Allah's Apostle, what sort of deeds in or what qualities of Islam are good? He replied, to feed the poor, and greet those whom you know and those whom you don't know. Volume 1, Book 2, number 29. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, I was shown the hellfire and that the majority of its dwellers were women who were ungrateful. It was asked, do they disbelieve in Allah? Or are they ungrateful to Allah? He replied, they are ungrateful to their husbands and are ungrateful for the favors and the good, charitable deeds, done to them. If you have always been good, benevolent, to one of them and then she sees something in you, not of her liking, she will say, I have never received any good from you. Volume 1, Book 2, number 30. Narrated Al-Marar. At Rabada I met Abu Dhar who was wearing a cloak, and his slave, too, was wearing a similar one. I asked about the reason for it. He replied, I abused a person by calling his mother with bad names. The Prophet said to me, O Abu Dhar, did you abuse him by calling his mother with bad names? You still have some characteristics of ignorance. Your slaves are your brothers and Allah has put them under your command. So whoever has a brother under his command should feed him of what he eats and dress him of what he wears. Do not ask them, slaves, to do things beyond their capacity, power, and if you do so, then help them. Volume 1, Book 2, number 31. Narrated Al-Anaf bin Qays. While I was going to help this man, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Abu Bakr met me and asked, where are you going? I replied, I am going to help that person. He said, go back, for I have heard Allah's Apostle saying, when two Muslims meet each other with their swords, both the murderer as well as the murdered will go to the hellfire. I said, O Allah's Apostle, it is all right for the murderer, but what about the murdered one? Allah's Apostle replied, he surely had the intention to kill his companion. Volume 1, Book 2, number 32. Narrated Abdullah. When the following verse was revealed, it is those who believe and confuse not their belief with wrong, worshipping others besides Allah. 6 hours 83 minutes, the companions of Allah's Apostle asked, Who is amongst us who had not done injustice, wrong? Allah revealed, No doubt, joining others in worship with Allah is a great injustice, wrong, indeed. 31. 13. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 33. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, The signs of a hypocrite are 3. 1. Whenever he speaks, he tells a lie. 2. Whenever he promises, he always breaks it, his promise. 3. If you trust him, he proves to be dishonest. If you keep something as a trust with him, he will not return it. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 34. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. The Prophet said, Whoever has the following 4 characteristics will be a pure hypocrite, and whoever has one of the following 4 characteristics will have one characteristic of hypocrisy unless and until he gives it up. 1. Whenever he is entrusted, he betrays. 2. Whenever he speaks, he tells a lie. 3. Whenever he makes a covenant, he proves treacherous. 4. Whenever he quarrels, he behaves in a very imprudent, evil and insulting manner. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 35. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Whoever establishes the prayers on the night of Qadr out of sincere faith and hoping to attain Allah's rewards, not to show off, then all his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 36. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, The person who participates in holy battles, in Allah's cause, and nothing compels him to do so except belief in Allah and His Apostles, will be recompensed by Allah either with a reward, or booty, if he survives, or will be admitted to paradise, if he is killed in the battle as a martyr. Had I not found it difficult for my followers, then I would not remain behind any Sariyah going for jihad, and I would have loved to be martyred in Allah's cause and then made alive, and then martyred and then made alive, and then again martyred in His cause. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 37. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Whoever establishes prayers during the nights of Ramadan faithfully out of sincere faith and hoping to attain Allah's rewards, not for showing off, all his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 38. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Whoever observes fasts during the month of Ramadan out of sincere faith, and hoping to attain Allah's rewards, then all his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 39. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Religion is very easy, and whoever overburdens himself in his religion will not be able to continue in that way. So you should not be extremists, but try to be near to perfection and receive the good tidings that you will be rewarded, and gain strength by worshipping in the mornings, the nights. See Fath al-Bari, page 102, Volume 1. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 40. Narrated al-Bara bin Azib. When the Prophet came to Medina, he stayed first with his grandfathers or maternal uncles from Ansar. He offered his prayers facing Baitul Maqdis, Jerusalem, for 16 or 17 months, but he wished that he could pray facing the Kaaba at Mecca. The first prayer which he offered facing the Kaaba was the Asr prayer in the company of some people. Then one of those who had offered that prayer with him came out and passed by some people in a mosque who were bowing during their prayers, facing Jerusalem. He said, addressing them, By Allah, I testify that I have prayed with Allah's Apostle facing Mecca, Kaaba. Hearing that, those people changed their direction towards the Kaaba immediately. Jews and the people of the scriptures used to be pleased to see the Prophet facing Jerusalem in prayers, but when he changed his direction towards the Kaaba, during the prayers, they disapproved of it. Al-Bara added, Before we changed our direction towards the Kaaba, Mecca, in prayers, some Muslims had died or had been killed, and we did not know what to say about them, regarding their prayers. Allah then revealed, And Allah would never make your faith, prayers, to be lost, i.e. the prayers of those Muslims were valid. 2:143. Volume 1, Book 2, number 41. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you improve, follows strictly, his Islamic religion, then his good deeds will be rewarded 10 times to 700 times for each good deed, and a bad deed will be recorded as it is. Volume 1, Book 2, number 42. Narrated Aisha. Once the Prophet came while a woman was sitting with me. He said, who is she? I replied, she is so and so, and told him about her excessive praying. He said disapprovingly, do good deeds which is within your capacity, without being overtaxed, as Allah does not get tired of giving rewards, but, surely, you will get tired, and the best deed, act of worship, in the sight of Allah is that which is done regularly. Volume 1, Book 2, number 43. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, whoever said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and has in his heart good faith, equal to the weight of a barley grain, will be taken out of hell. And whoever said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and has in his heart good faith, equal to the weight of a wheat grain, will be taken out of hell. And whoever said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and has in his heart good faith, equal to the weight of an atom, will be taken out of hell. Volume 1, Book 2, number 44. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. Once a Jew said to me, O the chief of believers, there is a verse in your holy book which is read by all of you, Muslims, and had it been revealed to us, we would have taken that day, on which it was revealed, as a day of celebration. Umar bin al-Khattab asked, which is that verse? The Jew replied, this day I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favor upon you, and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. 5:3 Umar replied, no doubt, we know when and where this verse was revealed to the Prophet. It was Friday, and the Prophet was standing at Arafat, i.e. the day of Hajj. Volume 1, Book 2, number 45. Narrated Talha bin Ubaidullah. A man from Najd with unkempt hair came to Allah's Apostle, and we heard his loud voice but could not understand what he was saying. Till he came near, and then we came to know that he was asking about Islam. Allah's Apostle said, you have to offer prayers perfectly 5 times in a day and night, 24 hours. The man asked, is there any more praying? Allah's Apostle replied, no, but if you want to offer the Nawafil prayers, you can. Allah's Apostle further said to him, you have to observe fasts during the month of Ramadaan. The man asked, is there any more fasting? Allah's Apostle replied, no, but if you want to observe the Nawafil fasts, you can. Then Allah's Apostle further said to him, you have to pay the zakat, obligatory charity. The man asked, is there anything other than the zakat for me to pay? Allah's Apostle replied, no, unless you want to give alms of your own. And then that man retreated, saying, by Allah, I will neither do less nor more than this. Allah's Apostle said, if what he said is true, then he will be successful, i.e. he will be granted paradise. Volume 1, Book 2, number 46. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, a believer, who accompanies the funeral procession of a Muslim out of sincere faith and hoping to attain Allah's reward, and remains with it till the funeral prayer is offered and the burial ceremonies are over, he will return with a reward of 2 qirats. Each qirat is like the size of the Mount Uhud. He who offers the funeral prayer only and returns before the burial, will return with the reward of 1 qirat only. Volume 1, Book 2, number 47. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, abusing a Muslim is fusuk, an evil doing, and killing him is kufr, disbelief. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. Allah's Apostle went out to inform the people about the date of the Night of Qadr, but there happened a quarrel between 2 Muslim men. The Prophet said, I came out to inform you about the date of the Night of Qadr, but as so and so and so and so quarreled, its knowledge was taken away, I forgot it, and maybe it was better for you. Now look for it in the 7th, the 9th and the 5th, of the last 10 nights of the month of Ramadan. Volume 1, Book 2, number 48. Narrated Abu Huraira. One day while the Prophet was sitting in the company of some people, the angel, Gabriel came and asked, "What is faith?" Allah's apostle replied, "Faith is to believe in Allah, His angels, the meeting with Him, His apostles, and to believe in resurrection." Then he further asked, "What is Islam?" Allah's apostle replied, "To worship Allah alone and none else, to offer prayers perfectly, to pay the compulsory charity, zakat, and to observe fasts during the month of Ramadan." Then he further asked, "What is ihsan, perfection?" Allah's apostle replied, "To worship Allah as if you see Him, and if you cannot achieve this state of devotion then you must consider that He is looking at you." Then he further asked, "When will the hour be established?" Allah's apostle replied, "The answerer has no better knowledge than the questioner. But I will inform you about its portents. 1. When a slave, lady, gives birth to her master. 2. When the shepherds of black camels start boasting and competing with others in the construction of higher buildings. And the hour is one of 5 things which nobody knows except Allah. The Prophet then recited, "Verily, with Allah, alone, is the knowledge of the hour." 31, 34, Then that man, Gabriel, left and the Prophet asked his companions to call him back, but they could not see him. Then the Prophet said, "That was Gabriel who came to teach the people their religion." Abu Abdullah said, "He, the Prophet, considered all that as a part of faith." Volume 1, Book 2, number 49. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. I was informed by Abu Sufyan that Heraclius said to him, "I asked you whether they, followers of Muhammad, were increasing or decreasing. You replied that they were increasing. And in fact, this is the way of true faith till it is complete in all respects. I further asked you whether there was anybody, who, after embracing his, the Prophet's, religion, Islam, became displeased and discarded it. You replied in the negative, and in fact, this is a sign of true faith. When its delight enters the heart and mixes with them completely, nobody can be displeased with it." Volume 1, Book 2, number 50. Narrated Nu'man bin Bashir. I heard Allah's apostle saying, "Both legal and illegal things are evident, but in between them there are doubtful, suspicious, things, and most of the people have no knowledge about them. So whoever saves himself from these suspicious things saves his religion and his honor. And whoever indulges in these suspicious things is like a shepherd who grazes his animals near the hema, private pasture, of someone else, and at any moment he is liable to get in it. O people! Beware! Every king has a hema, and the hema of Allah on the earth is his illegal, forbidden, things. Beware! There is a piece of flesh in the body. If it becomes good, reformed, the whole body becomes good, but if it gets spoilt the whole body gets spoilt, and that is the heart." Volume 1, Book 2, number 51. Narrated Abu Jamra. I used to sit with Ibn Abbas and he made me sit on his sitting place. He requested me to stay with him in order that he might give me a share from his property. So I stayed with him for 2 months. Once he told me that when the delegation of the tribe of Abdul Qais came to the Prophet asked them, "Who are the people, i.e. you? Or, who are the delegate?" They replied, "We are from the tribe of Rabi'a." Then the Prophet said to them, "Welcome, O people, or O delegation of Abdul Qais. Neither will you have disgrace nor will you regret." They said, "O Allah's apostle, we cannot come to you except in the sacred month, and there is the infidel tribe of Madar intervening between you and us. So please order us to do something good, religious deeds, so that we may inform our people whom we have left behind, at home, and that we may enter paradise, by acting on them." Then they asked about drinks, what is legal and what is illegal. The Prophet ordered them to do 4 things and forbade them from 4 things. He ordered them to believe in Allah alone and asked them, "Do you know what is meant by believing in Allah alone?" They replied, "Allah and His Apostle know better." Thereupon the Prophet said, it means 1. To testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is Allah's apostle. 2. To offer prayers perfectly. 3. To pay the zakat, obligatory charity. 4. To observe fast during the month of Ramadan. 5. And to pay al-Khumus, 1/5 of the booty to be given in Allah's cause. Then he forbade them 4 things, namely, Hantam, Dubba, Nakar and Musafat or Mukayyar. These were the names of pots in which alcoholic drinks were prepared. The Prophet mentioned the container of wine and he meant the wine itself. The Prophet further said, to them, memorize them, these instructions, and convey them to the people whom you have left behind. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 52. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. Allah's Apostle said, the reward of deeds depends upon the intention and every person will get the reward according to what he has intended. So whoever emigrated for Allah and His Apostle, then his emigration was for Allah and His Apostle. And whoever emigrated for worldly benefits or for a woman to marry, his emigration was for what he emigrated for. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 53. Narrated Abu Mas'udi. The Prophet said, if a man spends on his family, with the intention of having a reward from Allah, sincerely for Allah's sake, then it is a kind of almsgiving in reward for him. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 54. Narrated Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. Allah's Apostle said, you will be rewarded for whatever you spend for Allah's sake even if it were a morsel which you put in your wife's mouth. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 55. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. I gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle for the following. 1. Offer prayers perfectly. 2. Pay the zakat, obligatory charity. 3. And be sincere and true to every Muslim. Volume 1, Book 2, Number 56. Narrated Ziyad bin Alaka. I heard Jarir bin Abdullah, praising Allah. On the day when Al-Mughira bin Shubi'a died, he, Jarir, got up, on the pulpit, and thanked and praised Allah and said, be afraid of Allah alone who has none along with him to be worshipped. You should, be calm and quiet till the new chief comes to you and he will come to you soon. Ask Allah's forgiveness for your late chief because he himself loved to forgive others. Jarir added, Amma Badu, now then, I went to the Prophet and said, I give my pledge of allegiance to you for Islam. The Prophet conditioned, my pledge, for me to be sincere and true to every Muslim, so I gave my pledge to him for this. By the Lord of this mosque, I am sincere and true to you, Muslims. Then Jarir asked for Allah's forgiveness and came down, from the pulpit. 3. Knowledge. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 56. Narrated Abu Huraira. While the Prophet was saying something in a gathering, a Bedouin came and asked him, when would the hour, doomsday, take place? Allah's Apostle continued his talk, so some people said that Allah's Apostle had heard the question, but did not like what that Bedouin had asked. Some of them said that Allah's Apostle had not heard it. When the Prophet finished his speech, he said, where is the questioner, who inquired about the hour, doomsday? The Bedouin said, I am here, O Allah's Apostle. Then the Prophet said, when honesty is lost, then wait for the hour, doomsday. The Bedouin said, how will that be lost? The Prophet said, when the power or authority comes in the hands of unfit persons, then wait for the hour, doomsday. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 57. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. Once the Prophet remained behind us in a journey. He joined us while we were performing ablution for the prayer which was overdue. We were just passing wet hands over our feet, and not washing them properly, so the Prophet addressed us in a loud voice and said twice or thrice, save your heels from the fire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 58. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, amongst the trees, there is a tree, the leaves of which do not fall and is like a Muslim. Tell me the name of that tree. Everybody started thinking about the trees of the desert areas. And I thought of the date palm tree but felt shy to answer the others, then asked, "What is that tree, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "It is the date palm tree." Volume 1, Book 3, number 59. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "Amongst the trees, there is a tree, the leaves of which do not fall and is like a Muslim. Tell me the name of that tree." Everybody started thinking about the trees of the desert areas. And I thought of the date palm tree. The others then asked, "Please inform us what is that tree, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "It is the date palm tree." Volume 1, Book 3, number 60. Narrated Ibn Umar. Same as above. Hadith 59. Volume 1, Book 3, number 61. Narrated Ibn Umar. Same as above. Hadith 59. Volume 1, Book 3, number 62. Narrated Ibn Umar. Same as above. Hadith 59. Volume 1, Book 3, number 63. Narrated Anas bin Malik. While we were sitting with the Prophet in the mosque, a man came riding on a camel. He made his camel kneel down in the mosque, tied its foreleg and then said, "Who amongst you is Muhammad?" At that time the Prophet was sitting amongst us, his companions, leaning on his arm. We replied, "This white man reclining on his arm." The and then addressed him, "O son of Abdul Muttalib." The Prophet said, "I am here to answer your questions." The man said to the Prophet, "I want to ask you something and will be hard in questioning. So do not get angry." The Prophet said, "Ask whatever you want." The man said, "I ask you by your Lord, and the Lord of those who were before you, has Allah sent you as an apostle to all the mankind?" The Prophet replied, "By Allah, yes." The man further said, "I ask you by Allah. Has Allah ordered you to offer 5 prayers in a day and night, 24 hours, ? He replied, "By Allah, yes." The man further said, "I ask you by Allah. Has Allah ordered you to observe fasts during this month of the year, i.e. Ramadan?" He replied, "By Allah, yes." The man further said, "I ask you by Allah. Has Allah ordered you to take zakat, obligatory charity, from our rich people and distribute it amongst our poor people?" The Prophet replied, "By Allah, yes." Thereupon that man said, "I have believed in all that with which you have been sent, and I have been sent by my people as a messenger, and I am Daimam bin Nalaba from the brothers of Bani Sa'd bin Bakr." Volume 1, Book 3, number 64. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Once Allah's Apostle gave a letter to a person and ordered him to go and deliver it to the governor of Bahrain. He did so, and the governor of Bahrain sent it to Chusros, who read that letter and then tore it to pieces. The sub-narrator, Ibn Shihab, thinks that Ibn al-Musayyib said that Allah's Apostle invoked Allah against them, saying, "May Allah tear them into pieces, and disperse them all totally." Volume 1, Book 3, number 65. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once the Prophet wrote a letter or had an idea of writing a letter. The Prophet was told that they, rulers, would not read letters unless they were sealed. So the Prophet got a silver ring made with Muhammad Allah's Apostle engraved on it. As if I were just observing its white glitter in the hand of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 3, number 66. Narrated Abu Waqid al-Laythi. While Allah's Apostle was sitting in the mosque with some people, 3 men came. 2 of them came in front of Allah's Apostle and the third one went away. The 2 persons kept on standing before Allah's Apostle for a while, and then one of them found a place in the circle and sat there while the other sat behind the gathering, and the third one went away. When Allah's Apostle finished his preaching, he said, "Shall I tell you about these 3 persons?" One of them betook himself to Allah, so Allah took him into his grace and mercy and accommodated him. The second felt shy from Allah, so Allah sheltered him in his mercy, and did not punish him. While the third turned his face from Allah and went away, so Allah turned his face from him likewise. Volume 1, Book 3, number 67. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abi Bakr's father. Once the Prophet was riding his camel and a man was holding its rein. The Prophet asked, "What is the day today?" We kept quiet, thinking that he might give that day another name. He said, "Isn't it the day of Nar, slaughtering of the animals of sacrifice?" We replied, "Yes." He further asked, "Which month is this?" We again kept quiet, thinking that he might give it another name. Then he said, "Isn't it the month of Dhul-Hijjah?" We replied, "Yes." He said, "Verily, your blood, property and honor are sacred to one another, i.e., Muslims, like the sanctity of this day of yours, in this month of yours and in this city of yours. It is incumbent upon those who are present to inform those who are absent, because those who are absent might comprehend what I have said better than the present audience." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 68. Narrated Ibn Mas'ud. The Prophet used to take care of us in preaching by selecting a suitable time, so that we might not get bored. He abstained from pestering us with sermons and knowledge all the time. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 69. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, "Facilitate things to people, concerning religious matters, and do not make it hard for them and give them good tidings and do not make them run away from Islam." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 70. Narrated Abu Wail. Abdullah used to give a religious talk to the people on every Thursday. Once a man said, "O Aba Abdurrahman, by Allah, I wish if you could preach us daily." He replied, "The only thing which prevents me from doing so, is that I hate to bore you, and no doubt I take care of you in preaching by selecting a suitable time just as the Prophet used to do with us, for fear of making us bored." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 71. Narrated Muawiyah. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "If Allah wants to do good to a person, He makes him comprehend the religion. I am just a distributor, but the grant is from Allah. And remember, that this nation, true Muslims, will keep on following Allah's teaching strictly and they will not be harmed by anyone going on a different path till Allah's order, Day of Judgment, is established." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 72. Narrated Ibn Umar. We were with the Prophet and a spadix of date palm tree was brought to him. On that he said, "Amongst the trees, there is a tree which resembles a Muslim." I wanted to say that it was the date palm tree, but as I was the youngest of all of them, I kept quiet. And then the Prophet said, "It is the date palm tree." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 73. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. The Prophet said, "Do not wish to be like anyone except in two cases. The first is, a person, whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it righteously. The second is, the one whom Allah has given wisdom, the Holy Qur'an, and he acts according to it and teaches it to others." Fatih al-Bari page 177 Volume 1. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 74. Narrated Ibn Abbas. That he differed with her bin Qais bin Hizan al-Fazari regarding the companion of the Prophet, Moses. Ibn Abbas said that he was Qadir. Meanwhile, Ubay bin Ka'b passed by them and Ibn Abbas called him, saying, "My friend, her, and I have differed regarding Moses' companion whom Moses asked the way to meet. Have you heard the Prophet mentioning something about him?" He said, "Yes. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, while Moses was sitting in the company of some Israelites, a man came and asked him, 'Do you know anyone who is more learned than you?' Moses replied, 'No.' So Allah sent the divine inspiration to Moses, 'Yes, our slave Qadir is more learned than you.' Moses asked Allah, how to meet him, Qadir. So Allah made the fish as a sign for him and he was told that when the fish was lost, he should return to the place where he had lost it, and there he would meet him, al-Qadir. So Moses went on looking for the sign of the fish in the sea. The servant boy of Moses said to him, 'Do you remember when we betook ourselves to the rock? I indeed forgot the fish, none but Satan made me forget to remember it.' On that Moses said, 'That is what we have been seeking.' 18:64, so they went back retracing their footsteps, and found Qadir. And, what happened further to them is narrated in the Holy Qur'an by Allah. 18.54 up to 18. 82. Volume 1, Book 3, number 75. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet embraced me and said, O Allah! Bestow on him the knowledge of the book, Qur'an. Volume 1, Book 3, number 76. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I came riding a she-ass and had, just, attained the age of puberty. Allah's apostle was offering the prayer at Mina. There was no wall in front of him and I passed in front of some of the row while they were offering their prayers. There I let the she-ass loose to graze and entered the row, and nobody objected to it. Volume 1, Book 3, number 77. Narrated Mahmud bin Rabi'a. When I was a boy of 5, I remember, the Prophet took water from a bucket, used far getting water out of a well, with his mouth and threw it on my face. Volume 1, Book 3, number 78. Narrated Ibn Abbas. That he differed with her bin Qays bin Hizn al-Fazari regarding the companion of the Prophet Moses. Meanwhile, Ubay bin Ka'b passed by them and Ibn Abbas called him saying, My friend, her, and I have differed regarding Moses' companion whom Moses asked the way to meet. Have you heard Allah's apostle mentioning something about him? Ubay bin Ka'b said, Yes, I heard the Prophet mentioning something about him, saying, while Moses was sitting in the company of some Israelites, a man came and asked him, Do you know anyone who is more learned than you? Moses replied, No. So Allah sent the divine inspiration to Moses, Yes, our slave Qadr is more learned than you. Moses asked Allah how to meet him, al-Qadr. So Allah made the fish a sign for him and he was told when the fish was lost, he should return, to the place where he had lost it, and there he would meet him, al-Qadr. So Moses went on looking for the sign of the fish in the sea. The servant boy of Moses said, Do you remember when we betook ourselves to the rock? I indeed forgot the fish, none but Satan made me forget to remember it. On that Moses said, That is what we have been seeking. So they went back retracing their footsteps, and found Qadr, and, what happened further about them is narrated in the Holy Qur'an by Allah. 18.54 up to 18. 82. Volume 1, Book 3, number 79. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, The example of guidance and knowledge with which Allah has sent me is like abundant rain falling on the earth. Some of which was fertile soil that absorbed rain water and brought forth vegetation and grass in abundance. And, another portion of it was hard and held the rain water and Allah benefited the people with it and they utilized it for drinking, making their animals drink from it and for irrigation of the land for cultivation. And, a portion of it was barren which could neither hold the water nor bring forth vegetation, then that land gave no benefits. The first is the example of the person who comprehends Allah's religion and gets benefit, from the knowledge, which Allah has revealed through me, the prophets and learns and then teaches others. The last example is that of a person who does not care for it and does not take Allah's guidance revealed through me, he is like that barren land. Volume 1, Book 3, number 80. Narrated Anas. Allah's apostle said, From among the portents of the hour are, the following. 1. Religious knowledge will be taken away, by the death of religious learned men. 2. Religious ignorance will prevail. 3. Drinking of alcoholic drinks will be very common. 4. There will be prevalence of open illegal sexual intercourse. Volume 1, Book 3, number 81. Narrated Anas. I will narrate to you a hadith and none other than I will tell you about after it. I heard Allah's apostle saying, From among the portents of the hour are, the following. 1. Religious knowledge will decrease, by the death of religious learned men. 2. Religious ignorance will prevail. 3. There will be prevalence of open illegal sexual intercourse. 4. Women will increase in number and men will decrease in number so much so that 50 women will be looked after by one man. Volume 1, Book 3, number 82. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's apostle said, While I was sleeping, I saw that a cup full of milk was brought to me and I drank my fill till I noticed, the milk, its wetness coming out of my nails. Then I gave the remaining milk to Umar ibn al-Khattab. The companions of the Prophet asked, "What have you interpreted about this dream?" "O Allah's Apostle," he replied, "it is religious knowledge." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 83. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Allah's Apostle stopped, for a while near the Jimar, at Mina during his last Hajj for the people, and they were asking him questions. A man came and said, "I forgot and got my head shaved before slaughtering the hadi, sacrificing animal." The Prophet said, "There is no harm, go and do the slaughtering now." Then another person came and said, "I forgot and slaughtered the camel, before Rami, throwing of the pebbles, at the Jamra." The Prophet said, "Do the Rami now and there is no harm." The narrator added, "So on that day, when the Prophet was asked about anything, as regards the ceremonies of Hajj, performed before or after its due time, his reply was, 'Do it, now, and there is no harm.'" Volume 1, Book 3, Number 84. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Somebody said to the Prophet, during his last Hajj, "I did the slaughtering before doing the Rami." The Prophet beckoned with his hand and said, "There is no harm in that." Then another person said, "I got my head shaved before offering the sacrifice." The Prophet beckoned with his hand saying, "There is no harm in that." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 85. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "Religious knowledge will be taken away, by the death of religious scholars, ignorance, in religion, and afflictions will appear, and Hajj will increase." It was asked, "What is Hajj, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied by beckoning with his hand indicating, killing. Fatih al-Bari page 192, Volume 1. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 86. Narrated Asma. I came to Aisha while she was praying, and said to her, "What has happened to the people?" She pointed out towards the sky. I looked towards the mosque, and saw the people offering the prayer. Aisha said, "Subhanallah." I said to her, "Is there a sign?" She nodded with her head meaning, yes. I, too, then stood, for the prayer of Eclipse, till I became, nearly, unconscious, and later on I poured water on my head. After the prayer, the Prophet praised and glorified Allah and then said, "Just now at this place I have seen what I have never seen before, including paradise and hell. No doubt it has been inspired to me that you will be put to trials in your graves, and these trials will be like the trials of Messiah ad-Dajjal or nearly like it." The sub-narrator is not sure which expression Asma used. You will be asked, "What do you know about this man, the Prophet Muhammad?" Then the faithful believer, or Asma said a similar word, will reply, "He is Muhammad Allah's Apostle who had come to us with clear evidences and guidance, and so we accepted his teachings and followed him. And he is Muhammad." And he will repeat it thrice. Then the angels will say to him, "Sleep in peace, as we have come to know that you were a faithful believer." On the other hand, a hypocrite or a doubtful person will reply, "I do not know, but I heard the people saying something and so I said it." The same. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 87. Narrated Abu Jamra. I was an interpreter between the people and Ibn Abbas. Once Ibn Abbas said that a delegation of the tribe of Abdul Qais came to the Prophet, who asked them, "Who are the people, i.e. you?" Or, "Who are the delegates?" They replied, "We are from the tribe of Rabi'a." Then the Prophet said to them, "Welcome, O people," or said, "O delegation, of Abdul Qais. Neither will you have disgrace nor will you regret." They said, "We have come to you from a distant place, and there is the tribe of the infidels of Madar intervening between you and us, and we cannot come to you except in the sacred month. So please order us to do something good, religious deeds, and that we may also inform our people whom we have left behind, at home, and that we may enter paradise, by acting on them." The Prophet ordered them to do 4 things, and forbade them from 4 things. He ordered them to believe in Allah alone, the Honorable, the Majestic, and said to them, "Do you know what is meant by believing in Allah alone?" They replied, "Allah and His Apostle know better." Thereupon the Prophet said, "That means to testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and that Muhammad is His Apostle, to offer prayers perfectly, to pay zakat, to observe fasts during the month of Ramadan, and to pay al-Khumus, 1/5 of the booty to be given in Allah's cause." Then he forbade them 4 things, namely ad-duba, hantam, musafat, and a nakar or mukayyar. These were the names of pots in which alcoholic drinks used to be prepared. The Prophet further said, "Memorize them, these instructions, and tell them to the people whom you have left behind." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 88. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Mulaika. Uqba bin al-Harith said that he had married the daughter of Abi Ihab bin Aziz. Later on a woman came to him and said, "I have suckled, nursed, Uqba and the woman whom he married, his wife, at my breast." Uqba said to her, "Neither I knew that you have suckled, nursed, me nor did you tell me." Then he rode over to see Allah's Apostle at Medina, and asked him about it. Allah's Apostle said, "How can you keep her as a wife when it has been said, that she is your foster sister?" Then Uqba divorced her, and she married another man. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 89. Narrated Umar. My Ansari neighbor from Bani Umayyah bin Zaid who used to live at Awali al-Madinah and used to visit the Prophet by turns. He used to go one day and I another day. When I went I used to bring the news of that day regarding the divine inspiration and other things, and when he went, he used to do the same for me. Once my Ansari friend, in his turn, on returning from the Prophet, knocked violently at my door and asked if I was there. I became horrified and came out to him. He said, "Today a great thing has happened." I then went to Hafsa and saw her weeping. I asked her, "Did Allah's Apostle divorce you all?" She replied, "I do not know." Then, I entered upon the Prophet and said while standing, "Have you divorced your wives?" The Prophet replied in the negative. On what I said, "Allahu Akbar, Allah is greater." See Hadith number 119, Volume 3 for details. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 90. Narrated Abu Mas'ud al-Ansari. Once a man said to Allah's Apostle, "O Allah's Apostle, I may not attend the compulsory congregational prayer because so and so, the Imam, prolongs the prayer when he leads us for it." The narrator added, "I never saw the Prophet more furious in giving advice than he was on that day." The Prophet said, "O people, some of you make others dislike good deeds, the prayers. So whoever leads the people in prayer should shorten it because among them there are the sick, the weak and the needy, having some jobs to do." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 91. Narrated Zaid bin Khalid al-Yuhani. A man asked the Prophet about the picking up of a luqata, fallen lost thing. The Prophet replied, "Recognize and remember its tying material and its container, and make public announcement about it, for 1 year, then utilize it but give it to its owner if he comes." Then the person asked about the lost camel. On that, the Prophet got angry and his cheeks or his face became red and he said, "You have no concern with it as it has its water container, and its feet and it will reach water, and eat the leaves of trees till its owner finds it." The man then asked about the lost sheep. The Prophet replied, "It is either for you, for your brother, another person, or for the wolf." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 92. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet was asked about things which he did not like, but when the questioners insisted, the Prophet got angry. He then said to the people, "Ask me anything you like." A man asked, "Who is my father?" The Prophet replied, "Your father is Hadafa." Then another man got up and said, "Who is my father, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "Your father is Salim, Mawla, the freed slave, of Shaiba." So when Umar saw that, the anger, on the face of the Prophet he said, "O Allah's Apostle, we repent to Allah, our offending you." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 93. Narrated Anas bin Malik. One day Allah's Apostle came out, before the people, and Abdullah bin Hudhafa stood up and asked him, "Who is my father?" The Prophet replied, "Your father is Hudhafa." The Prophet told them repeatedly, in anger, to ask him anything they liked. Umar knelt down before the Prophet and said thrice, "We accept Allah as our Lord and Islam as our religion and Muhammad as our Prophet." After that the Prophet became silent. Volume 1, Book 3, number 94. Narrated Anas. Whenever the Prophet asked permission to enter, he knocked the door thrice with greeting, and whenever he spoke a sentence, said a thing, he used to repeat it thrice. See Hadith number 261, Volume 8. Volume 1, Book 3, number 95. Narrated Anas. Whenever the Prophet spoke a sentence, said a thing, he used to repeat it thrice so that the people could understand it properly from him, and whenever he asked permission to enter, he knocked the door, thrice with greeting. Volume 1, Book 3, number 96. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. Once Allah's apostle remained behind us in a journey. He joined us while we were performing ablution for the Asr prayer, which was overdue. We were just passing wet hands over our feet, not washing them properly, so the Prophet addressed us in a loud voice and said twice or thrice, "Save your heels from the fire." Volume 1, Book 3, number 97. Narrated Abu Burda's father. Allah's apostle said, 3 persons will have a double reward. 1. A person from the people of the scriptures who believed in his prophet, Jesus or Moses, and then believed in the prophet Muhammad, i.e. has embraced Islam. 2. A slave who discharges his duties to Allah and his master. 3. A master of a woman slave who teaches her good manners and educates her in the best possible way, the religion, and manumits her and then marries her. Volume 1, Book 3, number 97g. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once Allah's apostle came out while Bilal was accompanying him. He went towards the women thinking that they had not heard him, i.e. his sermon. So he preached them and ordered them to pay alms. Hearing that, the women started giving alms, some donated their earrings, some gave their rings, and Bilal was collecting them in the corner of his garment. Volume 1, Book 3, number 98. Narrated Abu Huraira. I said, O Allah's apostle, who will be the luckiest person, who will gain your intercession on the day of resurrection? Allah's apostle said, O Abu Huraira, I have thought that none will ask me about it before you, as I know your longing for the learning of hadiths. The luckiest person who will have my intercession on the day of resurrection will be the one who said sincerely from the bottom of his heart, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. And Umar bin Abdul Aziz wrote to Abu Bakr bin Hazm, look for the knowledge of hadith and get it written, as I am afraid that religious knowledge will vanish and the religious learned men will pass away, die. Do not accept anything save the hadiths of the Prophet. Circulate knowledge and teach the ignorant, for knowledge does not vanish except when it is kept secretly, to oneself. Volume 1, Book 3, number 99. Narrated Abdullah ibn Dinar. Also narrates the same, above-mentioned statement, as has been narrated by Umar bin Abdul Aziz up to, the religious scholar, learned men, will pass away, die. Volume 1, Book 3, number 100. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. I heard Allah's apostle saying, Allah does not take away the knowledge, by taking it away from the hearts of the people, but takes it away by the death of the religious learned men, till when none of the religious learned men remains, people will take as their leaders ignorant persons who when consulted will give their verdict without knowledge. So they will go astray and will lead the people astray. Volume 1, Book 3, number 101. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Some women requested the Prophet to fix a day for them as the men were taking all his time. On that he promised them one day for religious lessons and commandments. Once during such a lesson the Prophet said, a woman whose 3 children die will be shielded by them from the hell fire. On that a woman asked, if only 2 die? He replied, even 2 will shield her from the hell fire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 102. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. As above, the sub-narrators are different. Abu Huraira qualified the 3 children referred to in the above-mentioned hadith as not having reached the age of committing sins, i.e. age of puberty. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 103. Narrated Ibn Abu Mulaika. Whenever Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, heard anything which she did not understand, she used to ask again till she understood it completely. Aisha said, once the Prophet said, whoever will be called to account about his deeds on the day of resurrection, will surely be punished. I said, doesn't Allah say, he surely will receive an easy reckoning? 84. 8. The Prophet replied, this means only the presentation of the accounts, but whoever will be argued about his account, will certainly be ruined. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 104. Narrated said. Abu Shurayh said, when Amr bin Said was sending the troops to Mecca, to fight Abdullah bin Zubayr, I said to him, O chief, allow me to tell you what the Prophet said on the day following the conquests of Mecca. My ears heard and my heart comprehended, and I saw him with my own eyes, when he said it. He glorified and praised Allah and then said, Allah and not the people has made Mecca a sanctuary. So anybody who has belief in Allah and the last day, i.e. a Muslim, should neither shed blood in it nor cut down its trees. If anybody argues that fighting is allowed in Mecca as Allah's apostle did fight, in Mecca, tell him that Allah gave permission to his apostle, but he did not give it to you. The Prophet added, Allah allowed me only for a few hours on that day, of the conquest, and today, now, its sanctity is the same, valid, as it was before. So it is incumbent upon those who are present to convey it, this information, to those who are absent. Abu Shurayh was asked, what did Amr reply? He said, Amr said, O Abu Shurayh, I know better than you, in this respect. Mecca does not give protection to one who disobeys Allah, or runs after committing murder, or theft, and takes refuge in Mecca. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 105. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet said, no doubt your blood, property. The sub-narrator Muhammad thought that Abu Bakr had also mentioned and your honor, chastity, are sacred to one another as is the sanctity of this day of yours in this month of yours. It is incumbent on those who are present to inform those who are absent. Muhammad the sub-narrator used to say, Allah's apostle told the truth. The Prophet repeated twice, no doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message to you? Volume 1, Book 3, Number 106. Narrated Ali. The Prophet said, do not tell a lie against me, for whoever tells a lie against me, intentionally, then he will surely enter the hellfire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 107. Narrated Abdullah bin Zubayr. I said to my father, I do not hear from you any narration, hadith, of Allah's apostle as I hear his narrations, from so and so. Zubayr replied, I was always with him, the Prophet, and I heard him saying, whoever tells a lie against me, intentionally, then, surely, let him occupy his seat in hellfire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 108. Narrated Anas. The fact which stops me from narrating a great number of hadiths to you is that the Prophet said, whoever tells a lie against me intentionally, then, surely, let him occupy his seat in hellfire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 109. Narrated Salama. I heard the Prophet saying, whoever, intentionally, ascribes to me what I have not said, then, surely, let him occupy his seat in hellfire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 110. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, name yourselves with my name, use my name, but do not name yourselves with my kunya name, i.e. Abu al-Qasim. And whoever sees me in a dream, then surely he has seen me, for Satan cannot impersonate me. And whoever tells a lie against me, intentionally, then, surely, let him occupy his seat in hellfire. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 111. Narrated Ash-Shabai. Abu Juhayfa said, I asked Ali, have you got any book, which has been revealed to the Prophet apart from the Qur'an? Ali replied, no, except Allah's book or the power of understanding which has been bestowed, by Allah, upon a Muslim or what is, written, in this sheet of paper, with me. Abu Juhayfa said, I asked, what is, written, in this sheet of paper? Ali replied, it deals with the diyah, compensation, blood money, paid by the killer to the relatives of the victim, the ransom for the releasing of the captives from the hands of the enemies. And the law that no Muslim should be killed in qisas, equality in punishment, for the killing of a disbeliever. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 112. Narrated Abu Huraira. In the year of the conquest of Mecca, the tribe of Khuza'ah killed a man from the tribe of Bani Layth in revenge for a killed person, belonging to them. They informed the Prophet about it. So he rode his rahila, she-camel for riding, and addressed the people saying, Allah held back the killing from Mecca. The sub-narrator is in doubt whether the Prophet said, elephant or killing, as the Arabic words standing for these words have great similarity in shape, but he, Allah, let his apostle and the believers overpower the infidels of Mecca. Beware! Mecca is a sanctuary, verily. Fighting in Mecca was not permitted for anyone before me nor will it be permitted for anyone after me. War in it was made legal for me for few hours or so on that day. No doubt it is at this moment a sanctuary, it is not allowed to uproot its thorny shrubs or to uproot its trees or to pick up its look-at, fallen things, except by a person who will look for its owner, announce it publicly. And if somebody is killed, then his closest relative has the right to choose one of the two, the blood money, diyah, or retaliation having the killer killed. In the meantime a man from Yemen came and said, O Allah's apostle, get that written for me. The Prophet ordered his companions to write that for him. Then a man from Quraysh said, accept al-Ikir, a type of grass that has good smell, O Allah's apostle, as we use it in our houses and graves. The Prophet said, accept al-Idkiri. Al-Idkir is allowed to be plucked. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 113. Narrated Abu Huraira. There is none among the companions of the Prophet who has narrated more hadiths than I except Abdullah bin Amr, bin al-As, who used to write them and I never did the same. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 114. Narrated Ubaydullah bin Abdullah. Ibn Abbas said, when the ailment of the Prophet became worse, he said, bring for me, writing, paper and I will write for you a statement after which you will not go astray. But Umar said, the Prophet is seriously ill, and we have got Allah's book with us and that is sufficient for us. But the companions of the Prophet differed about this and there was a hue and cry. On that the Prophet said to them, go away, and leave me alone. It is not right that you should quarrel in front of me. Ibn Abbas came out saying, it was most unfortunate, a great disaster, that Allah's apostle was prevented from writing that statement for them because of their disagreement and noise. Note, it is apparent from this hadith that Ibn Abbas had witnessed the event and came out saying this statement. The truth is not so, for Ibn Abbas used to say this statement on narrating the hadith and he had not witnessed the event personally. See Fath al-Bari Volume 1, page 220 footnote. See Hadith number 228, Volume 4. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 115. Narrated Salama. One night Allah's apostle got up and said, Subhan Allah. How many afflictions have been descended tonight and how many treasures have been disclosed. Go and wake the sleeping lady occupants of these dwellings, his wives, up, for prayers. A well-dressed soul, in this world may be naked in the hereafter. Volume 1, Book 3. Number 116. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Once the Prophet led us in the Isha prayer during the last days of his life and after finishing it, the prayer, with Taslim, he said, do you realize the importance of this night? Nobody present on the surface of the earth tonight will be living after the completion of 100 years from this night. Volume 1, Book 3, Number 117. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I stayed overnight in the house of my aunt Maymunah bint al-Harith, the wife of the Prophet, while the Prophet was there with her during her night turn. The Prophet offered the Isha prayer in the mosque, returned home, and after having prayed 4 rakat, he slept. Later on he got up at night and then asked whether the boy, or he used a similar word, had slept. Then he got up for the prayer and I stood up by his left side, but he made me stand to his right and offered 5 rakat followed by 2 more rakat. Then he slept and I heard him snoring, and then, after a while, he left for the Thfar prayer. Volume 1, Book 3, number 118. Narrated Abu Huraira. People say that I have narrated many hadiths, the Prophet's narrations. Had it not been for 2 verses in the Qur'an, would not have narrated a single hadith, and the verses are: Verily those who conceal the clear sign and the guidance which we have sent down. Up to, Most Merciful. 2:159-160. And no doubt our Muhajir, emigrant, brothers used to be busy in the market with their business, bargains, and our Ansari brothers used to be busy with their property, agriculture. But I, Abu Huraira, used to stick to Allah's apostle, contented with what will fill my stomach, and I used to attend that which they used not to attend, and I used to memorize that which they used not to memorize. Volume 1, Book 3, number 119. Narrated Abu Huraira. I said to Allah's apostle, I hear many narrations, hadiths, from you, but I forget them. Allah's apostle said, Spread your rida, garment. I did accordingly, and then he moved his hands as if filling them with something, and emptied them in my rida, and then said, Take and wrap this sheet over your body. I did it, and after that I never forgot anything. Volume 1, Book 3, number 120. Narrated Ibrahim bin al-Mundhir. Ibn Abi Fudayk narrated the same as above, hadith 119, but added that the Prophet had moved his hands as if filling them with something, and then he emptied them in the rida of Abu Huraira. Volume 1, Book 3, number 121. Narrated Abu Huraira. I have memorized 2 kinds of knowledge from Allah's apostle. I have propagated one of them to you, and if I propagated the second, then my pharynx, throat, would be cut, i.e. killed. Volume 1, Book 3, number 122. Narrated Jarir. The Prophet said to me during Hajjat al-Wida, Let the people keep quiet and listen. Then he said, addressing the people, Do not become infidels, revert to disbelief after me by striking the necks, cutting the throats, of one another, killing each other. Volume 1, Book 3, number 123. Narrated Said bin Jubair. I said to Ibn Abbas, Naf al-Bukhari claims that Moses, the companion of Qadr, was not the Moses of Bani Israel, but he was another Moses. Ibn Abbas remarked that the enemy of Allah, Naf, was a liar. Volume 1, Book 3, number 124. Narrated Ubay bin Kabi. The Prophet said, Once the Prophet Moses stood up and addressed Bani Israel. He was asked, Who is the most learned man amongst the people? He said, I am the most learned. Allah admonished Moses as he did not attribute absolute knowledge to him, Allah. So Allah inspired to him, At the junction of the 2 seas there is a slave amongst my slaves who is more learned than you. Moses said, O my Lord! How can I meet him? Allah said, Take a fish in a large basket, and proceed, and you will find him at the place where you will lose the fish. So Moses set out along with his servant, boy, Yusha bin Nun, and carried a fish in a large basket till they reached a rock, where they laid their heads, i.e. lay down, and slept. The fish came out of the basket and it took its way into the sea as in a tunnel. So it was an amazing thing for both Moses and his servant, boy. They proceeded for the rest of that night and the following day. When the day broke, Moses said to his servant, boy, Bring us our early meal. No doubt, we have suffered much fatigue in this journey. Moses did not get tired till he passed the place about which he was told. There the servant, boy told Moses, Do you remember when we betook ourselves to the rock? I indeed forgot the fish. Moses remarked, That is what we have been seeking. So they went back retracing their footsteps, till they reached the rock. There they saw a man covered with a garment, or covering himself with his own garment. Moses greeted him. Al-Qadr replied saying, "How do people greet each other in your land?" Moses said, "I am Moses." He asked, "The Moses of Bani Israel?" Moses replied in the affirmative and added, "May I follow you so that you teach me of that knowledge which you have been taught?" Al-Qadr replied, "Verily, you will not be able to remain patient with me, O Moses. I have some of the knowledge of Allah which He has taught me and which you do not know, while you have some knowledge which Allah has taught you which I do not know." Moses said, "Allah willing, you will find me patient and I will not disobey you in aught." So both of them set out walking along the seashore, as they did not have a boat. In the meantime a boat passed by them and they requested the crew of the boat to take them on board. The crew recognized Al-Qadr and took them on board without fare. Then a sparrow came and stood on the edge of the boat and dipped its beak once or twice in the sea. Al-Qadr said, "O Moses, my knowledge and your knowledge have not decreased Allah's knowledge except as much as this sparrow has decreased the water of the sea with its beak." Al-Qadr went to one of the planks of the boat and plucked it out. Moses said, "These people gave us a free lift but you have broken their boat and scuttled it so as to drown its people." Al-Qadr replied, "Didn't I tell you that you will not be able to remain patient with me?" Moses said, "Call me not to account for what I forgot." The first excuse of Moses was that he had forgotten. Then they proceeded further and found a boy playing with other boys. Al-Qadr took hold of the boy's head from the top and plucked it out with his hands, i.e. killed him. Moses said, "Have you killed an innocent soul who has killed none?" Al-Qadr replied, "Did I not tell you that you cannot remain patient with me?" Then they both proceeded till when they came to the people of a town, they asked them for food, but they refused to entertain them. Then they found there a wall on the point of collapsing. Al-Qadr repaired it with his own hands. Moses said, "If you had wished, surely you could have taken wages for it." Al-Qadr replied, "This is the parting between you and me." The Prophet added, "May Allah be merciful to Moses. Would that he could have been more patient to learn more about his story with Al-Qadr." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 125. Narrated Abu Musa. A man came to the Prophet and asked, "O Allah's Apostle, what kind of fighting is in Allah's cause?" I ask this, for some of us fight because of being enraged and angry and some for the sake of his pride and haughtiness. The Prophet raised his head, as the questioner was standing, and said, "He who fights so that Allah's word, Islam, should be superior, then he fights in Allah's cause." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 126. Narrated Abdullah bin Ammar. I saw the Prophet near the Jamra and the people were asking him questions about religious problems. A man asked, "O Allah's Apostle, I have slaughtered the hadi, animal, before doing the Rami." The Prophet replied, "Do the Rami, now, and there is no harm." Another person asked, "O Allah's Apostle, I got my head shaved before slaughtering the animal." The Prophet replied, "Do the slaughtering, now, and there is no harm." So on that day, when the Prophet was asked about anything as regards the ceremonies of Hajj performed before or after its due time, his reply was, "Do it, now, and there is no harm." Volume 1, Book 3, Number 127. Narrated Abdullah. While I was going with the Prophet through the ruins of Medina and he was reclining on a date palm leaf stalk, some Jews passed by. Some of them said to the others, "Ask him, the Prophet, about the Spirit." Some of them said that they should not ask him that question as he might give a reply which would displease them. But some of them insisted on asking, and so one of them stood up and asked, "O Abi al-Qasim, what is the Spirit?" The Prophet remained quiet. I thought he was being inspired divinely. So I stayed till that state of the Prophet, while being inspired, was over. The Prophet then said, "And they ask you, O Muhammad, concerning the Spirit, say, the Spirit, its knowledge is with my Lord. And of knowledge you, mankind, have been given only a little." 17.85. Volume 1, Book 3, number 128. Narrated Aswad. Ibn Az Zubair said to me, Aisha used to tell you secretly a number of things. What did she tell you about the Kabieh? I replied, she told me that once the Prophet said, O Aisha, had not your people been still close to the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, infidelity, I would have dismantled the Kabieh and would have made 2 doors in it. One for entrance and the other for exit. Later on Ibn Az Zubair did the same. Volume 1, Book 3, number 129. Narrated Abu at-Tufail. The above-mentioned statement of Ali. Volume 1, Book 3, number 130. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once Muadh was along with Allah's Apostle as a companion rider. Allah's Apostle said, O Muadh bin Jabal. Muadh replied, Labaik and Sadiq. O Allah's Apostle. Again the Prophet said, O Muadh. Muadh said thrice, Labaik and Sadiq, O Allah's Apostle. Allah's Apostle said, There is none who testifies sincerely that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is his Apostle, except that Allah will save him from the hellfire. Muadh said, O Allah's Apostle. Should I not inform the people about it so that they may have glad tidings? He replied, When the people hear about it, they will solely depend on it. Then Muadh narrated the above-mentioned hadith just before his death, being afraid of committing sin, by not telling the knowledge. Volume 1, Book 3, number 131. Narrated Anas. I was informed that the Prophet had said to Muadh, Whosoever will meet Allah without associating anything in worship with him will go to paradise. Muadh asked the Prophet, Should I not inform the people of this good news? The Prophet replied, No, I am afraid, lest they should depend upon it, absolutely. Volume 1, Book 3, number 132. Narrated Salama. Sulaim came to Allah's Apostle and said, Verily, Allah is not shy of telling you the truth. Is it necessary for a woman to take a bath after she has a wet dream, nocturnal sexual discharge? The Prophet replied, Yes, if she notices a discharge. Salama then covered her face and asked, O Allah's Apostle, does a woman get a discharge? He replied, Yes, let your right hand be in dust, an Arabic expression you say to a person when you contradict his statement, meaning, you will not achieve goodness, and that is why the son resembles his mother. Volume 1, Book 3, number 133. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Once Allah's Apostle said, Amongst the trees there is a tree, the leaves of which do not fall and is like a Muslim, tell me the name of that tree. Everybody started thinking about the trees of the desert areas and I thought of the date palm tree but felt shy to answer. The others asked, O Allah's Apostle, inform us of it. He replied, It is the date palm tree. I told my father what had come to my mind and on that he said, Had you said it I would have preferred it to such and such a thing that I might possess. Volume 1, Book 3, number 134. Narrated Ali. I used to get the emotional urethral discharge frequently, so I requested al-Miqdad to ask the Prophet about it. Al-Miqdad asked him and he replied, One has to perform ablution after it. See Hadith number 269. Volume 1, Book 3, number 135. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said, A man got up in the mosque and said, O Allah's Apostle, at which place you order us that we should assume the ihram? Allah's Apostle replied, The residents of Medina should assure the ihram from Dil Hulayfa, the people of Syria from al-Jufa and the people of Najd from Karn. Ibn Umar further said, The people consider that Allah's Apostle had also said, The residents of Yemen should assume ihram from Yalamlam. Ibn Umar used to say, I do not remember whether Allah's Apostle had said the last statement or not. Volume 1, Book 3, number 136. Narrated Ibn Umar. A man asked the Prophet, What kinds of clothes should a Muhrim, a Muslim intending to perform Umrah or Hajj, wear? He replied, He should not wear a shirt, a turban, trousers, a head cloak or garment scented with saffron or wars, kinds of perfumes. And if he has slippers, then he can use cuffs, leather socks, but the socks should be cut short so as to make the ankles bare. See Hadith number 615, Volume 2. 4. Ablutions, Wudu. Volume 1, Book 4, number 137. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, the prayer of a person who does hadith, passes, urine, stool or wind, is not accepted till he performs, repeats, the ablution. A person from Hadramaut asked Abu Hurairah, what is hadith? Abu Hurairah replied, hadith means the passing of wind from the anus. Volume 1, Book 4, number 138. Narrated Nu'aym al-Mujmir. Once I went up the roof of the mosque, along with Abu Hurairah. He performed ablution and said, I heard the Prophet saying, on the day of resurrection, my followers will be called al-Muhajilan, from the trace of ablution, and whoever can increase the area of his radiance should do so, i.e. by performing ablution regularly. Volume 1, Book 4, number 139. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim. My uncle asked Allah's Apostle about a person who imagined to have passed wind during the prayer. Allah's Apostle replied, he should not leave his prayers unless he hears sound or smells something. Volume 1, Book 4, number 140. Narrated Qurayb. Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet slept till he snored and then prayed, or probably lay till his breath sounds were heard and then got up and prayed. Ibn Abbas added, I stayed overnight in the house of my aunt, Maymunah. The Prophet slept for a part of the night. See Fatih al-Bari page 249, volume 1, and late in the night, he got up and performed ablution from a hanging water skin, a light, perfect, ablution, and stood up for the prayer. I, too, performed a similar ablution, then I went and stood on his left. He drew me to his right and prayed as much as Allah wished, and again lay and slept till his breath sounds were heard. Later on the Mu'adhin, call-maker for the prayer, came to him and informed him that it was time for prayer. The Prophet went with him for the prayer without performing a new ablution. Sufyan said to Amr that some people said, the eyes of Allah's Apostle sleep but his heart does not sleep. Amr replied, I heard Ubayd bin Umar saying that the dreams of prophets were divine inspiration, and then he recited the verse, I, Abraham, see in a dream, O my son, that I offer you in sacrifice, to Allah. 37.102, see Hadith No. 183. Volume 1, Book 4, number 141. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. Allah's Apostle proceeded from Arafat till when he reached the mountain pass, he dismounted, urinated, and then performed ablution, but not a perfect one. I said to him, is it the time for the prayer, O Allah's Apostle? He said, the place of prayer is ahead of you. He rode till when he reached al-Muzdalifah, he dismounted and performed ablution, and a perfect one, the call for Iqamah was pronounced, and he led the Maghrib prayer. Then everybody made his camel kneel down at its place. Then the Iqamah was pronounced for the Isha prayer which the Prophet led, and no prayer was offered in between the two prayers, Isha and Maghrib. Volume 1, Book 4, number 142. Narrated Atta bin Yasar. Ibn Abbas performed ablution and washed his face, in the following way: he ladled out a handful of water, rinsed his mouth and washed his nose with it by putting in water and then blowing it out. He then took another handful of water, and did like this, gesturing, joining both hands, and washed his face, took another handful of water and washed his right forearm. He again took another handful of water and washed his left forearm, and passed wet hands over his head, and took another handful of water and poured it over his right foot, up to his ankles, and washed it thoroughly, and similarly took another handful of water and washed thoroughly his left foot, up to the ankles, and said, I saw Allah's Apostle performing ablution in this way. Volume 1, Book 4, number 143. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, if any one of you on having sexual relations with his wife said, and he must say it before starting, in the name of Allah, O Allah! Protect us from Satan and also protect what you bestow upon us, i.e. the coming offspring, from Satan, and if it is destined that they should have a child then, Satan will never be able to harm that offspring. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 144. Narrated Anas. Whenever the Prophet went to answer the call of nature, he used to say, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-kubuthi wal khaba'ith, i.e. O Allah, I seek refuge with you from all offensive and wicked things, evil deeds and evil spirits. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 145. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet entered a lavatory and I placed water for his ablution. He asked, who placed it? He was informed accordingly and so he said, O Allah! Make him, Ibn Abbas, a learned scholar in religion, Islam. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 146. Narrated Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you goes to an open space for answering the call of nature he should neither face nor turn his back towards the Qibla. He should either face the east or the west. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 147. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. People say, whenever you sit for answering the call of nature, you should not face the Qibla or Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem. I told them. Once I went up the roof of our house and I saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature while sitting on 2 bricks facing Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem, but there was a screen covering him. Fateh al-Bari, page 258, Volume 1. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 148. Narrated Aisha. The wives of the Prophet used to go to al-Manasi, a vast open place, near Baqiyah at Medina, to answer the call of nature at night. Umar used to say to the Prophet, let your wives be veiled, but Allah's Apostle did not do so. One night Sauda bint Zameh the wife of the Prophet went out at Isha time and she was a tall lady. Umar addressed her and said, I have recognized you, O Sauda. He said so, as he desired eagerly that the verses of al-Hijab, the observing of veils by the Muslim women, may be revealed. So Allah revealed the verses of al-Hijab, a complete body cover excluding the eyes. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 149. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said to his wives, you are allowed to go out to answer the call of nature. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 150. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I went up to the roof of Hafsa's house for some job and I saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature facing Sham, Syria, Jordan, Palestine and Lebanon regarded as one country, with his back towards the Qibla. See Hadith number 147. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 151. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Once I went up the roof of our house and saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature while sitting over 2 bricks facing Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem. See Hadith number 147. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 152. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Whenever Allah's Apostle went to answer the call of nature, I along with another boy used to accompany him with a tumbler full of water. Hisham commented, so that he might wash his private parts with it. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 153. Narrated Anas. Whenever Allah's Apostle went to answer the call of nature, I along with another boy from us used to go behind him with a tumbler full of water. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 154. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Whenever Allah's Apostle went to answer the call of nature, I along with another boy used to carry a tumbler full of water, for cleaning the private parts, and an anza, spear-headed stuck. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 155. Narrated Abu Qatada. Allah's Apostle said, whenever any one of you drinks water, he should not breathe in the drinking utensil, and whenever any one of you goes to a lavatory, he should neither touch his penis nor clean his private parts with his right hand. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 156. Narrated Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, whenever any one of you makes water he should not hold his penis or clean his private parts with his right hand. And while drinking, one should not breathe in the drinking utensil. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 157. Narrated Abu Huraira. I followed the Prophet while he was going out to answer the call of nature. He used not to look this way or that. So, when I approached near him he said to me, "Fetch for me some stones for cleaning the private parts," or said something similar, "and do not bring a bone or a piece of dung." So I brought the stones in the corner of my garment and placed them by his side, and I then went away from him. When he finished, from answering the call of nature, he used them. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 158. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet went out to answer the call of nature and asked me to bring 3 stones. I found 2 stones and searched for the third but could not find it. So took a dried piece of dung and brought it to him. He took the 2 stones and threw away the dung and said, "This is a filthy thing." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 159. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet performed ablution by washing the body parts only once. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 160. Narrated Abdullah bin Zaid. The Prophet performed ablution by washing the body parts twice. Volume 1, Book 4. Number 161. Narrated Humran. The slave of Uthman, I saw Uthman bin Affan asking for a tumbler of water, and when it was brought, he poured water over his hands and washed them thrice and then put his right hand in the water container and rinsed his mouth. Washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out. Then he washed his face and forearms up to the elbows thrice, passed his wet hands over his head and washed his feet up to the ankles thrice. Then he said, Allah's Apostle said, "If anyone performs ablution like that of mine and offers a 2-rakat prayer during which he does not think of anything else, not related to the present prayer, then his past sins will be forgiven." After performing the ablution Uthman said, "I am going to tell you a hadith which I would not have told you, had I not been compelled by a certain holy verse." The sub-narrator, Urwa said, "This verse is, verily, those who conceal the clear signs and the guidance which we have sent down." 2:159, I heard the Prophet saying, "If a man performs ablution perfectly and then offers the compulsory congregational prayer, Allah will forgive his sins committed between that prayer and the next prayer till he offers it." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 162. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "Whoever performs ablution should clean his nose with water by putting the water in it and then blowing it out. And whoever cleans his private parts with stones should do it with odd number of stones." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 163. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "If any one of you performs ablution he should put water in his nose and then blow it out, and whoever cleans his private parts with stones should do so with odd numbers. And whoever wakes up from his sleep should wash his hands before putting them in the water for ablution, because nobody knows where his hands were during sleep." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 164. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. The Prophet remained behind us on a journey. He joined us while we were performing ablution for the Asr prayer, which was overdue, and we were just passing wet hands over our feet, not washing them thoroughly, so he addressed us in a loud voice saying twice or 3, "Save your heels from the fire." Volume 1, Book 4. Number 165. Narrated Humran. The freed slave of Uthman bin Affan, I saw Uthman bin Affan asking for a tumbler of water to perform ablution, and when it was brought, he poured water from it over his hands and washed them thrice and then put his right hand in the water container and rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out. Then he washed his face thrice and, then, forearms up to the elbows thrice, then passed his wet hands over his head and then washed each foot thrice. After that, Uthman said, I saw the Prophet performing ablution like this of mine, and he said, "If anyone performs ablution like that of mine and offers a 2-rakat prayer during which he does not think of anything else, not related to the present prayer, then his past sins will be forgiven." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 166. Narrated Muhammad ibn Ziyad. I heard Abu Huraira saying as he passed by us while the people were performing ablution from a utensil containing water. Perform ablution perfectly and thoroughly for Abul Qasim, the Prophet, said, save your heels from the hellfire. Volume 1, Book 4, number 167. Narrated, Ubayd ibn Jurayj. I asked Abdullah bin Umar, O Abu Abdurrahman. I saw you doing 4 things which I never saw being done by any one of you companions. Abdullah bin Umar said, What are those, O Ibn Jurayj? I said, I never saw you touching any corner of the Kaaba except these, 2, facing south, Yemen, and I saw you wearing shoes made of tanned leather and dyeing your hair with henna, a kind of dye. I also noticed that whenever you were in Mecca, the people assume Ram on seeing the new moon crescent, first of Dhul Hijjah, while you did not assume the Ailul, Iram. Iram is also called Ailul, which means loud calling, because a Muhrim has to recite Talbiyah aloud when assuming the state of Iram, till the 8th of Dhul Hijjah, day of Tarwiyah. Abdullah replied, regarding the corners of Kaaba, I never saw Allah's apostle touching except those facing south, Yemen, and regarding the tanned leather shoes. No doubt I saw Allah's apostle wearing non-hairy shoes and he used to perform ablution while wearing the shoes, i.e., wash his feet and then put on the shoes. So I love to wear similar shoes. And about the dyeing of hair with henna, no doubt I saw Allah's apostle dyeing his hair with it and that is why I like to dye my hair with it. Regarding Ailul, I did not see Allah's apostle assuming Ailul till he set out for Hajj, on the 8th of Dhul Hijjah. Volume 1, Book 4, number 168. Narrated Amatiyah. That the Prophet at the time of washing his deceased daughter had said to them, start from the right side beginning with those parts which are washed in ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 169. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to like to start from the right side on wearing shoes, combing his hair and cleaning or washing himself and on doing anything else. Volume 1, Book 4, number 170. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Saw Allah's apostle when the Asr prayer was due and the people searched for water to perform ablution but they could not find it. Later on, a pot full of water for ablution was brought to Allah's apostle. He put his hand in that pot and ordered the people to perform ablution from it. I saw the water springing out from underneath his fingers till all of them performed the ablution. It was one of the miracles of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 4, number 171. Narrated Ibn Sirn. I said to Abdullah, I have some of the hair of the Prophet which I got from Anas or from his family. Abida replied, no doubt if I had a single hair of that it would have been dearer to me than the whole world and whatever is in it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 172. Narrated Anas. When Allah's apostle got his head shaved, Abu Talha was the first to take some of his hair. Volume 1, Book 4, number 173. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, if a dog drinks from the utensil of any one of you it is essential to wash it 7 times. Volume 1, Book 4, number 174. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, a man saw a dog eating mud from the severity of thirst. So, that man took a shoe, and filled it, with water and kept on pouring the water for the dog till it quenched its thirst. So Allah approved of his deed and made him to enter paradise. And narrated Hamza bin Abdullah, my father said. During the lifetime of Allah's apostle, the dogs used to urinate, and pass through the mosques, come and go, nevertheless they never used to sprinkle water on it, urine of the dog. Volume 1, Book 4, number 175. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. I asked the Prophet, about the hunting dogs, and he replied, if you let loose, with Allah's name, your tamed dog after a game and it hunts it, you may eat it. But if the dog eats of that game, then do not eat it because the dog has hunted it for itself. I further said, sometimes I send my dog for hunting and find another dog with it. He said, do not eat the game for you have mentioned Allah's name only on sending your dog and not the other dog. Volume 1, Book 4, number 176. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, a person is considered in prayer as long as he is waiting for the prayer in the mosque as long as he does not do hadith. A non-Arab man asked, O Abi Huraira, what is hadith? I replied, it is the passing of wind, from the anus, that is one of the types of hadith. Volume 1, Book 4, number 177. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim. My uncle said, the Prophet said, one should not leave his prayer unless he hears sound or smells something. Volume 1, Book 4, number 178. Narrated Ali. I used to get emotional urethral discharges frequently and felt shy to ask Allah's Apostle about it. So I requested al-Miqdad bin al-Aswad to ask, the Prophet, about it. Al-Miqdad asked him and he replied, one has to perform ablution, after it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 179. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid. I asked Uthman bin Affan about a person who engaged in intercourse but did no discharge. Uthman replied, he should perform ablution like the one for ar ordinary prayer but he must wash his penis. Uthman added, I heard it from Allah's Apostle. I asked Ali Zubair, Talha and Ubay bin Kabi about it and they, too, gave the same reply. This order was cancelled later on and taking a bath became necessary for such cases. Volume 1, Book 4, number 180. Narrated Abu Said al-Qud. Allah's Apostle sent for an Ansari man who came with water dropping from his head. The Prophet said, perhaps we have forced you to hurry up, haven't we? The Ansari replied, yes. Allah's Apostle further said, if you are forced to hurry up, during intercourse, or you do not discharge then ablution is due on you. This order was cancelled later on, i.e. one has to take a bath. Volume 1, Book 4, number 181. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. When Allah's Apostle departed from Arafat, he turned towards a mountain pass where he answered the call of nature. After he had finished, I poured water and he performed ablution and then I said to him, O Allah's Apostle, will you offer the prayer? He replied, the Musalla, place of the prayer, is ahead of you, in Al-Muzdalifah. Volume 1, Book 4, number 182. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubiyyah. I was in the company of Allah's Apostle on one of the journeys and he went out to answer the call of nature, and after he finished, I poured water and he performed ablution. He washed his face, forearms and passed his wet hand over his head and over the two leather socks. Volume 1, Book 4, number 183. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. That he stayed overnight in the house of Maymunah the wife of the Prophet, his aunt. He added, I lay on the bed, cushioned transversely, while Allah's Apostle and his wife lay in the lengthwise direction of the cushion. Allah's Apostle slept till the middle of the night, either a bit before or a bit after it and then woke up, rubbing the traces of sleep off his face with his hands. He then recited the last 10 verses of Surah Al-Imran, got up and went to a hanging water skin. He then performed the ablution from it and it was a perfect ablution, and then stood up to offer the prayer. I, too, got up and did as the Prophet had done. Then I went and stood by his side. He placed his right hand on my head and caught my right ear and twisted it. He prayed 2 rakat then 2 rakat and 2 rakat and then 2 rakat and then 2 rakat and then 2 rakat, separately 6 times, and finally 1 rak'ah, the witr. Then he lay down again in the bed till the mu'adhin came to him, whereupon the Prophet got up, offered a 2 light rakat prayer and went out and led the far prayer. Volume 1, Book 4. Number 184. Narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr. I came to Aisha the wife of the Prophet during the solar eclipse. The people were standing offering the prayer and she was also praying. I asked her, what is wrong with the people? She beckoned with her hand towards the sky and said, Subhanallah. I asked her, is there a sign? She pointed out, yes. So I, too, stood for the prayer till I fell unconscious and later on I poured water on my head. After the prayer, Allah's apostle praised and glorified Allah and said, "Just now I have seen something which I never saw before at this place of mine, including paradise and hell. I have been inspired, and have understood, that you will be put to trials in your graves, and these trials will be like the trials of Ad-Dajjal, or nearly like it." The sub-narrator is not sure of what Asma said. Angels will come to every one of you and ask, "What do you know about this man?" A believer will reply, "He is Muhammad, Allah's apostle, and he came to us with self-evident truth and guidance. So we accepted his teaching, believed and followed him." Then the angels will say to him to sleep in peace, as they have come to know that he was a believer. On the other hand, a hypocrite or a doubtful person will reply, "I do not know, but heard the people saying something, and so I said the same." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 185. Narrated Yahya al-Mazini. A person asked Abdullah bin Zayd, who was the grandfather of Amr bin Yahya, "Can you show me how Allah's apostle used to perform ablution?" Abdullah bin Zayd replied in the affirmative and asked for water. He poured it on his hands and washed them twice, then he rinsed his mouth thrice and washed his nose with water thrice by putting water in it and blowing it out. He washed his face thrice, and after that he washed his forearms up to the elbows twice, and then passed his wet hands over his head from its front to its back and vice versa, beginning from the front and taking them to the back of his head up to the nape of the neck, and then brought them to the front again from where he had started, and washed his feet, up to the ankles. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 186. Narrated Amr. My father saw Amr bin Abi Hassan asking Abdullah bin Zayd about the ablution of the Prophet. Abdullah bin Zayd asked for earthenware pot containing water, and in front of them performed ablution like that of the Prophet. He poured water from the pot over his hand and washed his hands thrice, and then he put his hands in the pot and rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out with 3 handfuls of water. Again he put his hand in the water and washed his face thrice and washed his forearms up to the elbows twice. And then put his hands in the water and then passed them over his head by bringing them to the front and then to the rear of the head once, and then he washed his feet up to the ankles. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 187. Narrated Abu Juhayfa. Allah's apostle came to us at noon, and water for ablution was brought to him. After he had performed ablution, the remaining water was taken by the people and they started smearing their bodies with it, as a blessed thing. The Prophet offered 2 rakat of the Zuhr prayer and then 2 rakat of the Asr prayer, while an anza, spear-headed stick, was there, as a sutra, in front of him. Abu Musa said, the Prophet asked for a tumbler containing water and washed both his hands and face in it and then threw a mouthful of water in the tumbler and said to both of us, Abu Musa and Bilal, "Drink from the tumbler and pour some of its water on your faces and chests." Volume 1, Book 4, Number 188. Narrated Ibn Shihab. Mahmud bin Arabi, who was the person on whose face the Prophet had ejected a mouthful of water from his family's well while he was a boy. And Urwa, on the authority of Al-Maswar and others, who testified each other, said, whenever the Prophet performed ablution, his companions were nearly fighting for the remains of the water. Volume 1, Book 4, Number 189. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid. My aunt took me to the Prophet and said, O Allah's apostle, this son of my sister has got a disease in his legs. So he passed his hands on my head and prayed for Allah's blessings for me, then he performed ablution and I drank from the remaining water. I stood behind him and saw the seal of prophethood between his shoulders, and it was like the Azir al-Hijla, means the button of a small tent, but some said, egg of a partridge. Etc. Volume 1, Book 4. Number 190. Narrated Amr bin Yahya. On the authority of his father, Abdullah bin Zayd poured water on his hands from a utensil containing water and washed them, and then with 1 handful of water he rinsed his mouth and cleaned his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out. He repeated it thrice. He, then, washed his hands and forearms up to the elbows twice and passed wet hands over his head, both forwards and backwards, and washed his feet up to the ankles and said, This is the ablution of Allah's apostle. Volume 1, Book 4, number 191. Narrated Amr bin Yahya. My father said, I saw Amr bin Abi Hassan asking Abdullah bin Zayd about the ablution of the Prophet. Abdullah bin Zayd asked for an earthenware pot containing water and performed ablution in front of them. He poured water over his hands and washed them thrice. Then he put his right hand in the pot and rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out thrice with 3 handfuls of water. Again he put his hand in the water and washed his face thrice. After that he put his hand in the pot and washed his forearms up to the elbows twice and then again put his hand in the water and passed wet hands over his head by bringing them to the front and then to the back, and once more he put his hand in the pot and washed his feet, up to the ankles. Volume 1, Book 4, number 192. Narrated Wahab, that he, the Prophet in narration 191 above, had passed his wet hands. Volume 1, Book 4, number 193. Narrated Jabir. Allah's Apostle came to visit me while I was sick and unconscious. He performed ablution and sprinkled the remaining water on me, and I became conscious and said, O Allah's Apostle, to whom will my inheritance go, as I have neither ascendants nor descendants? Then the divine verses regarding Fara'id, inheritance, were revealed. Volume 1, Book 4, number 194. Narrated Anas. It was the time for prayer, and those whose houses were near got up and went to their people, to perform ablution, and there remained some people, sitting. Then a painted stove pot, mikdab, containing water was brought to Allah's apostles. The pot was small, not broad enough for one to spread one's hand in, yet all the people performed ablution. The sub-narrator said, we asked Anas, how many persons were you? Anas replied, we were 80 or more. It was one of the miracles of Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 4, number 195. Narrated Abu Musa. Once the Prophet asked for a tumbler containing water. He washed his hands and face in it and also threw a mouthful of water in it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 196. Narrated Abdullah bin Zayd. Once Allah's Apostle came to us and we brought out water for him in a brass pot. He performed ablution thus, he washed his face thrice, and his forearms to the elbows twice, then passed his wet hands lightly over the head from front to rear and brought them to front again and washed his feet, up to the ankles. Volume 1, Book 4, number 197. Narrated Aisha. When the ailment of the Prophet became aggravated and his disease became severe, he asked his wives to permit him to be nursed, treated, in my house. So they gave him the permission. Then the Prophet came, to my house, with the support of 2 men, and his legs were dragging on the ground, between Abbas, and another man. Ubaydullah, the sub-narrator, said, I informed Abdullah bin Abbas of what Aisha said. Ibn Abbas said, do you know who was the other man? I replied in the negative. Ibn Abbas said, he was Ali bin Abi Talib. Aisha further said, when the Prophet came to my house and his sickness became aggravated, he ordered us to pour 7 skins full of water on him, so that he might give some advice to the people. So he was seated in a mikdab, brass tub, belonging to Hafsa, the wife of the Prophet. Then, all of us started pouring water on him from the water skins till he beckoned to us to stop and that we have done what he wanted us to do. After that he went out to the people. Volume 1, Book 4, number 198. Narrated Amr bin Yahya. On the authority of his father, my uncle used to perform ablution extravagantly, and once he asked Abdullah bin Zayd to tell him how he had seen the Prophet performing ablution. He asked for an earthenware pot containing water, and poured water from it on his hands and washed them thrice. And then put his hand in the earthenware pot and rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out thrice with 1 handful of water. He again put his hand in the water and took a handful of water and washed his face thrice, then washed his hands up to the elbows twice, and took water with his hand, and passed it over his head from front to back and then from back to front. And then washed his feet, up to the ankles, and said, I saw the Prophet performing ablution in that way. Volume 1, Book 4, number 199. Narrated Thubit. Anas said, the Prophet asked for water in a tumbler with a broad base and nose so deep, containing a small quantity of water, was brought to him whereby he put his fingers in it. Anas further said, noticed the water springing out from amongst his fingers. Anas added, estimated that the people who performed ablution with it numbered between 70 to 80. Volume 1, Book 4, number 200. Narrated Anas. The Prophet used to take a bath with 1 sar up to 5 muds, 1 sa equals muds, of water and used to perform ablution with 1 mud of water. Volume 1, Book 4, number 201. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas said, the Prophet passed wet hands over his cuffs. Abdullah bin Umar asked Umar about it. Umar replied in the affirmative and added, whenever Sa'd narrates a hadith from the Prophet, there is no need to ask anyone else about it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 202. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubi'ah. Once Allah's apostle went out to answer the call of nature and I followed him with a tumbler containing water, and when he finished, I poured water and he performed ablution and passed wet hands over his cuffs. Volume 1, Book 4, number 203. Narrated Jafar bin Ammar bin Umayyah ad-Damri. My father said, I saw the Prophet passing wet hands over his cuffs. Volume 1, Book 4, number 204. Narrated Jafar bin Ammar. My father said, I saw the Prophet passing wet hands over his turban and cuffs, leather socks. Volume 1, Book 4, number 205. Narrated Urwa bin al-Mughira. My father said, once I was in the company of the Prophet on a journey and I dashed to take off his cuffs. He ordered me to leave them as he had put them after performing ablution. So he passed wet hands o'er them. Volume 1, Book 4, number 206. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Allah's apostle ate a piece of cooked mutton from the shoulder region and prayed without repeating ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 207. Narrated Jafar bin Ammar bin Umayyah. My father said, I saw Allah's apostle taking a piece of cooked mutton from the shoulder region and then he was called for prayer. He put his knife down and prayed without repeating ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 208. Narrated Suwaid bin al-Numan. In the year of the conquest of Khaybar I went with Allah's apostle till we reached Saba, a place near Khaybar, where Allah's apostle offered the Asr prayer and asked for food. Nothing but sork was brought. He ordered it to be moistened with water. He and all of us ate it and the Prophet got up for the evening prayer, Maghrib prayer, rinsed his mouth with water and we did the same, and he then prayed without repeating the ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 209. Narrated Maymunah. The Prophet ate a piece of mutton from the shoulder region and then prayed without repeating the ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 210. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle drank milk, rinsed his mouth and said, it has fat. Volume 1, Book 4, number 211. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle said, if any one of you feels drowsy while praying he should go to bed, sleep, till his slumber is over because in praying while drowsy one does not know whether one is asking for forgiveness or for a bad thing for oneself. Volume 1, Book 4, number 212. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, if any one of you feels drowsy while praying, he should sleep till he understands what he is saying, reciting. Volume 1, Book 4, number 213. Narrated Ammar bin Amir. Anas said, the Prophet used to perform ablution for every prayer. I asked Anas, what you used to do? Anas replied, we used to pray with the same ablution until we break it with hadith. Volume 1, Book 4, number 214. Narrated Suwaid bin Numan. In the year of the conquest of Khaybar I went with Allah's apostle till we reached As-Saba, where Allah's apostle led the Asr prayer and asked for the food. Nothing but sa'ik was brought and we ate it and drank water. The Prophet got up for the Maghrib prayer, rinsed his mouth with water and then led the prayer without repeating the ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 215. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet, while passing through one of the graveyards of Medina or Mecca, heard the voices of two persons who were being tortured in their graves. The Prophet said, "These two persons are being tortured not for a major sin, to avoid." The Prophet then added, "Yes. They are being tortured for a major sin. Indeed, one of them never saved himself from being soiled with his urine while the other used to go about with calumnies, to make enmity between friends." The Prophet then asked for a green leaf of a date palm tree, broke it into two pieces and put one on each grave. On being asked why he had done so, he replied, "I hope that their torture might be lessened, till these get dried." Volume 1, Book 4, number 216. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Whenever the Prophet went to answer the call of nature, I used to bring water with which he used to clean his private parts. Volume 1, Book 4, number 217. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet once passed by two graves and said, "These two persons are being tortured not for a major sin, to avoid." One of them never saved himself from being soiled with his urine, while the other used to go about with calumnies, to make enmity between friends. The Prophet then took a green leaf of a date palm tree, split it into pieces, and fixed one on each grave. They said, "O Allah's Apostle, why have you done so?" He replied, "I hope that their punishment might be lessened till these, the pieces of the leaf, become dry." See the footnote of Hadith 215. Volume 1, Book 4, number 218. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet saw a Bedouin making water in the mosque and told the people not to disturb him. When he finished, the Prophet asked for some water and poured it over the urine. Volume 1, Book 4, number 219. Narrated Abu Huraira. A Bedouin stood up and started making water in the mosque. The people caught him, but the Prophet ordered them to leave him and to pour a bucket or a tumbler of water over the place where he had passed the urine. The Prophet then said, "You have been sent to make things easy and not to make them difficult." Volume 1, Book 4, number 220. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said as above, 219. Volume 1, Book 4, number 221. Narrated Anas bin Malik. A Bedouin came and passed urine in one corner of the mosque. The people shouted at him, but the Prophet stopped them till he finished urinating. The Prophet ordered them to spill a bucket of water over that place and they did so. Volume 1, Book 4, number 222. Narrated Aisha. The mother of faithful believers, a child was brought to Allah's Apostle and it urinated on the garment of the Prophet. The Prophet asked for water and poured it over the soiled place. Volume 1, Book 4, number 223. Narrated Qais bint Myson. I brought my young son, who had not started eating ordinary food, to Allah's Apostle, who took him and made him sit in his lap. The child urinated on the garment of the Prophet, so he asked for water and poured it over the soiled area, and did not wash it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 224. Narrated Hudhaifa. Once the Prophet went to the dumps of some people and passed urine while standing. He then asked for water and so I brought it to him and he performed ablution. Volume 1, Book 4, number 225. Narrated Hudhaifa. The Prophet and I walked till we reached the dumps of some people. He stood, as any one of you stands, behind a wall and urinated. I went away, but he beckoned me to come. So I approached him and stood near his back till he finished. Volume 1, Book 4, number 226. Narrated Abu Wail. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari used to lay great stress on the question of urination, and he used to say, if anyone from Bani Israel happened to soil his clothes with urine, he used to cut that portion away. Hearing that, Hudhaifa said to Abu Wail, I wish he, Abu Musa, didn't lay great stress on that matter. Hudhaifa added, Allah's Apostle went to the dumps of some people and urinated while standing. Volume 1, Book 4, number 227. Narrated Asma. A woman came to the Prophet and said, "If any one of us gets menses in her clothes, then what should she do?" He replied, "She should take hold of the soiled place, rub it and put it in the water and rub it in order to remove the traces of blood and then pour water over it. Then she can pray in it." Volume 1, Book 4, number 228. Narrated Aisha. Fatima bint Abi Hubaysh came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I get persistent bleeding from the uterus and do not become clean. Shall I give up my prayers?" Allah's Apostle replied, "No, because it is from a blood vessel and not the menses. So when your real menses begins, give up your prayers, and when it has finished, wash off the blood, take a bath, and offer your prayers." Hisham, the sub-narrator, narrated that his father had also said, "The Prophet told her, perform ablution for every prayer till the time of the next period comes." Volume 1, Book 4, number 229. Narrated Aisha. I used to wash the traces of janaba, semen, from the clothes of the Prophet, and he used to go for prayers while traces of water were still on it, water spots were still visible. Volume 1, Book 4, number 230. Narrated Aisha. As above, 229. Volume 1, Book 4, number 231. Narrated Sulayman bin Yasar. I asked Aisha about the clothes soiled with semen. She replied, "I used to wash it off the clothes of Allah's Apostle, and he would go for the prayer while water spots were still visible." Volume 1, Book 4, number 232. Narrated Amr bin Maimun. I heard Sulayman bin Yasar talking about the clothes soiled with semen. He said that Aisha had said, "I used to wash it off the clothes of Allah's Apostle, and he would go for the prayers while water spots were still visible on them." Volume 1, Book 4, number 233. Narrated Aisha. I used to wash the semen off the clothes of the Prophet, and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them. Volume 1, Book 4, number 234. Narrated Abu Kalaba. Anas said, "Some people of Aql or Urana tribe came to Medina, and its climate did not suit them. So the Prophet ordered them to go to the herd of milch camels and to drink their milk and urine, as a medicine. So they went as directed, and after they became healthy, they killed the shepherd of the Prophet and drove away all the camels. The news reached the Prophet early in the morning, and he sent men in their pursuit, and they were captured and brought at noon. He then ordered to cut their hands and feet, and it was done, and their eyes were branded with heated pieces of iron, they were put in al-Hara, and when they asked for water, no water was given to them." Abu Kalaba said, "Those people committed theft and murder, became infidels after embracing Islam, and fought against Allah and his Apostle." Volume 1, Book 4, number 235. Narrated Anas. Prior to the construction of the mosque, the Prophet offered the prayers at sheepfolds. Volume 1, Book 4, number 236. Narrated Maymuna. Allah's Apostle was asked regarding ghee, cooking butter, in which a mouse had fallen. He said, "Take out the mouse and throw away the ghee around it and use the rest." Volume 1, Book 4, number 237. Narrated Maymuna. The Prophet was asked regarding ghee in which a mouse had fallen. He said, "Take out the mouse and throw away the ghee around it, and use the rest." Volume 1, Book 4, number 238. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "A wound which a Muslim receives in Allah's cause will appear on the day of resurrection as it was at the time of infliction. Blood will be flowing from the wound, and its color will be that of the blood, but will smell like musk." Volume 1, Book 4, number 239. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "We, Muslims, are the last people to come in the world, but will be the foremost on the day of resurrection." The same narrator told that the Prophet had said, "You should not pass urine in stagnant water which is not flowing, then you may need to wash in it." Volume 1, Book 4, number 240. Narrated Abdullah. While Allah's Apostle was prostrating, as stated below. Volume 1, Book 4, number 241. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Once the Prophet was offering prayers at the Kaaba. Abu Jahl was sitting with some of his companions. One of them said to the others, "Who amongst you will bring the abdominal contents, intestines, etc., of a camel of Bani so and put it on the back of Muhammad, when he prostrates?" The most unfortunate of them got up and brought it. He waited till the Prophet prostrated and then placed it on his back between his shoulders. I was watching but could not do anything. I wish I had some people with me to hold out against them. They started laughing and falling on one another. Allah's apostle was in prostration and he did not lift his head up till Fatima, Prophet's daughter, came and threw that, camel's abdominal contents, away from his back. He raised his head and said thrice, "O Allah! Punish Quraysh." So it was hard for Abu Jahl and his companions when the Prophet invoked Allah against them, as they had a conviction that the prayers and invocations were accepted in this city, Mecca. The Prophet said, "O Allah! Punish Abu Jahl, Utbah bin Rabi'ah, Shayba bin Rabi'ah, Al-Walid bin Utbah, Umayyah bin Khalaf, and Uqbah bin al-Mu'at," and he mentioned the seventh whose name I cannot recall. "By Allah in whose hands my life is, I saw the dead bodies of those persons who were counted by Allah's apostle in the Kalib, one of the wells, of Badr." Volume 1, Book 4, number 242. Narrated Anas. The Prophet once spat in his clothes. Volume 1, Book 4, number 243. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "All drinks that produce intoxication are haram, forbidden to drink." Volume 1, Book 4, number 244. Narrated Abu Hazim. Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi was asked by the people, with what was the wound of the Prophet treated? Sahl replied, "None remains among the people living who knows that better than I." Used to bring water in his shield and Fatima used to wash the blood off his face. Then straw mat was burnt and the wound was filled with it. Volume 1, Book 4, number 245. Narrated Abu Burda. My father said, "I came to the Prophet and saw him carrying a siwak in his hand and cleansing his teeth, saying, you, as if he was retching while the siwak was in his mouth." Volume 1, Book 4, number 246. Narrated Hudhaifa. Whenever the Prophet got up at night, he used to clean his mouth with siwak. Volume 1, Book 4, number 247. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. The Prophet said to me, "Whenever you go to bed, perform ablution like that for the prayer, lie or your right side and say, Allahumma aslam tu waji alaika, wa fawad tu amri alaika. Wa alyatu zari alaika ragbatan wa rabatan alaika. La malja wa la manja minka illa alaika. Allahumma amantu bikita bika el ladi anzalta wa bina bayika el ladi arzalta, O Allah. I surrender to you and entrust all my affairs to you and depend upon you for your blessings both with hope and fear of you. There is no fleeing from you, and there is no place of protection and safety except with you, O Allah. I believe in your book, the Qur'an, which you have revealed, and in your Prophet, Muhammad, whom you have sent. Then if you die on that very night, you will die with faith, i.e., or the religion of Islam. Let the aforesaid words be your last utterance, before sleep." I repeated it before the Prophet, and when I reached, Allahumma amanta bikita bika el ladi anzalta, O Allah, I believe in your book which you have revealed. I said, Warazulika, and your apostle. The Prophet said, "No, but say, Wanabiyaka el ladi arzalta, your Prophet whom you have sent, instead." 5. Bathing, Ghusl. Volume 1, Book 5, number 248. Narrated Aisha. Whenever the Prophet took a bath after janaba, he started by washing his hands and then performed ablution like that for the prayer. After that he would put his fingers in water and move the roots of his hair with them, and then pour 3 handfuls of water over his head and then pour water all over his body. Volume 1, Book 5, number 249. Narrated Maymuna. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle, performed ablution like that for the prayer but did not wash his feet. He washed off the discharge from his private parts and then poured water over his body. He withdrew his feet from that place, the place where he took the bath, and then washed them. And that was his way of taking the bath of Janaba. Volume 1, Book 5, number 250. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot called Farak. Volume 1, Book 5, number 251. Narrated Abu Salama. Aisha's brother and I went to Aisha and he asked her about the bath of the Prophet. She brought a pot containing about a sa of water and took a bath and poured it over her head, and at what time there was a screen between her and us. Volume 1, Book 5, number 252. Narrated Abu Jafar. While I and my father were with Jabir bin Abdullah, some people asked him about taking a bath. He replied, "A sa of water is sufficient for you." A man said, "A sa is not sufficient for me." Jabir said, "A sa was sufficient for one who had more hair than you and was better than you," meaning the Prophet. And then Jabir put on his garment and led the prayer. Volume 1, Book 5, number 253. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet and Maymunah used to take a bath from a single pot. Volume 1, Book 5, number 254. Narrated Jubair bin Mut'im. Allah's Apostle said, "As for me, I pour water 3 times on my head." And he pointed with both his hands. Volume 1, Book 5, number 255. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet used to pour water 3 times on his head. Volume 1, Book 5, number 256. Narrated Abu Jafar. Jabir bin Abdullah said to me, "Your cousin, Hassan bin Muhammad bin al-Hanafiya, came to me and asked about the bath of Janaba." I replied, "The Prophet uses to take 3 handfuls of water, pour them on his head and then pour more water over his body." Al-Hassan said to me, "I am a hairy man." I replied, "The Prophet had more hair than you." Volume 1, Book 5, number 257. Narrated Maymunah. I placed water for the bath of the Prophet. He washed his hands twice or thrice and then poured water on his left hand and washed his private parts. He rubbed his hands over the earth, and cleaned them, rinsed his mouth, washed his nose by putting water in it and blowing it out, washed his face and both forearms and then poured water over his body. Then he withdrew from that place and washed his feet. Volume 1, Book 5, number 258. Narrated Aisha. Whenever the Prophet took the bath of Janaba, sexual relation or wet dream, he asked for the hilab or some other scent. He used to take it in his hand, rub it first over the right side of his head and then over the left and then rub the middle of his head with both hands. Volume 1, Book 5, number 259. Narrated Maymunah. I placed water for the bath of the Prophet and he poured water with his right hand on his left and washed them. Then he washed his private parts and rubbed his hands on the ground, washed them with water, rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and blowing it out, washed his face and poured water on his head. He withdrew from that place and washed his feet. A piece of cloth, towel, was given to him but he did not use it. Volume 1, Book 5, number 260. Narrated Maymunah. The Prophet took the bath of Janaba. Sexual relation or wet dream. He first cleaned his private parts with his hand, and then rubbed it, that hand, on the wall, earth, and washed it. Then he performed ablution like that for the prayer, and after the bath he washed his feet. Volume 1, Book 5, number 261. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot of water and our hands used to go in the pot after each other in turn. Volume 1, Book 5, number 262. Narrated Aisha. Whenever Allah's Apostle took a bath of Janaba, he washed his hands first. Volume 1, Book 5, number 263. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot of water after Janaba. Volume 1, Book 5, number 264. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet and one of his wives used to take a bath from a single pot of water. Shuf'a added to Anas's statement after the Janaba. Volume 1, Book 5, number 265. Narrated Maymuna. I placed water for the bath of Allah's Apostle and he poured water over his hands and washed them twice or thrice. Then he poured water with his right hand over his left and washed his private parts, with his left hand. He rubbed his hand over the earth and rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and blowing it out. After that he washed his face, both forearms and head thrice and then poured water over his body. He withdrew from that place and washed his feet. Volume 1, Book 5, number 266. Narrated Maymuna bint al-Harith. I placed water for the bath of Allah's Apostle and put a screen. He poured water over his hands, and washed them once or twice. The sub-narrator added that he did not remember if she had said thrice or not. Then he poured water with his right hand over his left one and washed his private parts. He rubbed his hand over the earth or the wall and washed it. He rinsed his mouth and washed his nose by putting water in it and blowing it out. He washed his face, forearms and head. He poured water over his body and then withdrew from that place and washed his feet. I presented him a piece of cloth, towel, and he pointed with his hand, that he does not want it, and did not take it. Volume 1, Book 5, number 267. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Muntathir. On the authority of his father that he had asked Aisha, about the hadith of Ibn Umar. She said, May Allah be merciful to Abu Abdurrahman. I used to put scent on Allah's Apostle and he used to go round his wives, and in the morning he assumed the ihram, and the fragrance of scent was still coming out from his body. Volume 1, Book 5, number 268. Narrated Qatada. Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet used to visit all his wives in a round, during the day and night and they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the Prophet the strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. And Sa'idi said on the authority of Qatada that Anas had told him about 9 wives only, not 11. Volume 1, Book 5, number 269. Narrated Ali. I used to get emotional urethral discharge frequently. Being the son-in-law of the Prophet, I requested a man to ask him about it. So the man asked the Prophet about it. The Prophet replied, perform ablution after washing your organ, penis. Volume 1, Book 5, number 270. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Muntathir. On the authority of his father that he had asked Aisha about the saying of Ibn Umar, i.e. he did not like to be a muhrim while the smell of scent was still coming from his body. Aisha said, I scented Allah's Apostle and he went round, had sexual intercourse with all his wives, and in the morning he was muhrim, after taking a bath. Volume 1, Book 5, number 271. Narrated Aisha. It is as if I am just looking at the glitter of scent in the parting of the Prophet's head hair while he was a muhrim. Volume 1, Book 5, number 272. Narrated Hisham bin Urwa. On the authority of his father, Aisha said, whenever Allah's Apostle took the bath of Janaba, he cleaned his hands and performed ablution like that for prayer and then took a bath and rubbed his hair, till he felt that the whole skin of the head had become wet, then he would pour water thrice and wash the rest of the body. Aisha further said, I and Allah's Apostle used to take a bath from a single water container, from which we took water simultaneously. Volume 1, Book 5, number 273. Narrated Maymuna. Water was placed for the ablution of Allah's Apostle after Janaba. He poured water with his right hand over his left twice or thrice and then washed his private parts and rubbed his hand on the earth or on a wall twice or thrice and then rinsed his mouth. Washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out arid, then washed his face and forearms and poured water over his head and washed his body. Then he shifted from that place and washed his feet. I brought a piece of cloth, but he did not take it and removed the traces of water from his body with his hand. Volume 1, Book 5, number 274. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once the call, Iqama, for the prayer was announced and the rows were straightened. Allah's apostle came out, and when he stood up at his musalla, he remembered that he was junub. Then he ordered us to stay at our places and went to take a bath and then returned with water dropping from his head. He said, Allahu Akbar, and we all offered the prayer with him. Volume 1, Book 5, number 275. Narrated Maymuna. I placed water for the bath of the Prophet and screened him with a garment. He poured water over his hands and washed them. After that he poured water with his right hand over his left and washed his private parts, rubbed his hands with earth and washed them, rinsed his mouth. Washed his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out and then washed his face and forearms. He poured water over his head and body. He then shifted from that place and washed his feet. I gave him a piece of cloth but he did not take it and came out removing the water, from his body, with both his hands. Volume 1, Book 5, number 276. Narrated Aisha. Whenever any one of us was junub, she poured water over her head thrice with both her hands and then rubbed the right side of her head with one hand and rubbed the left side of the head with the other hand. Volume 1, Book 5, number 277. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the people of Bani Israel used to take bath naked, all together, looking at each other. The Prophet Moses used to take a bath alone. They said, by Allah, nothing prevents Moses from taking a bath with us except that he has a scrotal hernia. So once Moses went out to take a bath and put his clothes over a stone and then that stone ran away with his clothes. Moses followed that stone saying, my clothes, O stone. My clothes, O stone. Till the people of Bani Israel saw him and said, by Allah, Moses has got no defect in his body. Moses took his clothes and began to beat the stone. Abu Huraira added, by Allah, there are still 6 or 7 marks present on the stone from that excessive beating. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, when the Prophet Job, Ayub, was taking a bath naked, golden locusts began to fall on him. Job started collecting them in his clothes. His Lord addressed him, O Job, haven't I given you enough so that you are not in need of them? Job replied, yes. By your honor, power. But I cannot dispense with your blessings. Volume 1, Book 5, number 278. Narrated Hani bint Abi Talib. I went to Allah's apostle in the year of the conquest of Mecca and found him taking a bath while Fatima was screening him. The Prophet asked, who is it? I replied, I am Hani. Volume 1, Book 5, number 279. Narrated Maymuna. I screened the Prophet while he was taking a bath of janaba. He washed his hands, poured water from his right hand over his left and washed his private parts. Then he rubbed his hand over a wall or the earth, and performed ablution similar to that for the prayer but did not wash his feet. Then he poured water over his body, shifted from that place, and washed his feet. Volume 1, Book 5, number 280. Narrated Salama. The mother of the believers, Sulaim, the wife of Abu Talha, came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, verily Allah is not shy of telling you the truth. Is it necessary for a woman to take a bath after she has a wet dream, nocturnal sexual discharge? Allah's apostle replied, yes, if she notices a discharge. Volume 1, Book 5, number 281. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet came across me in one of the streets of Medina and at that time I was junub. So I slipped away from him and went to take a bath. On my return the Prophet said, O Abu Huraira, where have you been? I replied, I was junub, so I disliked to sit in your company. The Prophet said, Subhan Allah. A believer never becomes impure. Volume 1, Book 5, number 282. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet used to visit all his wives in one night and he had 9 wives at that time. Volume 1, Book 5, number 283. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle came across me and I was junub. He took my hand and I went along with him till he sat down. I slipped away, went home and took a bath. When I came back, he was still sitting there. He then said to me, "O Abu Huraira, where have you been?" I told him about it. The Prophet said, "Subhanallah. O Abu Huraira, a believer never becomes impure." Volume 1, Book 5, number 284. Narrated Abu Salama. I asked Aisha, did the Prophet use to sleep while he was junub? She replied, yes, but he used to perform ablution before going to bed. Volume 1, Book 5, number 285. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. I asked Allah's apostle, can any one of us sleep while he is junub? He replied, yes, if he performs ablution, he can sleep while he is junub. Volume 1, Book 5, number 286. Narrated Aisha. Whenever the Prophet intended to sleep while he was junub, he used to wash his private parts and perform ablution like that for the prayer. Volume 1, Book 5, number 287. Narrated Abdullah. Umar asked the Prophet, can any one of us sleep while he is junub? He replied, yes, if he performs ablution. Volume 1, Book 5, number 288. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Umar bin al-Khattab told Allah's apostle, I became junub at night. Allah's apostle replied, perform ablution after washing your private parts and then sleep. Volume 1, Book 5, number 289. Narrated Hisham. As the following Hadith 290. Volume 1, Book 5, number 290. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when a man sits in between the four parts of a woman and did the sexual intercourse with her, bath becomes compulsory. Volume 1, Book 5, number 291. Narrated Zaid bin Khalid al-Jayuhani. I asked Uthman bin Affan about a man who engaged in the sexual intercourse with his wife but did not discharge. Uthman replied, he should perform ablution like that for the prayer after washing his private parts. Uthman added, I heard that from Allah's apostle. I asked Ali bin Abi Talib, Izi Zubair bin al-Awwam, Talha bin Ubaydullah and Ubay bin Kabi, and I gave the same reply. Abu Aylab said that he had heard that from Allah's apostle. This order was cancelled later on, so one has to take a bath. See, Hadith number 180. Volume 1, Book 5, number 292. Narrated Ubay bin Kabi. I asked Allah's apostle about a man who engages in sexual intercourse with his wife but does not discharge. He replied, he should wash the parts which comes in contact with the private parts of the woman, perform ablution and then pray. Abu Abdullah said, taking a bath is safer and is the last order. 6. Menstrual Periods. Volume 1, Book 6, number 293. Narrated Al-Qasim. Aisha said, we set out with the sole intention of performing Hajj, and when we reached Sarif, a place 6 miles from Mecca, I got my menses. Allah's apostle came to me while I was weeping. He said, what is the matter with you? Have you got your menses? I replied, yes. He said, this is a thing which Allah has ordained for the daughters of Adam. So do what all the pilgrims do with the exception of the ta'af, circumambulation, round the Kaaba. Aisha added, Allah's apostle sacrificed cows on behalf of his wives. Volume 1, Book 6, number 294. Narrated Aisha. While in menses, I used to comb the hair of Allah's apostle. Volume 1, Book 6, number 295. Narrated Urwa. A person asked me, can a woman in menses serve me? And can a junub woman come close to me? I replied, all this is easy for me. All of them can serve me, and there is no harm for any other person to do the same. Aisha told me that she used to comb the hair of Allah's apostle while she was in her menses, and he was in itikaf, in the mosque. He would bring his head near her in her room and she would comb his hair, while she used to be in her menses. Volume 1, Book 6, number 296. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet used to lean on my lap and recite Qur'an while I was in menses. Volume 1, Book 6, number 297. Narrated, Salama. While I was laying with the Prophet under a single woolen sheet, I got the menses. I slipped away and put on the clothes for menses. He said, "Have you got nifas, menses?" I replied, "Yes." He then called me and made me lie with him under the same sheet. Volume 1, Book 6, number 298. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot while we were junub. During the menses, he used to order me to put on an izar, dress worn below the waist, and used to fondle me. While in itikaf, he used to bring his head near me and I would wash it while I used to be in my periods, menses. Volume 1, Book 6, number 299. Narrated, Abdurrahman bin al-Aswad. On the authority of his father, Aisha said, whenever Allah's apostle wanted to fondle any one of us during her periods, menses, he used to order her to put on an izar and start fondling her. Aisha added, none of you could control his sexual desires as the Prophet could. Volume 1, Book 6, number 300. Narrated Maymuna. Whenever Allah's apostle wanted to fondle any of his wives during the periods, menses, he used to ask her to wear an izar. Volume 1, Book 6, number 301. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Once Allah's apostle went out to the musalla, to offer the prayer, Eid al-Adha or al-Fitr prayer. Then he passed by the women and said, O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you, women. They asked, why is it so, O Allah's apostle? He replied, you curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious sensible man could be led astray by some of you. The women asked, O Allah's apostle, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion? He said, is not the evidence of two women equal to the witness of one man? They replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her intelligence. Isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses? The women replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her religion. Volume 1, Book 6, number 302. Narrated, Aisha. We set out with the Prophet for Hajj and when we reached Sarif I got my menses. When the Prophet came to me, I was weeping. He asked, why are you weeping? I said, I wish if I had not performed Hajj this year. He asked, maybe that you got your menses? I replied, yes. He then said, this is the thing which Allah has ordained for all the daughters of Adam. So do what all the pilgrims do except that you do not perform the tawaf round the Kaaba till you are clean. Volume 1, Book 6, number 303. Narrated, Aisha. Fatima bint Abi Hubaysh said to Allah's apostle, O Allah's apostle, I do not become clean, from bleeding. Shall I give up my prayers? Allah's apostle replied, no, because it is from a blood vessel and not the menses. So when the real menses begins give up your prayers and when it, the period, has finished wash the blood off your body, take a bath, and offer your prayers. Volume 1, Book 6, number 304. Narrated Asma bint Abi Bakr. A woman asked Allah's apostle, O Allah's apostle, what should we do, if the blood of menses falls on our clothes? Allah's apostle replied, if the blood of menses falls on the garment of any one of you, she must take hold of the blood spot, rub it, and wash it with water and then pray with it. Volume 1, Book 6, number 305. Narrated, Aisha. Whenever any one of us got her menses, she, on becoming clean, used to take hold of the blood spot and rub the blood off her garment. And pour water over it and wash that portion thoroughly and sprinkle water over the rest of the garment. After that she would pray with it. Volume 1, Book 6, number 306. Narrated, Aisha. Once one of the wives of the Prophet did itikaf along with him and she was getting bleeding in between her periods. She used to see the blood, from her private parts, and she would perhaps put a dish under her for the blood. The sub-narrator Ikrimah added, Aisha once saw the liquid of safflower and said, it looks like what so and so used to have. Volume 1, Book 6, number 307. Narrated, Aisha. One of the wives of Allah's Apostle joined him in el-tikaf and she noticed blood and yellowish discharge, from her private parts, and put a dish under her when she prayed. Volume 1, Book 6, number 308. Narrated, Aisha. One of the mothers of the faithful believers, i.e. the wives of the Prophet, did el-tikaf while she was having bleeding in between her periods. Volume 1, Book 6, number 309. Narrated, Aisha. None of us had more than a single garment and we used to have our menses while wearing it. Whenever it got soiled with blood of menses we used to apply saliva to the blood spot and rub off the blood with our nails. Volume 1, Book 6, number 310. Narrated, Amatiyah. We were forbidden to mourn for a dead person for more than 3 days except in the case of a husband for whom mourning was allowed for 4 months and 10 days. During that time, we were not allowed to put KOHL, antimony powder, in our eyes or to use perfumes or to put on colored clothes except a dress made of ASB, a kind of Yemen cloth, very coarse and rough. We were allowed very light perfumes at the time of taking a bath after menses and also we were forbidden to go with the funeral procession. Volume 1, Book 6, number 311. Narrated, Aisha. A woman asked the Prophet about the bath which is take after finishing from the menses. The Prophet told her what to do and said, purify yourself with a piece of cloth scented with musk. The woman asked, how shall I purify myself with it? He said, Subhanallah. Purify yourself with it. I pulled her to myself and said, rub the place soiled with blood with it. Volume 1, Book 6, number 312. Narrated, Aisha. An Ansari woman asked the Prophet how to take a bath after finishing from the menses. He replied, take a piece of cloth perfumed with musk and clean the private parts with it thrice. The Prophet felt shy and turned his face. So pulled her to me and told her what the Prophet meant. Volume 1, Book 6, number 313. Narrated, Aisha. In the last Hajj of Allah's Apostle I assumed the ihram for Hajj along with Allah Apostle. I was one of those who intended to perform Hajj and Umrah, and did not take the hadi, animal for sacrifice, with me. I got my menses and was not clean till the night of Arafah. I said, O Allah's Apostle. It is the night of the day of Arafat and I intended to perform the Hajj with Umrah. Allah's Apostle told me to undo my hair and comb it and to postpone the Umrah. I did the same and completed the Hajj. On the night of al-Hasba, i.e. place outside Mecca where the pilgrims go after finishing all the ceremonies Hajj at Mina, the Prophet ordered Abdurrahman, Aisha's brother, to take me to At-Tan'im to assume the ram for Umrah in lieu of that of Hajjatamadu, which I had intended to perform. Volume 1, Book 6, number 314. Narrated, Aisha. On the 1st of Dhul Hijjah we set out with the intention of performing Hajj. Allah's Apostle said, anyone who likes to assume the ihram for Umrah he can do so. Had I not brought the hadi with me, I would have assumed the ihram for Umrah. Some of us assumed the ihram for Umrah while the others assumed the ihram for Hajj. I was one of those who assumed the ihram for Umrah. I got menses and kept on menstruating until the day of Arafat and complained of that to the Prophet. He told me to postpone my Umrah, undo and comb my hair, and to assure the ihram of Hajj and I did so. On the rite of Hasba, he sent my brother Abdurrahman bin Abi Bakr with me to At-Ta'im, where I assumed the ihram for Umrah in lieu of the previous one. Hisham said, for that, Umrah, no hadi, fasting or alms were required. Volume 1, Book 6, number 315. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, at every womb Allah appoints an angel who says, O Lord. A drop of semen, O Lord. A clot. O Lord. A little lump of flesh. Then if Allah wishes, to complete, its creation, the angel asks, O Lord. Will it be a male or female, a wretched or a blessed, and how much will his provision be? And what will his age be? So all that is written while the child is still in the mother's womb. Volume 1, Book 6, number 316. Narrated, Urwa. Aisha said, we set out with the Prophet in his last Hajj. Some of us intended to perform Umrah while others Hajj. When we reached Mecca, Allah's Apostle said, those who had assumed the Ihram for Umrah and had not brought the Hadi should finish his Ihram, and whoever had assumed the Ihram for Umrah and brought the Hadi should not finish the Ihram till he has slaughtered his Hadi, and whoever had assumed the Ihram for Hajj should complete his Hajj. Aisha further said, I got my periods, menses, and kept on menstruating till the day of Arafat, and I had assumed the Ihram for Umrah only, Tamattu. The Prophet ordered me to undo and comb my head hair and assume the Ihram for Hajj only and leave the Umrah. I did the same till I completed the Hajj. Then the Prophet sent Abdur Rahman bin Abi Bakr with me and ordered me to perform Umrah from At-Tan'im in lieu of the missed Umrah. Volume 1, Book 6, number 317. Narrated, Aisha. Fatima bint Abi Hubaysh used to have bleeding in between the periods, so she asked the Prophet about it. He replied, the bleeding is from a blood vessel and not the menses. So give up the prayers when the real menses begin, and when it has finished, take a bath and start praying. Volume 1, Book 6, number 318. Narrated Mu'adda. A woman asked Aisha, should I offer the prayers that which I did not offer because of menses? Aisha said, are you from the Hurora, a town in Iraq? We were with the Prophet and used to get our periods, but he never ordered us to offer them, the prayers missed during menses. Aisha perhaps said, we did not offer them. Volume 1, Book 6, number 319. Narrated Zainab bint Abi Salama. Salama said, I got my menses while I was lying with the Prophet under a woolen sheet. So I slipped away, took the clothes for menses and put them on. Allah's Apostle said, have you got your menses? I replied, yes. Then he called me and took me with him under the woolen sheet. Salama further said, the Prophet used to kiss me while he was fasting. The Prophet and I used to take the bath of Janaba from a single pot. Volume 1, Book 6, number 320. Narrated Salama. While I was lying with the Prophet under a woolen sheet, I got my menses. I slipped away and put on the clothes for menses. The Prophet said, have you got your menses? I replied, yes. He called me and I slept with him under the woolen sheet. Volume 1, Book 6, number 321. Narrated Ayub. Hafsa said, we used to forbid our young women to go out for the 2 Eid prayers. A woman came and stayed at the palace of Bani Khalaf, and she narrated about her sister whose husband took part in 12 holy battles along with the Prophet, and her sister was with her husband in 6 out of these 12. She, the woman's sister, said, we used to treat the wounded, look after the patients, and once I asked the Prophet, is there any harm for any of us to stay at home if she doesn't have a veil? He said, she should cover herself with the veil of her companion and should participate in the good deeds and in the religious gathering of the Muslims. When Atiyah came, I asked her whether she had heard it from the Prophet. She replied, yes. May my father be sacrificed for him, the Prophet. Whenever she mentioned the Prophet she used to say, may my father be sacrificed for him. I have heard the Prophet saying, the unmarried young virgins and the mature girl who stay often screened, or the young unmarried virgins who often stay screened, and the menstruating women should come out and participate in the good deeds as well as the religious gathering of the faithful believers, but the menstruating women should keep away from the musalla, praying place. Hafsa asked Atiyah surprisingly, do you say the menstruating women? She replied, doesn't a menstruating woman attend Arafat, Hajj, and such Other Deeds? Volume 1, Book 6, number 322. Narrated Aisha. Fatima bint Abi Hubaysh asked the Prophet, I got persistent bleeding, in between the periods, and do not become clean. Shall I give up prayers? He replied, No, this is from a blood vessel. Give up the prayers only for the days on which you usually get the menses and then take a bath and offer your prayers. Volume 1, Book 6, number 323. Narrated Atiyah. We never considered yellowish discharge as a thing of importance, as menses. Volume 1, Book 6, number 324. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Habiba got bleeding in between the periods for 7 years. She asked Allah's apostle about it. He ordered her to take a bath, after the termination of actual periods, and added that it was, from, a blood vessel. So she used to take a bath for every prayer. Volume 1, Book 6, number 325. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, I told Allah's apostle that Safiya bint Huyay had got her menses. He said, she will probably delay us. Did she perform tawaf, al-Ifada, with you? We replied, yes. On that the Prophet told her to depart. Volume 1, Book 6, number 326. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A woman is allowed to leave, go back home, if she gets menses, after tawaf al-Ifada. Ibn Umar formerly used to say that she should not leave, but later on I heard him saying, she may leave, since Allah's apostle gave them the permission to leave, after tawaf al-Ifada. Volume 1, Book 6, number 327. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said to me, give up the prayer and your menses begin, and when it has finished, wash the blood off your body, take a bath, and start praying. Volume 1, Book 6, number 328. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. The Prophet offered the funeral prayer for the dead body of a woman who died of, during, delivery, i.e. childbirth, and he stood by the middle of her body. Volume 1, Book 6, number 329. Narrated Maymuna. The wife of the Prophet, during my menses, I never prayed, but used to sit on the mat beside the mosque of Allah's apostle. He used to offer the prayer on his sheet, and in prostration some of his clothes used to touch me. 7. Rubbing hands and feet with dust, tayammum. Volume 1, Book 7, number 330. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, we set out with Allah's apostle on one of his journeys till we reached al-Baida or Datul Jaish. A necklace of mine was broken, and lost. Allah's apostle stayed there to search for it, and so did the people along with him. There was no water at that place, so the people went to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and said, don't you see what Aisha has done? She has made Allah's apostle and the people stay where there is no water and they have no water with them. Abu Bakr came while Allah's apostle was sleeping with his head on my thigh, he said, to me, you have detained Allah's apostle and the people where there is no water and they have no water with them. So he admonished me and said what Allah wished him to say and hit me on my flank with his hand. Nothing prevented me from moving, because of pain, but the position of Allah's apostle on my thigh. Allah's apostle got up when dawn broke and there was no water. So Allah revealed the divine verses of tayammum. So they all performed tayammum. Usaid bin Hudayr said, O the family of Abu Bakr! This is not the first blessing of yours. Then the camel on which I was riding was caused to move from its place and the necklace was found beneath it. Volume 1, Book 7, number 331. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, I have been given 5 things which were not given to anyone else before me. 1. Allah made me victorious by awe, by his frightening my enemies, for a distance of 1 month's journey. 2. The earth has been made for me, and for my followers, a place for praying and a thing to perform tayammum, therefore any one of my followers can pray wherever the time of a prayer is due. 3. The booty has been made halal, lawful, for me, yet it was not lawful for anyone else before me. 4. I have been given the right of intercession, on the day of resurrection. 5. Every prophet used to be sent to his nation only, but I have been sent to all mankind. Volume 1, Book 7, number 332. Narrated, Urwa's father. Aisha said, I borrowed a necklace from Asma and it was lost. So Allah's apostle sent a man to search for it and he found it. Then the time of the prayer became due and there was no water. They prayed, without ablution, and informed Allah's apostle about it, so the verse of Tayammum was revealed. Usaid bin Hudayr said to Aisha, May Allah reward you. By Allah, whenever anything happened which you did not like, Allah brought good for you and for the Muslims in that. Al-Jurf and the time for the Asr prayer became due while he was at Marbat Naim, sheepfold, so he performed Tayammum, and prayed there and then entered Medina when the sun was still high, but he did not repeat that prayer. Volume 1, Book 7, number 333. Narrated Abu Juhaym al-Ansari. The Prophet came from the direction of Bir Jamal. A man met him and greeted him. But he did not return back the greeting till he went to a mud wall and smeared his hands and his face with its dust, performed Tayammum, and then returned back the greeting. Volume 1, Book 7, number 334. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abza. A man came to Umar bin al-Khattab and said, I became junub but no water was available. Ammar bin Yasir said to Umar, Do you remember that you and I became junub while both of us were together on a journey and you didn't pray, but I rolled myself on the ground and prayed? I informed the Prophet about it and he said, It would have been sufficient for you to do like this. The Prophet then stroked lightly the earth with his hands and then blew off the dust and passed his hands over his face and hands. Volume 1, Book 7, number 335. Narrated Said bin Abdur Rahman bin Abza. On the authority of his father who said, Ammar said so, the above statement. And Shubieh stroked lightly the earth with his hands and brought them close to his mouth, blew off the dust, and passed them over his face and then the backs of his hands. Ammar said, Ablution, meaning Tayammum here, is sufficient for a Muslim if water is not available. Volume 1, Book 7, number 336. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abza. That while he was in the company of Umar, Ammar said to Umar, We were in a detachment and became junub and I blew the dust off my hands, performed the rolling over the earth and prayed. Volume 1, Book 7, number 337. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abza. Ammar said to Umar, I rolled myself in the dust and came to the Prophet who said, Passing dusted hands over the face and the backs of the hands is sufficient for you. Volume 1, Book 7, number 338. Narrated Ammar. As above. Volume 1, Book 7, number 339. Narrated Ammar. The Prophet stroked the earth with his hands and then passed them over his face and the backs of his hands, while demonstrating Tayammum. Volume 1, Book 7, number 340. Narrated Imran. Once we were traveling with the Prophet and we carried on traveling till the last part of the night and then we halted at a place, and slept, deeply. There is nothing sweeter than sleep for a traveler in the last part of the night. So it was only the heat of the sun that made us to wake up and the first to wake up was so and so. Then so and so and then so and so, the narrator Auf said that Abu Raja had told him their names but he had forgotten them, and the fourth person to wake up was Umar bin al-Khattab. And whenever the Prophet used to sleep, nobody would wake up him till he himself used to get up as we did not know what was happening, being revealed to him in his sleep. So, Umar got up and saw the condition of the people, and he was a strict man, so he said, Allahu Akbar, and raised his voice with takbir, and kept on saying loudly till the Prophet got up because of it. When he got up, the people informed him about what had happened to them. He said, There is no harm, or it will not be harmful. Depart. So they departed from that place, and after covering some distance the Prophet stopped and asked for some water to perform the ablution. So he performed the ablution and the call for the prayer was pronounced and he led the people in prayer. After he finished from the prayer, he saw a man sitting aloof who had not prayed with the people. He asked, "Oh so and so. What has prevented you from praying with us?" He replied, "I am junub and there is no water." The Prophet said, "Perform tayammum with clean earth and that is sufficient for you." Then the Prophet proceeded on and the people complained to him of thirst. Thereupon he got down and called a person. The narrator Auf added that Abu Raja had named him but he had forgotten, and Ali, and ordered them to go and bring water. So they went in search of water and met a woman who was sitting on her camel between two bags of water. They asked, "Where can we find water?" She replied, "I was there, at the place of water, this hour yesterday and my people are behind me." They requested her to accompany them. She asked, "Where?" They said, "To Allah's Apostle." She said, "Do you mean the man who is called the Sabi, with a new religion?" They replied, "Yes, the same person." "So come along." They brought her to the Prophet and narrated the whole story. He said, "Help her to dismount." The Prophet asked for a pot, then he opened the mouths of the bags and poured some water into the pot. Then he closed the big openings of the bags and opened the small ones and the people were called upon to drink and water their animals. So they all watered their animals and they, too, all quenched their thirst and also gave water to others and last of all the Prophet gave a pot full of water to the person who was junub and told him to pour it over his body. The woman was standing and watching all that which they were doing with her water. By Allah, when her water bags were returned they looked like as if they were more full of water than they had been before, miracle of Allah's Apostle, then the Prophet ordered us to collect something for her. So dates, flour and sa'ik were collected which amounted to a good meal that was put in a piece of cloth. She was helped to ride on her camel and that cloth full of foodstuff was also placed in front of her and then the Prophet said to her, "We have not taken your water but Allah has given water to us." She returned home late. Her relatives asked her, "Oh so and so what has delayed you?" She said, "A strange thing. 2 men met me and took me to the man who is called the Sabi, and he did such and such a thing. By Allah, he is either the greatest magician between this and this," gesturing with her index and middle fingers raising them towards the sky indicating the heaven and the earth, "or he is Allah's true apostle." Afterwards the Muslims used to attack the pagans around her abode but never touched her village. One day she said to her people, "I think that these people leave you purposely. Have you got any inclination to Islam?" They obeyed her and all of them embraced Islam. Abu Abdullah said, "The word Sabae means, the one who has deserted his old religion and embraced a new religion." Abul Ilyas said, "The Sabbaths are a sect of people of the scripture who recite the Book of Psalms." Volume 1, Book 7, number 341. Narrated Abu Wail. Abu Muiza said to Abdullah bin Mas'udi, "If one does not find water, for ablution, can he give up the prayer?" Abdullah replied, "If you give the permission to perform tayammum they will perform tayammum even if water was available if one of them found it cold." Abu Musa said, "What about the statement of Ammar to Umar?" Abdullah replied, "Umar was not satisfied by his statement." Volume 1, Book 7, number 342. Narrated Shakik bin Salama. I was with Abdullah and Abu Musa. The latter asked the former, "O Abu Abdurrahman, what is your opinion if somebody becomes junub and no water is available?" Abdullah replied, "Do not pray till water is found." Abu Musa said, "What do you say about the statement of Ammar, who was ordered by the Prophet to perform tayammum?" The Prophet said to him, "Perform tayammum and that would be sufficient." Abdullah replied, "Don't you see that Umar was not satisfied by Ammar's statement?" Abu Musa said, "All right, leave Ammar's statement, but what will you say about this verse, of tayammum?" Abdullah kept quiet and then said, "If we allowed it, then they would probably perform tayammum even if water was available, if one of them found it, water, cold." The narrator added, "I said to Shakik, then did Abdullah dislike to perform tayammum because of this?" He replied, "Yes." Volume 1, Book 7, number 343. Narrated Al-Amash. Shakik said, while I was sitting with Abdullah and Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, the latter asked the former, if a person becomes junub and does not find water for 1 month, can he perform tayammum and offer his prayer? He applied in the negative. Abu Musa said, what do you say about this verse from Surat al-Ma'idah, when you do not find water then perform tayammum with clean earth? Abdullah replied, if we allowed it then they would probably perform tayammum with clean earth even if water were available but cold. I said to Shakik, you then dislike to perform tayammum because of this? Shakik said, yes. Shakik added, Abu Musa said, haven't you heard the statement of Ammar to Gumar? He said, I was sent out by Allah's apostle for some job and I became junub and could not find water so I rolled myself over the dust, clean earth, like an animal does, and when I told the Prophet of that he said, like this would have been sufficient. The Prophet, saying so, lightly stroked the earth with his hand once and blew it off, then passed his left hand over the back of his right hand or his right hand over the back of his left hand and then passed them over his face. So, Abdullah said to Abu Musa, don't you know that Umar was not satisfied with Ammar's statement? Narrated Shakik, while I was with Abdullah and Abu Musa, the latter said to the former, haven't you heard the statement of Ammar to Gumar? He said, Allah's apostle sent you and me out and I became junub and rolled myself in the dust, clean earth, for tayammum. When we came to Allah's apostle I told him about it and he said, this would have been sufficient, passing his hands over his face and the backs of his hands once only. Volume 1, Book 7, number 344. Narrated Imran bin Hussein al-Khuzai. Allah's apostle saw a person sitting aloof and not praying with the people. He asked him, O so and so, what prevented you from offering the prayer with the people? He replied, O Allah's apostle, I am junub and there is no water. The Prophet said, perform tayammum with clean earth and that will be sufficient for you. 8. Prayers, Salat. Volume 1, Book 8, number 345. Narrated Abu Dhar. Allah's apostle said, while I was at Mecca the roof of my house was opened and Gabriel descended, opened my chest, and washed it with Zamzam water. Then he brought a golden tray full of wisdom and faith and having poured its contents into my chest, he closed it. Then he took my hand and ascended with me to the nearest heaven. When I reached the nearest heaven, Gabriel said to the gatekeeper of the heaven, open the gate. The gatekeeper asked, who is it? Gabriel answered, Gabriel. He asked, is there anyone with you? Gabriel replied, yes, Muhammad the First is with me. He asked, has he been called? Gabriel said, yes. So the gate was opened and we went over the nearest heaven and there we saw a man sitting with some people on his right and some on his left. When he looked towards his right, he laughed and when he looked toward his left he wept. Then he said, welcome, O pious Prophet and pious Son. I asked Gabriel, who is he? He replied, he is Adam and the people on his right and left are the souls of his offspring. Those on his right are the people of paradise and those on his left are the people of hell and when he looks towards his right he laughs and when he looks towards his left he weeps. Then he ascended with me till he reached the second heaven and he, Gabriel, said to its gatekeeper, open the gate. The gatekeeper said to him the same as the gatekeeper of the first heaven had said and he opened the gate. Anas said, Abu Dhar added that the Prophet met Adam, Idris, Moses, Jesus and Abraham. He, Abu Dhar, did not mention on which heaven they were but he mentioned that he, the Prophet, met Adarn on the nearest heaven and Abraham on the sixth heaven. Anas said, when Gabriel along with the Prophet passed by Idris, the latter said, welcome, O pious Prophet and pious brother. The Prophet asked, who is he? Gabriel replied, he is Idris. The Prophet added, I passed by Moses and he said, welcome, O pious Prophet and pious brother. I asked Gabriel, who is he? Gabriel replied, he is Moses. Then I passed by Jesus and he said, welcome, O pious brother and pious Prophet. I asked, who is he? Gabriel replied, he is Jesus. Then I passed by Abraham and he said, Welcome, O pious prophet and pious son. I asked Gabriel, Who is he? Gabriel replied, He is Abraham. The prophet added, Then Gabriel ascended with me to a place where I heard the creaking of the pens. Ibn Hazm and Anas bin Malik said, The prophet said, Then Allah enjoined 50 prayers on my followers. When I returned with this order of Allah, I passed by Moses who asked me, What has Allah enjoined on your followers? I replied, He has enjoined 50 prayers on them. Moses said, Go back to your Lord, and appeal for reduction, for your followers will not be able to bear it. So I went back to Allah and requested for reduction, and He reduced it to half. When I passed by Moses again and informed him about it, he said, Go back to your Lord as your followers will not be able to bear it. So I returned to Allah and requested for further reduction and half of it was reduced. I again passed by Moses and he said to me, Return to your Lord, for your followers will not be able to bear it. So I returned to Allah and he said, These are 5 prayers and they are all equal to 50 in reward, for my word does not change. I returned to Moses and he told me to go back once again. I replied, Now I feel shy of asking my Lord again. Then Gabriel took me till we reached Sidrat al-Muntaha, lote tree of the utmost boundary, which was shrouded in colors, indescribable. Then I was admitted into paradise where I found small tents or walls, made of pearls and its earth was of musk. Volume 1, Book 8, number 346. Narrated, Aisha. The mother of believers, Allah enjoined the prayer when He enjoined it, it was 2 rakat only, in every prayer, both when in residence or on journey. Then the prayers offered on journey remained the same, but the rakat of the prayers for non-travelers were increased. Volume 1, Book 8, number 347. Narrated, Atiyah. We were ordered to bring out our menstruating women and veiled women in the religious gatherings and invocation of Muslims on the 2 Eid festivals. These menstruating women were to keep away from their musalla. A woman asked, O Allah's Apostle, what about one who does not have a veil? He said, Let her share the veil of her companion. Volume 1, Book 8, number 348. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Munkadir. Once Jabir prayed with his izar tied to his back while his clothes were lying beside him on a wooden peg. Somebody asked him, Do you offer your prayer in a single izar? He replied, I did so to show it to a fool like you. Had any one of us 2 garments in the lifetime of the Prophet? Volume 1, Book 8, number 349. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Munkadir. I saw Jabir bin Abdullah praying in a single garment and he said that he had seen the Prophet praying in a single garment. Volume 1, Book 8, number 350. Narrated Umar bin Abi Salama. The Prophet prayed in one garment and crossed its ends. Volume 1, Book 8, number 351. Narrated Umar bin Abi Salama. I saw the Prophet offering prayers in a single garment in the house of Salama and he had crossed its ends around his shoulders. Volume 1, Book 8, number 352. Narrated Umar bin Abi Salama. In the house of Salama I saw Allah's Apostle offering prayers, wrapped in a single garment around his body with its ends crossed round his shoulders. Volume 1, Book 8, number 353. Narrated Abu Murrah. The freed slave of Hani, the daughter of Abi Talib said, I went to Allah's Apostle in the year of the conquest of Mecca and found him taking a bath and his daughter Fatima was screening him. I greeted him. He asked, Who is she? I replied, I am Hani bint Abi Talib. He said, Welcome. O Hani. When he finished his bath he stood up and prayed 8 rakat while wearing a single garment wrapped round his body and when he finished I said, O Allah's Apostle. My brother has told me that he will kill a person whom I gave shelter and that person is so and so the son of Hubayra. The Prophet said, We shelter the person whom you have sheltered. Ham added, and that was before noon, Duha. Volume 1, Book 8, number 354. Narrated Abu Huraira. A person asked Allah's Apostle about the offering of the prayer in a single garment. Allah's Apostle replied, "Has every one of you got 2 garments?" Volume 1, Book 8, number 355. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "None of you should offer prayer in a single garment that does not cover the shoulders." Volume 1, Book 8, number 356. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Whoever prays in a single garment must cross its ends, over the shoulders." Volume 1, Book 8, number 357. Narrated Said bin al-Harith. I asked Jabir bin Abdullah about praying in a single garment. He said, "I traveled with the Prophet during some of his journeys, and I came to him at night for some purpose and I found him praying. At that time, I was wearing a single garment with which I covered my shoulders and prayed by his side. When he finished the prayer, he asked, 'O Jabir, what has brought you here?' I told him what I wanted. When I finished, he asked, 'O Jabir, what is this garment which I have seen and with which you covered your shoulders?' I replied, 'It is a tight garment.' He said, 'If the garment is large enough, wrap it round the body, covering the shoulders, and if it is tight, too short, then use it as an izar, tie it around your waist only.' Volume 1, Book 8, number 358. Narrated Saul. The men used to pray with the Prophet with their izars tied around their necks as boys used to do. Therefore the Prophet told the women not to raise their heads till the men sat down straight, while praying. Volume 1, Book 8, number 359. Narrated Mughira bin Shubi'ah. Once I was traveling with the Prophet and he said, 'O Mughira, take this container of water.' I took it and Allah's Apostle went far away till he disappeared. He answered the call of nature and was wearing a Syrian cloak. He tried to take out his hands from its sleeve but it was very tight so he took out his hands from under it. I poured water and he performed ablution like that for prayers and passed his wet hands over his cuff, leather socks, and then prayed. Volume 1, Book 8, number 360. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. While Allah's Apostle was carrying stones, along, with the people of Mecca for the building of the Kaaba wearing an izar, waist sheet cover, his uncle Al-Abbas said to him, "O my nephew, it would be better, if you take off your izar and put it over your shoulders underneath the stones." So he took off his izar and put it over his shoulders, but he fell unconscious and since then he had never been seen naked. Volume 1, Book 8, number 361. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man stood up and asked the Prophet about praying in a single garment. The Prophet said, "Has every one of you 2 garments?" A man put a similar question to Umar on which he replied, "When Allah makes you wealthier then you should clothe yourself properly during prayers. Otherwise one can pray with an izar and a rida, a sheet covering the upper part of the body. Izar and a shirt, izar and a kaba, trousers and a rida, trousers and a shirt or trousers and a kaba, tubban and a kaba or tubban and a shirt." The narrator added, "I think that he also said a tubban and a rida." Volume 1, Book 8, number 362. Narrated Ibn Umar. A person asked Allah's Apostle, "What should a muhrim wear?" He replied, "He should not wear shirts, trousers, a burnous, a hooded cloak, or clothes which are stained with saffron or wars, a kind of perfume. Whoever does not find a sandal to wear can wear cuffs, but these should be cut short so as not to cover the ankles." Volume 1, Book 8, number 363. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle forbade ishtimal as-sama, wrapping one's body with a garment so that one cannot raise its end or take one's hand out of it. He also forbade al-atiba, sitting on buttocks with knees close to abdomen and feet apart with the hands circling the knees, while wrapping oneself with a single garment, without having a part of it over the private parts. Volume 1, Book 8, number 364. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet forbade 2 kinds of sales, i.e. al-imais and an-nibad. The former is a kind of sale in which the deal is completed if the buyer touches a thing. without seeing or checking it properly, and the latter is a kind of a sale in which the deal is completed when the seller throws a thing towards the buyer, giving him no opportunity to see, touch or check it, and, the Prophet forbade, also ishtimal as-sama and al-atiba, in a single garment. Volume 1, Book 8, number 365. Narrated Abu Huraira. On the day of Nar, 10th of Dhul-Hijjah. In the year prior to the last Hajj of the Prophet, when Abu Bakr was the leader of the pilgrims in that Hajj, Abu Bakr sent me along with other announcers to Mina to make a public announcement: no pagan is allowed to perform Hajj after this year, and no naked person is allowed to perform the tawaf around the Kaaba. Then Allah's apostle sent all to read out the Surat Bara'ah, at Tawbah, to the people. So he made the announcement along with us on the day of Nar in Mina: no pagan is allowed to perform Hajj after this year, and no naked person is allowed to perform the tawaf around the Kaaba. Volume 1, Book 8, number 366. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Munkadir. I went to Jabir bin Abdullah, and he was praying wrapped in a garment, and his rider was lying beside him. When he finished the prayers, I said, "O Abdullah, you pray in a single garment, while your rider is lying beside you?" He replied, "Yes, I did it intentionally so that the ignorant ones like you might see me." I saw the Prophet praying like this. Volume 1, Book 8, number 367. Narrated Abdul Aziz. Anas said, when Allah's apostle invaded Khaybar, we offered the far prayer there yearly in the morning, when it was still dark. The Prophet rode and Abu Talha rode too, and I was riding behind Abu Talha. The Prophet passed through the lane of Khaybar quickly, and my knee was touching the thigh of the Prophet. He uncovered his thigh, and I saw the whiteness of the thigh of the Prophet. When he entered the town, he said, "Allahu Akbar. Khaybar is ruined. Whenever we approach near a hostile nation to fight, then evil will be the morning of those who have been warned." He repeated this thrice. The people came out for their jobs, and some of them said, "Muhammad has come." Some of our companions added, "with his army. We conquered Khaybar, took the captives, and the booty was collected." Dihya came and said, "O Allah's Prophet, give me a slave girl from the captives." The Prophet said, "Go and take any slave girl." He took Safiya bint Huyay. A man came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's apostles, you gave Safiya bint Huyay to Dihya, and she is the chief mistress of the tribes of Qurayza and An-Nadir, and she befits none but you." So the Prophet said, "Bring him along with her." So Dihya came with her, and when the Prophet saw her, he said to Dihya, "Take any slave girl other than her from the captives." Anas added, "The Prophet then manumitted her and married her." Thabit asked Anas, "O Abu Hamza, what did the Prophet pay her, as mar?" He said, "Herself was her mar, for he manumitted her and then married her." Anas added, "While on the way, Sulaim dressed her for marriage ceremony, and at night she sent her as a bride to the Prophet. So the Prophet was a bridegroom, and he said, whoever has anything, food, should bring it. He spread out a leather sheet for the food, and some brought dates and others cooking butter. I think he, Anas, mentioned as satiq. So they prepared a dish of hais, a kind of meal. And that was warma, the marriage banquet, of Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 8. Number 368. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to offer the far prayer, and some believing women covered with their veiling sheets used to attend the far prayer with him, and then they would return to their homes unrecognized. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 369. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet prayed in a kamisa, a square garment, having marks. During the prayer, he looked at its marks. So when he finished the prayer he said, "Take this kamisa of mine to Abu Jam and get me his inbijania, a woolen garment without marks, as it, the kamisa, has diverted my attention from the prayer." Volume 1, Book 8, Number 370. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "I was looking at its, kamisas, marks during the prayers, and I was afraid that it may put me in trial, by taking away my attention. Volume 1, Book 8, number 371. Narrated Anas. Aisha had a kiram, a thin marked woolen curtain, with which he had screened one side of her home. The Prophet said, "Take away this kiram of yours, as its pictures are still displayed in front of me during my prayer, i.e. they divert my attention from the prayer." Volume 1, Book 8, number 372. Narrated Uqba bin Amir. The Prophet was given a silken faraj as a present. He wore it while praying. When he had finished his prayer, he took it off violently as if with a strong aversion to it and said, "It is not the dress of Allah-fearing pious people." Volume 1, Book 8, number 373. Narrated Abu Juhayfa. I saw Allah's Apostle in a red leather tent, and I saw Bilal taking the remaining water with which the Prophet had performed ablution. I saw the people taking the utilized water impatiently, and whoever got some of it rubbed it on his body, and those who could not get any took the moisture from the other's hands. Then I saw Bilal carrying an anza, a spear-headed stick, which he planted in the ground. The Prophet came out tucking up his red cloak, and led the people in prayer and offered 2 rakat, facing the Kaaba, taking anza as a sutra for his prayer. I saw the people and animals passing in front of him beyond the anza. Volume 1, Book 8, number 374. Narrated Abu Hazim. Sahl bin Sa'd was asked about the Prophet's pulpit as to what thing it was made of. Sahl replied, "None remains alive amongst the people, who knows about it better than I. It was made of tamarisk, wood, of the forest. So and so, the slave of so and so prepared it for Allah's Apostle. When it was constructed in place, in the mosque, Allah's Apostle stood on it facing the Qibla and said, 'Allahu Akbar,' and the people stood behind him, and led the people in prayer. He recited and bowed, and the people bowed behind him. Then he raised his head and stepped back, got down and prostrated on the ground, and then he again ascended the pulpit, recited, bowed, raised his head and stepped back, got down and prostrate on the ground. So, this is what I know about the pulpit." Ahmad bin Hanbal said, "As the Prophet was at a higher level than the people, there is no harm according to the above-mentioned hadith if the Imam is at a higher level than his followers during the prayers." Volume 1, Book 8, number 375. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once Allah's Apostle fell off a horse and his leg or shoulder got injured. He swore that he would not go to his wives for 1 month, and he stayed in a mashruba, attic room, having stairs made of date palm trunks. So his companions came to visit him, and he led them in prayer sitting, whereas his companions were standing. When he finished the prayer, he said, "Imam is meant to be followed, so when he says, 'Allahu Akbar,' say, 'Allahu Akbar,' and when he bows, bow, and when he prostrates, prostrate, and if he prays standing, pray, standing." After the 29th day the Prophet came down, from the attic room, and the people asked him, "O Allah's Apostle, you swore that you will not go to your wives for 1 month. He said, "The month is 29 days. Volume 1, Book 8, number 376. Narrates Abdullah bin Shaddad. Maymuna said, Allah's Apostle was praying while I was in my menses, sitting beside him, and sometimes his clothes would touch me during his prostration. Maymuna added, he prayed on a kumra, a small mat sufficient just for the face and the hands while prostrating during prayers. Volume 1, Book 8, number 377. Narrated Ishaq. Anas bin Malik said, my grandmother Malaika invited Allah's Apostle for a meal which she herself had prepared. He ate from it and said, "Get up. I will lead you in the prayer." Anas added, I took my hazar, washed it with water as it had become dark because of long use, and Allah's Apostle stood on it. The orphan, Damra or Ru, and I aligned behind him, and the old lady, Malaika, stood behind us. Allah's Apostle led us in the prayer and offered 2 rakat and then left. Volume 1, Book 8, number 378. Narrated Maymuna. Allah's Apostle used to pray on Qumrah. Volume 1, Book 8, number 379. Narrated Abu Salama. Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, said, I used to sleep in front of Allah's Apostle and my legs were opposite his Qibla, and in prostration he pushed my legs and I withdrew then, and when he stood, I stretched them. Aisha added, in those days the houses were without lights. Volume 1, Book 8, number 380. Narrated, Aisha. Allah Apostle prayed while I was lying like a dead body on his family bed between him and his Qibla. Volume 1, Book 8, number 381. Narrated, Urwa. The Prophet prayed while Aisha was lying between him and his Qibla on the bed on which they used to sleep. Volume 1, Book 8, number 382. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to pray with the Prophet and some of us used to place the ends of their clothes at the place of prostration because of scorching heat. Volume 1, Book 8, number 383. Narrated Abu Maslama. Said bin Yazid al-Azdi, I asked Anas bin Malik whether the Prophet had ever prayed with his shoes on. He replied, yes. Volume 1, Book 8, number 384. Narrated Ibrahim. Hammam bin al-Harith said, I saw Jarir bin Abdullah urinating. Then he performed ablution and passed his wet hands over his cuffs, stood up and prayed. He was asked about it. He replied that he had seen the Prophet doing the same. They approved of this narration as Jarir was one of those who embraced Islam very late. Volume 1, Book 8, number 385L. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubieh. I helped the Prophet in performing ablution and he passed his wet hands over his cuffs and prayed. Volume 1, Book 8, number 385U. Narrated Abdullah bin Malik. Ibn Buhayna, when the Prophet prayed, he used to separate his arms from his body so widely that the whiteness of his armpits was visible. Volume 1, Book 8, number 386. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, whoever prays like us and faces our Qibla and eats our slaughtered animals is a Muslim and is under Allah's and his Apostle's protection. So do not betray Allah by betraying those who are in his protection. Volume 1, Book 8, number 387. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, I have been ordered to fight the people till they say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. And if they say so, pray like our prayers, face our Qibla and slaughter as we slaughter, then their blood and property will be sacred to us and we will not interfere with them except legally and their reckoning will be with Allah. Narrated Maimun ibn Siya that he asked Anas bin Malik, O Abu Hamza, what makes the life and property of a person sacred? He replied, whoever says, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, faces our Qibla during the prayers, prays like us and eats our slaughtered animal, then he is a Muslim, and has got the same rights and obligations as other Muslims have. Volume 1, Book 8, number 388. Narrated Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. The Prophet said, while defecating, neither face nor turn your back to the Qibla but face either east or west. Abu Ayyub added. When we arrived in Sham we came across some lavatories facing the Qibla, therefore we turned ourselves while using them and asked for Allah's forgiveness. Volume 1, Book 8, number 389. Narrated Amr bin Dmar. I asked Ibn Thumar, can a person who has performed the tawaf around the Kaaba for Umrah but has not performed the Sa'i, tawaf of Safa and Marwa, have a sexual relation with his wife? Ibn Thumar replied, when the Prophet reached Mecca he performed the tawaf around the Kaaba, circumambulated it 7 times, and offered a 2-rakat prayer, at the place, behind the station, of Abraham, and then performed the tawaf, Sa'i, of Safa and Marwa. And verily in Allah's Apostle you have a good example. Then we put the same question to Jabir bin Abdullah and he too replied, he should not go near his wife, for sexual relation, till he has finished the tawaf of Safa and Marwa. Volume 1, Book 8, number 390. Narrated Mujahid. Someone came to Ibn Thumar and said, here is Allah's Apostle entering the Kaaba. Ibn Thumar said, I went there but the Prophet had come out of the Kaaba and I found Bilal standing between its 2 doors. I asked Bilal, did the Prophet pray in the Kaaba? Bilal replied, yes, he prayed 2 rakat between the 2 pillars which are to your left on entering the Kaaba. Then Allah's Apostle came out and offered a 2 rakat prayer facing the Kaaba. Volume 1, Book 8, number 391. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet entered the Kaaba, he invoked Allah in each and every side of it and did not pray till he came out of it, and offered a 2 rakat prayer facing the Kaaba and said, "This is the Qibla." Volume 1, Book 8, number 392. Narrated Barath bin Azib. Allah's Apostle prayed facing Baitul Maqdis for 16 or 17 months, but he loved to face the Kaaba, at Mecca, so Allah revealed, "Verily, we have seen the turning of your face to the heaven." 2:144, so the Prophet faced the Kaaba and the fools amongst the people, namely, the Jews, said, "What has turned them from their Qibla, Baitul Maqdis, which they formerly observed?" Allah revealed, "Say, to Allah belongs the east and the west. He guides whom he will to a straight path." 2:142, a man prayed with the Prophet, facing the Kaaba, and went out. He saw some of the Ansar praying the Asr prayer with their faces towards Baitul Maqdis. He said, "I bear witness that I prayed with Allah's Apostle facing the Kaaba." So all the people turned their faces towards the Kaaba. Volume 1, Book 8, number 393. Narrated Jabir. Allah's Apostle used to pray, optional, non-obligatory prayer, while riding on his mount, Rahila, wherever it turned. And whenever he wanted to pray the compulsory prayer he dismounted and prayed facing the Qibla. Volume 1, Book 8, number 394. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet prayed, and the sub-narrator Ibrahim said, "I do not know whether he prayed more or less than usual," and when he had finished the prayers he was asked, "O Allah's Apostle, has there been any change in the prayers?" He said, "What is it?" The people said, "You have prayed so much and so much." So the Prophet bent his legs, faced the Qibla and performed 2 prostrations, of Sahu, and finished his prayers with Taysiyam, by turning his face to right and left saying, "As-salamu alaykum wa rahmatullah." When he turned his face to us he said, "If there had been anything changed in the prayer, surely I would have informed you, but I am a human being like you and liable to forget like you. So if I forget, remind me, and if any one of you is doubtful about his prayer, he should follow what he thinks to be correct and complete his prayer accordingly and finish it and do 2 prostrations, of Sahu." Volume 1, Book 8, number 395. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. My Lord agreed with me in 3 things. 1, I said, "O Allah's Apostle, I wish we took the station of Abraham as our praying place, for some of our prayers." So came the divine inspiration, "And take you, people, the station of Abraham as a place of prayer, for some of your prayers, e.g. 2 rakat of Tawaf of Kaaba." 2.125. 2. And as regards the verse of the veiling of the women, I said, "O Allah's Apostle, I wish you ordered your wives to cover themselves from the men because good and bad ones talk to them." So the verse of the veiling of the women was revealed. 3. Once the wives of the Prophet made a united front against the Prophet, and I said to them, "It may be if he, the Prophet, divorced you, all, that his Lord, Allah, will give him instead of you wives better than you." So this verse, the same as I had said, was revealed. 66.5. Volume 1, Book 8, number 396. Narrated Anas. As above, 395. Volume 1, Book 8, number 397. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. While the people were offering the far prayer at Quba, near Medina, someone came to them and said, "It has been revealed to Allah's Apostle tonight. And he has been ordered to pray facing the Kaaba. So turn your faces to the Kaaba." Those people were facing Sham, Jerusalem, so they turned their faces towards Kaaba, at Mecca. Volume 1, Book 8, number 398. Narrated Abdullah. Once the Prophet offered 5 rakat in Zuhr prayer. He was asked, "Is there an increase in the prayer?" The Prophet said, "And what is it?" They said, you have prayed 5 rakat. So he bent his legs and performed 2 prostrations, of Sahu. Volume 1, Book 8, number 399. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet saw some sputum in the direction of the Qibla, on the wall of the mosque, and he disliked that, and the sign of disgust was apparent from his face. So he got up and scraped it off with his hand and said, "Whenever any one of you stands for the prayer, he is speaking in private to his Lord, or his Lord is between him and his Qibla. So, none of you should spit in the direction of the Qibla, but one can spit to the left or under his foot." The Prophet then took the corner of his sheet and spat in it and folded it and said, "Or you can do like this." Volume 1, Book 8, number 400. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle saw sputum on the wall of the mosque in the direction of the Qibla and scraped it off. He faced the people and said, "Whenever any one of you is praying, he should not spit in front of him, because in the prayer Allah is in front of him." Volume 1, Book 8, number 401. Narrated Aisha. The mother of faithful believers, Allah's Apostle saw some nasal secretions, expectoration, or sputum on the wall of the mosque in the direction of the Qibla and scraped it off. Volume 1, Book 8, number 402. Narrated Abd Huraira and Abu said, Allah's Apostle saw some expectoration on the wall of the mosque. He took gravel and scraped it off and said, "If any one of you wanted to spit, he should neither spit in front of him nor on his right, but he could spit either on his left or under his left foot." Volume 1, Book 8, number 403. Narrated Abd Huraira and Abu Sa'idi. Allah's Apostle saw some expectoration on the wall of the mosque. He took gravel and scraped it off and said, "If any one of you wanted to spit, he should neither spit in front of him nor on his right, but could spit either on his left or under his left foot." Volume 1, Book 8, number 404. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "None of you should spit in front or on his right, but he could spit either on his left or under his foot." Volume 1, Book 8, number 405. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, "A faithful believer while in prayer is speaking in private to his Lord. So he should neither spit in front of him nor to his right side, but he could spit either on his left or under his foot." Volume 1, Book 8, number 406. Narrated Abu said, "The Prophet saw sputum on the wall of the mosque in the direction of the Qibla and scraped it off with gravel. Then he forbade spitting in front or on the right, but allowed it on one's left or under one's left foot." Volume 1, Book 8, number 407. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, "Spitting in the mosque is a sin and its expiation is to bury it." Volume 1, Book 8, number 408. Narrated Abu Huraira. Prophet said, "If any one of you stands for prayer, he should not spit in front of him, because in prayer he is speaking in private to Allah, and he should not spit on his right as there is an angel, but he can spit either on his left or under his left foot and bury it, i.e., expectoration." Volume 1, Book 8, number 409. Narrated Anas. The Prophet saw expectoration, on the wall of the mosque, in the direction of the Qibla and scraped it off with his hand. It seemed that he disliked it, and the sign of disgust was apparent from his face. He said, "If any one of you stands for the prayer, he is speaking in private to his Lord, or, his Lord is between him and his Qibla, therefore he should not spit towards his Qibla, but he could spit either on his left or under his foot." Then he took the corner of his sheet and spat in it, folded it and said, "Or do like this." Volume 1, Book 8, number 410. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Do you consider or see that my face is towards the Qibla? By Allah, neither your submissiveness nor your bowing is hidden from me, surely I see you from my back." Volume 1, Book 8, number 411. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet led us in a prayer and then got up on the pulpit and said, "In your prayer and bowing, I certainly see you from my back as I see you, while looking at you." Volume 1, Book 8, number 412. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle ordered for a horse race. The trained horses were to run from a place called Al-Hafiyah to Thaniyat al-Wada, and the horses which were not trained were to run from Al-Thaniyah to the Masjid, Mosque of Bani Zurayq. The sub-narrator added, Ibn Umar was one of those who took part in the race. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 413. Narrated Anas. Some goods came to Allah's Apostle from Bahrain. The Prophet ordered the people to spread them in the mosque. It was the biggest amount of goods Allah's Apostle had ever received. He left for prayer and did not even look at it. After finishing the prayer, he sat by those goods and gave from those to everybody he saw. Al-Abbas came to him and said, O Allah's Apostle, give me something, too, because I gave ransom for myself and Aql. Allah's Apostle told him to take. So he stuffed his garment with it and tried to carry it away, but he failed to do so. He said, O Allah's Apostle, order someone to help me in lifting it. The Prophet refused. He then said to the Prophet, will you please help me to lift it? Allah's Apostle refused. Then Al-Abbas threw some of it and tried to lift it, but failed. He again said, O Allah's Apostle, order someone to help me to lift it. He refused. Al-Abbas then said to the Prophet, will you please help me to lift it? He again refused. Then Al-Abbas threw some of it, and lifted it on his shoulders and went away. Allah's Apostle kept on watching him till he disappeared from his sight and was astonished at his greediness. Allah's Apostle did not get up till the last coin was distributed. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 414. Narrated Anas. I found the Prophet in the mosque along with some people. He said to me, did Abu Talha send you? I said, yes. He said, for a meal? I said, yes. Then he said to his companions, get up. They set out and I was ahead of them. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 415. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. A man said, O Allah's Apostle, if a man finds another man with his wife, committing adultery, should the husband kill him? Later on I saw them, the man and his wife, doing li'an in the mosque. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 416. Narrated Itban bin Malik. The Prophet came to my house and said, where do you like me to pray? I pointed to a place. The Prophet then said, Allahu Akbar, and we aligned behind him and he offered a 2-rakat prayer. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 417. Narrated Itban bin Malik. Who was one of the companions of Allah's Apostle and one of the Ansars who took part in the Battle of Badr. I came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, I have weak eyesight and I lead my people in prayers. When it rains the water flows in the valley between me and my people, so I cannot go to their mosque to lead them in prayer. O Allah's Apostle, I wish you would come to my house and pray in it so that I could take that place as a musalla. Allah's Apostle said, Allah willing, I will do so. Next day after the sun rose high, Allah's Apostle and Abu Bakr came and Allah's Apostle asked for permission to enter. I gave him permission and he did not sit on entering the house but said to me, where do you like me to pray? I pointed to a place in my house. So Allah's Apostle stood there and said, Allahu Akbar, and we all got up and aligned behind him and offered a 2-rakat prayer and ended it with taslim. We requested him to stay for a meal called kazira, which we had prepared for him. Many members of our family gathered in the house and one of them said, where is Malik bin al-Dukashan or Ibn al-Dukshan? One of them replied, he is a hypocrite and does not love Allah and his Apostle. Hearing that, Allah's Apostle said, do not say so. Haven't you seen that he said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, for Allah's sake only? He said, Allah and his Apostle know better. We have seen him helping and advising hypocrites. Allah's Apostle said, Allah has forbidden the hell fire for those who say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, for Allah's sake only. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 418. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to start everything from the right, for good things, whenever it was possible in all his affairs, for example, in washing, combing or wearing shoes. Volume 1, Book 8, number 419. Narrated, Aisha. Habiba and Salama mentioned about a church they had seen in Ethiopia in which there were pictures. They told the Prophet about it, on which he said, if any religious man dies amongst those people they would build a place of worship at his grave and make these pictures in it. They will be the worst creature in the sight of Allah on the day of resurrection. Volume 1, Book 8, number 420. Narrated Anas. When the Prophet arrived Medina he dismounted at Awali Medina amongst a tribe called Banu Amr bin Auf. He stayed there for 14 nights. Then he sent for Bani and Najjar and they came armed with their swords. As if I am looking, just now, as the Prophet was sitting over his rahila, mount, with Abu Bakr riding behind him and all Banu and Najjar around him till he dismounted at the courtyard of Abu Ayyub's house. The Prophet loved to pray wherever the time for the prayer was due, even at sheepfolds. Later on he ordered that a mosque should be built and sent for some people of Banu and Najjar and said, O Banu and Najjar, suggest to me the price of this, walled, piece of land of yours. They replied, No. By Allah. We do not demand its price except from Allah. Anas added, there were graves of pagans in it and some of it was unleveled and there were some date palm trees in it. The Prophet ordered that the graves of the pagans be dug out and the unleveled land be level-led and the date palm trees be cut down. So all that was done. They aligned these cut date palm trees towards the Qibla of the mosque, as a wall, and they also built 2 stone sidewalls, of the mosque. His companions brought the stones while reciting some poetic verses. The Prophet was with them and he kept on saying, there is no goodness except that of the hereafter, O Allah. So please forgive the Ansars and the emigrants. Volume 1, Book 8, number 421. Narrated Abu al-Tayya. Anas said, the Prophet prayed in the sheepfold. Later on I heard him saying, he prayed in the sheepfolds before the construction of the mosque. Volume 1, Book 8, number 422. Narrated Nafi. I saw Ibn Umar praying while taking his camel as a sutra in front of him and he said, I saw the Prophet doing the same. Volume 1, Book 8, number 423. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. The sun eclipsed and Allah's apostle offered the eclipse prayer and said, I have been shown the hellfire, now, and I never saw a worse and horrible sight than the sight I have seen today. Volume 1, Book 8, number 424. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet had said, offer some of your prayers, nawafil, at home, and do not take your houses as graves. Volume 1, Book 8, number 425. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle said, do not enter the places of these people where Allah's punishment had fallen unless you do so weeping. If you do not weep, do not enter the places of these people, because Allah's curse and punishment which fell upon them may fall upon you. Volume 1, Book 8, number 426. Narrated Aisha. Salama told Allah's apostle about a church which she had seen in Ethiopia and which was called Maria. She told him about the pictures which she had seen in it. Allah's apostle said, if any righteous pious man dies amongst them, they would build a place of worship at his grave and make these pictures in it, they are the worst creatures in the sight of Allah. Volume 1, Book 8. Number 427. Narrated Aisha and Abdullah bin Abbas. When the last moment of the life of Allah's apostle came he started putting his kamisa on his face and when he felt hot and short of breath he took it off his face and said, May Allah curse the Jews and Christians for they built the places of worship at the graves of their prophets. The Prophet was warning Muslims of what those had done. Volume 1, Book 8, number 428. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, May Allah's curse be on the Jews for they built the places of worship at the graves of their prophets. Volume 1, Book 8, number 429. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle said, I have been given 5 things which were not given to any amongst the prophets before me. These are 1. Allah made me victorious by awe, by his frightening my enemies, for a distance of 1 month's journey. 2. The earth has been made for me, and for my followers, a place for praying and a thing to perform tayammum. Therefore my followers can pray wherever the time of a prayer is due. 3. The booty has been made halal, lawful, for me, and was not made so for anyone else. 4. Every prophet used to be sent to his nation exclusively, but I have been sent one o all mankind. 5. I have been given the right of intercession, on the day of resurrection. Volume 1, Book 8, number 430. Narrated, Aisha. There was a black slave girl belonging to an Arab tribe and they manumitted her, but she remained with them. The slave girl said, once one of their girls, of that tribe, came out wearing a red leather scarf decorated with precious stones. It fell from her or she placed it somewhere. A kite passed by that place, saw it lying there and mistaking it for a piece of meat, flew away with it. Those people searched for it but they did not find it. So they accused me of stealing it and started searching me and even searched my private parts. The slave girl further said, by Allah! While I was standing, in that state, with those people, the same kite passed by them and dropped the red scarf and it fell amongst them. I told them, this is what you accused me of and I was innocent and now this is it. Aisha added, that slave girl came to Allah's apostle and embraced Islam. She had a tent or a small room with a low roof in the mosque. Whenever she called on me, she had a talk with me and whenever she sat with me, she would recite the following. The day of the scarf, band, was one of the wonders of our Lord, verily he rescued me from the disbelievers' town. Aisha added, once I asked her, what is the matter with you? Whenever you sit with me, you always recite these poetic verses. On that she told me the whole story. Volume 1, Book 8, number 431. Narrated Nafa. Abdullah bin Umar said, I used to sleep in the mosque of the Prophet while I was young and unmarried. Volume 1, Book 8, number 432. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. Allah's apostle went to Fatima's house but did not find Ali there. So he asked, where is your cousin? She replied, there was something between us and he got angry with me and went out. He did not sleep, midday nap, in the house. Allah's apostle asked a person to look for him. That person came and said, O Allah's apostle! He, Ali, is sleeping in the mosque. Allah's apostle went there and Ali was lying. His upper body cover had fallen down to one side of his body and he was covered with dust. Allah's apostle started cleaning the dust from him saying, get up. O Aba Turab! Get up. O Aba Turab literally means, O Father of Dust. Volume 1, Book 8, number 433. Narrated Abu Huraira. I saw 70 of as-Sufa men and none of them had a rida, a garment covering the upper part of the body. They had either izars, only, or sheets which they tied round their necks. Some of these sheets reached the middle of their legs and some reached their heels and they used to gather them with their hands lest their private parts should become naked. Volume 1, Book 8, number 434. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I went to the Prophet in the mosque, the sub-narrator Masayar thought that Jabir had said, in the forenoon. He ordered me to pray 2 rakat. He owed me some money and he repaid it to me and gave more than what was due to me. Volume 1, Book 8, number 435. Narrated Abu Qatada al-Islami. Allah's apostle said, if any one of you enters a mosque, he should pray 2 rakat before sitting. Volume 1, Book 8, number 436. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, the angels keep on asking Allah's forgiveness for any one of you, as long as he is at his salah, praying place, and he does not pass wind, hadith. They say, O Allah! Forgive him, O Allah! Be merciful to him. Volume 1, Book 8, number 437. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. In the lifetime of Allah's Apostle the mosque was built of adobes, its roof of the leaves of date palms and its pillars of the stems of date palms. Abu Bakr did not alter it. Umar expanded it on the same pattern as it was in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle by using adobes, leaves of date palms and changing the pillars into wooden ones. Uthman changed it by expanding it to a great extent and built its walls with engraved stones and lime and made its pillars of engraved stones and its roof of teak wood. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 438. Narrated, Ikrimah. Ibn Abbas said to me and to his son Ali, "Go to Abu Sa'id and listen to what he narrates." So we went and found him in a garden looking after it. He picked up his rida, wore it and sat down and started narrating till the topic of the construction of the mosque reached. He said, "We were carrying one adobe at a time while Ammar was carrying two. The Prophet saw him and started removing the dust from his body and said, 'May Allah be merciful to Ammar. He will be inviting them, i.e. his murderers, the rebellious group, to paradise and they will invite him to hellfire.' Ammar said, 'I seek refuge with Allah from affliction.'" Volume 1, Book 8, Number 439. Narrated Saul. Allah's Apostle sent someone to a woman telling her to order her slave, carpenter, to prepare a wooden pulpit for him to sit on. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 440. Narrated Jabir. A woman said, "O Allah's Apostle, shall I get something constructed for you to sit on as I have a slave who is a carpenter?" He replied, "Yes, if you like." So she had that pulpit constructed. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 441. Narrated Abdullah al-Kalani. I heard Uthman bin Affan saying, when people argued too much about his intention to reconstruct the mosque of Allah's Apostle, "You have talked too much." I heard the Prophet saying, "Whoever built a mosque," Bukhari thought that, Asim, another sub-narrator, added, intending Allah's pleasure, Allah would build for him a similar place in paradise. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 442. Narrated Amr. I heard Jabir bin Abdullah saying, a man passed through the mosque carrying arrows. Allah's Apostle said to him, "Hold them by their heads." Volume 1, Book 8, Number 443. Narrated Abu Burda bin Abdullah. On the authority of his father, the Prophet said, "Whoever passes through our mosques or markets with arrows should hold them by their heads lest he should injure a Muslim." Volume 1, Book 8, Number 444. Narrated Hassan bin Thabit al-Ansari. I asked Abu Huraira, by Allah, "Tell me the truth whether you heard the Prophet saying, 'O Hassan.'" Reply on behalf of Allah's Apostle. "O Allah, help him with the Holy Spirit." Abu Huraira said, "Yes." Volume 1, Book 8, Number 445. Narrated Aisha. Once I saw Allah's Apostle at the door of my house while some Ethiopians were playing in the mosque, displaying their skill with spears. Allah's Apostle was screening me with his rida, so as to enable me to see their display. Urwa said that, Aisha said, I saw the Prophet and the Ethiopians were playing with their spears. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 446. Narrated Aisha. Barira came to seek my help regarding her manumission. I told herself you like I would pay your price to your masters but your al-Wala, one, would be for me. Her masters said, if you like, you can pay what remains, of the price of her manumission, Sufyan the sub-narrator once said, or if you like you can manumit her, but her inheritance, al-Wala would be for us. When Allah's Apostle came, I spoke to him about it. He said, buy her and manumit her. No doubt al-Wala, one, is for the manumitted. Then Allah's Apostle stood on the pulpit or Allah's Apostle ascended the pulpit as Sufyan once said, and said, what about some people who impose conditions which are not present in Allah's book, laws? Whoever imposes conditions which are not in Allah's book, laws, his conditions will be invalid even if he imposed them 100 times. Volume 1, Book 8, Number 447. Narrated Kabi. In the mosque asked Ibn Abi Hadrad to pay the debts which he owed to me and our voices grew louder. Allah's apostle heard that while he was in his house. So he came to us raising the curtain of his room and said, O Kabi. I replied, Labbaik, O Allah's apostle. He said, O Kabi. Reduce your debt to 1/2, gesturing with his hand. I said, O Allah's apostle. I have done so. Then Allah's apostle said, to Ibn Abi Hadrad, get up and pay the debt to him. Volume 1, Book 8, number 448. Narrated Abu Huraira. A black man or a black woman used to sweep the mosque and he or she died. The Prophet asked about her, or him. He was told that she, or he, had died. He said, why did you not inform me? Show me his grave, or her grave. So he went to her, his, grave and offered her, his, funeral prayer. Volume 1, Book 8, number 449. Narrated Aisha. When the verses of Surat al-Baqarah, about the usury riba were revealed, the Prophet went to the mosque and recited them in front of the people and then banned the trade of alcohol. Volume 1, Book 8, number 450f. Narrated Abu Rafi. Abu Huraira said, a man or a woman used to clean the mosque. A sub-narrator said, most probably a woman. Then he narrated the hadith of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 8, number 450m. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, last night a big demon, Afrit, from the jinns came to me and wanted to interrupt my prayers, or said something similar, but Allah enabled me to overpower him. I wanted to fasten him to one of the pillars of the mosque so that all of you could see him in the morning, but I remembered the statement of my brother Solomon, as stated in Qur'an, my Lord. Forgive me and bestow on me a kingdom such as shall not belong to anybody after me. 38.35. The sub-narrator Rao said, he, the demon, was dismissed humiliated. Volume 1, Book 8, number 451. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet sent some horsemen to Najd and they brought a man called Thumama bin Uthal from Bani Hanifa. They fastened him to one of the pillars of the mosque. The Prophet came and ordered them to release him. He went to a garden of date palms near the mosque, took a bath and entered the mosque again and said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is his apostle, i.e. he embraced Islam. Volume 1, Book 8, number 452. Narrated Aisha. On the day of Al-Khandak, Battle of the Trench, the medial arm vein of Sa'd bin Mu'adh was injured and the Prophet pitched a tent in the mosque to look after him. There was another tent for Banu Ghaffar in the mosque and the blood started flowing from Sa'd's tent to the tent of Bani Ghaffar. They shouted, O occupants of the tent! What is coming from you to us? They found that Sa'd's wound was bleeding profusely and Sa'd died in his tent. Volume 1, Book 8, number 453. Narrated Salama. I complained to Allah's apostle that I was sick. He told me to perform the tawaf behind the people while riding. So I did so and Allah's apostle was praying beside the Kabiya and reciting the surah starting with, What Tawakkitabin Master. Volume 1, Book 8. Number 454. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Two of the companions of the Prophet departed from him on a dark night and were led by two lights like lamps, going in front of them from Allah as a miracle, lighting the way in front of them. And when they parted, each of them was accompanied by one of these lights till he reached their respective houses. Volume 1, Book 8, number 455. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet delivered a sermon and said, Allah gave a choice to one of his slaves either to choose this world or what is with him in the hereafter. He chose the latter. Abu Bakr wept. I said low myself, why is this sheikh weeping, if Allah gave choice to one of his slaves either to choose this world or what is with him in the hereafter and he chose the latter. And that slave was Allah's apostle himself. Abu Bakr knew more than us. The Prophet said, O Abu Bakr! Don't weep. The Prophet added, Abu Bakr has favored me much with his property and company. If I were to take a Khalil from mankind I would certainly have taken Abu Bakr, but the Islamic brotherhood and friendship is sufficient. Close all the gates in the mosque except that of Abu Bakr. Volume 1, Book 8, number 456. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle in his fatal illness came out with a piece of cloth tied round his head and sat on the pulpit. After thanking and praising Allah he said, "There is no one who had done more favor to me with life and property than Abu Bakr bin Abi Quafa. If I were to take a Khalil, I would certainly have taken Abu Bakr, but the Islamic brotherhood is superior. Close all the small doors in this mosque except that of Abu Bakr." Volume 1, Book 8, number 457. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet arrived at Mecca and sent for Uthman bin Talha. He opened the gate of the Kaaba and the Prophet, Bilal, Usama bin Zaid and Uthman bin Talha entered the Kaaba and then they closed its door, from inside. They stayed there for an hour, and then came out. Ibn Umar added, I quickly went to Bilal and asked him, whether the Prophet had prayed. Bilal replied, he prayed in it. I asked, where? He replied, between the two pillars. Ibn Umar added, I forgot to ask how many rakat he, the Prophet, had prayed in the Kaaba. Volume 1, Book 8, number 458. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle sent some horsemen to Najd and they brought a man called Thumama bin Athal from Bani Hanifa. They fastened him to one of the pillars of the mosque. Volume 1, Book 8, number 459. Narrated Al-Sa'ib bin Yazid. I was standing in the mosque and somebody threw a gravel at me. I looked and found that he was Umar bin al-Khattab. He said to me, fetch those two men to me. When I did, he said to them, who are you? Or, where do you come from? They replied, we are from Taif. Umar said, were you from this city, Medina, I would have punished you for raising your voices in the mosque of Allah's apostle. Volume 1, Book 8. Number 460. Narrated Ka'b bin Malik. During the lifetime of Allah's apostle I asked Ibn Abi Hadrad in the mosque to pay the debts which he owed to me and our voices grew so loud that Allah's apostle heard them while he was in his house. So he came to us after raising the curtain of his room. The Prophet said, O Ka'b bin Malik. I replied, Labbaik, O Allah's apostle. He gestured with his hand to me to reduce the debt to one half. I said, O Allah's apostle have done it. Allah's apostle said, to Ibn Hadrad, get up and pay it. Volume 1, Book 8, number 461. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, while the Prophet was on the pulpit, a man asked him how to offer the night prayers. He replied, pray 2 rakat at a time and then 2 and so on, and if you are afraid of the dawn, the approach of the time of the far prayer, pray 1 rak'ah and that will be the witr for all the rakat which you have offered. Ibn Umar said, the last rakat of the night prayer should be odd for the Prophet ordered it to be so. Volume 1, Book 8, number 462. Narrated Ibn Umar. A man came to the Prophet while he was delivering the sermon and asked him how to offer the night prayers. The Prophet replied, pray 2 rakat at a time and then 2 and so on, and if you are afraid of dawn, the approach of the time of the far prayer, pray 1 rak'ah and that will be the width for all the rakat which you have prayed. Narrated Ubaydullah bin Abdullah bin Umar, a man called the Prophet while he was in the mosque. Volume 1, Book 8, number 463. Narrated Abu Waqid al-Laythi. While Allah's apostle was sitting in the mosque, with some people, 3 men came, 2 of them came in front of Allah's apostle and the third one went away. And then one of them found a place in the circle and sat there while the second man sat behind the gathering, and the third one went away. When Allah's apostle finished his preaching, he said, shall I tell you about these 3 persons? One of them betook himself to Allah and so Allah accepted him and accommodated him. The second felt shy before Allah so Allah did the same for him and sheltered him in his mercy, and did not punish him, while the third turned his face from Allah, and went away, so Allah turned his face from him likewise. Volume 1, Book 8, number 464. Narrated, Abad bin Tamim. That his uncle said, I saw Allah's apostle lying flat, on his back, in the mosque with one leg on the other. Narrated Said bin al-Musayyab that Umar and Uthman used to do the same. Volume 1, Book 8, number 465. Narrated, Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, I had seen my parents following Islam since I attained the age of puberty. Not a day passed but the Prophet visited us, both in the mornings and evenings. My father Abi Bakr thought of building a mosque in the courtyard of his house and he did so. He used to pray and recite the Qur'an in it. The pagan women and their children used to stand by him and look at him with surprise. Abu Bakr was a soft-hearted person and could not help weeping while reciting the Qur'an. The chiefs of the Quraysh pagans became afraid of that, i.e. that their children and women might be affected by the recitation of Qur'an. Volume 1, Book 8, number 466. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, the prayer offered in congregation is 25 times more superior, in reward, to the prayer offered alone in one's house or in a business center. Because if one performs ablution and does it perfectly, and then proceeds to the mosque with the sole intention of praying, then for each step which he takes towards the mosque, Allah upgrades him a degree in reward and forgives, crosses out one sin till he enters the mosque. When he enters the mosque he is considered in prayer as long as he is waiting for the prayer, and the angels keep on asking for Allah's forgiveness for him and they keep on saying, O Allah, be merciful to him, O Allah, forgive him, as long as he keeps on sitting at his praying place and does not pass wind. See Hadith number 620. Volume 1, Book 8, number 467. Narrated Ibn Umar or Ibn Amr. The Prophet clasped his hands, by interlacing his fingers. Narrated Abdullah that Allah's apostle said, O Abdullah bin Amr, what will be your condition when you will be left with the sentiments of worst people? They will be in conflict with each other. Volume 1, Book 8, number 468. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, a faithful believer to a faithful believer is like the bricks of a wall, enforcing each other. While saying that, the Prophet clasped his hands, by interlacing his fingers. Volume 1, Book 8, number 469. Narrates Ibn Sirin. Abu Hurairah said, Allah's apostle led us in one of the two Isha prayers. Abu Hurairah named that prayer but I forgot it. Abu Hurairah added, he prayed 2 rakat and then finished the prayer with Tazl. He stood up near a piece of wood lying across the mosque and leaned on it in such a way as if he was angry. Then he put his right hand over the left and clasped his hands by interlacing his fingers and then put his right cheek on the back of his left hand. The people who were in haste left the mosque through its gates. They wondered whether the prayer was reduced. And amongst them were Abu Bakr and Umar, but they hesitated to ask the Prophet. A long-handed man called Tulyadain asked the Prophet, O Allah's apostle, have you forgotten or has the prayer been reduced? The Prophet replied, I have neither forgotten nor has the prayer been reduced. The Prophet added, is what Tulyadain has said true? They, the people, said, yes, it is true. The Prophet stood up again and led the prayer, completing the remaining prayer, forgotten by him, and performed Talzarm, and then said, Allahu Akbar. And then he did a prostration as he used to prostrate or longer than that. He then raised his head saying, Allahu Akbar, he then again said, Allahu Akbar, and prostrated as he used to prostrate or longer than that. Then he raised his head and said, Allahu Akbar. The sub-narrator added, I think that they asked, Ibn Sirin, whether the Prophet completed the prayer with Taslim. He replied, I heard that Imran bin Hussein had said, then he, the Prophet, did Taslim. Volume 1, Book 8, number 470. Narrated Fudail bin Sulayman. Musa bin Uqba said, I saw Salim bin Abdullah looking for some places on the way and prayed there. He narrated that his father used to pray there, and had seen the Prophet praying at those very places. Narrated Nafi on the authority of Ibn Umar, who said, I used to pray at those places. Musa the narrator added, I asked Salim, on which he said, I agree with Nafi concerning those places, except the mosque situated at the place called Shuraf ar-Raha. Volume 1, Book 8, number 471. Narrated Hadith is about the various places on the way from Medina to Mecca where the Prophet prayed and therein locations impossible to translate. 9. Virtues of the Prayer Hall, Sutra of the Muzalla. Volume 1, Book 9, number 472. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I came riding a she-ass when I had just attained the age of puberty. Allah's apostle was offering the prayer at Mina with no wall in front of him, and I passed in front of some of the row. There I dismounted and let my she-ass loose to graze and entered the row, and nobody objected to me about it. Volume 1, Book 9, number 473. Narrated Ibn Umar. Whenever Allah's apostle came out on Eid day, he used to order that a harba, a short spear, to be planted in front of him, as a sutra for his prayer, and then he used to pray facing it with the people behind him, and used to do the same while on a journey. After the Prophet, this practice was adopted by the Muslim rulers, who followed his traditions. Volume 1, Book 9, number 474. Narrated Aun bin Abi Juhayfa. I heard my father saying, the Prophet led us and prayed a 2-rakat Zuhr prayer and then a 2-rakat Asr prayer at al-Batha, with an anza planted in front of him, as a sutra, while women and donkeys were passing in front of him, beyond that anza. Volume 1, Book 9, number 475. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The distance between the Muzalla of Allah's apostle and the wall was just sufficient for a sheep to pass through. Volume 1, Book 9, number 476. Narrated Salama. The distance between the wall of the mosque and the pulpit was hardly enough for a sheep to pass through. Volume 1, Book 9, number 477. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet used to get a harba planted in front of him, as a sutra, and pray behind it. Volume 1, Book 9, number 478. Narrated Aun bin Abi Juhayfa. That he had heard his father saying, Allah's apostle came to us at midday and water was brought for his ablution. He performed ablution and led us in Zuhr and Asr prayers with an anza planted in front of him, as a sutra, while women and donkeys were passing beyond it. Volume 1, Book 9, number 479. Narrated Anas ibn Malik. Whenever the Prophet went for answering the call of nature, I and another boy used to go after him with a staff, a stick or an anza and a tumbler of water, and when he finished from answering the call of nature we would hand that tumbler of water to him. Volume 1, Book 9, number 480. Narrated Abu Juhayfa. Allah's apostle came out at midday and offered a 2-rakat Zuhr and Asr prayers at al-Batha, and an anza was planted in front of him, as a sutra. He performed ablution and the people took the remaining water left after his ablution and rubbed their bodies with it. Volume 1, Book 9, number 481. Narrated Yazid bin al-Ubaid. I used to accompany Salama bin al-Aqwa, and he used to pray behind the pillar which was near the place where the Qur'ans were kept. I said, O Abu Muslim, I see you always seeking to pray behind this pillar. He replied, I saw Allah's apostle always seeking to pray near that pillar. Volume 1, Book 9, number 482. Narrated Anas. I saw the most famous people amongst the companions of the Prophet hurrying towards the pillars at the Maghrib prayer before the Prophet came for the prayer. Volume 1, Book 9, number 483. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet entered the Kaaba along with Usama bin Zaid, Uthman bin Talha and Bilal, and remained there for a long time. When they came out, I was the first man to enter the Kaaba. I asked Bilal, where did the Prophet pray? Bilal replied, between the 2 front pillars. Volume 1, Book 9, number 484. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said, Allah's apostle entered the Kaaba along with Usama bin Zaid, Bilal and Uthman bin Talha al-Hijabi closed the door and stayed there for some time. I asked Bilal when he came out, what did the Prophet do? He replied, he offered prayer with one pillar to his left and one to his right and three behind. In those days the Kaaba was supported by 6 pillars. Malik said, there were 2 pillars on his, the Prophet's, right side. Volume 1, Book 9, number 485. Narrated Nafi. The Prophet used to make his she-camel sit across and he would pray facing it, as a sutra. I asked, what would the Prophet do if the she-camel was provoked and moved? He said, he would take its camel saddle and put it in front of him and pray facing its back part, as a sutra. And Ibn Umar used to do the same. This indicates that one should not pray except behind a sutra. Volume 1, Book 9, number 486. Narrated Aisha. Do you make us, women, equal to dogs and donkeys? While I used to lie in my bed, the Prophet would come and pray facing the middle of the bed. I used to consider it not good to stand in front of him in his prayers. So I used to slip away slowly and quietly from the foot of the bed till I got out of my guilt. Volume 1, Book 9, number 487. Narrated Abu Sa'idi. The Prophet said, what is ascribed to him in the following Hadith 488. Volume 1, Book 9, number 488. Narrated Abu Salih as-Saman. I saw Abu Sa'id al-Khudri praying on a Friday. Behind something which acted as a sutra. A young man from Bani Abi Mu'ayt wanted to pass in front of him, but Abu Sa'id repulsed him with a push on his chest. Finding no alternative he again tried to pass but Abu Sa'id pushed him with a greater force. The young man abused Abu Sa'id and went to Marwan and lodged a complaint against Abu Sa'id, and Abu Sa'id followed the young man to Marwan, who asked him, O Abu Sa'id, what has happened between you and the son of your brother? Abu Sa'id said to him, I heard the Prophet saying, if anybody amongst you is praying behind something as a sutra and somebody tries to pass in front of him, then he should repulse him, and if he refuses, he should use force against him, for he is a Satan. Volume 1, Book 9, number 489. Narrated Busr bin said that Sa'id bin Khalid sent him to Abi Juhaym to ask him what he had heard from Allah's Apostle about a person passing in front of another person who was praying. Abu Juhaym replied, Allah's Apostle said, if the person who passes in front of another person in prayer knew the magnitude of his sin, he would prefer to wait for 40 days, months or years, rather than to pass in front of him. Abu an-Nadr said, I do not remember exactly whether he said 40 days, months or years. Volume 1, Book 9, number 490. Narrated Aisha. The things which annul the prayers were mentioned before me. They said, prayer is annulled by a dog, a donkey and a woman, if they pass in front of the praying people. I said, you have made us, i.e. women, dogs. I saw the Prophet praying while I used to lie in my bed between him and the Qibla. Whenever I was in need of something, I would slip away. For I disliked to face him. Volume 1, Book 9, number 491. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to pray while I was sleeping across in his bed in front of him. Whenever he wanted to pray witr, he would wake me up and I would pray witr. Volume 1, Book 9, number 492. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, I used to sleep in front of Allah's Apostle with my legs opposite his Qibla, facing him. And whenever he prostrated, he pushed my feet and I withdrew them, and whenever he stood, I stretched them. Aisha added, in those days there were no lamps in the houses. Volume 1, Book 9, number 493. Narrated Aisha. The things which annual prayer were mentioned before me, and those were a dog, a donkey and a woman. I said, you have compared us, women, to donkeys and dogs. By Allah! I saw the Prophet praying while I used to lie in my bed between him and the Qibla. Whenever I was in need of something, I disliked to sit and trouble the Prophet. So, I would slip away by the side of his feet. Volume 1, Book 9, number 494. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle, used to get up at night and pray while I used to lie across between him and the Qibla on his family's bed. Volume 1, Book 9, number 495. Narrated Abu Qatada al-Ansari. Allah's apostle was praying and he was carrying Umama, the daughters of Zainab, the daughter of Allah's apostle, and she was the daughter of As bin Rabi'a bin Abdushams. When he prostrated, he put her down, and when he stood, he carried her, on his neck. Volume 1, Book 9, number 496. Narrated Maymuna bint al-Harith. My bed was beside the praying place, Musalla, of the Prophet, and sometimes his garment fell on me while I used to lie in my bed. Volume 1, Book 9, number 497. Narrated Maymuna. The Prophet used to pray while I used to sleep beside him during my periods, menses, and in prostrations his garment used to touch me. Volume 1, Book 9, number 498. Narrated Aisha. It is not good that you people have made us, women, equal to dogs and donkeys. No doubt I saw Allah's apostle praying while I used to lie between him and the Qibla, and when he wanted to prostrate, he pushed my legs and I withdrew them. Volume 1, Book 9, number 499. Narrated Amr bin Maymun. Abdullah bin Mas'ud said, while Allah's apostle was praying beside the Kaaba, there were some Quraysh people sitting in a gathering. One of them said, "Don't you see this, who does deeds just to show off? Who amongst you can go and bring the dung, blood and the abdominal contents, intestines, etc. of the slaughtered camels of the family of so and then wait till he prostrates and put that in between his shoulders?" The most unfortunate amongst them, Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayt, went, and brought them, and when Allah's apostle prostrated, he put them between his shoulders. The Prophet remained in prostration and they laughed so much so that they fell on each other. A passerby went to Fatima, who was a young girl in those days. She came running and the Prophet was still in prostration. She removed them and cursed upon the Quraysh on their faces. When Allah's apostle completed his prayer, he said, "O Allah! Take revenge on Quraysh." He said so thrice and added, "O Allah! Take revenge on Amr bin Hisham, Utbah bin Rabi'a, Shayba bin Rabi'a, Al-Walid bin Utbah, Umayyah bin Khalaf, Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayt and Umar bin al-Walid." Abdullah added, "By Allah! I saw all of them dead in the battlefield on the day of Badr, and they were dragged and thrown in the Kalib, a well, at Badr." Allah's apostle then said, "Allah's curse has descended upon the people of the Kalib, well." 10. Times of the Prayers. Volume 1, Book 10, number 500. Narrated Ibn Shihab. Once Umar bin Abdul Aziz delayed the prayer and Urwa bin Zubair went to him and said, once in Iraq. Al-Mughtra bin Shubi'a delayed his prayers and Abi Mas'ud al-Ansari went to him and said, "O Mughira! What is this? Don't you know that once Gabriel came and offered the prayer, Far prayer, and Allah's apostle prayed too, then he prayed again, Zuhr prayer, and so did Allah's apostle, and again he prayed, Asr prayers, and Allah's apostle did the same. Again he prayed, Maghrib prayer, and so did Allah's apostle, and again prayed, Isha prayer, and so did Allah's apostle, and Gabriel said, I was ordered to do so, to demonstrate the prayers prescribed to you." Umar bin Abdul Aztz said to Urwa, "Be sure of what you say. Did Gabriel lead Allah's apostle at the stated times of the prayers?" Urwa replied, Bashir bin Abi Mas'ud narrated like this on the authority of his father. Urwa added, Aisha told me that Allah's apostle used to pray Asr prayer when the sunshine was still inside her residence, during the early time of Asr. Volume 1, Book 10, number 501. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once a delegation of Abdul Qays came to Allah's apostle and said, "We belong to such and such branch of the tribe of Rabi and we can only come to you in the sacred months. Order us to do something good so that we may, carry out, take it from you and also invite to it our people whom we have left behind, at home." The Prophet said, "I order you to do 4 things and forbid you from 4 things. The first 4 are as follows. 1. To believe in Allah. And then he explained it to them, i.e., to testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad, am Allah's apostle. 2. To offer prayers perfectly, at the stated times. 3. To pay zakat, obligatory charity. 4. To give me kumas. The other 4 things which are forbidden are as follows. 1. Dubba. 2. Hantam. 3. Mukayat. 4. Nakar. All these are utensils used for the preparation of alcoholic drinks. Volume 1, Book 10, number 502. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. I gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's apostle for to offer prayers perfectly, to pay zakat regularly, and to give good advice to every Muslim. Volume 1, Book 10, number 503. Narrated Shakik. That he had heard Hudhaifa saying, once I was sitting with Umar and he said, who amongst you remembers the statement of Allah's apostle about the afflictions? I said, I know it as the Prophet had said it. Umar said, no doubt you are bold. I said, the afflictions caused for a man by his wife, money, children and neighbor are expiated by his prayers, fasting, charity and by enjoining what is good, and forbidding what is evil. Umar said, I did not mean that, but I asked about that affliction which will spread like the waves of the sea. I, Hudhaifa, said, O leader of the faithful believers, you need not be afraid of it as there is a closed door between you and it. Umar asked, will the door be broken or opened? I replied, it will be broken. Umar said, then it will never be closed again. I was asked whether Umar knew that door. I replied that he knew it as one knows that there will be night before the tomorrow morning. I narrated a hadith that was free from any misstatement. The sub-narrator added that they deputed Masrik to ask Hudhaifa about the door. Hudhaifa said, the door was Umar himself. Volume 1, Book 10, number 504. Narrated Ibn Mas'udi. A man kissed a woman, unlawfully, and then went to the Prophet and informed him. Allah revealed. And offer prayers perfectly at the 2 ends of the day and in some hours of the night, i.e. the 5 compulsory prayers. Verily, good deeds remove, annul, the evil deeds, small sins. 11.114. The man asked Allah's apostle, is it for me? He said, it is for all my followers. Volume 1, Book 10, number 505. Narrated Abdullah. I asked the Prophet, which deed is the dearest to Allah? He replied, to offer the prayers at their early stated fixed times. I asked, what is the next, in goodness? He replied, to be good and dutiful to your parents. I again asked, what is the next, in goodness? He replied, to participate in jihad, religious fighting, in Allah's cause. Abdullah added, I asked only that much, and if I had asked more, the Prophet would have told me more. Volume 1, Book 10, number 506. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's apostle saying, if there was a river at the door of any one of you and he took a bath in it 5 times a day, would you notice any dirt on him? They said, not a trace of dirt would be left. The Prophet added, that is the example of the 5 prayers with which Allah blots out, annuls, evil deeds. Volume 1, Book 10, number 507. Narrated Galen. Anas said, I do not find, nowadays, things as they were, practiced, at the time of the Prophet. Somebody said, the prayer, is as it was. Anas said, have you not done in the prayer what you have done? Narrated Az-Zuri that he visited Anas bin Malik at Damascus and found him weeping and asked him why he was weeping. He replied, I do not know anything which I used to know during the lifetime of Allah's apostle except this prayer which is being lost, not offered as it should be. Volume 1, Book 10, number 508. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, whenever any one of you offers his prayer he is speaking in private to his Lord. So he should not spit to his right but under his left foot. Qatada said, he should not spit in front of him but to his left or under his feet. And Shuf'a said, he should not spit in front of him, nor to his right but to his left or under his foot. Anas said, the Prophet said, he should neither spit in the direction of his Qibla nor to his right but to his left or under his foot. Volume 1, Book 10, number 509. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, do the prostration properly and do not put your forearms flat with elbows touching the ground like a dog. And if you want to spit, do not spit in front, nor to the right, for the person in prayer is speaking in private to his Lord. Volume 1, Book 10, number 510. Narrated Abu Huraira and Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, if it is very hot, then pray the Zuhr prayer when it becomes a bit cooler, as the severity of the heat is from the raging of the hellfire. Volume 1, Book 10, number 511. Narrated Abu Dhar. The Muaddin, call-maker, of the Prophet pronounced the Adhan, call, for the Zuhr prayer, but the Prophet said, let it be cooler, let it be cooler. Or said, wait, wait, because the severity of heat is from the raging of the hellfire. In severe hot weather, pray when it becomes a bit cooler and the shadows of hillocks appear. Volume 1, Book 10, number 512. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, in very hot weather delay the Zuhr prayer till it becomes a bit cooler, because the severity of heat is from the raging of hellfire. The hellfire of hell complained to its Lord saying, O Lord, my parts are eating, destroying one another. So Allah allowed it to take 2 breaths, one in the winter and the other in the summer. The breath in the summer is at the time when you feel the severest heat, and the breath in the winter is at the time when you feel the severest cold. Volume 1, Book 10, number 513. Narrated Abu Sa'idi. That Allah's Apostle said, pray Zuhr prayer when it becomes a bit cooler, as the severity of heat is from the raging of the hellfire. Volume 1, Book 10, number 514. Narrated Abu Dhar al-Ghifar. We were with the Prophet on a journey, and the Muaddin, call-maker for the prayer, wanted to pronounce the Adhan, call, for the Zuhr prayer. The Prophet said, let it become cooler. He again, after a while, wanted to pronounce the Adhan, but the Prophet said to him, let it become cooler till we see the shadows of hillocks. The Prophet added, the severity of heat is from the raging of the hellfire, and in very hot weather pray Zuhr when it becomes cooler. Volume 1, Book 10, number 515. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle came out as the sun declined at midday and offered the Zuhr prayer. He then stood on the pulpit and spoke about the hour, day of judgment, and said that in it there would be tremendous things. He then said, whoever likes to ask me about anything he can do so, and I shall reply as long as I am at this place of mine. Most of the people wept, and the Prophet said repeatedly, ask me. Abdullah bin Hudafa as-Sami stood up and said, who is my father? The Prophet said, your father is Hudafa. The Prophet repeatedly said, ask me. Then Umar knelt before him and said, we are pleased with Allah as our Lord, Islam as our religion, and Muhammad as our Prophet. The Prophet then became quiet and said, paradise and hellfire were displayed in front of me on this wall just now, and I have never seen a better thing than the former, and a worse thing than the latter. Volume 1, Book 10, number 516. Narrated Abu al-Minhal. Abu Barza said, the Prophet used to offer the far prayer, when one could recognize the person sitting by him, after the prayer, and he used to recite between 60 to 100 ayat, verses, of the Qur'an. He used to offer the Zuhr prayer as soon as the sun declined, at noon, and the Asr at a time when a man might go and return from the farthest place in Medina and find the sun still hot. The sub-narrator forgot what was said about the Maghrib. He did not mind delaying the Isha prayer to 1/3 of the night or the middle of the night. Volume 1, Book 10, number 517. Narrated Anas bin Malik. When we offered the Zuhr prayers behind Allah's Apostle, we used to prostrate on our clothes to protect ourselves from the heat. Volume 1, Book 10, number 518. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet prayed 8 rakat for the Zuhr and Asr, and 7 for the Maghrib and Isha prayers in Medina. Ayyub said, perhaps those were rainy nights. Anas said, maybe. Volume 1, Book 10, number 519. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to offer the Asr prayer when the sunshine had not disappeared from my chamber. Volume 1, Book 10, number 520. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to offer the Asr prayers at a time when the sunshine was still inside my chamber and no shadow had yet appeared in it. Volume 1, Book 10, number 521. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to pray the Asr prayers at a time when the sunshine was still inside my chamber and no shadow had yet appeared in it. Volume 1, Book 10, number 522. Narrated Siyar bin Salama. I along with my father went to Abu Barza al-Aslarni and my father asked him, how Allah's Apostle used to offer the 5 compulsory congregational prayers. Abu Barza said, the Prophet used to pray the Zuhr prayer which you, people, call the first one at midday when the sun had just declined, the Asr prayer at a time when after the prayer a man could go to the house at the farthest place in Medina, and arrive, while the sun was still hot. I forgot about the Maghrib prayer. The Prophet loved to delay the Isha which you call al-Adama, and he disliked sleeping before it and speaking after it. After the Far prayer he used to leave and a man could recognize the one sitting beside him, and he used to recite between 60 to 100 ayat, in the Far prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 523. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to pray the Asr prayer, and after that if someone happened to go to the tribe of Bani Amr bin Auf, he would find them still praying the Asr prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 524. Narrated Abu Bakr bin Uthman bin Saul bin Hunayf. That he heard Abu Umama saying, we prayed the Zuhr prayer with Umar bin Abdul Aziz and then went to Anas bin Malik and found him offering the Asr prayer. I asked him, O uncle, which prayer have you offered? He said, the Asr, and this is, the time of, the prayer of Allah's Apostle which we used to pray with him. Volume 1, Book 10, number 525. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle used to offer the Asr prayer at a time when the sun was still hot and high, and if a person went to Al-Awali, a place, of Medina, he would reach there when the sun was still high. Some of Al-Awali of Medina were about 4 miles or so from the town. Volume 1, Book 10, number 526. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to pray the Asr, and after that if one of us went to Kuba he would arrive there while the sun was still high. Volume 1, Book 10, number 527. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, whoever misses the Asr prayer, intentionally, then it is as if he lost his family and property. Volume 1, Book 10, number 528. Narrated Abu al-Ma. We were with Buraidah in a battle on a cloudy day, and he said, offer the Asr prayer early, as the Prophet said, whoever leaves the Asr prayer, all his good deeds will be annulled. Volume 1, Book 10, number 529. Narrated Kays. Jarir said, we were with the Prophet and he looked at the full moon and said, certainly you will see your Lord as you see this moon, and you will have no trouble in seeing him. So if you can avoid missing, through sleep or business, etc., a prayer before the sunrise, far, and a prayer before sunset, Asr, you must do so. He then recited Allah's statement. And celebrate the praises of your Lord before the rising of the sun and before its setting. 50.39, Ismail said, offer those prayers and do not miss them. Volume 1, Book 10, number 530. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, angels come to you in succession by night and day, and all of them get together at the time of the Far and Asr prayers. Those who have passed the night with you, or stayed with you, ascend to the heaven, and Allah asks them, though he knows everything about you, well, in what state did you leave my slaves? The angels reply, when we left them they were praying and when we reached them, they were praying. Volume 1, Book 10, number 531. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you can get 1 rak'ah of the Asr prayer before sunset, he should complete his prayer. If any of you can get 1 rak'ah of the Fajr prayer before sunrise, he should complete his prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 532. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. My father said, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the period of your stay as compared to the previous nations is like the period equal to the time between the Asr prayer and sunset. The people of the Torah were given the Torah and they acted upon it, till midday, then they were exhausted and were given 1 kairat of gold each. And then the people of the Gospel were given the Gospel and they acted upon it, till the Asr prayer, then they were exhausted and were given 1 kairat each. And then we were given the Qur'an and we acted upon it, till sunset, and we were given 2 kairats each. On that the people of both the scriptures said, O our Lord! You have given them 2 kairats and given us 1 kairat, though we have worked more than they. Allah said, have I usurped some of your right? They said, no. Allah said, that is my blessing I bestow upon whomsoever I wish. Volume 1, Book 10, number 533. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, the example of Muslims, Jews and Christians is like the example of a man who employed laborers to work for him from morning till night. They worked till midday and they said, we are not in need of your reward. So the man employed another batch and said to them, complete the rest of the day and yours will be the wages I had fixed for the first batch. They worked up till the time of the Asr prayer and said, whatever we have done is for you. He employed another batch. They worked for the rest of the day till sunset, and they received the wages of the 2 former batches. Volume 1, Book 10. Number 534. Narrated Rafi bin Khadij. We used to offer the Maghrib prayer with the Prophet, and after finishing the prayer one of us may go away and could still see as far as the spots where one's arrow might reach when shot by a bow. Volume 1, Book 10, number 535. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet used to pray the Zuhr at midday, and the Asr at a time when the sun was still bright, the Maghrib after sunset, at its stated time, and the Isha at a variable time. Whenever he saw the people assembled for Isha prayer, he would pray earlier, and if the people delayed, he would delay the prayer. And they or the Prophet used to offer the Fajr prayers when it's still dark. Volume 1, Book 10, number 536. Narrated Salama. We used to pray the Maghrib prayer with the Prophet when the sun disappeared from the horizon. Volume 1, Book 10, number 537. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet prayed 7 rakat together and 8 rakat together. Volume 1, Book 10, number 538. Narrated Abdullah al-Mazani. The Prophet said, do not be influenced by Bedouins regarding the name of your Maghrib prayer which is called Isha by them. Volume 1, Book 10, number 539. Narrated Abdullah. One night Allah's Apostle led us in the Isha prayer, and that is the one called al-Atma by the people. After the completion of the prayer, he faced us and said, do you know the importance of this night? Nobody present on the surface of the earth tonight will be living after 100 years from this night. See Hadith number 575. Volume 1, Book 10, number 540. Narrated Muhammad bin Amr. We asked Jabir bin Abdullah about the prayers of the Prophet. He said, he used to pray Zuhr prayer at midday, the Asr when the sun was still hot, and the Maghrib after sunset, at its stated time. The Isha was offered early if the people gathered, and used to be delayed if their number was less. And the morning prayer was offered when it was still dark. Volume 1, Book 10, number 541. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle once delayed the Isha prayer, and that was during the days when Islam still had not spread. The Prophet did not come out till Umar informed him that the women and children had slept. Then he came out and said to the people of the mosque, none amongst the dwellers of the earth has been waiting for it, Isha prayer, except you. Volume 1, Book 10, number 542. Narrated Abu Musa. My companions, who came with me in the boat, and I landed at a place called Baki Buthan. The Prophet was in Medina at that time. One of us used to go to the Prophet by turns every night at the time of the Isha prayer. Once I along with my companions went to the Prophet, and he was busy in some of his affairs, so that Isha prayer was delayed to the middle of the night. He then came out and led the people in prayer. After finishing from the prayer, he addressed the people present there, saying, Be patient. Don't go away. Have the glad tiding. It is from the blessing of Allah upon you that none amongst mankind has prayed at this time save you. Or said, none except you has prayed at this time. Abu Musa added, so we returned happily after what we heard from Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 10, number 543. Narrated Abu Barza. Allah's Apostle disliked to sleep before the Isha prayer and to talk after it. Volume 1, Book 10, number 544. Narrated Ibn Shihab from Urwa. Aisha said, once Allah's Apostle delayed the Isha prayer till Umar reminded him by saying, the prayer. The women and children have slept. Then the Prophet came out and said, none amongst the dwellers of the earth has been waiting for it, the prayer, except you. Urwa said, nowhere except in Medina the prayer used to be offered, in those days. He further said, the Prophet used to offer the Isha prayer in the period between the disappearance of the twilight and the end of the first third of the night. Volume 1, Book 10, number 545. Narrated Ibn Jurayj from Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said, once Allah's Apostle was busy, at the time of the Isha, so the prayer was delayed so much so that we slept and woke up and slept and woke up again. The Prophet came out and said, none amongst the dwellers of the earth but you have been waiting for the prayer. Ibn Umar did not find any harm in praying it earlier or in delaying it unless he was afraid that sleep might overwhelm him and he might miss the prayer, and sometimes he used to sleep before the Isha prayer. Ibn Jurayj said, I said to Atta, I heard Ibn Abbas saying, once Allah's Apostle delayed the Isha prayer to such an extent that the people slept and got up and slept again and got up again. Then Umar bin al-Khattab stood up and reminded the Prophet of the prayer. Atta said, Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet came out as if I was looking at him at this time, and water was trickling from his head and he was putting his hand on his head and then said, hadn't I thought it hard for my followers? I would have ordered them to pray Isha prayer at this time. I asked Atta for further information, how the Prophet had kept his hand on his head as he was told by Ibn Abbas. Atta separated his fingers slightly and put their tips on the side of the head, brought the fingers downwards approximating them till the thumb touched the lobe of the ear at the side of the temple and the beard on the face. He neither slowed nor hurried in this action but he acted like that. The Prophet said, hadn't I thought it hard for my followers I would have ordered them to pray at this time. Volume 1, Book 10, number 546. Narrated Anas. The Prophet delayed the Isha prayer till midnight and then he offered the prayer and said, the people prayed and slept but you have been in prayer as long as you have been waiting for it, the prayer. Anas added, as if I am looking now at the glitter of the ring of the Prophet on that night. Volume 1, Book 10, number 547. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. We were with the Prophet on a full moon night. He looked at the moon and said, you will certainly see your Lord as you see this moon, and there will be no trouble in seeing him. So if you can avoid missing, through sleep, business, etc. a prayer before the rising of the sun, far, and before its setting, asr, you must do so. He, the Prophet, then recited the following verse. And celebrate the praises of your Lord before the rising of the sun and before its setting. 50. 39. Volume 1, Book 10, number 548. Narrated Abu Bakr bin Abi Musa. My father said, Allah's Apostle said, whoever prays the two cool prayers, asr and far, will go to paradise. Volume 1, Book 10, number 549. Narrated Anas. Zayd bin Thabit said, "We took the shur, the meal taken before dawn while fasting is observed, with the Prophet and then stood up for the morning prayer. I asked him how long the interval between the two, shur and prayer, was. He replied, the interval between the two was just sufficient to recite 50 to 6th ayat. Volume 1, Book 10, number 550. Narrated Qatada. Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet and Zayd bin Thabit took the shur together, and after finishing the meal, the Prophet stood up and prayed, far prayer. I asked Anas, how long was the interval between finishing their shur and starting the prayer? He replied, the interval between the two was just sufficient to recite 50 ayat. Verses of the Qur'an. Volume 1, Book 10, number 551. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. I used to take the shur meal with my family and hasten so as to catch the far, morning prayer, with Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 10. Number 552. Narrated Aisha. The believing women covered with their veiling sheets used to attend the far prayer with Allah's Apostle. And after finishing the prayer they would return to their home and nobody could recognize them because of darkness. Volume 1, Book 10, number 553. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever could get 1 rak'ah of the far prayer, before sunrise, he has got the morning prayer, and whoever could get 1 rak'ah of the asr prayer before sunset, he has got the asr prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 554. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever could get 1 rak'ah of a prayer, in its proper time, he has got the prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 555. Narrated Umar. The Prophet forbade praying after the far prayer till the sun rises and after the asr prayer till the sun sets. Volume 1, Book 10, number 556. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Some people told me the same narration, as above. Volume 1, Book 10, number 557. Narrated Hisham's father. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, do not pray at the time of sunrise and at the time of sunset. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, if the edge of the sun appears, above the horizon, delay the prayer till it becomes high, and if the edge of the sun disappears, delay the prayer till it sets, disappears completely. Volume 1, Book 10, number 558. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade 2 kinds of sales, 2 kinds of dresses, and 2 prayers. He forbade offering prayers after the far prayer till the rising of the sun and after the asr prayer till its setting. He also forbade ishtimalasima and al-atiba in one garment in such a way that one's private parts are exposed towards the sky. He also forbade the sales called munabada and mulamesa. See Hadith number 354 and 355, Volume 3. Volume 1, Book 10, number 559. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, none of you should try to pray at sunrise or sunset. Volume 1, Book 10, number 560. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, there is no prayer after the morning prayer till the sun rises, and there is no prayer after the asr prayer till the sun sets. Volume 1, Book 10, number 561. Narrated Muawiyah. You offer a prayer which I did not see being offered by Allah's Apostle when we were in his company, and he certainly had forbidden it, i.e. 2 rakat after the asr prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 562. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade the offering of 2 prayers. 1. After the morning prayer till the sun rises. 2. After the asr prayer till the sun sets. Volume 1, Book 10, number 563. Narrated Ibn Umar. I pray as I saw my companions praying. I do not forbid praying at any time during the day or night except at sunset and sunrise. Volume 1, Book 10, number 564. Narrated Aisha. By Allah, who took away the Prophet. The Prophet never missed them, 2 rakat, after the Asr prayer till he met Allah, and he did not meet Allah till it became heavy for him to pray while standing, so he used to offer most of the prayers while sitting. She meant the 2 rakat after Asr. He used to pray them in the house and never prayed them in the mosque lest it might be hard for his followers, and he loved what was easy for them. Volume 1, Book 10, number 565. Narrated Hisham's father. Aisha, addressing me, said, O son of my sister. The Prophet never missed 2 prostrations, i.e. rakat, after the Asr prayer in my house. Volume 1, Book 10, number 566. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle never missed 2 rakat before the Far prayer and after the Asr prayer openly and secretly. Volume 1, Book 10, number 567. Narrated Aisha. Whenever the Prophet come to me after the Asr prayer, he always prayed 2 rakat. Volume 1, Book 10, number 568. Narrated Ibn Abu Mayli. I was with Buraida on a cloudy day and he said, offer the Asr prayer earlier, as the Prophet said, whoever leaves the Asr prayer will have all his good deeds annulled. See Hadith No. 527 and 528. Volume 1, Book 10, number 569. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, one night we were traveling with the Prophet and some people said, we wish that Allah's Apostle would take a rest along with us during the last hours of the night. He said, I am afraid that you will sleep and miss the Far prayer. Bilal said, I will make you get up. So all slept and Bilal rested his back against his rahila, and he too was overwhelmed by sleep, and slept. The Prophet got up when the edge of the sun had risen and said, O Bilal, what about your statement? He replied, I have never slept such a sleep. The Prophet said, Allah captured your souls when he wished, and released them when he wished. O Bilal, get up and pronounce the adhan for the prayer. The Prophet performed ablution, and when the sun came up and became bright, he stood up and prayed. Volume 1, Book 10, number 570. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of al-Khandaq, the Battle of Trench, Umar bin al-Khattab came cursing the disbelievers of Quraysh after the sun had set and said, O Allah's Apostle, I could not offer the Asr prayer till the sun had set. The Prophet said, by Allah, I, too, have not prayed. So we turned towards Buthan, and the Prophet performed ablution, and we too performed ablution and offered the Asr prayer after the sun had set, and then he offered the Maghrib prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 571. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, if anyone forgets a prayer he should pray that prayer when he remembers it. There is no expiation except to pray the same. Then he recited, establish prayer for my, i.e. Allah's, remembrance. 20.14. Volume 1, Book 10, number 572. Narrated Jabir. Umar came cursing the disbelievers of Quraysh on the day of al-Khandaq, the Battle of Trench, and said, I could not offer the Asr prayer till the sun had set. Then we went to Buthan and he offered the Asr prayer after sunset, and then he offered the Maghrib prayer. Volume 1, Book 10, number 573. Narrated Abu al-Minhal. My father and I went to Abi Barza al-Islami. My father said to him, tell us how Allah's Apostle used to offer the compulsory congregational prayers. He said, he used to pray the Zuhr prayer, which you call the first prayer, as the sun declined at noon, the Asr at a time when one of us could go to his family at the farthest place in Medina while the sun was still hot. The narrator forgot what Abu Barza had said about the Maghrib prayer, and the Prophet preferred to pray the Isha late and disliked to sleep before it or talk after it. And he used to return after finishing the morning prayer at such a time when it was possible for one to recognize the person sitting by his side, and he, the Prophet, used to recite 60 to 100 ayat, verses, of the Qur'an in it. Volume 1, Book 10, number 574. Narrated Qurra bin Khalid. Once he waited for Al-Hasan and he did not show up till it was about the usual time for him to start his speech. Then he came and apologized, saying, "Our neighbors invited us." Then he added, narrated Anas, once we waited for the Prophet till it was midnight or about midnight. He came and led the prayer, and after finishing it, he addressed us and said, "All the people prayed and then slept, and you had been in prayer as long as you were waiting for it." Al-Hasan said, "The people are regarded as performing good deeds as long as they are waiting for doing good deeds." Al-Hasan's statement is a portion of Anas's hadith from the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 10, number 575. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet prayed one of those Shuf'a prayer in his last days, and after finishing it with Taslim, he stood up and said, "Do you realize the importance of this night? Nobody present on the surface of the earth tonight would be living after the completion of 100 years from this night." The people made a mistake in grasping the meaning of this statement of Allah's apostle, and they indulged in those things which are said about these narrators, i.e. some said that the day of resurrection will be established after 100 years etc. But the Prophet said, nobody present on the surface of earth tonight would be living after the completion of 100 years from this night. He meant, when that century, people of that century, would pass away. Volume 1, Book 10, number 576. Narrated Abu Uthman. Abdur-Rahman bin Abi Bakr said, the Shuf'a companions were poor people, and the Prophet said, whoever has food for 2 persons should take a third one from them, Shuf'a companions. And whosoever has food for 4 persons he should take 1 or 2 from them. Abu Bakr took 3 men and the Prophet took 10 of them. Abdur-Rahman added, my father, my mother and I were there, in the house. The sub-narrator is in doubt whether Abdur-Rahman also said, my wife and our servant, who was common for both my house and Abu Bakr's house. Abu Bakr took his supper with the Prophet and remained there till the Isha prayer was offered. Abu Bakr went back and stayed with the Prophet till the Prophet took his meal, and then Abu Bakr returned to his house after a long portion of the night had passed. Abu Bakr's wife said, what detained you from your guests, or guest? He said, have you not served them yet? She said, they refused to eat until you come. The food was served for them but they refused. Abdur-Rahman added, I went away and hid myself, being afraid of Abu Bakr, and in the meantime he, Abu Bakr, called me, O Gunther, a harsh word. And also called me bad names and abused me, and then said, to his family, eat. No welcome for you. Then, the supper was served. Abu Bakr took an oath that he would not eat that food. The narrator added, by Allah, whenever any one of us, myself and the guests of Shuf'a companions, took anything from the food, it increased from underneath. We all ate to our fill, and the food was more than it was before its serving. Abu Bakr looked at it, the food, and found it as it was before serving, or even more than that. He addressed his wife, saying, O the sister of Bani Faras. What is this? She said, O the pleasure of my eyes. The food is now 3 times more than it was before. Abu Bakr ate from it, and said, that oath was from Satan, meaning his oath, not to eat. Then he again took a morsel, mouthful, from it, and then took the rest of it to the Prophet. So that meal was with the Prophet. There was a treaty between us and some people, and when the period of that treaty had elapsed, the Prophet divided us into 12 groups, the Prophet's companions, each being headed by a man. Allah knows how many men were under the command of each leader. So all of them, 12 groups of men, ate of that meal. 11. Call to Prayers, at Hen. Volume 1, Book 11, number 577. Narrated Anas. The people mentioned the fire and the bell. They suggested those as signals to indicate the starting of prayers, and by that they mentioned the Jews and the Christians. Then Bilal was ordered to pronounce Adhan for the prayer by saying its wordings twice, and for the Iqama, the call for the actual standing for the prayers in rows, by saying its wordings once. Iqama is pronounced when the people are ready for the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 578. Narrated Ibn Umar. When the Muslims arrived at Medina, they used to assemble for the prayer, and used to guess the time for it. During those days, the practice of adhan for the prayers had not been introduced yet. Once they discussed this problem regarding the call for prayer. Some people suggested the use of a bell like the Christians, others proposed a trumpet like the horn used by the Jews, but Umar was the first to suggest that a man should call, the people, for the prayer. So Allah's Apostle ordered Bilal to get up and pronounce the adhan for prayers. Volume 1, Book 11, number 579. Narrated Anas. Bilal was ordered to repeat the wording of the adhan for prayers twice, and to pronounce the wording of the iqamas once except Q80 Kamati Salat. Volume 1, Book 11, number 580. Narrated Anas bin Malik. When the number of Muslims increased, they discussed the question as to how to know the time for the prayer by some familiar means. Some suggested that a fire be lit at the time of the prayer, and others put forward the proposal to ring the bell. Bilal was ordered to pronounce the wording of adhan twice and of the iqama once only. Volume 1, Book 11, number 581. Narrated Abu Kilaba. Anas said, Bilal was ordered to pronounce the wording of adhan twice and of iqama once only. The sub-narrator Ismaili said, I mentioned that to Ayyub and he added, to that, except iqama, i.e. Q80 Kamati Salat, which should be said twice. Volume 1, Book 11, number 582. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when the adhan is pronounced, Satan takes to his heels and passes wind with noise during his flight in order not to hear the adhan. When the adhan is completed, he comes back and again takes to his heels when the iqama is pronounced, and after its completion he returns again till he whispers into the heart of the person, to divert his attention from his prayer, and makes him remember things which he does not recall to his mind before the prayer, and that causes him to forget how much he has prayed. Volume 1, Book 11, number 583. Narrated Abdul Rahman. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri told my father, I see you liking sheep and the wilderness. So whenever you are with your sheep or in the wilderness and you want to pronounce adhan for the prayer, raise your voice in doing so, for whoever hears the adhan, whether a human being, a jinn or any other creature, will be a witness for you on the day of resurrection. Abu Said added, I heard it, this narration, from Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 11, number 584. Narrated Humayd. Anas bin Malik said, whenever the Prophet went out with us to fight, in Allah's cause, against any nation, he never allowed us to attack till morning, and he would wait and see. If he heard adhan he would postpone the attack, and if he did not hear adhan he would attack them. Anas added, we reached Khaybar at night, and in the morning when he did not hear the adhan for the prayer, he, the Prophet, rode and I rode behind Abi Talha and my foot was touching that of the Prophet. The inhabitants of Khaybar came out with their baskets and spades, and when they saw the Prophet they shouted, Muhammad! By Allah, Muhammad and his army! When Allah's Apostle saw them, he said, Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Khaybar is ruined. Whenever we approach a hostile nation to fight, then evil will be the morning of those who have been warned. Volume 1, Book 11, number 585. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, whenever you hear the adhan, say what the mu'adhin is saying. Volume 1, Book 11, number 586. Narrated Isa bin Talha. That he had heard Muawiyah repeating the words of adhan up to, Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, and I testify that Muhammad is Allah's Apostle. Volume 1, Book 11, number 587. Narrated Yahya as above, 586, and added. Some of my companions told me that Hisham had said, when the mu'adhin said, Hayya ala salah, come for the prayer. Muawiyah said, La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, there is neither might nor any power except with Allah, and added, we heard your Prophet saying the same. Volume 1, Book 11, number 588. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, whoever after listening to the adhan says, Allahumma rabba hadihi dida, wada tamati was saladul qa mati, ati Muhammadan al-Wasalata wal-Fadilata. Wab athu makaman mamudanai al-Ladi wa adtuhu, O Allah. Lord of this perfect call, of not ascribing partners to you, and of the regular prayer which is going to be established. Kindly give Muhammad the right of intercession and superiority and send him, on the day of judgment, to the best and the highest place in paradise which you promised him. Then intercession for me will be permitted for him on the day of resurrection. Volume 1, Book 11, number 589. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if the people knew the reward for pronouncing the adhan and for standing in the first row, in congregational prayers, and found no other way to get that except by drawing lots, they would draw lots. And if they knew the reward of the Zuhr prayer, in the early moments of its stated time, they would race for it, go early, and if they knew the reward of Isha, and Far, morning, prayers in congregation, they would come to offer them even if they had to crawl. Volume 1, Book 11, number 590. Narrated Abdullah bin al-Harith. Once on a rainy muddy day, Ibn Abbas delivered a sermon in our presence, and when the mu'adhin pronounced the adhan and said, Hayya ala as-salah, come for the prayer, Ibn Abbas ordered him to say, pray at your homes. The people began to look at each other, surprisingly. Ibn Abbas said, it was done by one who was much better than I, i.e. the Prophet or his mu'adhin, and it is a license. Volume 1, Book 11, number 591. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. My father said that Allah's Apostle said, Bilal pronounces adhan at night, so keep on eating and drinking, sure, till Ibn Maktum pronounces adhan. Salim added, he was a blind man who would not pronounce the adhan unless he was told that the day had dawned. Volume 1, Book 11. Number 592. Narrated Hafsa. When the muaddin pronounced the adhan for far prayer and the dawn became evident, the Prophet ordered a 2-rakat light prayer, sunnah, before the iqamah of the compulsory, congregational, prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 593. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to offer 2 light rakat between the adhan and the iqamah of the far prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 594. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, Bilal pronounces the adhan at night, so keep on eating and drinking, sure, till Ibn Maktum pronounces the adhan. Volume 1, Book 11, number 595. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'udi. The Prophet said, the adhan pronounced by Bilal should not stop you from taking sure, for he pronounces the adhan at night. So that the one offering the late night prayer, tahajjud, from among you might hurry up and the sleeping from among you might wake up. It does not mean that dawn or morning has started. Then he, the Prophet, pointed with his fingers and raised them up, towards the sky, and then lowered them, towards the earth, like this. Ibn Mas'udi imitated the gesture of the Prophet. Az-Zuri gestured with his 2 index fingers which he put on each other and then stretched them to the right and left. These gestures illustrate the way Real dawn appears. It spreads left and right horizontally. The dawn that appears in the high sky and lowers down is not the real dawn. Volume 1, Book 11, number 596. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, Bilal pronounces the adhan at night, so eat and drink, sure, till Ibn Maktum pronounces the adhan. Volume 1, Book 11, number 597. Narrated Abdullah bin Mughafal al-Mazani. Allah's Apostle said thrice, there is a prayer between the 2 adhans, adhan and iqamah, and added, for the one who wants to pray. Volume 1, Book 11, number 598. Narrated Anas bin Malik. When the mu'adhin pronounced the adhan, some of the companions of the Prophet would proceed to the pillars of the mosque, for the prayer, till the Prophet arrived, and in this way they used to pray 2 rakat before the Maghrib prayer. There used to be a little time between the adhan and the iqamah. Shuf'a said, there used to be a very short interval between the 2, adhan and iqamah. Volume 1, Book 11, number 599. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to pray 2 light rakat before the morning, compulsory, prayer after the day dawned and the mu'adhin had finished his adhan. He then would lie on his right side till the mu'adhin came to pronounce the Iqamah. Volume 1, Book 11, number 600. Narrated Abdullah bin Mughafal. The Prophet said, there is a prayer between the 2 adhans, adhan and Iqamah, there is a prayer between the 2 adhans. And then while saying it the 3rd time he added, for the one who wants to, pray. Volume 1, Book 11, number 601. Narrated Malik bin Huwairth. I came to the Prophet with some men from my tribe and stayed with him for 20 nights. He was kind and merciful to us. When he realized our longing for our families, he said to us, go back and stay with your families and teach them the religion. And offer the prayer, and one of you should pronounce the adhan for the prayer when its time is due, and the oldest one amongst you should lead the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 602. Narrated Abu Dhar. We were in the company of the Prophet on a journey, and the mu'adhin wanted to pronounce the adhan for the Zuhr prayer. The Prophet said to him, let it become cooler. Then he again wanted to pronounce the adhan, but the Prophet said to him, let it become cooler. The mu'adhin again wanted to pronounce the adhan for the prayer, but the Prophet said, let it become cooler, till the shadows of the hillocks become equal to their sizes. The Prophet added, the severity of the heat is from the raging of hell. Volume 1, Book 11, number 603. Narrated Malik bin Huwairth. 2 men came to the Prophet with the intention of a journey. The Prophet said, when, both of you set out, pronounce adhan and then Iqamah, and the oldest of you should lead the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 604. Narrated Malik. We came to the Prophet and stayed with him for 20 days and nights. We were all young and of about the same age. The Prophet was very kind and merciful. When he realized our longing for our families, he asked about our homes and the people there, and we told him. Then he asked us to go back to our families and stay with them and teach them the religion, and to order them to do good things. He also mentioned some other things which I have remembered or forgotten. The Prophet then added, pray as you have seen me praying, and when it is the time for the prayer one of you should pronounce the adhan and the oldest of you should lead the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 605. Narrated Nafi. Once in a cold night, Ibn Thumar pronounced the adhan for the prayer at Dajnan, the name of a mountain, and then said, pray at your homes. And informed us that Allah's Apostle used to tell the mu'adhin to pronounce adhan and say, pray at your homes, at the end of the adhan on a rainy or a very cold night during the journey. Volume 1, Book 11, number 606. Narrated Aun bin Abi Juhayfa. My father said, I saw Allah's Apostle at a place called Al-Abta. Bilal came and informed him about the prayer, and then came out with an anza and planted it in front of Allah's Apostle at Al-Abta and pronounced the Iqamah. Volume 1, Book 11, number 607. Narrated Aun bin Abi Juhayfa. My father said, I saw Bilal turning his face from side to side while pronouncing the adhan for the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 608. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, while we were praying with the Prophet he heard the noise of some people. After the prayer he said, what is the matter? They replied, we were hurrying for the prayer. He said, do not make haste for the prayer, and whenever you come for the prayer, you should come with calmness, and pray whatever you get, with the people, and complete the rest which you have missed. Volume 1, Book 11, number 609. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, when you hear the Iqamah, proceed to offer the prayer with calmness and solemnity and do not make haste. And pray whatever you are able to pray and complete whatever you have missed. Volume 1, Book 11, number 610. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said. Allah's Apostle said, if the Iqamah is pronounced then do not stand for the prayer till you see me, in front of you. Volume 1, Book 11, number 611. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada, My father said, Allah's Apostle said, if the Iqamah is pronounced, then do not stand for the prayer till you see me, in front of you, and do it calmly. Volume 1, Book 11, number 612. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle went out, of the mosque, when the Iqamah had been pronounced and the rows straightened. The Prophet stood at his musalla, praying place, and we waited for the Prophet to begin the prayer with takbir. He left and asked us to remain in our places. We kept on standing till the Prophet returned and the water was trickling from his head, for he had taken a bath, of janaba. Volume 1, Book 11, number 613. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once Iqamah was pronounced and the people had straightened the rows, Allah's Apostle went forward, to lead the prayer, but he was junub, so he said, remain in your places. And he went out, took a bath and returned with water trickling from his head. Then he led the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 614. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of al-Khandak, the trench, Umar bin al-Khattab went to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle! By Allah, I could not pray, the Asr, till the sun had set. Umar told this to the Prophet at the time when a fasting person had done iftar, taken his meals. The Prophet then went to Buthan and I was with him. He performed ablution and offered the Asr prayer after the sun had set and then the Maghrib prayer. Volume 1, Book 11. Number 615. Narrated Anas. Once the Iqamah was pronounced and the Prophet was talking to a man, in a low voice, in a corner of the mosque, and he did not lead the prayer till, some of, the people had slept, dozed in a sitting posture. Volume 1, Book 11, number 616. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once Iqamah was pronounced, a man came to the Prophet and detained him, from the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 617. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, by him in whose hand my soul is, I was about to order for collecting firewood, fuel, and then order someone to pronounce the adhan for the prayer and then order someone to lead the prayer, then I would go from behind and burn the houses of men who did not present themselves for the compulsory congregational prayer. By him, in whose hands my soul is, if any one of them had known that he would get a bone covered with good meat or two small pieces of meat present in between two ribs, he would have turned up for the Isha prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 618. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, the prayer in congregation is 27 times superior to the prayer offered by person alone. Volume 1, Book 11, number 619. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, the prayer in congregation is 25 times superior to the prayer offered by person alone. Volume 1, Book 11, number 620. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, the reward of the prayer offered by a person in congregation is 25 times greater than that of the prayer offered in one's house or in the market, alone. And this is because if he performs ablution and does it perfectly and then proceeds to the mosque with the sole intention of praying, then for every step he takes towards the mosque, he is upgraded 1 degree in reward and his one sin is taken off, crossed out, from his accounts of deeds. When he offers his prayer, the angels keep on asking Allah's blessings and Allah's forgiveness for him as long as he is staying at his musalla. They say, O Allah! Bestow your blessings upon him, be merciful and kind to him. And one is regarded in prayer as long as one is waiting for the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 621. Narrated Abu Salama bin Abdur Rahman. Abu Huraira said, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the reward of a prayer in congregation is 25 times greater than that of a prayer offered by a person alone. The angels of the night and the angels of the day gather at the time of far prayer. Abu Huraira then added, recite the Holy Book if you wish, for, indeed, the recitation of the Qur'an in the early dawn, far prayer, is ever witnessed. 17.18. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, the reward of the congregational prayer is 27 times greater than that of the prayer offered by a person alone. Volume 1, Book 11, number 622. Narrated Salim. I heard ad-Darda saying, Abu ad-Darda entered the house in an angry mood. I said to him, "What makes you angry?" He replied, "By Allah, I do not find the followers of Muhammad doing those good things, which they used to do before, except the offering of congregational prayer." This happened in the last days of Abu ad-Darda, during the rule of Uthman. Volume 1, Book 11, number 623. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "The people who get tremendous reward for the prayer are those who are farthest away, from the mosque, and then those who are next farthest and so on. Similarly, one who waits to pray with the Imam has greater reward than one who prays and goes to bed." Volume 1, Book 11, number 624. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, while a man was going on a way, he saw a thorny branch and removed it from the way, and Allah became pleased by his action and forgave him for that. Then the Prophet said, 5 are martyrs, one who dies of plague, one who dies of an abdominal disease, one who dies of drowning, one who is buried alive, and dies, and one who is killed in Allah's cause. The Prophet further said, if the people knew the reward for pronouncing the adhan and for standing in the first row, in the congregational prayer, and found no other way to get it except by drawing lots, they would do so. And if they knew the reward of offering the Zuhr prayer early, in its stated time, they would race for it, and they knew the reward for Isha and Far prayers in congregation, they would attend them even if they were to crawl. Volume 1. Book 11, number 625. Narrated Humayd. Anas said, the Prophet said, O Bani Salima, don't you think that for every step of yours, that you take towards the mosque, there is a reward, while coming for prayer? Mujahid said, regarding Allah's statement, we record that which they have sent before them, and their traces, 36.12. Their traces means, their steps. And Anas said that the people of Bani Salima wanted to shift to a place near the Prophet, but Allah's Apostle disliked the idea of leaving their houses uninhabited and said, don't you think that you will get the reward for your footprints? Mujahid said, their footprints mean their footsteps and their going on foot. Volume 1, Book 11, number 626. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, no prayer is harder for the hypocrites than the Far and the Isha prayers, and if they knew the reward for these prayers at their respective times, they would certainly present themselves, in the mosques, even if they had to see all. The Prophet added, certainly I decided to order the Mu'adh din, call-maker, to pronounce Iqama and order a man to lead the prayer and then take a fire flame to burn all those who had not left their houses so far for the prayer along with their houses. Volume 1, Book 11, number 627. Narrated Malik bin Huwairith. Prophet said, to 2 persons, whenever the prayer time becomes due, you should pronounce adhan and then Iqama, and the older of you should lead the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 628. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, the angels keep on asking for Allah's blessing and forgiveness for any one of you as long as he is at his musalla, praying place, and does not do hadith, passes wind. The angels say, O Allah, forgive him and be merciful to him. Each one of you is in the prayer as long as he is waiting for the prayer, and nothing but the prayer detains him from going to his family. Volume 1, Book 11, number 629. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah will give shade to 7, on the day when there will be no shade but his. These 7 persons are, a just ruler, a youth who has been brought up in the worship of Allah, i.e. worships Allah sincerely from childhood, a man whose heart is attached to the mosques, i.e. to pray the compulsory prayers in the mosque in congregation, 2 persons who love each other only for Allah's sake and they meet and part in Allah's cause only. A man who refuses the call of a charming woman of noble birth for illicit intercourse with her and says, I am afraid of Allah. A man who gives charitable gifts so secretly that his left hand does not know what his right hand has given, i.e. nobody knows how much he has given in charity, and a person who remembers Allah in seclusion and his eyes are then flooded with tears. Volume 1, Book 11, number 630. Narrated Humayd. Anas was asked, did Allah's apostle wear a ring? He said, yes. Once he delayed the Isha prayer till midnight, and after the prayer, he faced us and said, the people prayed and have slept, and you remained in prayer as long as you waited for it. Anas added, as if I were just now observing the glitter of his ring. Volume 1, Book 11, number 631. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, Allah will prepare for him who goes to the mosque, every morning and in the afternoon, for the congregational prayer, an honorable place in paradise with good hospitality for what he has done, every morning and afternoon goings. Volume 1, Book 11, number 632. Narrated Malik ibn Buhayna. Allah's apostle passed by a man praying 2 rakat after the Iqamah had been pronounced. When Allah's apostle completed the prayer, the people gathered around him. The Prophet, or that man and Allah's apostle, said to him, protesting, are there 4 rakat in far prayer? Are there 4 rakat in far prayer? Volume 1, Book 11, number 633. Narrated Al-Aswad. We were with Aisha discussing the regularity of offering the prayer and dignifying it. She said, when Allah's apostle fell sick with the fatal illness and when the time of prayer became due and Adhan was pronounced, he said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. He was told that Abu Bakr was a soft-hearted man and would not be able to lead the prayer in his place. The Prophet gave the same order again, but he was given the same reply. He gave the order for the 3rd time and said, you, women, are the companions of Joseph. Tell Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. So Abu Bakr came out to lead the prayer. In the meantime the condition of the Prophet improved a bit and he came out with the help of 2 men, one on each side. As if I was observing his legs dragging on the ground owing to the disease. Abu Bakr wanted to retreat, but the Prophet beckoned him to remain at his place, and the Prophet was brought till he sat beside Abu Bakr. Al-Amash was asked, was the Prophet praying and Abu Bakr following him, and were the people following Abu Bakr in that prayer? Al-Amash replied in the affirmative with a nod of his head. Abu Muawiyah said, the Prophet was sitting on the left side of Abu Bakr who was praying while standing. Volume 1, Book 11, number 634. Narrated Aisha. When the Prophet became seriously ill and his disease became aggravated, he asked for permission from his wives to be nursed in my house, and he was allowed. He came out with the help of 2 men and his legs were dragging on the ground. He was between Al-Abbas and another man. Ubaydullah said, I told Ibn Abbas what Aisha had narrated, and he said, do you know who was the 2nd man whose name Aisha did not mention? I said, no. Ibn Abbas said, he was Ali ibn Abi Talib. Volume 1, Book 11, number 635. Narrated Nafi. Once on a very cold and stormy night, Ibn Umar pronounced the Adhan for the prayer and then said, pray in your homes. He, Ibn Umar, added. On very cold and rainy nights Allah's apostle used to order the muadhin to say, pray in your homes. Volume 1, Book 11, number 636. Narrated Mahmud bin Rabi al-Ansari. Itban bin Malik used to lead his people, tribe, in prayer and was a blind man. He said to Allah's apostle, O Allah's apostle, at times it is dark and flood water is flowing in the valley, and I am blind man, so please pray at a place in my house so that I can take it as a musalla, praying place. So Allah's apostle went to his house and said, where do you like me to pray? Itban pointed to a place in his house and Allah's apostle offered the prayer there. Volume 1, Book 11, number 637. Narrated Abdullah bin al-Harith. Ibn Abbas addressed us on a rainy and muddy day, and when the muadhin said, come for the prayer, Ibn Abbas ordered him to say, pray in your homes. The people began to look at one another with surprise as if they did not like it. Ibn Abbas said, it seems that you thought ill of it, but no doubt it was done by one who was better than I, i.e. the Prophet. The prayer, is a strict order and I dislike to bring you out. Ibn Abbas narrated the same as above, but he said, I did not like you to make you sinful, in refraining from coming to the mosque, and to come, to the mosque, covered with mud up to the knees. Volume 1, Book 11, number 638. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. A cloud came and it rained till the roof started leaking, and in those days the roof used to be of the branches of date palms. Iqama was pronounced and I saw Allah's apostles prostrating in water and mud, and even I saw the mark of mud on his forehead. Volume 1, Book 11, number 639. Narrated Anas bin Sirin. I heard Anas saying, a man from Ansar said to the Prophet, I cannot pray with you, in congregation. He was a very fat man and he prepared a meal for the Prophet and invited him to his house. He spread out a mat for the Prophet, and washed one of its sides with water, and the Prophet prayed 2 rak'at on it. A man from the family of al-Jarud asked, did the Prophet used to pray the duha, forenoon, prayer? Anas said, I did not see him praying the duha prayer except on that day. Volume 1, Book 11, number 640. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, if supper is served, and iqama is pronounced, one should start with the supper. Volume 1, Book 11, number 641. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, if the supper is served, start having it before praying the Maghrib prayer and do not be hasty in finishing it. Volume 1, Book 11, number 642. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, if the supper is served for any one of you and the iqama is pronounced, start with the supper and don't be in haste, and carry on eating, till you finish it. If food was served for Ibn Umar and iqama was pronounced, he never came to the prayer till he finished it, i.e. food, in spite of the fact that he heard the recitation of the Qur'an by the Imam in the prayer. Narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, if any one of you is having his meals, he should not hurry up till he is satisfied, even if the prayer has been started. Volume 1, Book 11, number 643. Narrated Jafar bin Ammar bin Umayyah. My father said, I saw Allah's Apostle eating a piece of meat from the shoulder of a sheep, and he was called for the prayer. He stood up, put down the knife and prayed, but did not perform ablution. Volume 1, Book 11, number 644. Narrated Al-Aswad. That he asked Aisha, what did the Prophet use to do in his house? She replied, he used to keep himself busy serving his family, and when it was the time for prayer he would go for it. Volume 1, Book 11, number 645. Narrated Ayyub. Abu Kalaba said, Malik bin Huwairith came to this mosque of ours and said, I pray in front of you, and my aim is not to lead the prayer but to show you the way in which the Prophet used to pray. I asked Abu Kalaba, how did he used to pray? He replied, the Prophet used to pray, like this sheikh of ours, and the sheikh used to sit for a while after the prostration, before getting up after the first rak'ah. Volume 1, Book 11, number 646. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet became sick, and when his disease became aggravated, he said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. Aisha said, he is a soft-hearted man and would not be able to lead the prayer in your place. The Prophet said again, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. She repeated the same reply, but he said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. You are the companions of Joseph. So the messenger went to Abu Bakr with that order, and he led the people in prayer in the lifetime of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 11, number 647. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the believers, Allah's Apostle in his illness said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. I said to him, if Abu Bakr stands in your place, the people would not hear him owing to his excessive weeping. So please order Umar to lead the prayer. Aisha added, I said to Hafsa, say to him, if Abu Bakr should lead the people in the prayer in your place, the people would not be able to hear him owing to his weeping, so please, order Umar to lead the prayer. Hafsa did so, but Allah's Apostle said, keep quiet. You are verily the companions of Joseph. Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. Hafsa said to Aisha, I never got anything good from you. Volume 1, Book 11, number 648. Narrated Azizun. Anas bin Malik al-Ansari told me Abu Bakr used to lead the people in prayer during the fatal illness of the Prophet till it was Monday. When the people aligned, in rows, for the prayer, the Prophet lifted the curtain of his house and started looking at us and was standing at that time. His face was glittering like a page of the Qur'an, and he smiled cheerfully. We were about to be put to trial for the pleasure of seeing the Prophet. Abu Bakr retreated to join the row as he thought that the Prophet would lead the prayer. The Prophet beckoned us to complete the prayer and he let the curtain fall. On the same day he died. Volume 1, Book 11, number 649. Narrated Anas. The Prophet did not come out for 3 days. The people stood for the prayer and Abu Bakr went ahead to lead the prayer. In the meantime, the Prophet caught hold of the curtain and lifted it. When the face of the Prophet appeared, we had never seen a scene more pleasing than the face of the Prophet as it appeared then. The Prophet beckoned to Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer and then let the curtain fall. We did not see him, again, till he died. Volume 1, Book 11, number 650. Narrated Hamza bin Abdullah. My father said, when Allah's apostle became seriously ill, he was told about the prayer. He said, "Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer." Aisha said, Abu Bakr is a soft-hearted man and he would be overpowered by his weeping if he recited the Qur'an. He said to them, "Tell him, Abu Bakr, to lead the prayer." The same reply was given to him. He said again, "Tell him to lead the prayer. You, women, are the companions of Joseph." Volume 1, Book 11, number 651. Narrated Urwa's father. Aisha said, Allah's apostle ordered Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer during his illness and so he led them in prayer. Urwa, a sub-narrator, added, Allah's apostle felt a bit relieved and came out and Abu Bakr was leading the people. When Abu Bakr saw the Prophet he retreated but the Prophet beckoned him to remain there. Allah's apostle sat beside Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr was following the prayer of Allah's apostle and the people were following the prayer of Abu Bakr. Volume 1, Book 11, number 652. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi. Allah's apostle went to establish peace among Bani Amr bin Auf. In the meantime the time of prayer was due and the Muaddin went to Abu Bakr and said, "Will you lead the prayer, so that I may pronounce the Iqamah?" Abu Bakr replied in the affirmative and led the prayer. Allah's apostle came while the people were still praying and he entered the rows of the praying people till he stood in the first row. The people clapped their hands. Abu Bakr never glanced sideways in his prayer but when the people continued clapping, Abu Bakr looked and saw Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle beckoned him to stay at his place. Abu Bakr raised his hands and thanked Allah for that order of Allah's apostle and then he retreated till he reached the first row. Allah's apostle went forward and led the prayer. When Allah's apostle finished the prayer, he said, "O Abu Bakr, what prevented you from staying when I ordered you to do so?" Abu Bakr replied, "How can Ibn Abi Quafa, Abu Bakr, dare to lead the prayer in the presence of Allah's apostle?" Then Allah's apostle said, "Why did you clap so much? If something happens to anyone during his prayer he should say Subhanallah. If he says so he will be attended to, for clapping is for women." Volume 1, Book 11, number 653. Narrated Malik bin Huwairth. We went to the Prophet and we were all young men and stayed with him for about 20 nights. The Prophet was very merciful. He said, "When you return home, impart religious teachings to your families and tell them to offer perfectly such and such a prayer at such and such a time and such a prayer at such and such a time. And now the time of the prayer one of you should pronounce the adhan and the oldest of you should lead the prayer." Volume 1, Book 11, number 654. Narrated Itban bin Malik al-Ansari. The Prophet came to my house and asked permission for entering and I allowed him. He asked, "Where do you like me to pray in your house?" I pointed to a place which I liked. He stood up for prayer and we aligned behind him and he finished the prayer with taslim and we did the same. Volume 1, Book 11, number 655. Narrated Ubaydullah ibn Abdullah bin Utbah. I went to Aisha and asked her to describe to me the illness of Allah's Apostle. Aisha said, yes. The Prophet became seriously ill and asked whether the people had prayed. We replied, no. O Allah's Apostle! They are waiting for you. He added, put water for me in a trough. Aisha added, we did so. He took a bath and tried to get up but fainted. When he recovered, he again asked whether the people had prayed. We said, no, they are waiting for you. O Allah's Apostle, he again said, put water in a trough for me. He sat down and took a bath and tried to get up but fainted again. Then he recovered and said, have the people prayed? We replied, no, they are waiting for you. O Allah's Apostle! He said, put water for me in the trough. Then he sat down and washed himself and tried to get up but he fainted. When he recovered, he asked, have the people prayed? We said, no, they are waiting for you. O Allah's Apostle! The people were in the mosque waiting for the Prophet for the Isha prayer. The Prophet sent for Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. The messenger went to Abu Bakr and said, Allah's Apostle orders you to lead the people in the prayer. Abu Bakr was a soft-hearted man, so he asked Umar to lead the prayer but Umar replied, you are more rightful. So Abu Bakr led the prayer in those days. When the Prophet felt a bit better, he came out for the Zuhr prayer with the help of two persons, one of whom was al-Abbas. While Abu Bakr was leading the people in the prayer. When Abu Bakr saw him he wanted to retreat but the Prophet beckoned him not to do so and asked them to make him sit beside Abu Bakr and they did so. Abu Bakr was following the Prophet, in the prayer, and the people were following Abu Bakr. The Prophet prayed, sitting. Ubaydullah added, I went to Abdullah bin Abbas and asked him, shall I tell you what Aisha has told me about the fatal illness of the Prophet? Ibn Abbas said, go ahead. I told him her narration and he did not deny anything of it but asked whether Aisha told me the name of the second person, who helped the Prophet, along with al-Abbas. I said. No, he said, he was Ali, ibn Abi Talib. Volume 1, Book 11, number 656. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the believers, Allah's Apostle during his illness prayed at his house while sitting whereas some people prayed behind him standing. The Prophet beckoned them to sit down. On completion of the prayer, he said, the Imam is to be followed, bow when he bows, raise up your heads, stand erect, when he raises his head and when he says. Sami Allahu liman hamida, Allah heard those who sent praises to him, say then, Rabbana wa lakal hamd, O our Lord. All the praises are for you, and if he prays sitting then pray sitting. Volume 1, Book 11, number 657. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once Allah's Apostle rode a horse and fell down and the right side, of his body, was injured. He offered one of the prayers while sitting and we also prayed behind him sitting. When he completed the prayer, he said, the Imam is to be followed. Pray standing if he prays standing and bow when he bows, rise when he rises. And if he says, Sami Allahu liman hamida, say then, Rabbana wa lakal hamd and pray standing if he prays standing and pray sitting, all of you, if he prays sitting. Humayd said, the saying of the Prophet, pray sitting. If he, Imam, prays sitting was said in his former illness, during his early life, but the Prophet prayed sitting afterwards, in the last illness, and the people were praying standing behind him and the Prophet did not order them to sit. We should follow the latest actions of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 11, number 658. Narrated Al-Bara. And he was not a liar, when Allah's Apostle said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, none of us bent his back, for prostrations, till the Prophet prostrated and then we would prostrate after him. Volume 1, Book 11, number 659. Narrated Abu Ishaq. As above. Volume 1, Book 11, number 660. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Isn't he who raises his head before the Imam afraid that Allah may transform his head into that of a donkey or his face, into that of a donkey? Volume 1, Book 11, number 661. Narrated Ibn Umar. When the earliest emigrants came to Al-Asba, a place in Kuba, before the arrival of the Prophet, Salim, the slave of Abu Hudhaifa, who knew the Qur'an more than the others, used to lead them in prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 662. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Listen and obey, your chief, even if an Ethiopian whose head is like a raisin were made your chief." Volume 1, Book 11, number 663. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "If the Imam leads the prayer correctly, then he and you will receive the rewards, but if he makes a mistake in the prayer, then you will receive the reward for the prayer and the sin will be his." Volume 1, Book 11, number 664. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said to Abu Dhar, "Listen and obey, your chief, even if he is an Ethiopian with a head like a raisin." Volume 1, Book 11, number 665. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I passed the night in the house of my aunt Maymuna. Allah's Apostle offered the Isha prayer and then came to the house and offered 4 rakat and slept. Later on, he woke up and stood for the prayer and I stood on his left side. He drew me to his right and prayed 5 rakat and then 2. He then slept till I heard him snoring, or heard his breath sounds. Afterwards he went out for the morning prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 666. Narrated Ibn Abbas. One night I slept at the house of my aunt Maymuna and the Prophet was there on that night. He performed ablution and stood up for the prayer. I joined him and stood on his left side, but he drew me to his right and prayed 13 rakat and then slept till I heard his breath sounds. And whenever he slept, he used to breathe with audible sounds. The Mu'adhin came to the Prophet and he went out and prayed the morning prayer, without repeating the ablution. Volume 1, Book 11, number 667. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I passed the night in the house of my aunt Maymuna. The Prophet stood for the night prayer and I joined him and stood on his left side, but he drew me to his right by holding me by the head. Volume 1, Book 11, number 668. Narrated Mu'adh bin Jabal. I used to pray the Isha prayer with the Prophet and then go to lead my people in the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 669. Narrated Amr. Jabir bin Abdullah said, Mu'adh bin Jabal used to pray with the Prophet and then go to lead his people in prayer. Once he led the Isha prayer and recited Surat al-Baqarah. Somebody left the prayer and Mu'adh criticized him. The news reached the Prophet and he said to Mu'adh, "You are putting the people to trial," and repeated it thrice, or said something similar, and ordered him to recite 2 medium surahs of Mufassal. Amr said that he had forgotten the names of those surahs. Volume 1, Book 11, number 670. Narrated Abu Mas'udi. A man came and said, "O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, I keep away from the morning prayer only because so and so prolongs the prayer when he leads us in it." The narrator said, "I never saw Allah's Apostle more furious in giving advice than he was at that time." He then said, "Some of you make people dislike good deeds, the prayer. So whoever among you leads the people in prayer should shorten it because among them are the weak, the old and the needy." Volume 1, Book 11, number 671. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "If any one of you leads the people in the prayer, he should shorten it, for amongst them are the weak, the sick and the old. And if anyone among you prays alone, then he may prolong the prayer as much as he wishes." Volume 1, Book 11, number 672. Narrated Abu Mas'udi. A man came and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I keep away from the morning prayer because so and so, Imam, prolongs it too much." Allah's Apostle became furious and I had never seen him more furious than he was on that day. The Prophet said, "O people, some of you make others dislike the prayer, so whoever becomes an Imam he should shorten the prayer, as behind him are the weak, the old and the needy. Volume 1, Book 11, number 673. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari. Once a man was driving two nadihas, camels used for agricultural purposes, and night had fallen. He found Muadh praying, so he made his camel kneel and joined Muadh in the prayer. The latter recited Surat al-Baqarah or Surat an-Nisa, so the man left the prayer and went away. When he came to know that Muadh had criticized him, he went to the Prophet and complained against Muadh. The Prophet said thrice, "O Muadh! Are you putting the people to trial? It would have been better if you had recited Sabi Isma Rabbika Elallah, 87, Wash Shamsi Wadahaha, 91, or Walaili Ida Yasha, 92, for the old, the weak and the needy pray behind you." Jabir said that Muadh recited Surah al-Baqarah in the Isha prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 674. Narrated Anas. The Prophet used to pray a short prayer, in congregation, but used to offer it in a perfect manner. Volume 1, Book 11, number 675. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet said, when I stand for prayer, I intend to prolong it, but on hearing the cries of a child, I cut it short, as I dislike to trouble the child's mother. Volume 1, Book 11. Number 676. Narrated Anas bin Malik. I never prayed behind any imam a prayer lighter and more perfect than that behind the Prophet, and he used to cut short the prayer whenever he heard the cries of a child, lest he should put the child's mother to trial. Volume 1, Book 11, number 677. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, when I start the prayer I intend to prolong it, but on hearing the cries of a child, I cut short the prayer because I know that the cries of the child will incite its mother's passions. Volume 1, Book 11, number 678. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, whenever I start the prayer I intend to prolong it, but on hearing the cries of a child, I cut short the prayer because I know that the cries of the child will incite its mother's passions. Volume 1, Book 11, number 679. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Muadh used to pray with the Prophet and then go and lead his people, tribe, in the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 680. Narrated Aisha. When the Prophet became ill in his fatal illness, someone came to inform him about the prayer, and the Prophet told him to tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. I said, Abu Bakr is a soft-hearted man, and if he stands for the prayer in your place, he would weep and would not be able to recite the Qur'an. The Prophet said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. I said the same as before. He repeated the same order, and, on the third or the fourth time he said, you are the companions of Joseph. Tell Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. So Abu Bakr led the prayer, and meanwhile the Prophet felt better and came out with the help of two men. As if I see him just now dragging his feet on the ground. When Abu Bakr saw him, he tried to retreat, but the Prophet beckoned him to carry on. Abu Bakr retreated a bit and the Prophet sat on his left side. Abu Bakr was repeating the takbir, Allahu Akbar, of Allah's Apostle for the people to hear. Volume 1, Book 11, number 681. Narrated Aisha. When Allah's Apostle became seriously ill, Bilal came to him for the prayer. He said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. I said, O Allah's Apostle, Abu Bakr is a soft-hearted man, and if he stands in your place, he would not be able to make the people hear him. Will you order Umar to lead the prayer? The Prophet said, tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. Then I said to Hafsa, tell him, Abu Bakr is a soft-hearted man, and if he stands in his place, he would not be able to make the people hear him. Would you order Umar to lead the prayer? Hafsa did so. The Prophet said, verily you are the companions of Joseph. Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. So Abu Bakr stood for the prayer. In the meantime Allah's apostle felt better and came out with the help of 2 persons, and both of his legs were dragging on the ground till he entered the mosque. When Abu Bakr heard him coming, he tried to retreat, but Allah's apostle beckoned him to carry on. The Prophet sat on his left side. Abu Bakr was praying while standing and Allah's apostle was leading the prayer while sitting. Abu Bakr was following the Prophet and the people were following Abu Bakr in the prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 682. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once Allah's apostle prayed 2 rakat, instead of 4, and finished his prayer. Dhul Yadain asked him whether the prayer had been reduced or whether he had forgotten. Allah's apostle asked the people whether Dhul Yadain was telling the truth. The people replied in the affirmative. Then Allah's apostle stood up, offered the remaining 2 rakat and then finished his prayer with taslim and then said, Allahu Akbar. He followed it with 2 prostrations like ordinary prostrations or a bit longer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 683. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet prayed 2 rakat of Zuhr prayer, instead of 4, and he was told that he had prayed 2 rakat only. Then he prayed 2 more rakat and finished them with the taslim followed by 2 prostrations. Volume 1, Book 11, number 684. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, Allah's apostle in his last illness said, Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. I said, if Abu Bakr stood in your place, he would not be able to make the people hear him owing to his weeping. So please order Umar to lead the prayer. He said, Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. I said to Hafsa, Say to him, Abu Bakr is a soft-hearted man and if he stood in your place he would not be able to make the people hear him owing to his weeping. So order Umar to lead the people in the prayer. Hafsa did so but Allah's apostle said, Keep quiet. Verily you are the companions of Prophet Joseph. Tell Abu Bakr to lead the people in the prayer. Hafsa said to me, I never got any good from you. Volume 1, Book 11, number 685. Narrated Nu'man bin Bashir. The Prophet said, Straighten your rows or Allah will alter your faces. Volume 1, Book 11, number 686. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, Straighten your rows, for I see you from behind my back. Volume 1, Book 11, number 687. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once the Iqamah was pronounced and Allah's apostle faced us and said, Straighten your rows and stand closer together, for I see you from behind my back. Volume 1, Book 11, number 688. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Martyrs are those who die because of drowning, plague, an abdominal disease, or of being buried alive by a falling building. And then he added, if the people knew the reward for the Zuhr prayer in its early time, they would race for it. If they knew the reward for the Isha and the far prayers in congregation, they would join them even if they had to crawl. If they knew the reward for the first row, they would draw lots for it. Volume 1, Book 11, number 689. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the Imam is appointed to be followed. So do not differ from him, bow when he bows, and say, Rabbana lakal hamd, if he says, Sami'a Allahu liman hamida. And if he prostrates, prostrate, after him, and if he prays sitting all together, and straighten the rows for the prayer, as the straightening of the rows is amongst those things which make your prayer a correct and perfect one. See Hadith number 657. Volume 1, Book 11, number 690. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Straighten your rows as the straightening of rows is essential for a perfect and correct prayer. Volume 1, Book 11, number 691. Narrated Anas bin Malik. I arrived at Medina and was asked whether I found any change since the days of Allah's apostle. I said, I have not found any change except that you do not stand in alignment in your prayers. Volume 1, Book 11, number 692. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Straighten your rows for I see you from behind my back. Anas added, Every one of us used to put his shoulder with the shoulder of his companion and his foot with the foot of his companion. Volume 1, Book 11, number 693. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I prayed with the Prophet one night and stood on his left side. Allah's apostle caught hold of my head from behind and drew me to his right and then offered the prayer and slept. Later the Mu'adhin came and the Prophet stood up for prayer without performing ablution. Volume 1, Book 11, number 694. Narrated Anas bin Malik. One night an orphan and I offered the prayers behind the Prophet in my house and my mother, Sulaim, was standing behind us, by herself forming a row. Volume 1, Book 11. Number 695. Narrated Ibn Abbas. One night I stood to the left of the Prophet in the prayer but he caught hold of me by the hand or by the shoulder, arm, till he made me stand on his right and beckoned with his hand, for me, to go from behind him. Al-Kashmihani Fateh al-Bari. Volume 1, Book 11, number 696. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle used to pray in his room at night. As the wall of the room was low, the people saw him and some of them stood up to follow him in the prayer. In the morning they spread the news. The following night the Prophet stood for the prayer and the people followed him. This went on for 2 or 3 nights. Thereupon Allah's apostle did not stand for the prayer the following night, and did not come out. In the morning, the people asked him about it. He replied, that he was afraid that the night prayer might become compulsory. Volume 1, Book 11, number 697. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet had a mat which he used to spread during the day and use as a curtain at night. So a number of people gathered at night facing it and prayed behind him. Volume 1, Book 11, number 698. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. Allah's apostle made a small room in the month of Ramadan, Sa'idi said. I think that Zayd bin Thabit said that it was made of a mat, and he prayed there for a few nights. And so some of his companions prayed behind him. When he came to know about it, he kept on sitting. In the morning, he went out to them and said, I have seen and understood what you did. You should pray in your houses, for the best prayer of a person is that which he prays in his house except the compulsory prayers. 12. Characteristics of Prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 699. Narrated Anas bin Malik al-Ansari. Allah's apostle rode a horse and fell down and the right side of his body was injured. On that day he prayed one of the prayers sitting and we also prayed behind him sitting. When the Prophet finished the prayer with taslim, he said, the Imam is to be followed and if he prays standing then pray standing, and bow when he bows, and raise your heads when he raises his head, prostrate when he prostrates. And if he says, Sami'a Allahu liman hamida, you should say, Rabbana walakal hamd. Volume 1, Book 12, number 700. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle fell from a horse and got injured so he led the prayer sitting and we also prayed sitting. When he completed the prayer he said, the Imam is to be followed. If he says takbir then say takbir, bow if he bows, raise your heads when he raises his head, when he says, Sami Allahu liman hamida say, Rabbana lakal hamd, and prostrate when he prostrates. Volume 1, Book 12, number 701. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the Imam is to be followed. Say the takbir when he says it, bow if he bows. If he says, Sami Allahu liman hamida, say, Rabbana walakal hamd, prostrate if he prostrates and pray sitting altogether if he prays sitting. Volume 1, Book 12, number 702. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. My father said, Allah's apostle used to raise both his hands up to the level of his shoulders when opening the prayer, and on saying the takbir for bowing. And on raising his head from bowing he used to do the same and then say, Sami Allahu liman hamida, Rabbana walakal hamd. And he did not do that, i.e. raising his hands, in prostrations. Volume 1, Book 12, number 703. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I saw that whenever Allah's apostle stood for the prayer, he used to raise both his hands up to the shoulders. And used to do the same on saying the takbir for bowing and on raising his head from it, and used to say, Sami Allahu liman hamida. But he did not do that, i.e. raising his hands, in prostrations. Volume 1, Book 12, number 704. Narrated Abu Kilaba. I saw Malik bin Huwairith saying takbir and raising both his hands, on starting the prayers and raising his hands on bowing and also on raising his head after bowing. Malik bin Huwairith said, Allah's apostle did the same. Volume 1, Book 12, number 705. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I saw Allah's apostle opening the prayer with the takbir and raising his hands to the level of his shoulders at the time of saying the takbir. And on saying the takbir for bowing he did the same. And when he said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, he did the same and then said, Rabbana wa lakal hamd. But he did not do the same on prostrating and on lifting the head from it. Volume 1, Book 12, number 706. Narrated Nafi. Whenever Ibn Umar started the prayer with takbir, he used to raise his hands, whenever he bowed, he used to raise his hands, before bowing, and also used to raise his hands on saying, Sami Allahu liman hamida, and he used to do the same on rising from the second rak'ah, for the third rak'ah. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet used to do the same. Volume 1, Book 12, number 707. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The people were ordered to place the right hand on the left forearm in the prayer. Abu Hazim said, I knew that the order was from the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 12, number 708. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, You see me facing the Qibla. But, by Allah, nothing is hidden from me regarding your bowing and submissiveness, and I see you from behind my back. Volume 1, Book 12, number 709. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Perform the bowing and the prostrations properly. By Allah, I see you from behind me, or from behind my back, when you bow or prostrate. Volume 1, Book 12, number 710. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet, Abu Bakr and Umar used to start the prayer with, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, all praises are for Allah the Lord of the worlds. Volume 1, Book 12, number 711. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle used to keep silent between the takbir and the recitation of Qur'an, and that interval of silence used to be a short one. I said to the Prophet, May my parents be sacrificed for you. What do you say in the pause between takbir and recitation? The Prophet said, I say, Allahumma, ba'id baini wa baina kataya kama ba'adta baina al-mashriki wa al-maghrib. Allahumma, nakim min kataya kama yunakathabu el-abayadu minadanas. Allahumma, isal kataya bilma'i watih thalji wal barid, O Allah. Set me apart from my sins, faults, as the east and west are set apart from each other, and clean me from sins as a white garment is cleaned of dirt, after thorough washing. O Allah! Wash off my sins with water, snow and hail. Volume 1, Book 12, number 712. Narrated Asma bint Abi Bakr. The Prophet once offered the Eclipse prayer. He stood for a long time and then did a prolonged bowing. He stood up straight again and kept on standing for a long time, then bowed a long bowing and then stood up straight and then prostrated a prolonged prostration and then lifted his head and prostrated a prolonged prostration. And then he stood up for a long time and then did a prolonged bowing and then stood up straight again and kept on standing for a long time. Then he bowed a long bowing and then stood up straight and then prostrated a prolonged prostration and then lifted his head and went for a prolonged prostration. On completion of the prayer, he said, Paradise became as near to me that if I had dared, I would have plucked one of its bunches for you, and hell became so near to me that said, O my Lord, will I be among those people? Then suddenly I saw a woman and a cat was lacerating her with its claws. On inquiring, it was said that the woman had imprisoned the cat till it died of starvation, and she neither fed it nor freed it so that it could feed itself. Volume 1, Book 12, number 713. Narrated Abu Ma'mar. We asked Kababab whether Allah's Apostle used to recite the Qur'an in the Zuhr and the Asr prayers. He replied in the affirmative. We said, how did you come to know about it? He said, by the movement of his beard. Volume 1, Book 12, number 714. Narrated Al-Bara. And Al-Bara was not a liar. Whenever we offered prayer with the Prophet and he raised his head from the bowing, we used to remain standing till we saw him prostrating. Volume 1, Book 12, number 715. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Once solar eclipse occurred during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. He offered the eclipse prayer. His companions asked, O Allah's Apostle, we saw you trying to take something while standing at your place and then we saw you retreating. The Prophet said, I was shown paradise and wanted to have a bunch of fruit from it. Had I taken it, you would have eaten from it as long as the world remains. Volume 1, Book 12, number 716. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet led us in prayer and then went up to the pulpit and beckoned with both hands towards the Qibla of the mosque and then said, when I started leading you in prayer, I saw the display of paradise and hell on the wall of the mosque, facing the Qibla. I never saw good and bad as I have seen today. He repeated the last statement thrice. Volume 1, Book 12, number 717. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, what is wrong with those people who look towards the sky during the prayer? His talk grew stern while delivering this speech and he said, they should stop looking towards the sky during the prayer, otherwise their eyesight would be taken away. Volume 1, Book 12, number 718. Narrated Aisha. I asked Allah's Apostle about looking hither and thither in prayer. He replied, it is a way of stealing by which Satan takes away a portion from the prayer of a person. Volume 1, Book 12, number 719. Narrated Aisha. Once the Prophet prayed on a camisa with marks on it and said, the marks on it diverted my attention, take this camisa to Abu Jam and bring an inbijania from him. Volume 1, Book 12, number 720. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet saw expectoration in the direction of the Qibla of the mosque while he was leading the prayer, and scratched it off. After finishing the prayer, he said, whenever any of you is in prayer he should know that Allah is in front of him. So none should spit in front of him in the prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 721. Narrated Anas. While the Muslims were offering the far prayer, Allah's Apostle suddenly appeared before them by lifting the curtain of the dwelling place of Aisha. Looked towards the Muslims who were standing in rows. He smiled with pleasure. Abu Bakr started retreating to join the row on the assumption that the Prophet wanted to come out for the prayer. The Muslims intended to leave the prayer, and were on the verge of being put to trial, but the Prophet beckoned them to complete their prayer and then he let the curtain fall. He died in the last hours of that day. Volume 1, Book 12, number 722. Narrated Jabir bin Samura. The people of Kufa complained against Sa'd to Umar and the latter dismissed him and appointed Ammar as their chief. They lodged many complaints against Sa'd and even they alleged that he did not pray properly. Umar sent for him and said, O Aba Ishaq. These people claim that you do not pray properly. Abu Ishaq said, by Allah, I used to pray with them a prayer similar to that of Allah's Apostle and I never reduced anything of it. I used to prolong the first 2 rakat of Isha prayer and shorten the last 2 rakat. Umar said, O Aba Ishaq, this was what I thought about you. And then he sent one or more persons with him to Kufa so as to ask the people about him. So they went there and did not leave any mosque without asking about him. All the people praised him till they came to the mosque of the tribe of Bani Abs. One of the men called Usama bin Qatada with a surname of Aba Sada stood up and said, as you have put us under an oath. I am bound to tell you that Sa'd never went himself with the army and never distributed the war booty equally and never did justice in legal verdicts. On hearing it, Sa'd said, I pray to Allah for 3 things, O Allah. If this slave of yours is a liar and got up for showing off, give him a long life, increase his poverty and put him to trials. And so it happened. Later on, when that person was asked how he was, he used to reply that he was an old man in trial as the result of Saad's curse. Abdul Malik, the sub-narrator, said that he had seen him afterwards and his eyebrows were overhanging his eyes owing to old age, and he used to tease and assault the small girls in the way. Volume 1, Book 12, number 723. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. Allah's Apostle said, whoever does not recite al-Fatiha in his prayer is invalid. Volume 1, Book 12, number 724. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle entered the mosque and a person followed him. The man prayed and went to the Prophet and greeted him. The Prophet returned the greeting and said to him, "Go back and pray, for you have not prayed." The man went back, prayed in the same way as before, returned and greeted the Prophet, who said, "Go back and pray, for you have not prayed." This happened thrice. The man said, "By him who sent you with the truth, I cannot offer the prayer in a better way than this. Please, teach me how to pray." The Prophet said, "When you stand for prayer, say takbir and then recite from the Holy Qur'an, of what you know by heart, and then bow till you feel at ease. Then raise your head and stand up straight, then prostrate till you feel at ease during your prostration, then sit with calmness till you feel at ease, do not hurry, and do the same in all your prayers." Volume 1, Book 12. Number 725. Narrated Jabir bin Samura. Saad said, I used to pray with them a prayer similar to that of Allah's Apostle, the prayer of Zuhr and Asr, reducing nothing from them. I used to prolong the first 2 rakat and shorten the last 2 rakat. Umar said to Saad, "This was what we thought about you." Volume 1, Book 12, number 726. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet in Zuhr prayers used to recite al-Fatiha along with 2 other surahs in the first 2 rakat, a long one in the first rak'ah and a shorter surah in the second, and at times the verses were audible. In the Asr prayer the Prophet used to recite al-Fatiha and 2 more surahs in the first 2 rakat and used to prolong the first rak'ah. And he used to prolong the first rak'ah of the Far prayer and shorten the second. Volume 1, Book 12, number 727. Narrated Abu Ma'mar. I asked Kababab whether the Prophet used to recite the Quran in the Zuhr and the Asr prayers. He replied in the affirmative. We said, how did you come to know that? He said, from the movement of his beard. Volume 1, Book 12, number 728. Narrated Abu Ma'mar. I asked Kababab bin al-Art whether the Prophet used to recite the Quran in the Zuhr and the Asr prayers. He replied in the affirmative. I said, how did you come to know that? He replied, from the movement of his beard. Volume 1, Book 12, number 729. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet used to recite al-Fatiha along with another surah in the first 2 rakat of the Zuhr and the Asr prayers, and at times a verse or so was audible to us. Volume 1, Book 12, number 730. Narrated Ibn Abbas. My mother, al-Fadl, heard me reciting Wal Mursalati, Irfan, 77, and said, O my son! By Allah, your recitation made me remember that it was the last surah I heard from Allah's Apostle. He recited it in the Maghrib prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 731. Narrated Marwan bin al-Hakam. Zayd bin Thabit said to me, why do you recite very short sandras? In the Maghrib prayer while I heard the Prophet reciting the longer of the 2 long surahs. Volume 1, Book 12, number 732. Narrated Jubair bin Mut'im. My father said, I heard Allah's Apostle reciting At-Tir 52 in the Maghrib prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 733. Narrated Abu Rafi. I offered the Isha prayer behind Abu Huraira and he recited Ida Samuenshikat 84 and prostrated. On my inquiring, he said, I prostrated behind Abu al-Qasim, the Prophet, when he recited that surah, and I will go on doing it till I meet him. Volume 1, Book 12, number 734. Narrated al-Bara. The Prophet was on a journey and recited in one of the first 2 rakat of the Disha prayer, Watini wa Zaituni. 95. Volume 1, Book 12, number 735. Narrated Abu Rafi. Once I prayed the Disha prayer with Abu Huraira and he recited, Ida Asama, Un Shakat, 84, and prostrated. I said, what is that? He said, I prostrated behind Abu al-Qasim, the Prophet, when he recited that surah, and I will go on doing it till I meet him. Volume 1, Book 12, number 736. Narrated al-Bara. I heard the Prophet reciting Watini wa Zaituni, 95, in the Disha prayer, and I never heard a sweeter voice or a better way of recitation than that of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 12, number 737. Narrated Jabir bin Samura. Umar said to Saad, the people complained against you in everything, even in prayer. Saad replied, really I used to prolong the first 2 rakat and shorten the last 2 and I will never shorten the prayer in which I follow Allah's apostle. Umar said, you are telling the truth and that is what I think it taught you. Volume 1, Book 12, number 738. Narrated Siyar bin Salama. My father and I went to Abu Barza al-Islami to ask him about the stated times for the prayers. He replied, the Prophet used to offer the Zuhr prayer when the sun just declined from its highest position at noon, the Asr at a time when if a man went to the farthest place in Medina, after praying, he would find the sun still hot, bright. The sub-narrator said, I have forgotten what Abu Barza said about the Maghrib prayer. The Prophet never found any harm in delaying the Disha prayer to the first third of the night and he never liked to sleep before it and to talk after it. He used to offer the morning prayer at a time when after finishing it one could recognize the person sitting beside him and used to recite between 60 to 100 verses in one or both the rakat. Volume 1, Book 12, number 739. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Qur'an is recited in every prayer and in those prayers in which Allah's apostle recited aloud for us, we recite aloud in the same prayers for you. And the prayers in which the Prophet recited quietly, we recite quietly. If you recite al-Fatiha only it is sufficient but if you recite something else in addition, it is better. Volume 1, Book 12, number 740. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet set out with the intention of going to Suq, Uqais, market of Uqais, along with some of his companions. At the same time, a barrier was put between the devils and the news of heaven. Fire commenced to be thrown at them. The devils went to their people, who asked them, what is wrong with you? They said, a barrier has been placed between us and the news of heaven. And fire has been thrown at us. They said, the thing which has put a barrier between you and the news of heaven must be something which has happened recently. Go eastward and westward and see what has put a barrier between you and the news of heaven. Those who went towards Tihama came across the Prophet at a place called Nakhla and it was on the way to Suq, Uqais and the Prophet was offering the far prayer with his companions. When they heard the Qur'an they listened to it and said, by Allah, this is the thing which has put a barrier between us and the news of heaven. They went to their people and said, O our people! Verily we have heard a wonderful recital, Qur'an, which shows the true path, we believed in it and would not ascribe partners to our Lord. Allah revealed the following verses to his Prophet, Surah Jinn, 72, say, it has been revealed to me. And what was revealed to him was the conversation of the jinns. Volume 1, Book 12, number 741. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet recited aloud in the prayers in which he was ordered to do so and quietly in the prayers in which he was ordered to do so. And your Lord is not forgetful. Verily there was a good example for you in the ways of the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 12, number 742. Narrated Abu Wa'il. A man came to Ibn Mas'udi and said, I recited the Mufassal, surahs, at night in one rak'ah. Ibn Mas'ud said, "This recitation is too quick, like the recitation of poetry. I know the identical surahs which the Prophet used to recite in pairs." Ibn Mas'ud then mentioned 20 Mufassal surahs including 2 surahs from the family of, i.e. those verses which begin with al-Mim, which the Prophet used to recite, in each rak'ah. Volume 1, Book 12, number 743. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet uses to recite al-Fatiha followed by another surah in the first 2 rakat of the prayer and used to recite only al-Fatiha in the last 2 rakat of the Zuhr prayer. Sometimes a verse or so was audible and he used to prolong the first rak'ah more than the second and used to do the same in the Asr and Far prayers. Volume 1, Book 12, number 744. Narrated Abu Ma'mar. We said to Kababab, did Allah's Apostle used to recite in Zuhr and Asr prayers? He replied in the affirmative. We said, how did you come to know about it? He said, by the movement of his beard. Volume 1, Book 12, number 745. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet used to recite al-Fatiha along with another surah in the first 2 rakat of the Zuhr and Asr prayers. A verse or so was audible at times and he used to prolong the first rak'ah. Volume 1, Book 12, number 746. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada. My father said, the Prophet used to prolong the first rak'ah of the Zuhr prayer and shorten the second one and used to do the same in the Far prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 747. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, say Ameen when the Imam says it, and if the Ameen of any one of you coincides with that of the angels then all his past sins will be forgiven. Ibn Shihab said, Allah's Apostle used to say, Ameen. Volume 1, Book 12, number 748. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you says, Ameen, and the angels in the heavens say, Ameen, and the former coincides with the latter, all his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 12, number 749. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, say Amen, when the Imam says, Garai al-Maghdubi, alayhim waladallin. Not the path of those who earn your anger, such as Jews, nor of those who go astray, such as Christians, all the past sins of the person whose saying, of Ameen, coincides with that of the angels, will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 12, number 750. Narrated Abu Bakr. I reached the Prophet in the mosque while he was bowing in prayer and I too bowed before joining the row, mentioned it to the Prophet and he said to me, may Allah increase your love for the good. But do not repeat it again, bowing in that way. Volume 1, Book 12, number 751. Narrated Imran bin Hussein. I offered the prayer with Ali in Basra and he made us remember the prayer which we used to pray with Allah's Apostle. Ali said takbir on each rising and bowing. Volume 1, Book 12, number 752. Narrated Abu Salama. When Abu Huraira led us in prayer he used to say takbir on each bowing and rising. On the completion of the prayer he used to say, my prayer is more similar to the prayer of Allah's Apostle than that of any one of you. Volume 1, Book 12, number 753. Narrated Mutarif bin Abdullah. Imran bin Hussein and I offered the prayer behind Ali bin Abi Talib. When Ali prostrated, he said the takbir, when he raised his head, he said the takbir, and when he got up for the third rak'ah he said the takbir. On completion of the prayer Imran took my hand and said, this, i.e. Ali, made me remember the prayer of Muhammad, or he said, he led us in a prayer like that of Muhammad. Volume 1, Book 12, number 754. Narrated Ikrimah. I saw a person praying at Muqam Ibrahim, the place of Abraham by the Kaaba, and he was saying takbir on every bowing, rising, standing and sitting. I asked Ibn Abbas about this prayer. He admonished me saying, isn't that the prayer of the Prophet? Volume 1, Book 12, number 755. Narrated Ikrimah. I prayed behind a sheikh at Mecca and he said 22 takbirs, during the prayer. I told Ibn Abbas that he, i.e. that sheikh, was foolish. Ibn Abbas admonished me and said, this is the tradition of Abu al-Qasim. And narrated Abu Huraira, whenever Allah's apostle stood for the prayer, he said takbir on starting the prayer and then on bowing. On rising from bowing he said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, and then while standing straight he used to say, Rabbana lakal hamd. Al-Layth said, the Prophet said, Walakal hamd. He used to say takbir on prostrating and on raising his head from prostration, again he would say takbir on prostrating and raising his head. He would then do the same in the whole of the prayer till it was completed. On rising from the second rak'ah, after sitting for at-tahiyyat, he used to say takbir. Volume 1, Book 12, number 756. Narrated Musa bin Sa'd. I offered prayer beside my father and approximated both my hands and placed them in between the knees. My father told me not to do so and said, we used to do the same but we were forbidden, by the Prophet, to do it and were ordered to place the hands on the knees. Volume 1, Book 12, number 757. Narrated Zayd bin Wahb. Hudhaifa saw a person who was not performing the bowing and prostrations perfectly. He said to him, you have not prayed and if you should die you would die on a religion other than that of Muhammad. Volume 1, Book 12, number 758. Narrated Al-Bara. The bowing. The prostration, the sitting in between the two prostrations and the standing after the bowing of the Prophet but not qiyam, standing in the prayer, and chuyudi, sitting in the prayer, used to be approximately equal, in duration. Volume 1, Book 12, number 759. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once the Prophet entered the mosque, a man came in, offered the prayer and greeted the Prophet. The Prophet returned his greeting and said to him, go back and pray again for you have not prayed. The man offered the prayer again, came back and greeted the Prophet. He said to him thrice, go back and pray again for you have not prayed. The man said, by him who has sent you with the truth. I do not know a better way of praying. Kindly teach me how to pray. He said, when you stand for the prayer, say takbir and then recite from the Qur'an what you know and then bow with calmness till you feel at ease, then rise from bowing till you stand straight. Afterwards prostrate calmly till you feel at ease and then raise your head, and sit with calmness till you feel at ease and then prostrate with calmness till you feel at ease in prostration and do the same in the whole of your prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 760. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to say in his bowing and prostrations, Subhanaka Allahumma Rabbana wa bihamdika Allahumma ighfirli. I honor Allah from all what, unsuitable things, is ascribed to him. O Allah our Lord! And all the praises are for you. O Allah! Forgive me. Volume 1, Book 12, number 761. Narrated Abu Huraira. When the Prophet said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, Allah heard those who sent praises to him, he would say, Rabbana walakal hamd. On bowing and raising his head from it the Prophet used to say takbir. He also used to say takbir on rising after the two prostrations. See Hadith number 656. Volume 1, Book 12, number 762. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when the Imam says, Sami Allahu liman hamida, you should say, Allahumma Rabbana lakal hamd. And if the saying of any one of you coincides with that of the angels, all his past sins will be forgiven. Volume 1, Book 12, number 763. Narrated Anas. The Qunut used to be recited in the Maghrib and the Far prayers. Volume 1, Book 12, number 764. Narrated Rifa'e bin Rafi az-Zaraki. One day we were praying behind the Prophet. When he raised his head from bowing, he said, Sami Allahu liman hamida. A man behind him said, Rabbana walakal hamd hamdan kathiran tayyiban mubarakan fihi, O our Lord. All the praises are for you, many good and blessed praises. When the Prophet completed the prayer, he asked, "Who has said these words?" The man replied, "I." The Prophet said, "I saw over 30 angels competing to write it first." Prophet rose, from bowing, and stood straight till all the vertebrae of his spinal column came to a natural position. Volume 1, Book 12, number 765. Narrated Thubit. Anas used to demonstrate to us the prayer of the Prophet, and while demonstrating, he used to raise his head from bowing and stand so long that we would say that he had forgotten the prostration. Volume 1, Book 12, number 766. Narrated Al-Bara. The bowing, the prostrations, the period of standing after bowing and the interval between the two prostrations of the Prophet used to be equal in duration. Volume 1, Book 12, number 767. Narrated Ayub. Abu Kalaba said, Malik bin Huwairith used to demonstrate to us the prayer of the Prophet at times other than that of the compulsory prayers. So, once, he stood up for prayer and performed a perfect qiyam, standing and reciting from the Holy Qur'an, and then bowed and performed bowing perfectly, then he raised his head and stood straight for a while. Abu Kalaba added, Malik bin Huwairith in that demonstration prayed like this sheikh of ours, Abu Yazid. Abu Yazid used to sit, for a while, on raising his head from the second prostration before getting up. Volume 1, Book 12, number 768. Narrated Abu Bakr bin Abdur Rahman ibn Harith bin Hisham and Abu Salama bin Abdur Rahman. Abu Huraira used to say takbir in all the prayers, compulsory and optional, in the month of Ramadan or other months. He used to say takbir on standing for prayer and on bowing, then he would say, Sami'allahu liman hamida, and before prostrating he would say, Rabbana walakal hamd. Then he would say takbir on prostrating and on raising his head from the prostration, then another takbir on prostrating, for the second time, and on raising his head from the prostration. He also would say the takbir on standing from the second rak'ah. He used to do the same in every rak'ah till he completed the prayer. On completion of the prayer, he would say, By him in whose hands my soul is. No doubt my prayer is closer to that of Allah's apostle than yours, and this was his prayer till he left this world. And Abu Huraira said, when Allah's apostle raised his head from bowing, he used to say, Sami'allahu liman hamida, Rabbana walakal hamd. He would invoke Allah for some people by naming them, O Allah. Save al-Walid bin al-Walid and Salama bin Hisham and Ayash bin Abi Rabi'ah and the weak and the helpless people among the faithful believers, O Allah. Be hard on the tribe of Madar and let them suffer from famine years like that of the time of Joseph. In those days the eastern section of the tribe of Madar was against the Prophet. Volume 1, Book 12, number 769. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle fell from a horse and the right side of his body was injured. We went to inquire about his health. Meanwhile it was time for the prayer and he led the prayer sitting and we also prayed while sitting. On completion of the prayer he said, the Imam is to be followed, say takbir when he says it, bow when he bows. Rise when he rises and when he says, Sami'allahu liman hamida, say, Rabbana walakal hamd, and prostrate if he prostrates. Sufyan narrated the same from Omar. Ibn Jurayj said that the Prophet's, right leg had been injured. Volume 1, Book 12, number 770. Narrated Abu Huraira. The people said, O Allah's Apostle, shall we see our Lord on the day of resurrection? He replied, do you have any doubt in seeing the full moon on a clear, not cloudy, night? They replied, no, O Allah's Apostle. He said, do you have any doubt in seeing the sun when there are no clouds? They replied in the negative. He said, you will see Allah, your Lord, in the same way. On the day of resurrection, people will be gathered and he will order the people to follow what they used to worship. So some of them will follow the sun, some will follow the moon, and some will follow other deities. And only this nation, Muslims, will be left with its hypocrites. Allah will come to them and say, I am your Lord. They will say, we shall stay in this place till our Lord comes to us, and when our Lord will come, we will recognize him. Then Allah will come to them again and say, I am your Lord. They will say, You are our Lord. Allah will call them, and as Sirat, a bridge, will be laid across hell, and I, Muhammad, shall be the first amongst the apostles to cross it with my followers. Nobody except the apostles will then be able to speak, and they will be saying then, O Allah, save us. O Allah, save us. There will be hooks like the thorns of Sa'dan in hell. Have you seen the thorns of Sa'dan? The people said, Yes. He said, These hooks will be like the thorns of Sa'dan, but nobody except Allah knows their greatness in size, and these will entangle the people according to their deeds. Some of them will fall and stay in hell forever. Others will receive punishment, torn into small pieces, and will get out of hell, till when Allah intends mercy on whomever He likes amongst the people of hell, He will order the angels to take out of hell those who worship none but Him alone. The angels will take them out by recognizing them from the traces of prostrations, for Allah has forbidden the hell fire to eat away those traces. So they will come out of the fire, it will eat away from the whole of the human body except the marks of the prostrations. At that time they will come out of the fire as mere skeletons. The water of life will be poured on them, and as a result they will grow like the seeds growing on the bank of flowing water. Then when Allah had finished from the judgments amongst His creations, one man will be left between hell and paradise, and he will be the last man from the people of hell to enter paradise. He will be facing hell, and will say, O Allah, turn my face from the fire, as its wind has dried me and its steam has burnt me. Allah will ask him, Will you ask for anything more in case this favor is granted to you? He will say, No, by your honor, power. And he will give to his Lord, Allah, what he will of the pledges and the covenants. Allah will then turn his face from the fire. When he will face paradise and will see its charm, he will remain quiet as long as Allah will. He then will say, O my Lord, let me go to the gate of paradise. Allah will ask him, Didn't you give pledges and make covenants, to the effect, that you would not ask for anything more than what you requested at first? He will say, O my Lord, do not make me the most wretched amongst your creatures. Allah will say, If this request is granted, will you then ask for anything else? He will say, No. By your power, I shall not ask for anything else. Then he will give to his Lord what he will of the pledges and the covenants. Allah will then let him go to the gate of paradise. On reaching then and seeing its life, charm, and pleasure, he will remain quiet as long as Allah wills, and then will say, O my Lord, let me enter paradise. Allah will say, May Allah be merciful unto you, O son of Adam. How treacherous you are! Haven't you made covenants and given pledges that you will not ask for anything more than what you have been given? He will say, O my Lord, do not make me the most wretched amongst your creatures. So Allah will laugh and allow him to enter paradise, and will ask him to request as much as he likes. He will do so till all his desires have been fulfilled. Then Allah will say, Request more of such and such things. Allah will remind him, and when all his desires and wishes have been fulfilled, Allah will say, All this is granted to you and a similar amount besides. Abu Said al-Khudri said to Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, Allah said, That is for you and 10 times more like it. Abu Huraira said, I do not remember from Allah's apostle except his saying, All this is granted to you and a similar amount besides. Abu Sa'd said, I heard him saying, That is for you and 10 times more the like of it. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 771. Narrated Abdullah bin Malik bin Buhayna. Whenever the Prophet used to offer prayer, he used to keep arms away from the body, so that the whiteness of his armpits was visible. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 772. Narrated Abu Wail. Hudhaifa said, I saw a person not performing his bowing and prostrations perfectly. When he completed the prayer, I told him that he had not prayed. I think that Hudhaifa added, i.e., said to the man, Had you died, you would have died on a tradition other than that of the Prophet Muhammad. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 773. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was ordered, by Allah, to prostrate on 7 parts and not to tuck up the clothes or hair, while praying. Those parts are, the forehead, along with the tip of nose, both hands, both knees, and toes of both feet. Volume 1, Book 12, number 774. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "We have been ordered to prostrate on 7 bones and not to tuck up the clothes or hair." Volume 1, Book 12, number 775. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. And he was not a liar. We used to pray behind the Prophet, and when he said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, none of us would bend his back, to go for prostration, till the Prophet had placed his forehead on the ground. Volume 1, Book 12, number 776. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "I have been ordered to prostrate on 7 bones, i.e. on the forehead along with the tip of the nose, and the Prophet pointed towards his nose, both hands, both knees, and the toes of both feet, and not to gather the clothes or the hair." Volume 1, Book 12, number 777. Narrated Abu Salama. Once I went to Abu Sa'id al-Khudri and asked him, "Won't you come with us to the date palm trees to have a talk?" So Abu said went out, and I asked him, "Tell me what you heard from the Prophet about the night of Qadr." Abu said replied, "Once Allah's apostle performed itikaf, seclusion, on the first 10 days of the month of Ramadan, and we did the same with him. Gabriel came to him and said, 'The night you are looking for is ahead of you.' So the Prophet performed the itikaf in the middle, 10 days of the month of Ramadan, and we too performed itikaf with him. Gabriel came to him and said, 'The night which you are looking for is ahead of you.' In the morning of the 20th of Ramadan the Prophet delivered a sermon saying, 'Whoever has performed itikaf with me should continue it. I have been shown the night of Qadr, but have forgotten its date, but it is in the odd nights of the last 10 nights. I saw in my dream that I was prostrating in mud and water. In those days the roof of the mosque was made of branches of date palm trees. At that time the sky was clear and no cloud was visible, but suddenly a cloud came and it rained. The Prophet led us in the prayer, and I saw the traces of mud on the forehead and on the nose of Allah's apostle. So it was the confirmation of that dream." Volume 1, Book 12. Number 778. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The people used to pray with the Prophet tying their izars around their necks because of their small sizes, and the women were directed that they should not raise their heads from the prostrations till the men had sat straight. Volume 1, Book 12, number 779. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was ordered to prostrate on 7 bony parts and not to tuck up his clothes or hair. Volume 1, Book 12, number 780. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "I have been ordered to prostrate on 7 bones, and not to tuck up the hair or garment." Volume 1, Book 12, number 781. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to say frequently in his bowing and prostrations, Subhanaka Allahumma Rabbana wa bihamdika. Allahumma ighfirli, I honor Allah from all what, unsuitable things, is ascribed to him, O Allah, our Lord. All praises are for you. O Allah, forgive me. In this way he was acting on what was explained to him in the Holy Qur'an. Volume 1, Book 12, number 782. Narrated Abu Kilaba. Once Malik bin Huwairith said to his friends, "Shall I show you how Allah's apostle used to offer his prayers?" And it was not the time for any of the compulsory congregational prayers. So he stood up, for the prayer, bowed and said the takbir, then he raised his head and remained standing for a while, and then prostrated and raised his head for a while, sat up for a while. He prayed like our Sheikh Amr ibn Salama. Ayyub said, "The latter used to do a thing which I did not see the people doing, i.e. he used to sit between the 3rd and the 4th rak'ah." Malik bin Huwairith said, "We came to the Prophet, after embracing Islam, and stayed with him. He said to us, 'When you go back to your families, pray such and such a prayer at such and such a time, pray such and such a prayer at such and such a time.'" And when there is the time for the prayer, then only of you should pronounce the adhan for the prayer, and the oldest of you should lead the prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 783. Narrated al-Bara. The time taken by the Prophet in prostrations, bowing, and the sitting interval between the two prostrations was about the same. Volume 1, Book 12, number 784. Narrated Thubit. Anas said, I will leave no stone unturned in making you offer the prayer, as I have seen the Prophet making us offer it. Anas used to do a thing which I have not seen you doing. He used to stand after the bowing for such a long time that one would think that he had forgotten the prostrations, and he used to sit in between the prostrations so long that one would think that he had forgotten the second prostration. Volume 1, Book 12, number 785. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Be straight in the prostrations, and none of you should put his forearms on the ground, in the prostration, like a dog. Volume 1, Book 12, number 786. Narrated Malik bin Huwairith al-Laythi. I saw the Prophet praying, and in the odd rakat, he used to sit for a moment before getting up. Volume 1, Book 12, number 787. Narrated Ayyub. Abu Kilaba said, Malik bin Huwairith came to us and led us in the prayer in this mosque of ours and said, I lead you in prayer, but I do not want to offer the prayer but just to show you how Allah's apostle performed his prayers. I asked Abu Kilaba, how was the prayer of Malik bin Huwairith? He replied, like the prayer of this sheikh of ours, i.e. Amr bin Salima. That sheikh used to pronounce the takbir perfectly, and when he raised his head from the second prostration he would sit for a while and then support himself on the ground and get up. Volume 1, Book 12, number 788. Narrated Said bin al-Harith. Abu said led us in the prayer and said the takbir aloud on arising from the prostration, and on prostrating, on rising again, and on getting up from the second rak'ah. Abu said, I saw the Prophet doing the same. Volume 1, Book 12, number 789. Narrated Mutarif. Imran and I prayed behind Ali bin Abi Talib, and he said takbir on prostrating, on rising and on getting up after the two rakat, i.e. after the second rak'ah. When the prayer was finished, Imran took me by the hand and said, He, Ali, has prayed the prayer of Muhammad, or said, he made us remember the prayer of Muhammad. Volume 1, Book 12, number 790. Narrated Abdullah bin Abdullah. I saw Abdullah bin Umar crossing his legs while sitting in the prayer, and I, a mere youngster in those days, did the same. Ibn Umar forbade me to do so, and said, the proper way is to keep the right foot propped up and bend the left in the prayer. I said questioningly, but you are doing so, crossing the legs. He said, my feet cannot bear my weight. Volume 1, Book 12, number 791. Narrated Muhammad bin Amr bin Adda. I was sitting with some of the companions of Allah's Apostle, and we were discussing about the way of praying of the Prophet. Abu Hamid as-Saidi said, I remember the prayer of Allah's Apostle better than any one of you. I saw him raising both his hands up to the level of the shoulders on saying the takbir. And on bowing he placed his hands on both knees and bent his back straight, then he stood up straight from bowing till all the vertebrae took their normal positions. In prostrations, he placed both his hands on the ground with the forearms away from the ground and away from his body, and his toes were facing the Qibla. On sitting in the second rak'ah he sat on his left foot and propped up the right one. And in the last rak'ah he pushed his left foot forward and kept the other foot propped up and sat over the buttocks. Volume 1, Book 12. Number 792. Narrated Abdullah bin Buhayna. He was from the tribe of Az-Shanue and was the ally of the tribe of Abdul Manaf and was one of the companions of the Prophet. Once the Prophet led us in the Zuhr prayer and stood up after the second rak'ah and did not sit down. The people stood up with him. When the prayer was about to end and the people were waiting for him to say the taslim, he said takbir while sitting and prostrated twice before saying the taslim, and then he said the taslim. Volume 1, Book 12, number 793. Narrated Abdullah bin Malik bin Buhayna. Once Allah's Apostle led us in the Zuhr prayer and got up, after the prostrations of the second rak'ah, although he should have sat, for the tashahhud. So at the end of the prayer, he prostrated twice while sitting, prostrations of Sahu. Volume 1, Book 12, number 794. Narrated Shaqiq bin Salama. Abdullah said, whenever we prayed behind the Prophet we used to recite, in sitting, peace be on Gabriel, Michael, peace be on so and so. Once Allah's Apostle looked back at us and said, Allah himself is as salam, peace, and if any one of you prays then he should say, At-tahiyyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu. As salamu, alalika ayyuhayan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As salam alayna wa Allah ibadullah is salihin. All the compliments, prayers and good things are due to Allah, peace be on you, O Prophet, and Allah's mercy and blessings be on you. Peace be on us and on the true pious slaves of Allah. If you say that, it will be for all the slaves in the heaven and the earth. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and I also testify that Muhammad is his slave and his apostle. Volume 1, Book 12, number 795. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle, used to invoke Allah in the prayer saying, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min adhabil qabri, wa a'udhu bika min fitnatil masihid dajjal. Wa a'udhu bika min fitnatil maya wa fitnatil mamati. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-mathami wal magrami. O Allah, I seek refuge with you from the punishment of the grave and from the afflictions of Masih ad-Dajjal and from the afflictions of life and death. O Allah, I seek refuge with you from the sins and from being in debt. Somebody said to him, why do you so frequently seek refuge with Allah from being in debt? The Prophet replied, a person in debt tells lies whenever he speaks, and breaks promises whenever he makes them. Aisha also narrated, I heard Allah's Apostle in his prayer seeking refuge with Allah from the afflictions of ad-Dajjal. Volume 1, Book 12, number 796. Narrated Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. I asked Allah's Apostle to teach me an invocation so that I may invoke Allah with it in my prayer. He told me to say, Allahumma inni zalamtu nafsi zulman kathiran, wala yagfirat hunyaba illa anta faghfirli magfiratan min indika, warhamni anaka antal ghafarurahim, O Allah. I have done great injustice to myself and none except you forgive sins, so please forgive me and be merciful to me as you are the forgiver, the merciful. Volume 1, Book 12, number 797. Narrated Abdullah. When we prayed with the Prophet we used to say, peace be on Allah from his slaves and peace be on so and so. The Prophet said, don't say as salam be on Allah, for he himself is as salam, but say, at-tahiyyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu. As salamu alayka ayyuhan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As salamu alayna wa ala ibadillahi salihin. If you say this then it will be for all the slaves in heaven or between heaven and earth. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Then select the invocation you like best and recite it. See Hadith No. 794, 795 and 796. Volume 1, Book 12, number 798. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. I saw Allah's Apostle prostrating in mud and water and saw the mark of mud on his forehead. Volume 1, Book 12, number 799. Narrated Salama. Whenever Allah's Apostle finished his prayers with taslim, the women would get up and he would stay on for a while in his place before getting up. Ibn Shihab said, I think, and Allah knows better, that the purpose of his stay was that the women might leave before the men who had finished their prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, number 800. Narrated Itban bin Malik. We prayed with the Prophet and used to finish our prayer with the taslim along with him. Volume 1, Book 12, number 801. Narrated Mahmud bin Arabi. I remember Allah's Apostle and also the mouthful of water which he took from a bucket in our house and ejected, on me. I heard from Utban bin Malik al-Ansari, who was one from Bani Salim, saying, I used to lead my tribe of Bani Salim in prayer. Once I went to the Prophet and said to him, I have weak eyesight and at times the rainwater flood intervenes between me and the mosque of my tribe, and I wish that you would come to my house and pray at some place so that I could take that place as a place for praying, mosque. He said, Allah willing, I shall do that. Next day Allah's apostle along with Abu Bakr, came to my house after the sun had risen high and he asked permission to enter. I gave him permission, but he didn't sit till he said to me, Where do you want me to pray in your house? I pointed to a place in the house where I wanted him to pray. So he stood up for the prayer and we aligned behind him. He completed the prayer with taslim and we did the same simultaneously. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 802. Narrated Abu Ma'bad. The freed slave of Ibn Abbas told me, in the lifetime of the Prophet it was the custom to celebrate Allah's praises aloud after the compulsory congregational prayers. Ibn Abbas further said, when I heard the dhikr, I would learn that the compulsory congregational prayer had ended. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 803. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I used to recognize the completion of the prayer of the Prophet by hearing takbir. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 804. Narrated Abu Huraira. Some poor people came to the Prophet and said, The wealthy people will get higher grades and will have permanent enjoyment, and they pray like us and fast as we do. They have more money by which they perform the Hajj and Umrah, fight and struggle in Allah's cause and give in charity. The Prophet said, Shall I not tell you a thing upon which if you acted you would catch up with those who have surpassed you? Nobody would overtake you and you would be better than the people amongst whom you live except those who would do the same. Say, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, and Allahu Akbar 33 times each after every compulsory prayer. We differed and some of us said that we should say, Subhanallah 33 times and Alhamdulillah 33 times and Allahu Akbar 34 times. I went to the Prophet who said, Say, Subhanallah and Alhamdulillah and Allahu Akbar all together for 33 times. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 805. Narrated Warrad. The clerk of Al-Mughira bin Shubi'ah, once Al-Mughira dictated to me in a letter addressed to Muawiyah that the Prophet used to say after every compulsory prayer. La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu, lahul mulku wa lahul hamdu, wa huwa ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahumma mani alima atata, wa la mutai lima manata, wa la yanfayu daljadi minka al-jad. None has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and he has no partner in lordship or in worship or in the names and the qualities, and for him is the kingdom and all the praises are for him and he is omnipotent. O Allah! Nobody can hold back what you give and nobody can give what you hold back. Hard efforts by anyone for anything cannot benefit one against your will. And Al-Hasan said, Al-Jad means prosperity. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 806. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. The Prophet used to face us on completion of the prayer. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 807. Narrated Zaid bin Khalid al-Yuhani. The Prophet led us in the far prayer at Hudaybiyah after a rainy night. On completion of the prayer, he faced the people and said, Do you know what your Lord has said, revealed? The people replied, Allah and his apostle know better. He said, Allah has said, In this morning some of my slaves remained as true believers and some became non-believers. Whoever said that the rain was due to the blessings and the mercy of Allah had belief in me and he disbelieves in the stars, and whoever said that it rained because of a particular star had no belief in me but believes in that star. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 808. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once the Prophet delayed the Isha prayer until midnight and then came to us. Having prayed he faced us and said, The people had prayed and slept but you were in the prayer as long as you were waiting for it. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 809. Narrated Salama. The Prophet after finishing the prayer with Taslim used to stay at his place for a while. Ibn Shihab said, I think, and Allah knows better, that he used to wait for the departure of the women who had prayed. Ibn Shihab wrote that he had heard it from Hind bint al-Harith al-Firasiyya from Salama, the wife of the Prophet. Hind was from the companions of Salama, who said, when the Prophet finished the prayer with Taslim, the women would depart and enter their houses before Allah's Apostle departed. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 810. Narrated, Uqba. I offered the Asr prayer behind the Prophet at Medina. When he had finished the prayer with Taslim, he got up hurriedly and went out by crossing the rows of the people to one of the dwellings of his wives. The people got scared at his speed. The Prophet came back and found the people surprised at his haste and said to them, I remembered a piece of gold lying in my house and I did not like it to divert my attention from Allah's worship. So I have ordered it to be distributed, in charity. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 811. Narrated, Abdullah. You should not give away a part of your prayer to Satan by thinking that it is necessary to depart, after finishing the prayer, from one's right side only. I have seen the Prophet often leave from the left side. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 812. Narrated Ibn Umar. During the holy battle of Khaybar the Prophet said, whoever ate from this plant, i.e. garlic, should not enter our mosque. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 813. Narrated, Atta. I heard Jabir bin Abdullah saying, the Prophet said, whoever eats, from, this plant, he meant garlic, should keep away from our mosque. I said, what does he mean by that? He replied, I think he means only raw garlic. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 814. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, whoever eats garlic or onion should keep away from our mosque or should remain in his house. Jabir bin Abdullah, in another narration said, once a big pot containing cooked vegetables was brought. On finding unpleasant smell coming from it, the Prophet asked, what is in it? He was told all the names of the vegetables that were in it. The Prophet ordered that it should be brought near to some of his companions who were with him. When the Prophet saw it he disliked to eat it and said, eat. I don't eat, for I converse with those whom you don't converse with, i.e. the angels. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 815. Narrated, Abdul Aziz. A man asked Anas, what did you hear from the Prophet about garlic? He said, the Prophet said, whoever has eaten this plant should neither come near us nor pray with us. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 816. Narrated Sulayman Ash-Shaybam. I heard Ash-Shabai saying, a person who was accompanying the Prophet passed by a grave that was separated from the other graves told me that the Prophet once led the people in the funeral prayer and the people had aligned behind him. I said, O Amr. Who told you about it? He said, Ibn Abbas. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 817. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, Ghusl, taking a bath, on Friday is compulsory for every Muslim reaching the age of puberty. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 818. Narrated Ibn Abbas. One night I slept at the house of my Aunt Maymuna and the Prophet slept, too. He got up, for prayer, in the last hours of the night and performed a light ablution from a hanging leather skin. Amr, the sub-narrator described that the ablution was very light. Then he stood up for prayer and I got up too and performed the ablution in the same way and joined him on his left side. He pulled me to the right and prayed as much as Allah will. Then he lay down and slept and I heard his breath sounds till the Muaddin came to him to inform him about the Tafar, prayer. He left with him for the prayer and prayed without repeating the ablution. Sufyan the sub-narrator said, we said to Amr, some people say, the eyes of the Prophet sleep but his heart never sleeps. Amr said, Ubay bin Umar said, the dreams of the prophets are divine inspirations. Then he recited, O my son, I have seen in dream that I was slaughtering you, offering you in sacrifice. 37. 102. Volume 1, Book 12, Number 819. Narrated Anas bin Malik. My grandmother Malaika invited Allah's Apostle for a meal which she had prepared specially for him. He ate some of it and said, "Get up. I shall lead you in the prayer." I brought a mat that had become black owing to excessive use and I sprinkled water on it. Allah's Apostle stood on it and prayed 2 rakat, and the orphan was with me, in the first row, and the old lady stood behind us. Volume 1, Book 12, number 820. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I came riding a she-ass and I, then, had just attained the age of puberty. Allah's Apostle was leading the people in prayer at Mina facing no wall. I passed in front of the row and let loose the she-ass for grazing and joined the row and no one objected to my deed. Volume 1, Book 12, number 821. Narrated Aisha. Once Allah's Apostle delayed the Isha prayer till Umar informed him that the women and children had slept. Then Allah's Apostle came out and said, "None from amongst the dwellers of earth have prayed this prayer except you." In those days none but the people of Medina prayed. Volume 1, Book 12, number 822. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abis. A person asked Ibn Abbas, "Have you ever presented yourself at the Id prayer with Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "Yes. And had it not been for my kinship, position, with the Prophet it would not have been possible for me to do so, for he was too young." The Prophet went to the mark near the house of Kathir bin As-Salt and delivered a sermon. He then went towards the women. He advised and reminded them and asked them to give alms. So the woman would bring her hand near her neck and take off her necklace and put it in the garment of Bilal. Then the Prophet and Bilal came to the house. Volume 1, Book 12, number 823. Narrated Aisha. Once Allah's Apostle delayed the Isha prayer till Umar informed him that the women and children had slept. The Prophet came out and said, "None except you from amongst the dwellers of earth is waiting for this prayer." In those days, there was no prayer except in Medina and they used to pray the Isha prayer between the disappearance of the twilight and the first third of the night. Volume 1, Book 12, number 824. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "If your women ask permission to go to the mosque at night, allow them." Volume 1, Book 12, number 825. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle the women used to get up when they finished their compulsory prayers with taslim. The Prophet and the men would stay on at their places as long as Allah will. When the Prophet got up, the men would then get up. Volume 1, Book 12, number 826. Narrated Aisha. When Allah's Apostle finished the far prayer, the women would leave covered in their sheets and were not recognized owing to the darkness. Volume 1, Book 12, number 827. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada al-Ansari. My father said, Allah's Apostle said, "Whenever I stand for prayer, I want to prolong it, but on hearing the cries of a child, I would shorten it as I dislike to put its mother in trouble." Volume 1, Book 12, number 828. Narrated Aisha. Had Allah's Apostle known what the women were doing, he would have forbidden them from going to the mosque as the women of Bani Israel had been forbidden. Yahya bin Said, a sub-narrator, asked Umrah, another sub-narrator, were the women of Bani Israel forbidden? She replied, yes. Volume 1, Book 12, number 829. Narrated Salama. Whenever Allah's Apostle completed the prayer with taslim, the women used to get up immediately and Allah's Apostle would remain at his place for someone before getting up. The sub-narrator, Az-Zuri, said, "We think, and Allah knows better, that he did so that the women might leave before men could get in touch with them." Volume 1, Book 12, number 830. Narrated Anas. The Prophet prayed in the house of Sulaim, and I, along with an orphan, stood behind him while Sulaim stood behind us. Volume 1, Book 12, number 831. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to offer the far prayer when it was still dark and the believing women used to return, after finishing their prayer, and nobody could recognize them owing to darkness. Or they could not recognize one another. Volume 1, Book 12, number 832. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. My father said, the Prophet said, if the wife of any one of you asks permission to go to the mosque, do not forbid her. 13, Friday Prayer. Volume 2, Book 13, number 1. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle, PBUH, saying, we, Muslims, are the last to come, but will be the foremost on the day of resurrection, though the former nations were given the Holy Scriptures before us. And this was their day, Friday, the celebration of which was made compulsory for them, but they differed about it. So Allah gave us the guidance for it, Friday, and all the other people are behind us in this respect. The Jews, holy day is, tomorrow, i.e. Saturday, and the Christians, is, the day after tomorrow, i.e. Sunday. Volume 2, Book 13, number 2. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, said, any one of you attending the Friday prayers should take a bath. Volume 2, Book 13, number 3. Narrated Ibn Umar. While Umar bin al-Khattab was standing and delivering the sermon on a Friday, one of the companions of the Prophet, who was one of the foremost muhajirs, emigrants, came. Umar said to him, what is the time now? He replied, I was busy and could not go back to my house till I heard the adhan. I did not perform more than the ablution. Thereupon Umar said to him, did you perform only the ablution, although you know that Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, used to order us to take a bath on Fridays? Volume 2, Book 13, number 4. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, said, the taking of a bath on Friday is compulsory for every male, Muslim, who has attained the age of puberty. Volume 2, Book 13, number 5. Narrated Abu said, I testify that Allah's Apostle said, the taking of a bath on Friday is compulsory for every male Muslim who has attained the age of puberty, and, also, the cleaning of his teeth with siwak. And the using of perfume if it is available. Amr, a sub-narrator, said, I confirm that the taking of a bath is compulsory, but as for the siwak and the using of perfume, Allah knows better whether it is obligatory or not, but according to the hadith it is as above. Volume 2, Book 13, number 6. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, said, any person who takes a bath on Friday like the bath of Janaba and then goes for the prayer, in the first hour i.e. early, it is as if he had sacrificed a camel, in Allah's cause, and whoever goes in the second hour it is as if he had sacrificed a cow, and whoever goes in the third hour, then it is as if he had sacrificed a horned ram. And if one goes in the fourth hour, then it is as if he had sacrificed a hen, and whoever goes in the fifth hour then it is as if he had offered an egg. When the Imam comes out, i.e. starts delivering the khutbah, the angels present themselves to listen to the khutbah. Volume 2, Book 13, number 7. Narrated Abu Huraira. While Umar bin al-Khattab was delivering the khutbah on a Friday, a man entered the mosque. Umar asked him, what has detained you from the prayer? The man said, it was only that when I heard the adhan I performed ablution, for the prayer. On that, Umar said, did you not hear the Prophet saying, any one of you going out for the Jumu'ah prayer should take a bath? Volume 2, Book 13, number 8. Narrated Salman al-Farsi. The Prophet, P.B.U.H, said, whoever takes a bath on Friday, purifies himself as much as he can, then uses his hair, oil or perfumes himself with the scent of his house. Then proceeds, for the Jumu'ah prayer, and does not separate two persons sitting together, in the mosque, then prays as much as Allah has written for him and then remains silent while the Imam is delivering the khutbah. His sins in between the present and the last Friday would be forgiven. Volume 2, Book 13, number 9. Narrated Taus. I said to Ibn Abbas, the people are narrating that the Prophet said, take a bath on Friday and wash your heads, i.e. take a thorough bath, even though you were not junub and use perfume. On that Ibn Abbas replied, I know about the bath, i.e. it is essential, but I do not know about the perfume, i.e. whether it is essential or not. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 10. Narrated Taus. Ibn Abbas mentioned the statement of the Prophet regarding the taking of a bath on Friday, and then I asked him whether the Prophet, PBUH, had ordered perfume or hair oil to be used if they could be found in one's house. He, Ibn Abbas, replied that he did not know about it. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 11. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Umar bin al-Khattab saw a silken cloak, being sold, at the gate of the mosque and said to Allah's Apostle, I wish you would buy this to wear on Fridays and also on occasions of the arrivals of the delegations. Allah's Apostle replied, this will be worn by a person who will have no share, reward, in the hereafter. Later on similar cloaks were given to Allah's Apostle and he gave one of them to Umar bin al-Khattab. On that Umar said, O Allah's Apostle, you have given me this cloak, although on the cloak of Atarid, a cloak merchant who was selling that silken cloak at the gate of the mosque, you passed such and such a remark. Allah's Apostle replied, I have not given you this to wear. And so Umar bin al-Khattab gave it to his pagan brother in Mecca to wear. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 12. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, if I had not found it hard for my followers or the people, I would have ordered them to clean their teeth with siwak for every prayer. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 13. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle I said, I have told you repeatedly to use the siwak. The Prophet put emphasis on the use of the siwak. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 14. Narrated Hudhaifa. When the Prophet, P.B.U.H., got up at night, for the night prayer, he used to clean his mouth. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 15. Narrated Aisha. Abdurrahman bin Abi Bakr came holding a siwak with which he was cleaning his teeth. Allah's Apostle looked at him. I requested Abdurrahman to give the siwak to me, and after he gave it to me I divided it, chewed it and gave it to Allah's Apostle. Then he cleaned his teeth with it and, at that time, he was resting against my chest. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 16. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet used to recite the following in the far prayer of Friday, Aleph, Lam, Mim, Tanzil, Surat as-Sajda number 32, and Halat al-Insani, i.e. Surah ad-Dar number 76. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 17. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The first Jumu'ah prayer which was offered after a Jumu'ah prayer offered at the Mosque of Allah's Apostle took place in the Mosque of the tribe of Abdul Qais at Jawathi in Bahrain. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 18. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, all of you are guardians. Yunus said, Rizaiq bin Hukaim wrote to Ibn Shihab while I was with him at Wadi al-Qura saying, shall I lead the Jumu'ah prayer? Rizaiq was working on the land, i.e. farming, and there was a group of Sudanese people and some others with him. Rizaiq was then the governor of Ayla. Ibn Shihab wrote, to Rizaiq, ordering him to lead the Jumu'ah prayer and telling him that Salim told him that Abdullah bin Umar had said, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, all of you are guardians and responsible for your wards and the things under your care. The Imam, i.e. ruler, is the guardian of his subjects and is responsible for them, and a man is the guardian of his family and is responsible for them. A woman is the guardian of her husband's house and is responsible for it. A servant is the guardian of his master's belongings and is responsible for them. I thought that he also said, a man is the guardian of his father's property and is responsible for it. All of you are guardians and responsible for your wards and the things under your care. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 19. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, any one of you coming for the Jumu'ah prayer should take a bath. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 20. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, the taking of a bath on Friday is compulsory for every Muslim who has attained the age of puberty. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 21. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, we are the last to come amongst the nations, but will be the foremost on the day of resurrection. They were given the Holy Scripture before us and we were given the Qur'an after them. And this was the day, Friday, about which they differed, and Allah gave us the guidance for that. So tomorrow, i.e. Saturday, is the Jews' day, and the day after tomorrow, i.e. Sunday, is the Christians'. The Prophet, PBUH, remained silent for a while, and then said, it is obligatory for every Muslim that he should take a bath once in 7 days, when he should wash his head and body. Narrated Abu Huraira through different narrators that the Prophet said, it is Allah's right on every Muslim that he should take a bath, at least, once in 7 days. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 22. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet, PBUH, said, allow women to go to the mosques at night. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 23. Narrated Ibn Umar. One of the wives of Umar, bin al-Khattab, used to offer the Far and the Disha prayer in congregation in the mosque. She was asked why she had come out for the prayer, as she knew that Umar disliked it, and he has great gara, self-respect. She replied, what prevents him from stopping me from this act? The other replied, the statement of Allah's Apostle, PBUH, do not stop Allah's women slave from going to Allah's mosques prevents him. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 24. Narrated Muhammad bin Sirin. On a rainy day Ibn Abbas said to his muaddin, after saying, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, I testify that Muhammad is Allah's Apostle. Do not say, Hayya ala salat, come for the prayer, but say, pray in your houses. The man did so. But the people disliked it. Ibn Abbas said, it was done by one who was much better than I, i.e. the Prophet, PBUH. No doubt, the Jumu'ah prayer is compulsory, but I dislike to put you to task by bringing you out walking in mud and slush. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 25. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, the people used to come from their abodes and from Al-Awali, i.e. outskirts of Medina, up to a distance of 4 miles or more from Medina. They used to pass through dust and used to be drenched with sweat and covered with dust, so sweat used to trickle from them. One of them came to Allah's Apostle who was in my house. The Prophet said to him, I wish that you keep yourself clean on this day of yours, i.e. take a bath. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 26. Narrated Yahya bin Said. I asked Umrah about taking a bath on Fridays. She replied, Aisha said, the people used to work, for their livelihood, and whenever they went for the Jumu'ah prayer, they used to go to the mosque in the same shape as they had been in work. So they were asked to take a bath on Friday. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 27. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet used to offer the Jumu'ah prayer immediately after midday. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 28. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to offer the Jumu'ah prayer early and then have an afternoon nap. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 29. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet used to offer the prayer earlier if it was very cold, and if it was very hot he used to delay the prayer, i.e. the Jumu'ah prayer. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 30. Narrated Abu Habs. I heard the Prophet saying, anyone whose feet are covered with dust in Allah's cause, shall be saved by Allah from the hellfire. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 31. Narrated Abu Huraira. Heard Allah's Apostles, PBUH, saying, if the prayer is started do not run for it but just walk for it calmly and pray whatever you get, and complete whatever is missed. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 32. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Qatada on the authority of his father. The Prophet, P.B.U.H, said, "Do not stand up, for prayer, unless you see me, and observe calmness and solemnity." Volume 2, Book 13, Number 33. Narrated Salman al-Farsi. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, said, "Anyone who takes a bath on Friday and cleans himself as much as he can and puts oil on his hair, or scents himself, and then proceeds for the prayer and does not force his way between two persons, assembled in the mosque for the Friday prayer, and prays as much as is written for him and remains quiet when the Imam delivers the khutbah, all his sins in between the present and the last Friday will be forgiven." Volume 2, Book 13, Number 34. Narrated Ibn Jurayj. I heard Nazi saying, Ibn Umar said, "The Prophet forbade that a man should make another man to get up to sit in his place." I said to Nafi, "Is it for Jumu'ah prayer only?" He replied, "For Jumu'ah prayer and any other prayer." Volume 2, Book 13, Number 35. Narrated as Sayyid bin Yazid. In the lifetime of the Prophet, Abu Bakr and Umar, the adhan for the Jumu'ah prayer used to be pronounced when the Imam sat on the pulpit. But during the caliphate of Uthman, when the Muslims increased in number, a third adhan at Az-Zora was added. Abu Abdullah said, Az-Zora is a place in the market of Medina. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 36. Narrated as Sayyid bin Yazid. The person who increased the number of adhans for the Jumu'ah prayers to 3 was Uthman bin Affan, and it was when the number of the Muslim people of Medina had increased. In the lifetime of the Prophet there was only one muaddin, and the adhan used to be pronounced only after the Imam had taken his seat, i.e. on the pulpit. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 37. Narrated Abu Umama bin Sahl bin Hunayf. I heard Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan repeating the statements of the adhan, while he was sitting on the pulpit. When the muaddin pronounced the adhan saying, Allahu Akbar, Muawiyah said, Allah Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And when the muaddin said, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, Muawiyah said, and, so do I. When he said, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, I testify that Muhammad is Allah's apostle, Muawiyah said, and, so do I. When the adhan was finished, Muawiyah said, O people, when the muaddin pronounced the adhan I heard Allah's apostle on this very pulpit saying what you have just heard me saying. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 38. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid I. Uthman bin Affan introduced the second adhan on Fridays when the number of the people in the mosque increased. Previously the adhan on Fridays used to be pronounced only after the Imam had taken his seat, on the pulpit. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 39. Narrated Az-Zuri. I heard As-Sayyid bin Yazid, saying, in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and Abu Bakr and Umar, the adhan for the Jumu'ah prayer used to be pronounced after the Imam had taken his seat on the pulpit. But when the people increased in number during the caliphate of Uthman, he introduced a third adhan, on Friday for the Jumu'ah prayer, and it was pronounced at Az-Zora, and that new state of affairs remained so in the succeeding years. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 40. Narrated Abu Hazim bin Dinar. Some people went to Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi and told him that they had different opinions regarding the wood of the pulpit. They asked him about it and he said, By Allah, I know of what wood the pulpit was made, and no doubt I saw it on thy very first day when Allah's Apostle I took his seat on it. Allah's Apostle sent for such and such an Ansari woman, and Sahl mentioned her name, and said to her, Order your slave carpenter to prepare for me some pieces of wood, i.e. pulpit, on which I may sit at the time of addressing the people. So she ordered her slave carpenter and he made it from the tamarisk of the forest and brought it, to the woman. The woman sent that, pulpit, to Allah's Apostle who ordered it to be placed here. Then I saw Allah's Apostle praying on it and then bowed on it. Then he stepped back, got down and prostrated on the ground near the foot of the pulpit and again ascended the pulpit. After finishing the prayer he faced the people and said, I have done this so that you may follow me and learn the way I pray. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 41. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet used to stand by a stem of a date palm tree, while delivering a sermon. When the pulpit was placed for him, we heard that stem crying like a pregnant she-camel till the Prophet got down from the pulpit and placed his hand over it. Volume 2, Book 13, number 42. Narrated Salim. My father said, I heard the Prophet delivering the khutbah on the pulpit, and he said, whoever comes for the Jumu'ah prayer should take a bath, before coming. Volume 2, Book 13, number 43. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., used to deliver the khutbah while standing, and then he would sit, then stand again as you do nowadays. Volume 2, Book 13, number 44. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. One day the Prophet sat on the pulpit and we sat around him. Volume 2, Book 13, number 45. Narrated Amr bin Taglib. Some property or something was brought to Allah's Apostle and he distributed it. He gave to some men and ignored the others. Later he got the news of his being admonished by those whom he had ignored. So he glorified and praised Allah and said, Amma ba'du. By Allah, I may give to a man and ignore another, although the one whom I ignore is more beloved to me than the one whom I give. But I give to some people as I feel that they have no patience and no contentment in their hearts, and I leave those who are patient and self-contented with the goodness and wealth which Allah has put into their hearts, and Amr bin Taglib is one of them. Amr added, By Allah, those words of Allah's Apostle are more beloved to me than the best red camels. Volume 2, Book 13, number 46. Narrated Aisha. Once in the middle of the night Allah's Apostle, PBUH, went out and prayed in the mosque, and some men prayed with him. The next morning the people spoke about it, and so more people gathered and prayed with him, in the second night. They circulated the news in the morning, and so, on the third night the number of people increased greatly. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., came out and they prayed behind him. On the fourth night the mosque was overwhelmed by the people till it could not accommodate them. Allah's Apostle came out only for the far prayer, and when he finished the prayer, he faced the people and recited, Tashahhud, I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that Muhammad is his apostle, and then said, Amma ba'du. Verily your presence, in the mosque at night, was not hidden from me, but I was afraid that this prayer of tahajjud, might be made compulsory and you might not be able to carry it out. Volume 2, Book 13, number 47. Narrated Abu Hamid as-Sa'idi. One night Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., stood up after the prayer and recited Tashahhud, and then praised Allah as he deserved and said, Amma ba'du. Volume 2, Book 13, number 48. Narrated Al-Maswar bin Makramah. Once Allah's Apostle got up for delivering the khutbah, and I heard him after Tashahhud saying, Amma ba'du. Volume 2, Book 13, number 49. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet ascended the pulpit, and it was the last gathering in which he took part. He was covering his shoulder with a big cloak and binding his head with an oily bandage. He glorified and praised Allah and said, O people, come to me. So the people came and gathered around him, and he then said, Amma ba'du. From now onward the Ansar will decrease and other people will increase. So anybody who becomes a ruler of the followers of Muhammad and has the power to harm or benefit people, then he should accept the good from the benevolent amongst them, Ansar, and overlook the faults of their wrongdoers. Volume 2, Book 13, number 50. Narrated Abdullah ibn Umar. The Prophet used to deliver 2 khutbahs and sit in between them. Volume 2, Book 13, number 51. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, when it is a Friday, the angels stand at the gate of the mosque and keep on writing the names of the persons coming to the mosque in succession according to their arrivals. The example of the one who enters the mosque in the earliest hour is that of one offering a camel, in sacrifice. The one coming next is like one offering a cow and then a ram and then a chicken and then an egg respectively. When the Imam comes out for Jumu'ah prayer, they, i.e. angels, fold their papers and listen to the khutbah. Volume 2, Book 13, number 52. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A person entered the mosque while the Prophet was delivering the khutbah on a Friday. The Prophet said to him, "Have you prayed?" The man replied in the negative. The Prophet said, "Get up and pray 2 rakat." Volume 2, Book 13, number 53. Narrated Jabir. A man entered the mosque while the Prophet was delivering the khutbah. The Prophet said to him, "Have you prayed?" The man replied in the negative. The Prophet said, "Pray 2 rakat." Volume 2, Book 13, number 54. Narrated Anas. While the Prophet was delivering the khutbah on a Friday, a man stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle! The livestock and the sheep are dying, so pray to Allah for rain." So he, the Prophet, raised both his hands and invoked Allah for it. Volume 2, Book 13, number 55. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once in the lifetime of the Prophet, PBUH, the people were afflicted with drought, famine. While the Prophet was delivering the khutbah on a Friday, a Bedouin stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle! Our possessions are being destroyed and the children are hungry. Please invoke Allah for rain." So the Prophet raised his hands. At that time there was not a trace of cloud in the sky. By him in whose hands my soul is, as soon as he lowered his hands, clouds gathered like mountains, and before he got down from the pulpit, I saw the rain falling on the beard of the Prophet. It rained that day, the next day, the third day, the fourth day till the next Friday. The same Bedouin or another man stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle! The houses have collapsed, our possessions and livestock have been drowned. Please invoke Allah to protect us." So the Prophet I raised both his hands and said, "O Allah! Round about us and not on us." So, in whatever direction he pointed with his hands, the clouds dispersed and cleared away, and Medina's sky became clear as a hole in between the clouds. The valley of Qanat remained flooded. For 1 month, none came from outside but talked about the abundant rain. Volume 2, Book 13, number 56. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, "When the Imam is delivering the khutbah, and you ask your companion to keep quiet and listen, then no doubt you have done an evil act." Volume 2, Book 13, number 57. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, talked about Friday and said, "There is an hour, opportune time, on Friday, and if a Muslim gets it while praying and asks something from Allah, then Allah will definitely meet his demand." And he, the Prophet, pointed out the shortness of that time with his hands. Volume 2, Book 13, number 58. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. While we were praying, Jumu'ah khutbah and prayer, with the Prophet, PBUH, some camels loaded with food, arrived, from Sham. The people diverted their attention towards the camels, and left the mosque, and only 12 persons remained with the Prophet. So this verse was revealed, but when they see some bargain or some amusement, they disperse headlong to it, and leave you standing. 62. 11. Volume 2, Book 13, number 59. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle used to pray 2 rakat before the Zuhr prayer and 2 rakat after it. He also used to pray 2 rakat after the Maghrib prayer in his house, and 2 rakat after the Isha prayer. He never prayed after Jumu'ah prayer till he departed from the mosque, and then he would pray 2 rakat at home. Volume 2, Book 13, number 60. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. There was a woman amongst us who had a farm, and she used to sow silk, a kind of vegetable, on the edges of streams in her farm. On Fridays she used to pull out the silk from its roots and put the roots in a utensil. Then she would put a handful of powdered barley over it and cook it. The roots of the silk were a substitute for meat. After finishing the Jumu'ah prayer we used to greet her and she would give us that food which we would eat with our hands, and because of that meal, we used to look forward to Friday. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 61. Narrated Saul. As above with the addition, we never had an afternoon nap nor meals except after offering the Jumu'ah prayer. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 62. Narrated Anas. We used to offer the Jumu'ah prayer early and then have the afternoon nap. Volume 2, Book 13, Number 63. Narrated Saul. We used to offer the Jumu'ah prayer with the Prophet and then take the afternoon nap. 14, Fear Prayer. Volume 2, Book 14, Number 64. Narrated Shu'aib. I asked Az-Zuri, did the Prophet ever offer the fear prayer? Az-Zuri said, I was told by Salim that, Abdullah bin Umar I had said, I took part in a holy battle with Allah's Apostle in Najd. We faced the enemy and arranged ourselves in rows. Then Allah's Apostle, PBUH, stood up to lead the prayer and one party stood to pray with him while the other faced the enemy. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, and the former party bowed and performed 2 prostrations. Then that party left and took the place of those who had not prayed. Allah's Apostle prayed 1 rak'ah, with the latter, and performed 2 prostrations and finished his prayer with taslim. Then every one of them bowed once and performed 2 prostrations individually. Volume 2, Book 14, Number 65. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said something similar to Mujahid's saying, whenever Muslims and non-Muslims stand face to face in battle, the Muslims can pray while standing. Ibn Umar added, the Prophet said, if the number of the enemy is greater than the Muslims, they can pray while standing or riding, individually. Volume 2, Book 14, Number 66. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet, PBUH, led the fear prayer and the people stood behind him. He said Takbir, Allahu Akbar, and the people said the same. He bowed and some of them bowed. Then he prostrated and they also prostrated. Then he stood for the second rak'ah and those who had prayed the first rak'ah left and guarded their brothers. The second party joined him and performed bowing and prostration with him. All the people were in prayer but they were guarding one another during the prayer. Volume 2, Book 14, Number 67. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of the Khandak Umar came, cursing the disbelievers of Quraysh and said, O Allah's Apostle, I have not offered the Asr prayer and the sun has set. The Prophet replied, by Allah, I too, have not offered the prayer yet. The Prophet then went to Buthan, performed ablution and performed the Asr prayer after the sun had set and then offered the Maghrib prayer after it. Volume 2, Book 14, Number 68. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, offered the far prayer when it was still dark, then he rode and said, Allah Akbar. Khaybar is ruined. When we approach near to a nation, the most unfortunate is the mourning of those who have been warned. The people came out into the street saying, Muhammad and his army. Allah's Apostle vanquished them by force and their warriors were killed. The children and women were taken as captives. Safiya was taken by Dihya al-Kalbi and later she belonged to Allah's Apostle who married her and her mar was her manumission. 15. The 2 Festivals, Eids. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 69. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Umar bought a silk cloak from the market, took it to Allah's Apostle and said, O Allah's Apostle, take it and adorn yourself with it during the Eid and when the delegations visit you. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, replied, this dress is for those who have no share in the hereafter. After a long period Allah's Apostle, PBUH, sent to Umar a cloak of silk brocade. Umar came to Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H, with the cloak and said, O Allah's Apostle, you said that this dress was for those who had no share in the hereafter, yet you have sent me this cloak. Allah's apostle said to him, "Sell it and fulfill your needs by it." Volume 2, Book 15, number 70. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle, PBUH, came to my house while two girls were singing beside me the songs of Buth, a story about the war between the two tribes of the Ansar, the Khazraj and the Aus, before Islam. The Prophet, PBUH, lay down and turned his face to the other side. Then Abu Bakr came and spoke to me harshly saying, "Musical instruments of Satan near the Prophet, PBUH." Allah's apostle, PBUH, turned his face towards him and said, "Leave them." When Abu Bakr became inattentive, I signaled to those girls to go out and they left. It was the day of Eid, and the black people were playing with shields and spears, so either I requested the Prophet, PBUH, or he asked me whether I would like to see the display. I replied in the affirmative. Then the Prophet, PBUH, made me stand behind him and my cheek was touching his cheek and he was saying, "Carry on. O Bani Arfida," till I got tired. The Prophet, PBUH, asked me, "Are you satisfied, is that sufficient for you?" I replied in the affirmative and he told me to leave. Volume 2, Book 15, number 71. Narrated Al-Bara. I heard the Prophet, PBUH, delivering a khutbah saying, "The first thing to be done on this day, first day of Eid al-Adha, is to pray. And after returning from the prayer we slaughter our sacrifices, in the name of Allah, and whoever does so, he acted according to our sunnah, traditions." Volume 2, Book 15, number 72. Narrated Aisha. Abu Bakr came to my house while two small Ansari girls were singing beside me the stories of the Ansar concerning the day of Buth. And they were not singers. Abu Bakr said protestingly, "Musical instruments of Satan in the house of Allah's apostle." It happened on the Eid day and Allah's apostle said, "O Abu Bakr, there is an Eid for every nation and this is our Eid." Volume 2, Book 15, number 73. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle never proceeded, for the prayer, on the day of Eid al-Fitr unless he had eaten some dates. Anas also narrated, the Prophet used to eat odd number of dates. Volume 2, Book 15, number 74. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Whoever slaughtered his sacrifice before the Eid prayer should slaughter again." A man stood up and said, "This is the day on which one has desire for meat," and he mentioned something about his neighbors. It seemed that the Prophet I believed him. Then the same man added, "I have a young she-goat which is dearer to me than the meat of two sheep." The Prophet permitted him to slaughter it as a sacrifice. I do not know whether that permission was valid only for him or for others as well. Volume 2, Book 15, number 75. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. The Prophet delivered the khutbah after offering the prayer on the day of Nahr and said, "Whoever offers the prayer like us and slaughters like us then his nusuk, sacrifice, will be accepted by Allah. And whoever slaughters his sacrifice before the Eid prayer then he has not done the sacrifice." Abi Burda bin Niyar, the uncle of Al-Bara, said, "O Allah's apostle, I have slaughtered my sheep before the Eid prayer and I thought today as a day of eating and drinking, not alcoholic drinks, and I like that my sheep should be the first to be slaughtered in my house. So slaughtered my sheep and took my food before coming for the prayer." The Prophet said, "The sheep which you have slaughtered is just mutton, not a nusuk." He, Abu Burda, said, "O Allah's apostle, I have a young she-goat which is dearer to me than two sheep. Will that be sufficient as a nusuk on my behalf?" The Prophet, PBUH, said, "Yes, it will be sufficient for you but it will not be sufficient, as a nusuk, for anyone else after you." Volume 2, Book 15, number 76. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet used to proceed to the Musalla on the days of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The first thing to begin with was the prayer and after that he would stand in front of the people and the people would keep sitting in their rows. Then he would preach to them, advise them and give them orders, i.e. khutbah. And after that if he wished to send an army for an expedition, he would do so, or if he wanted to give an order, he would do so, and then depart. The people followed this tradition till I went out with Marwan, the governor of Medina, for the prayer of Eid al-Adha or Eid al-Fitr. When we reached the Musalla, there was a pulpit made by Kathir bin as-Salt. Marwan wanted to get up on that pulpit before the prayer. I got hold of his clothes but he pulled them and ascended the pulpit and delivered the khutbah before the prayer. I said to him, "By Allah, you have changed the Prophet's tradition." He replied, "O Abu Sa'id, gone is that which you know." I said, "By Allah, what I know is better than what I do not know." Marwan said, "People do not sit to listen to our khutbah after the prayer, so I delivered the khutbah before the prayer." Volume 2, Book 15, number 77. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle used to offer the prayer of Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr and then deliver the khutbah after the prayer. Volume 2, Book 15, number 78. Narrated Ibn Jurayj. Adha said, Jabir bin Abdullah said, the Prophet went out on the day of Eid al-Fitr and offered the prayer before delivering the khutbah. Adha told me that during the early days of Ibn Zubayr, Ibn Abbas had sent a message to him telling him that the adhan for the Eid prayer was never pronounced, in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and the khutbah used to be delivered after the prayer. Adha told me that Ibn Abbas and Jabir bin Abdullah had said, where was no adhan for the prayer of 7d, al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Adha said, I heard Jabir bin Abdullah saying, the Prophet stood up and started with the prayer, and after it he delivered the khutbah. When the Prophet of Allah, PBUH, finished the khutbah, he went to the women and preached to them, while he was leaning on Bilal's hand. Bilal was spreading his garment and the ladies were putting alms in it. I said to Adha, do you think it incumbent upon an imam to go to the women and preach to them after finishing the prayer and khutbah? Adha said, no doubt it is incumbent on imams to do so, and why should they not do so? Volume 2, Book 15, number 79. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I offered the Eid prayer with Allah's Apostle, Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman and all of them offered the prayer before delivering the khutbah. Volume 2, Book 15, number 80. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle, Abu Bakr and Umar used to offer the two Eid prayers before delivering the khutbah. Volume 2, Book 15, number 81. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet offered a 2-rakat prayer on the day of Eid al-Fitr and he did not pray before or after it. Then he went towards women along with Bilal and ordered them to pay alms and so they started giving their earrings and necklaces, in charity. Volume 2, Book 15, number 82. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. The Prophet, PBUH, said, the first thing that we should do on this day of ours is to pray and then return to slaughter the sacrifice. So anyone who does so, he acted according to our sunnah, tradition, and whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, it was just meat which he presented to his family and would not be considered as nusuk. A person from the Ansar named Abu Burda bin Niyar said, O Allah's Apostle, I slaughtered the nusuk before the prayer, but I have a young she-goat which is better than an older sheep. The Prophet I said, sacrifice it in lieu of the first, but it will be not sufficient, as a sacrifice, for anybody else after you. Volume 2, Book 15, number 83. Narrated Said bin Jubair. I was with Ibn Umar when a spear had pierced the sole of his foot and his foot stuck to the paddle of the saddle and I got down and pulled his foot out, and that happened in Mina. Al-Hajjaj got the news and came to inquire about his health and said, Alas! If we could only know the man who wounded you. Ibn Umar said, You are the one who wounded me. Al-Hajjaj said, How is that? Ibn Umar said, You have allowed the arms to be carried on a day on which nobody used to carry them and you allowed arms to be carried in the haram even though it was not allowed before. Volume 2, Book 15, number 84. Narrated Said bin Amr bin Said bin Al-As. Al-Hajjaj went to Ibn Umar while I was present there. Al-Hajjaj asked Ibn Umar, "How are you?" Ibn Umar replied, "I am all right." Al-Hajjaj asked, "Who wounded you?" Ibn Umar replied, "The person who allowed arms to be carried on the day on which it was forbidden to carry them." He meant Al-Hajjaj. Volume 2, Book 15. Number 85. Narrated Al-Bara. The Prophet delivered the khutbah on the day of Nar, Eid al-Adha, and said, "The first thing we should do on this day of ours is to pray and then return and slaughter our sacrifices. So anyone who does so, he acted according to our sunnah, and whoever slaughtered before the prayer, then it was just meat that he offered to his family and would not be considered as a sacrifice in any way." My uncle Abu Burda bin Niyar got up and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, but I have a young she-goat which is better than an older sheep." The Prophet said, "Slaughter it in lieu of the first, and such a goat will not be considered as a sacrifice for anybody else after you." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 86. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "No good deeds done on other days are superior to those done on these, first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah." Then some companions of the Prophet said, "Not even jihad?" He replied, "Not even jihad, except that of a man who does it by putting himself and his property in danger, for Allah's sake, and does not return with any of those things." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 87. Narrated Muhammad bin Abi Bakr al-Thaqafi. While we were going from Mina to Arafat, I asked Anas bin Malik about Talbiyah, "How did you use to say Talbiyah in the company of the Prophet?" Anas said, "People used to say Talbiyah and their saying was not objected to, and they used to say Takbir and that was not objected to either." Volume 2, Book 15. Number 88. Narrated Atiyah. We used to be ordered to come out on the day of Eid and even bring out the virgin girls from their houses and menstruating women so that they might stand behind the men and say Takbir along with them and invoke Allah along with them and hope for the blessings of that day and for purification from sins. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 89. Narrated Ibn Umar, on the day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha a spear used to be planted in front of the Prophet as a sutra for the prayer, and then he would pray. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 90. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet used to proceed to the musalla and an anaza used to be carried before him and planted in the musalla in front of him and he would pray facing it, as a sutra. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 91. Narrated Muhammad. Atiyah said, "Our Prophet ordered us to come out, on Eid day, with the mature girls and the virgins staying in seclusion." Hafsa narrated the above-mentioned hadith and added, "The mature girls or virgins staying in seclusion, but the menstruating women had to keep away from the musalla." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 92. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I, in my boyhood, went out with the Prophet on the day of Eid al-Fitr or Eid al-Adha. The Prophet prayed and then delivered the khutbah and then went towards the women, preached and advised them and ordered them to give alms. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 93. Narrated Al-Bara. The Prophet went towards al-Baqi, the graveyard at Medina, on the day of Eid al-Adha and offered a 2-rakat prayer, of Eid al-Adha, and then faced us and said, "On this day of ours, our first act of worship is the offering of prayer and then we will return and slaughter the sacrifice, and whoever does this concords with our sunnah. And whoever slaughtered his sacrifice before that, i.e. before the prayer, then that was a thing which he prepared earlier for his family and it would not be considered as a nusuk, sacrifice." A man stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle, I slaughtered the animal before the prayer, but I have a young she-goat which is better than an older sheep." The Prophet, P.U.H., said to him, "Slaughter it. But a similar sacrifice will not be sufficient for anybody else after you." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 94. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abis. Ibn Abbas was asked whether he had joined the Prophet in the Eid prayer. He said, "Yes." And I could not have joined him had I not been young. The Prophet came out, till he reached the mark which was near the house of Kathir bin as-Salt, offered the prayer, delivered the khutbah and then went towards the women. Bilal was accompanying him. He preached to them and advised them and ordered them to give alms. I saw the women putting their ornaments with their outstretched hands into Bilal's garment. Then the Prophet along with Bilal returned home. Volume 2, Book 15, number 95. Narrated Ibn Jurayj. Atta told me that he had heard Jabir bin Abdullah saying, the Prophet stood up to offer the prayer of the Eid al-Fitr. He first offered the prayer and then delivered the khutbah. After finishing it he got down, from the pulpit, and went towards the women and advised them while he was leaning on Bilal's hand. Bilal was spreading out his garment where the women were putting their alms. I asked Atta whether it was the zakat of Eid al-Fitr. He said, no, it was just alms given at that time. Some lady put her finger ring and the others would do the same. I said, to Atta, do you think that it is incumbent upon the Imam to give advice to the women, on Eid day? He said, no doubt, it is incumbent upon the Imams to do so and why should they not do so? Al-Hasan bin Muslim told me that Ibn Abbas had said, I joined the Prophet, Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman in the Eid al-Fitr prayers. They used to offer the prayer before the khutbah and then they used to deliver the khutbah afterwards. Once the Prophet I came out, for the Eid prayer, as if I were just observing him waving to the people to sit down. He, then accompanied by Bilal, came crossing the rows till he reached the women. He recited the following verse, O Prophet! When the believing women come to you to take the oath of fealty to you. To the end of the verse, 60.12. After finishing the recitation he said, O ladies! Are you fulfilling your covenant? None except one woman said, yes. Hassan did not know who was that woman. The Prophet said, then give alms. Bilal spread his garment and said, keep on giving alms. Let my father and mother sacrifice their lives for you, ladies. So the ladies kept on putting their faths, big rings, and other kinds of rings in Bilal's garment. Abdur-Razak said, faths is a big ring which used to be worn in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. Volume 2, Book 15, number 96. Narrated Ayub. Hafsa bint Sirin said, on Eid we used to forbid our girls to go out for Eid prayer. A lady came and stayed at the palace of Bani Khalaf and I went to her. She said, the husband of my sister took part in 12 holy battles along with the Prophet and my sister was with her husband in 6 of them. My sister said that they used to nurse the sick and treat the wounded. Once she asked, O Allah's Apostle! If a woman has no veil, is there any harm if she does not come out, on Eid day? The Prophet said, her companion should let her share her veil with her, and the women should participate in the good deeds and in the religious gatherings of the believers. Hafsa added, when Amatiyah came, I went to her and asked her, did you hear anything about so-and-so? Amadliya said, yes, let my father be sacrificed for the Prophet, PBUH. And whenever she mentioned the name of the Prophet she always used to say, let my father be sacrificed for him. He said, virgin mature girls staying often screened, or said, mature girls and virgins staying often screened. Ayub is not sure as which was right, and menstruating women should come out, on the Eid day. But the menstruating women should keep away from the musalla. And all the women should participate in the good deeds and in the religious gatherings of the believers. Hafsa said, on that I said to Amatiyah, also those who are menstruating. Amatiyah replied, yes. Do they not present themselves at Arafat and elsewhere? Volume 2, Book 15, number 97. Narrated Amatiyah. We were ordered to go out, for Eid, and also to take along with us the menstruating women, mature girls and virgins staying in seclusion. Ibn Pound said, or mature virgins staying in seclusion. The menstruating women could present themselves at the religious gathering and invocation of Muslims but should keep away from their musalla. Volume 2, Book 15, number 98. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., used to gnar or slaughter sacrifices at the Musalla, on Eid al-Adha. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 99. Narrated al-Bara bin Azib. On the day of Gnar, Allah's Apostle delivered the khutbah after the Eid prayer and said, "Anyone who prayed like us and slaughtered the sacrifice like we did, then he acted according to our nusuk, tradition of sacrificing, and whoever slaughtered the sacrifice before the prayer, then that was just mutton, i.e., not sacrifice." Abu Burda bin Nayyar stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, I slaughtered my sacrifice before I offered the Eid prayer and thought that today was the day of eating and drinking non-alcoholic drinks, and so I made haste in slaughtering, and ate and also fed my family and neighbors." Allah's Apostle said, "That was just mutton, not a sacrifice." Then Abu Burda said, "I have a young she-goat and no doubt, it is better than 2 sheep. Will that be sufficient as a sacrifice for me?" The Prophet replied, "Yes. But it will not be sufficient for anyone else, as a sacrifice, after you." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 100. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle offered the prayer on the day of Gnar and then delivered the khutbah and ordered that whoever had slaughtered his sacrifice before the prayer should repeat it, that is, should slaughter another sacrifice. Then a person from the Ansar stood up and said, "O Allah's Apostle, because of my neighbors," he described them as being very needy or poor, "I slaughtered before the prayer. I have a young she-goat which, in my opinion, is better than 2 sheep." The Prophet gave him the permission for slaughtering it as a sacrifice. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 101. Narrated Jundab. On the day of Gnar, the Prophet offered the prayer and delivered the khutbah and then slaughtered the sacrifice and said, "Anybody who slaughtered his sacrifice before the prayer should slaughter another animal in lieu of it, and the one who has not yet slaughtered should slaughter the sacrifice mentioning Allah's name on it." Volume 2, Book 15, Number 102. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of Eid, the Prophet used to return, after offering the Eid prayer, through a way different from that by which he went. Volume 2, Book 15, Number 103. Narrated Urwa on the authority of Aisha. On the days of Mina, 11th, 12th, and 13th of Dhul-Hijjah, Abu Bakr came to her while 2 young girls were beating the tambourine and the Prophet was lying covered with his clothes. Abu Bakr scolded them and the Prophet uncovered his face and said to Abu Bakr, "Leave them, for these days are the days of Eid and the days of Mina." Aisha further said, "Once the Prophet was screening me and I was watching the display of black slaves in the mosque and Umar scolded them. The Prophet said, 'Leave them. O Bani Arfida. Carry on, you are safe, protected.'" Volume 2, Book 15, Number 104. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet went out and offered a 2-rakat prayer on the day of Eid al-Fitr and did not offer any other prayer before or after it, and at that time Bilal was accompanying him. 16. Witr Prayer. Volume 2, Book 16, Number 105. Narrated Ibn Umar. Once a person asked Allah's Apostle about the night prayer. Allah's Apostle replied, "The night prayer is offered as 2 rakat followed by 2 rakat and so on, and if anyone is afraid of the approaching dawn, far prayer, he should pray 1 rakat and this will be a witr for all the rakat which he has prayed before." Nafi told that Abdullah bin Umar used to say taslim between the first 2 rakat and the third odd one in the witr prayer, when he wanted to attend to a certain matter, during that interval between the rakat. Volume 2, Book 16, Number 106. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I passed the night in the house of Maymuna, his aunt. I slept across the bed while Allah's Apostle and his wife slept lengthwise. The Prophet slept till midnight or nearly so and woke up rubbing his face and recited 10 verses from Surat Al-Imran. Allah's Apostle went towards a leather skin and performed ablution in the most perfect way and then stood for the prayer. I did the same and stood beside him. The Prophet put his right hand on my head, twisted my ear and then prayed 2 rakat 5 times and then ended his prayer with witr. He laid down till the muaddin came, then he stood up and offered 2 rakat, sunnah of far prayer, and then went out and offered the far prayer. See Hadith number 183, Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 16, number 107. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet said, night prayer is offered as 2 rakat followed by 2 rakat and so on, and if you want to finish it, pray only 1 rakah which will be witr for all the previous rakat. Al-Qasim said, since we attained the age of puberty we have seen some people offering a 3 rakat prayer as witr and all that is permissible. I hope there will be no harm in it. Volume 2, Book 16. Number 108. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to pray 11 rakat at night and that was his night prayer, and each of his prostrations lasted for a period enough for one of you to recite 50 verses before Allah's Apostle raised his head. He also used to pray 2 rakat, sunnah, before the compulsory, far prayer and then lie down on his right side till the muaddin came to him for the prayer. Volume 2, Book 16, number 109. Narrated Anas bin Sirin. I asked Ibn Umar, what is your opinion about the 2 rakat before the far, compulsory, prayer, as to prolonging the recitation in them? He said, the Prophet, PBUH, used to pray at night 2 rakat followed by 2 and so on, and end the prayer by 1 rakah witr. He used to offer 2 rakat before the far prayer immediately after the adhan. Hamad, the sub-narrator said, that meant, that he prayed, quickly. Volume 2, Book 16, number 110. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's Apostle offered witr prayer at different nights at various hours extending, from the Isha prayer, up to the last hour of the night. Volume 2, Book 16, number 111. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet, PBUH, used to offer his night prayer while I was sleeping across in his bed. Whenever he intended to offer the witr prayer, he used to wake me up and I would offer the witr prayer too. Volume 2, Book 16, number 112. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet, PBUH, said, make s your last prayer at night. Volume 2, Book 16, number 113. Narrated Said bin Yasar. I was going to Mecca in the company of Abdullah bin Umar, and when I apprehended the approaching dawn, I dismounted and offered the witr prayer and then joined him. Abdullah bin Umar said, where have you been? I replied, I apprehended the approaching dawn so I dismounted and prayed the witr prayer. Abdullah said, isn't it sufficient for you to follow the good example of Allah's Apostle? I replied, yes, by Allah. He said, Allah's Apostle used to pray witr on the back of the camel, while on a journey. Volume 2, Book 16, number 114. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet used to offer, nawafil, prayers on his rahila, mount, facing its direction by signals, but not the compulsory prayer. He also used to pray witr on his, mount, rahila. Volume 2, Book 16, number 115. Narrated Muhammad bin Sirin. Anas was asked, did the Prophet recite qunut in the far prayer? Anas replied in the affirmative. He was further asked, did he recite qunut before bowing? Anas replied, he recited qunut after bowing for some time, for 1 month. Volume 2, Book 16, number 116. Narrated Asim. I asked Anas bin Malik about the qunut. Anas replied, definitely it was recited. I asked, before bowing or after it? Anas replied, before bowing. I added, so and so has told me that you had informed him that it had been after bowing. Anas said, he told an untruth, i.e., was mistaken, according to the Hijazi dialect. Allah's Apostle recited qunut after bowing for a period of 1 month. Anas added, the Prophet sent about 70 men, who knew the Qur'an by heart, towards the pagans, of Najd, who were less than they in number, and there was a peace treaty between them and Allah's apostles, but the pagans broke the treaty and killed the 70 men. So Allah's apostle recited Qunut for a period of 1 month asking Allah to punish them. Volume 2, Book 16, number 117. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet recited Qunut for 1 month, in the Witr Prayer, asking Allah to punish the tribes of Ral and Dakwan. Volume 2, Book 16, number 118. Narrated Anas. The Qunut used to be recited in the Maghrib and the Witr Prayers. 17. Invoking Allah for Rain, Istisqa. Volume 2, Book 17, number 119. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim's uncle. The Prophet, PBUH, went out to offer the Istisqa prayer and turned, and put on, his cloak inside out. Volume 2, Book 17, number 120. Narrated Abu Huraira. Whenever the Prophet, PBUH, lifted his head from the bowing in the last rak'ah he used to say, O Allah! Save Ayyash bin Abi Rabi'ah. O Allah! Save Salama bin Hisham. O Allah! Save Walid bin Walid. O Allah! Save the weak faithful believers. O Allah! Be hard on the tribes of Madar and send, famine, years on them like the famine years of, Prophet, Joseph. The Prophet further said, Allah forgive the tribes of Ghifar and save the tribes of Aslam. Abu Zinad, a sub-narrator, said, the Qunut used to be recited by the Prophet in the Witr Prayer. Volume 2, Book 17, number 121. Narrated Masruk. We were with Abdullah and he said, when the Prophet saw the refusal of the people to accept Islam he said, O Allah! Send, famine, years on them 7 years, like the 7 years, of famine during the time, of, Prophet, Joseph. So famine overtook them for 1 year and destroyed every kind of life to such an extent that the people started eating hides, carcasses and rotten dead animals. Whenever one of them looked towards the sky, he would, imagine himself to, see smoke because of hunger. So Abu Sufyan went to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad! You order people to obey Allah and to keep good relations with kith and kin. No doubt the people of your tribe are dying, so please pray to Allah for them. So Allah revealed, then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible. Verily, you will return, to disbelief, on the day when we shall seize you with a mighty grasp. 44.10-16, Ibn Masud added, al-Batsha, i.e. grasp, happened in the Battle of Badr and no doubt smoke, al-Batsha, al-Lizam, and the verse of Surat Ar-Rum have all passed. Volume 2, Book 17, number 122. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. My father said, I heard Ibn Umar reciting the poetic verses of Abu Talib, and a white person, i.e. the Prophet, who is requested to pray for rain and who takes care of the orphans and is the guardian of widows. Salim's father, Ibn Umar, said, the following poetic verse occurred to my mind while I was looking at the face of the Prophet, PBUH, while he was praying for rain. He did not get down till the rain water flowed profusely from every roof and a white person, who is requested to pray for rain and who takes care of the orphans and is the guardian of widows. And these were the words of Abu Talib. Volume 2, Book 17, number 123. Narrated Anas. Whenever drought threatened them, Umar bin al-Khattab used to ask al-Abbas bin Abdul Muttalib to invoke Allah for rain. He used to say, O Allah! We used to ask our Prophet to invoke you for rain, and you would bless us with rain, and now we ask his uncle to invoke you for rain. O Allah! Bless us with rain. 1, and so it would rain. Volume 2, Book 17, number 124. Narrated Abdullah bin Zaid. The Prophet turned his cloak inside out on Istisqa. Volume 2, Book 17, number 125. Narrated Abdullah bin Zaid. The Prophet went towards the Muzalla and invoked Allah for rain. He faced the Qibla and wore his cloak inside out, and offered 2 rakat. Volume 2, Book 17, number 126. Narrated Sharik bin Abdullah bin Abi Namir. I heard Anas bin Malik saying, on a Friday a person entered the main mosque through the gate facing the pulpit while Allah's apostle was delivering the khutbah. The man stood in front of Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle! The livestock are dying and the roads are cut off, so please pray to Allah for rain. Anas added, Allah's apostle, P.B.U.H., raised both his hands and said, O Allah! Bless us with rain. O Allah! Bless us with rain. O Allah! Bless us with rain. Anas added, By Allah, we could not see any trace of cloud in the sky and there was no building or a house between us and the mountains of Sela. Anas added, a heavy cloud like a shield appeared from behind it, i.e. Sela mountain. When it came in the middle of the sky, it spread and then rained. Anas further said, By Allah! We could not see the sun for a week. Next Friday a person entered through the same gate and at that time Allah's apostle was delivering the Friday's khutbah. The man stood in front of him and said, O Allah's apostle! The livestock are dying and the roads are cut off, please pray to Allah to withhold rain. Anas added, Allah's apostle I raised both his hands and said, O Allah! Round about us and not on us. O Allah! On the plateaus, on the mountains, on the hills, in the valleys and on the places where trees grow. So the rain stopped and we came out walking in the sun. Sharik asked Anas whether it was the same person who had asked for the rain, the last Friday. Anas replied that he did not know. Volume 2, Book 17, number 127. Narrated Sharik. Anas bin Malik said, a person entered the mosque on a Friday through the gate facing the Dar al-Qadr, and Allah's apostle was standing delivering the khutbah, sermon. The man stood in front of Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, livestock are dying and the roads are cut off, please pray to Allah for rain. So Allah's apostle, P.B.U.H., raised both his hands and said, O Allah! Bless us with rain. O Allah! Bless us with rain. O Allah! Bless us with rain. Anas added, By Allah, there were no clouds in the sky and there was no house or building between us and the mountain of Silas. Then a big cloud like a shield appeared from behind it, i.e. Silas mountain, and when it came in the middle of the sky, it spread and then rained. By Allah! We could not see the sun for a week. The next Friday, a person entered through the same gate and Allah's apostle was delivering the Friday khutbah and the man stood in front of him and said, O Allah's apostle! The livestock are dying and the roads are cut off. Please pray to Allah to withhold rain. Anas added, Allah's apostle raised both his hands and said, O Allah! Round about us and not on us. O Allah! On the plateaus, on the mountains, on the hills, in the valleys and on the places where trees grow. Anas added, the rain stopped and we came out, walking in the sun. Sharik asked Anas whether it was the same person who had asked for rain the previous Friday. Anas replied that he did not know. Volume 2, Book 17, number 128. Narrated Qatada. Anas I said, while Allah's apostle, PBUH, was delivering the Friday khutbah, sermon, a man came and said, O Allah's apostle! Rain is scarce, please ask Allah to bless us with rain. So he invoked Allah for it, and it rained so much that we could hardly reach our homes and it continued raining till the next Friday. Anas further said, then the same or some other person stood up and said, O Allah's apostle! Invoke Allah to withhold the rain. On that, Allah's apostle I said, O Allah! Round about us and not on us. Anas added, I saw the clouds dispersing right and left and it continued to rain but not over Medina. Volume 2, Book 17, number 129. Narrated Anas. A man came to the Prophet, P.B.U.H., and said, livestock are destroyed and the roads are cut off. So Allah's apostle invoked Allah for rain and it rained from that Friday till the next Friday. The same person came again and said, houses have collapsed, roads are cut off, and the livestock are destroyed. Please pray to Allah to withhold the rain. Allah's apostle stood up and said, O Allah, let it rain, on the plateaus, on the hills, in the valleys and over the places where trees grow. So the clouds cleared away from Medina as clothes are taken off. Volume 2, Book 17, number 130. Narrated Anas bin Malik. A man came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, livestock are destroyed and the roads are cut off. So please invoke Allah. So Allah's apostle prayed and it rained from that Friday to the next Friday. Then he came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, houses have collapsed, roads are cut off and the livestock are destroyed. So Allah's apostle, PBUH, prayed, O Allah, let it rain, on the tops of mountains, on the plateaus, in the valleys and over the places where trees grow. So the clouds cleared away from Medina as clothes are taken off. Volume 2, Book 17, number 131. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Man complained to the Prophet about the destruction of livestock and property and the hunger of the offspring. So he invoked Allah for rain. The narrator, Anas, did not mention that the Prophet had worn his cloak inside out or faced the Qibla. Volume 2, Book 17, number 132. Narrated Anas bin Malik. A man came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, livestock are destroyed and the roads are cut off, so please invoke Allah. So Allah's apostle prayed for rain and it rained from that Friday till the next Friday. Then a man came to the Prophet, PBUH, and said, O Allah's apostle, the houses have collapsed, roads are cut off and the livestock are destroyed. So Allah's apostle said, O Allah, let it rain, on the tops of the mountains, on the plateaus, in the valleys and over the places where trees grow. So the clouds cleared away from Medina as clothes are taken off. Volume 2, Book 17, number 133. Narrated Masruq. One day I went to Ibn Masud who said, when Quraysh delayed in embracing Islam, the Prophet I invoked Allah to curse them. So they were afflicted with a famine, here because of which many of them died and they ate the carcasses and Abu Sufyan came to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad, you came to order people to keep good relation with kith and kin and your nation is being destroyed, so invoke Allah. So the Prophet I recited the holy verses of Surat ad-Dukhan, then watch you for the day that the sky will bring forth a kind of smoke plainly visible. 44.10 When the famine was taken off, the people renegade once again as non-believers. The statement of Allah, in Surah ad-Dukhan, 44, refers to that, on the day when we shall seize you with a mighty grasp. 44.16, and that was what happened on the day of the Battle of Badr. Asbath added on the authority of Mansur, Allah's apostle prayed for them and it rained heavily for 7 days. So the people complained of the excessive rain. The Prophet said, O Allah, let it rain, around us and not on us. So the clouds dispersed over his head and it rained over the surroundings. Volume 2, Book 17, number 134. Narrated Anas. Allah's apostle I was delivering the khutbah, sermon, on a Friday when the people stood up, shouted and said, O Allah's apostle, there is no rain, drought, the trees have dried and the livestock are destroyed, please pray to Allah for rain. So Allah's apostle said twice, O Allah, bless us with rain. By Allah, there was no trace of cloud in the sky and suddenly the sky became overcast with clouds and it started raining. The Prophet came down the pulpit and offered the prayer. When he came back from the prayer, to his house, it was raining and it rained continuously till the next Friday. When the Prophet started delivering the Friday khutbah, sermon, the people started shouting and said to him, the houses have collapsed and the roads are cut off, so please pray to Allah to withhold the rain. So the Prophet smiled and said, O Allah, round about us and not on us. So the sky became clear over Medina but it kept on raining over the outskirts, of Medina, and not a single drop of rain fell over Median. I looked towards the sky which was as bright and clear as a crown. Volume 2, Book 17, number 135. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim. That his uncle, who was one of the companions of the Prophet, had told him, the Prophet went out with the people to invoke Allah for rain for them. He stood up and invoked Allah for rain, then faced the Qibla and turned his cloak, inside out, and it rained. Volume 2, Book 17, number 136. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim. From his uncle who said, the Prophet went out to invoke Allah for rain. He faced the Qibla invoking Allah. He turned over his cloak, inside out, and then offered 2 rakat and recited the Qur'an aloud in them. Volume 2, Book 17, number 137. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim from his uncle. I saw the Prophet on the day when he went out to offer the istisqa prayer. He turned his back towards the people and faced the Qibla and asked Allah for rain. Then he turned his cloak inside out and led us in a 2 rakat prayer and recited the Qur'an aloud in them. Volume 2, Book 17, number 138. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim from his uncle who said, the Prophet invoked Allah for rain and offered a 2 rakat prayer and he put his cloak inside out. Volume 2, Book 17, number 139. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim from his uncle who said, the Prophet went out to the Musalla to offer the istisqa prayer, faced the Qibla and offered a 2 rakat prayer and turned his cloak inside out. Narrated Abu Bakr, the Prophet put the right side of his cloak on his left side. Volume 2, Book 17, number 140. Narrated Abdullah bin Zayd al-Ansari. The Prophet went out towards the Musalla in order to offer the istisqa prayer and when he intended to invoke Allah, or started invoking, he faced the Qibla and turned his cloak inside out. Volume 2, Book 17, number 141. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet never raised his hands for any invocation except for that of istisqa, and he used to raise them so much that the whiteness of his armpits became visible. Note, it may be that Anas did not see the Prophet raising his hands, but it is narrated that the Prophet used to raise his hands for invocations other than istisqa. See Hadith number 807 and 808 and also see Hadith number 612, Volume 5. Volume 2, Book 17, number 142. Narrated Aisha. Whenever Allah's Apostle saw the rain, he used to say, O Allah, let it be a strong fruitful rain. Volume 2, Book 17, number 143. Narrated Anas bin Malik. In the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., the people were afflicted with a famine year. While the Prophet was delivering the khutbah, sermon, on the pulpit on a Friday, a Bedouin stood up and said, O Allah's Apostle, the livestock are dying and the families, offspring, are hungry, please pray to Allah to bless us with rain. Allah's Apostle raised both his hands towards the sky and at that time there was not a trace of cloud in the sky. Then the clouds started gathering like mountains. Before he got down from the pulpit I saw rainwater trickling down his beard. It rained that day, the next day, the third day, the fourth day until the next Friday, when the same Bedouin or some other person stood up, during the Friday khutbah, and said, O Allah's Apostle, the houses have collapsed and the livestock are drowned. Please invoke Allah for us. So Allah's Apostle raised both his hands and said, O Allah, around us and not on us. Whichever side the Prophet directed his hand, the clouds dispersed from there till a hole, in the clouds, was formed over Medina. The valley of Qanat remained flowing, with water, for 1 month and none came from outside who didn't talk about the abundant rain. Volume 2, Book 17, number 144. Narrated Anas. Whenever a strong wind blew, anxiety appeared on the face of the Prophet, fearing that wind might be a sign of Allah's wrath. Volume 2, Book 17, number 145. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, I was granted victory with As-Saba and the nation of Ad was destroyed by Ad-Dabar, westerly wind. Volume 2, Book 17, number 146. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "The hour, last day, will not be established until, religious, knowledge will be taken away, by the death of religious learned men, earthquakes will be very frequent. Time will pass quickly, afflictions will appear, murders will increase and money will overflow amongst you." See Hadith number 85 Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 17, number 147. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "O Allah! Bless our Sham and our Yemen." People said, "Our Najd as well." The Prophet again said, "O Allah! Bless our Sham and Yemen." They said again, "Our Najd as well." On that the Prophet said, "There will appear earthquakes and afflictions, and from there will come out the side of the head of Satan." Volume 2, Book 17, number 148. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid al-Yuhani. Allah's Apostle led the morning prayer in Al-Hudaybiyah and it had rained the previous night. When the Prophet, PBUH, had finished the prayer he faced the people and said, "Do you know what your Lord has said?" They replied, "Allah and His Apostle know better." The Prophet said, "Allah says, in this morning some of my worshippers remained as true believers and some became non-believers. He who said that it had rained with the blessing and mercy of Allah is the one who believes in me and does not believe in star, but he who said it had rained because of such and such, star, is a disbeliever in me and is a believer in star." Volume 2, Book 17, number 149. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, "Keys of the unseen knowledge are 5 which nobody knows but Allah. Nobody knows what will happen tomorrow, nobody knows what is in the womb. Nobody knows what he will gain tomorrow, nobody knows at what place he will die, and nobody knows when it will rain." 18. Eclipses. Volume 2, Book 18, number 150. Narrated Abu Bakr. We were with Allah's Apostle when the sun eclipsed. Allah's Apostle stood up dragging his cloak till he entered the mosque. He led us in a 2-rakat prayer till the sun, eclipse, had cleared. Then the Prophet, PBUH, said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of someone's death. So whenever you see these eclipses pray and invoke Allah, till the eclipse is over." Volume 2, Book 18, number 151. Narrated Abu Masud. The Prophet said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of the death of someone from the people but they are 2 signs amongst the signs of Allah. When you see them stand up and pray." Volume 2, Book 18, number 152. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of the death or life, i.e. birth, of someone but they are 2 signs amongst the signs of Allah. When you see them offer the prayer." Volume 2, Book 18, number 153. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubiyyah. The sun eclipsed in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle on the day when his son, Ibrahim died. So the people said that the sun had eclipsed because of the death of Ibrahim. Allah's Apostle said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of the death or life, i.e. birth, of someone. When you see the eclipse pray and invoke Allah." Volume 2, Book 18, number 154. Narrated Aisha. In the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, PBUH, the sun eclipsed, so he led the people in prayer, and stood up and performed a long qiyam, then bowed for a long while. He stood up again and performed a long qiyam but this time the period of standing was shorter than the first. He bowed again for a long time but shorter than the first one, then he prostrated and prolonged the prostration. He did the same in the second rak'ah as he did in the first and then finished the prayer. By then the sun, eclipse, had cleared. He delivered the khutbah, sermon, and after praising and glorifying Allah he said, "The sun and the moon are 2 signs against the signs of Allah, they do not eclipse on the death or life of anyone. So when you see the eclipse, remember Allah and say takbir, pray and give sadaqah." The Prophet then said, "O followers of Muhammad! By Allah! There is none who has more ghera, self-respect, than Allah as He has forbidden that His slaves, male or female, commit adultery, illegal sexual intercourse. O followers of Muhammad! By Allah! If you knew that which I know, you would laugh little and weep much. Volume 2, Book 18, number 155. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. When the sun eclipsed in the lifetime of Allah's apostle, an announcement was made that a prayer was to be offered in congregation. Volume 2, Book 18, number 156. Narrated, Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, PBUH, in the lifetime of the Prophet the sun eclipsed and he went to the mosque and the people aligned behind him. He said the takbir, starting the prayer, and prolonged the recitation, from the Qur'an, and then said takbir and performed a prolonged bowing. Then he lifted his head and said, Sami Allahu liman hamida, Allah heard him who sent his praises to him. He then did not prostrate but stood up and recited a prolonged recitation which was shorter than the first recitation. He again said takbir and then bowed a prolonged bowing but shorter than the first one, and then said, Sami Allahu liman hamida Rabbana walaklamd, Allah heard him who sent his praises to him. O our Sustainer! All the praises are for you, and then prostrated and did the same in the second rak'ah. Thus he completed 4 bowing and 4 prostrations. The sun, eclipse, had cleared before he finished the prayer. After the prayer, he stood up, glorified and praised Allah as he deserved, and then said, The sun and the moon are 2 of the signs of Allah. They do not eclipse because of the death or the life, i.e. birth, of someone. When you see them, make haste for the prayer. Narrated Az-Zuri, I said to Ursa, when the sun eclipsed at Medina, your brother, Abdullah bin Az-Zubair, offered only a 2-rakat prayer like that of the morning, far, prayer. Ursa replied, yes, for he missed the Prophet's tradition, concerning this matter. Volume 2, Book 18, number 157. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, on the day when the sun Kasafat, eclipsed, Allah's apostle prayed. He stood up and said takbir and recited a prolonged recitation, then he performed a prolonged bowing, then he raised his head and said, Sami Allahu liman hamida. And then remained standing and recited a prolonged recitation which was shorter than the first. Then he performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than the first. Then he prostrated and prolonged the prostration, and he did the same in the second rak'ah as in the first, and then finished the prayer with taslim. By that time the sun, eclipse, had cleared. He addressed the people and said, The sun and the moon are 2 of the signs of Allah, they do not eclipse, yaksafan, because of the death or the life, i.e. birth, of someone. So when you see them, make haste for the prayer. Volume 2, Book 18, number 158. Narrated Abu Bakr. Allah's apostle said, The sun and the moon are 2 signs amongst the signs of Allah, and they do not eclipse because of the death of someone, but Allah frightens his devotees with them. Volume 2, Book 18, number 159. Narrated Amra bint Abdurrahman. A Jewess came to ask Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, about something. She said to her, May Allah give you refuge from the punishment of the grave. So Aisha asked Allah's apostle, would the people be punished in their graves? Allah's apostle, after seeking refuge with Allah from the punishment of the grave, and thus replied in the affirmative. Then one day, Allah's apostle rode to go to some place, but the sun eclipsed. He returned in the forenoon and passed through the rear of the dwellings of his wives, and stood for the eclipse prayer, and the people stood behind him. He stood up for a long period and then performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than the first bowing. Then he raised his head and prostrated. Then he stood up, for the second rak'ah, for a long while, but the standing was shorter than that of the first rak'ah. Then he performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than the first one. Then he raised his head and prostrated. Then he stood up for a long time but shorter than the first. Then he performed a prolonged bowing but shorter than the first. Then he raised his head and prostrated and finished the prayer, and then delivered the sermon and said as much as Allah wished. And then he ordered the people to seek refuge with Allah from the punishment of the grave. Volume 2, Book 18, number 160. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. When the sun eclipsed in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle and an announcement was made that the prayer was to be held in congregation. The Prophet performed 2 bowing in 1 rak'ah. Then he stood up and performed 2 bowing in 1 rak'ah. Then he sat down and finished the prayer, and by then the eclipse had cleared. Aisha said, I had never performed such a long prostration. Volume 2, Book 18, number 161. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. The sun eclipsed in the lifetime of the Prophet, PBUH. Allah's Apostle offered the eclipse prayer and stood for a long period equal to the period in which one could recite Surat al-Baqarah. Then he bowed for a long time and then stood up for a long period which was shorter than that of the first standing, then bowed again for a long time but for a shorter period than the first. Then he prostrated twice and then stood up for a long period which was shorter than that of the first standing. Then he bowed for a long time which was shorter than the previous one, and then he raised his head and stood up for a long period which was shorter than the first standing, then he bowed for a long time which was shorter than the first bowing. And then prostrated, twice, and finished the prayer. By then, the sun, eclipse, had cleared. The Prophet then said, the sun and the moon are 2 of the signs of Allah. They eclipse neither because of the death of somebody nor because of his life, i.e. birth. So when you see them, remember Allah. The people say, O Allah's Apostle, we saw you taking something from your place and then we saw you retreating. The Prophet replied, I saw paradise and stretched my hands towards a bunch of its fruits, and had I taken it, you would have eaten from it as long as the world remains. I also saw the hellfire and I had never seen such a horrible sight. I saw that most of the inhabitants were women. The people asked, O Allah's Apostle, why is it so? The Prophet replied, because of their ungratefulness. It was asked whether they are ungrateful to Allah. The Prophet said, they are ungrateful to their companions of life, husbands, and ungrateful to good deeds. If you are benevolent to one of them throughout the life and if she sees anything undesirable in you, she will say, I have never had any good from you. Volume 2, Book 18, number 162. Narrated Fatima bint al-Mundhir. Asma bint al-Bakr said, I came to Aisha the wife of the Prophet, PBUH, during the solar eclipse. The people were standing offering the prayer and she was also praying too. I asked her, what has happened to the people? She pointed out with her hand towards the sky and said, Subhanallah. I said, is there a sign? She pointed out in the affirmative. Asma further said, I too then stood up for the prayer till I fainted and then poured water on my head. When Allah's Apostle had finished his prayer, he thanked and praised Allah and said, I have seen at this place of mine what I have never seen, even paradise and hell. No doubt, it has been inspired to me that you will be put to trial in the graves like or nearly like the trial of Masih, ad-Dajjal. I do not know which one of the two. Asma said. The angels will come to every one of you and will ask, what do you know about this man, i.e. Muhammad? The believer or a firm believer, I do not know which word. Asma said, will reply, he is Muhammad, Allah's Apostle, PBUH, who came to us with clear evidences and guidance, so we accepted his teachings, believed and followed him. The angels will then say to him, sleep peacefully, as we knew surely that you were a firm believer. The hypocrite or doubtful person, I do not know which word. Asma said, will say, I do not know. I heard the people saying something so I said it, the same. Volume 2, Book 18, number 163. Narrated Asma. No doubt the Prophet ordered people to manumit slaves during the solar eclipse. Volume 2, Book 18, number 164. Narrated Amra bint Abdurrahman. A Jewess came to Aisha to ask her about something, and then she said, may Allah give you refuge from the punishment of the grave. So Aisha asked Allah's Apostle, would the people be punished in their graves? Allah's Apostle asked Allah's refuge from the punishment of the grave, indicating an affirmative reply. Then one day Allah's Apostle rode, to leave for some place, but the sun eclipsed. He returned on the forenoon and passed through the rear of the dwellings, of his wives, and stood up and started offering the eclipse prayer, and the people stood behind him. He stood for a long period and then performed a long bowing and then stood straight for a long period which was shorter than that of the first standing, then he performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than the first bowing. Then he raised his head and prostrated for a long time and then stood up, for the second rak'ah, for a long while, but the standing was shorter than the standing of the first rak'ah. Then he performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than that of the first one. He then stood up for a long time but shorter than the first, then again performed a long bowing which was shorter than the first and then prostrated for a shorter while than that of the first prostration. Then he finished the prayer and delivered the sermon and said what Allah wished, and ordered the people to seek refuge with Allah from the punishment of the grave. Volume 2, Book 18, Number 165. Narrated Abu Masud. Allah's Apostle said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of someone's death or life, but they are two signs amongst the signs of Allah, so pray whenever you see them." Volume 2, Book 18, Number 166. Narrated Aisha. In the lifetime of the Prophet the sun eclipsed and the Prophet, PBUH, stood up to offer the prayer with the people and recited a long recitation, then he performed a prolonged bowing, and then lifted his head and recited a prolonged recitation which was shorter than the first. Then he performed a prolonged bowing which was shorter than the first and then lifted his head and performed 2 prostrations. He then stood up for the second rak'ah and offered it like the first. Then he stood up and said, "The sun and the moon do not eclipse because of someone's life or death, but they are two signs amongst the signs of Allah which he shows to his worshippers. So whenever you see them, make haste for the prayer." Volume 2, Book 18, Number 167. Narrated Abu Musa. The sun eclipsed and the Prophet got up, being afraid that it might be the hour, i.e. Day of Judgment. He went to the mosque and offered the prayer with the longest qiyam, bowing and prostration that I had ever seen him doing. Then he said, "These signs which Allah sends do not occur because of the life or death of somebody, but Allah makes his worshippers afraid by them. So when you see anything thereof, proceed to remember Allah, invoke him and ask for his forgiveness." Volume 2, Book 18, Number 168. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubi'ah. On the day of Ibrahim's death, the sun eclipsed and the people said that the eclipse was due to the death of Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet. Allah's Apostle said, "The sun and the moon are two signs amongst the signs of Allah. They do not eclipse because of someone's death or life. So when you see them, invoke Allah and pray till the eclipse is clear." Volume 2, Book 18, Number 169. Narrated Abu Bakr. In the lifetime of the Prophet the sun eclipsed and then he offered a 2-rak'ah prayer. Volume 2, Book 18, Number 170. Narrated Abu Bakr. In the lifetime of the Allah's Apostle, P.B.UH, the sun eclipsed and he went out dragging his clothes till he reached the mosque. The people gathered around him and he led them and offered 2 rak'ah. When the sun, eclipse, cleared, he said, "The sun and the moon are two signs amongst the signs of Allah, they do not eclipse because of the death of someone, and so when an eclipse occurs, pray and invoke Allah till the eclipse is over." It happened that a son of the Prophet called Ibrahim died on that day and the people were talking about that, saying that the eclipse was caused by his death. Volume 2, Book 18, Number 171. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet led us and performed 4 bowing in 2 rak'ah during the solar eclipse and the first rak'ah was longer. Volume 2, Book 18, Number 172. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet, PBUH, recited the Qur'an aloud during the eclipse prayer, and when he had finished the eclipse prayer he said the takbir and bowed. When he stood straight from bowing he would say, "Sami al-Allahu liman hamida rabbana walakal hamd." And he would again start reciting. In the eclipse prayer there are 4 bowing and 4 prostrations in 2 rak'ah. Al-Azza and others said that they had heard Azizui from Bursa from Aisha saying, in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle the sun eclipsed, and he made a person to announce, prayer in congregation. He led the prayer and performed 4 bowing and 4 prostrations in 2 rakat. Narrated al-Walid that Abdurrahman bin Namir had informed him that he had heard the same. Ibn Shihab heard the same. Azizurl said, I asked, Ursa, what did your brother Abdullah bin Azizubair do? He prayed 2 rakat, of the eclipse prayer, like the morning prayer, when he offered the eclipse prayer in median. Ursa replied that he had missed, i.e., did not pray according to the Prophet's tradition. Sulayman bin Kathir and Sufyan bin Hussein narrated from Azizuri that the prayer for the eclipse used to be offered with loud recitation. 19. Prostration during Recital of Qur'an. Volume 2, Book 19. Number 173. Narrated Abdullah bin Masud. The Prophet recited Surat an-Najm, 103, at Mecca and prostrated while reciting it, and those who were with him did the same except an old man who took a handful of small stones or earth and lifted it to his forehead and said, This is sufficient for me. Later on, I saw him killed as a non-believer. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 174. Narrated Abu Huraira. On Fridays the Prophet used to recite Alf Lam Mim Tanzil as Sajda, in the first rakah, and Hal Adayalon Sani i.e. Surat Dar, LXXV, in the second rakah, in the far prayer. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 175. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The prostration of Sad is not a compulsory one, but I saw the Prophet prostrating while reciting it. Volume 2, Book 19. Number 176. Narrated Abdullah bin Masud. The Prophet recited Surat an-Najm, 53, and prostrated while reciting it, and all the people prostrated, and a man amongst the people took a handful of stones or earth and raised it to his face and said, This is sufficient for me. Later on I saw him killed as a non-believer. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 177. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet I prostrated while reciting an-Najm, and with him prostrated the Muslims, the pagans, the jinns, and all human beings. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 178. Narrated Atta bin Yasar. I asked Sa'id bin Thabit about prostration, on which he said that he had recited an-Najm before the Prophet, yet he, the Prophet, had not performed a prostration. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 179. Narrated Zaid bin Thabit. I recited an-Najm before the Prophet, yet he did not perform a prostration. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 180. Narrated Abu Salma. I saw Abu Huraira reciting Itasama Unshakat, and he prostrated during its recitation. I asked Abu Huraira, Didn't I see you prostrating? Abu Huraira said, Had I not seen the Prophet prostrating, I would not have prostrated. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 181. Narrated Ibn Umar. When the Prophet recited a surah that contained the prostration, he would prostrate, and we would do the same, and some of us, because of the heavy rush, could not find a place for prostration. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 182. Narrated Ibn Umar. When the Prophet recited Surat as-Sajda and we were with him, he would prostrate, and we also would prostrate with him, and some of us, because of the heavy rush, would not find a place, for our foreheads, to prostrate on. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 183. Narrated Rabi'a. Umar bin al-Khattab recited Surat an-Nahl on a Friday on the pulpit, and when he reached the verse of Sajda he got down from the pulpit and prostrated, and the people also prostrated. The next Friday Umar bin al-Khattab recited the same surah, and when he reached the verse of Sajda he said, O people! When we recite the verses of Sajda, during the sermon, whoever prostrates does the right thing, yet it is no sin for the one who does not prostrate. And Umar did not prostrate, that day. Added Ibn Umar, Allah has not made the prostration of recitation compulsory, but if we wish we can do it. Volume 2, Book 19, Number 184. Narrated Abu Rafi. I offered the Isha prayer behind Abu Huraira and he recited Ida Sama Unshakat, and prostrated. I said, what is this? Abu Huraira said, I prostrated behind Abu al-Qasim and I will do the same till I meet him. Volume 2, Book 19, number 185. Narrated Ibn Umar. Whenever the Prophet recited the surah which contained the prostration of recitation he used to prostrate and then, we, too, would prostrate and some of us did not find a place for prostration. 20. Shortening the Prayers, at Taksir. Volume 2, Book 20, number 186. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet once stayed for 19 days and prayed shortened prayers. So when we traveled and stayed, for 19 days, we used to shorten the prayer but if we traveled, and stayed, for a longer period we used to offer the full prayer. Volume 2, Book 20, number 187. Narrated Yahya bin Ishaq. I heard Anas saying, we traveled with the Prophet from Medina to Mecca and offered 2 rakat, for every prayer, till we returned to Medina. I said, did you stay for a while in Mecca? He replied, we stayed in Mecca for 10 days. Volume 2, Book 20, number 188. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I offered the prayer with the Prophet, Abu Bakr and Umar at Mina and it was of 2 rakat. Uthman in the early days of his caliphate did the same, but later on he started praying the full prayer. Volume 2, Book 20, number 189. Narrated Harith bin Wahab. The Prophet I led us in the prayer at Mina during the peace period by offering 2 rakat. Volume 2, Book 20, number 190. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Yazid. We offered a 4 rakat prayer at Mina behind Ibn Affan. Abdullah bin Masud was informed about it. He said sadly, truly to Allah we belong and truly to Him we shall return. And added, I prayed 2 rakat with Allah's Apostle at Mina and similarly with Abu Bakr and with Umar, during their caliphates. He further said, may I be lucky enough to have 2 of the 4 rakat accepted, by Allah. Volume 2, Book 20, number 191. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet and his companions reached Mecca in the morning of the 4th Dhul Hijjah reciting Talbiyah, O Allah. We are obedient to your orders, we respond to your call. Intending to perform Hajj. The Prophet ordered his companions to assume the ram for Umrah instead of Hajj, excepting those who had hadi, sacrifice, with them. Volume 2, Book 20, number 192. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, a woman should not travel for more than 3 days except with a dimaram, i.e. a male with whom she cannot marry at all, e.g. her brother, father, grandfather, etc. Or her own husband. Volume 2, Book 20, number 193. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, a woman should not travel for more than 3 days except with a dimaram. Volume 2, Book 20, number 194. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., said, it is not permissible for a woman who believes in Allah and the Last Day to travel for 1 day and night except with a mahram. Volume 2, Book 20, number 195. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Offered 4 rakat of Zuhr prayer with the Prophet, P.B.U.H., at Medina and 2 rakat at Dhul Hulayfa. I.e. shortened the Asr prayer. Volume 2, Book 20, number 196. Narrated Aisha. When the prayers were first enjoined they were of 2 rakat each. Later the prayer in a journey was kept as it was but the prayers for non-travelers were completed. Az-Zuri said, I asked Urwa what made Aisha pray the full prayers, in journey. He replied, she did the same as Uthman did. Volume 2, Book 20, number 197. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I saw Allah's Apostle delaying the Maghrib prayer till he offered it along with the Isha prayer whenever he was in a hurry during the journey. Salim narrated, Ibn Umar used to do the same whenever he was in a hurry during the journey. And Salim added, Ibn Umar used to pray the Maghrib and Isha prayers together in al-Muzdalifah. Salim said, Ibn Umar delayed the Maghrib prayer because at that time he heard the news of the death of his wife Safiya bint Abi Ubaid. I said to him, the prayer is due. He said, go on. Again I said, the prayer is due. He said, go on, till we covered 2 or 3 miles. Then he got down, prayed and said, I saw the Prophet praying in this way, whenever he was in a hurry during the journey. Abdullah bin Umar added, whenever the Prophet was in a hurry, he used to delay the Maghrib prayer and then offer 3 rakat of the Maghrib, and perform taslim, and after waiting for a short while. Iqama used to be pronounced for the Isha prayer when he would offer 2 rakat and perform taslim. He would never offer any optional prayer till the middle of the night, when he used to pray the Tahajjud. Volume 2, Book 20, number 198. Narrated Abdullah bin Amir from his father who said, I saw the Prophet, PBUH, offering the prayer on his mount, Rahila, whatever direction it took. Volume 2, Book 20, number 199. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet used to offer the Nawafil, while riding, facing a direction other than that of the Qibla. Volume 2, Book 20, number 200. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar, while on a journey, used to offer the prayer and the witr on his mount, Rahila. He said that the Prophet used to do so. Volume 2, Book 20, number 201. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. On traveling, Abdullah bin Umar used to offer the prayer on his mount by signs whatever direction it took. Abdullah said that the Prophet used to do so. Volume 2, Book 20, number 202. Narrated Amir bin Rabi'a. I saw the Prophet on his mount praying Nawafil by nodding his head, whatever direction he faced, but Allah's Apostle never did the same in offering the compulsory prayers. Narrated Salim, at night Abdullah bin Umar used to offer the prayer on the back of his animal during the journey and never cared about the direction he faced. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle used to offer the optional prayer on the back of his mount facing any direction and also used to pray the witr on it but never offered the compulsory prayer on it. Volume 2, Book 20, number 203. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet used to pray, the Nawafil, on his mount facing east and whenever he wanted to offer the compulsory prayer, he used to dismount and face the Qibla. Volume 2, Book 20, number 204. Narrated Anas bin Sirin. We went to receive Anas bin Malik when he returned from Sham and met him at a place called Ainat Tamr. I saw him praying riding the donkey, with his face to this direction, i.e., to the left of the Qibla. I said to him, I have seen you offering the prayer in a direction other than that of the Qibla. He replied, if I had not seen Allah's Apostle doing it, I would not have done it. Volume 2, Book 20, number 205. Narrated Hafs bin Basim. Ibn Umar went on a journey and said, I accompanied the Prophet and he did not offer optional prayers during the journey, and Allah says, verily, in Allah's Apostle you have a good example to follow. 33.21. Volume 2, Book 20, number 206. Narrated Ibn Umar. I accompanied Allah's Apostle and he never offered more than 2 rakat during the journey. Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 20, number 207. Narrated Ibn Abu Layla. Only Hani told us that she had seen the Prophet, P.B.U.H, offering the duha, forenoon prayer. She said, on the day of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet took a bath in my house and offered 8 rakat. I never saw him praying such a light prayer but he performed perfect prostration and bowing. Narrated Abdullah bin Amir that his father had told him that he had seen the Prophet, P.B.U.H, praying Nawafil at night on the back of his mount on a journey, facing whatever direction it took. Volume 2, Book 20, number 208. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle used to pray the Nawafil on the back of his mount, carriage, by signs facing any direction. Ibn Umar used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 20, number 209. Narrated Salim's father. The Prophet used to offer the Maghrib and Isha prayers together whenever he was in a hurry on a journey. Narrated Ibn Abbas, Allah's apostle used to offer the Zuhr and Asr prayers together on journeys, and also used to offer the Maghrib and Isha prayers together. Narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet used to offer the Maghrib and the Isha prayers together on journeys. Volume 2, Book 20, number 210. Narrated Az-Zuri. Salim told me, Abdullah bin Umar said, I saw Allah's apostle delaying the Maghrib prayer till he offered it along with the Isha prayer whenever he was in a hurry during the journey. Salim said, Abdullah bin Umar used to do the same whenever he was in a hurry during the journey. After making the call for Iqamah, for the Maghrib prayer he used to offer 3 rakat and then perform Tazl. After waiting for a short while, he would pronounce the Iqamah for the Isha prayer and offer 2 rakat and perform Taslim. He never prayed any nawafil in between the 2 prayers or after the Isha prayers till he got up in the middle of the night, for Tahajjud prayer. Volume 2, Book 20, number 211. Narrated Anas. Allah's apostle used to offer these 2 prayers together on journeys, i.e. the Maghrib and the Isha. Volume 2, Book 20, number 212. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Whenever the Prophet started a journey before noon, he used to delay the Zuhr prayer till the time of Asr and then offer them together. And if the sun declined, at noon, he used to offer the Zuhr prayer and then ride, for the journey. Volume 2, Book 20, number 213. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Whenever the Prophet started the journey before noon, he used to delay the Zuhr prayer till the time for the Asr prayer and then he would dismount and pray them together. And whenever the sun declined before he started the journey he used to offer the Zuhr prayer and then ride, for the journey. Volume 2, Book 20, number 214. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle prayed in his house while sitting during his illness and the people prayed behind him standing and he pointed to them to sit down. When he had finished the prayer, he said, the Imam is to be followed and so when he bows you should bow, and when he lifts his head you should also do the same. Volume 2, Book 20, number 215. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle, PBUH, fell down from a horse and his right side was either injured or scratched, so we went to inquire about his health. The time for the prayer became due and he offered the prayer while sitting and we prayed while standing. He said, the Imam is to be followed, so if he says Takbir, you should also say Takbir, and if he bows you should also bow. And when he lifts his head you should also do the same and if he says, Sami'a Allahu liman hamida, Allah hears whoever sends his praises to him, you should say, Rabbana walakal hamd, O our Lord. All the praises are for you. See Hadith No. 656 Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 20, number 216. Narrated Imran bin Hussein. Who had piles, I asked Allah's apostle about the praying of a man while sitting. He said, if he prays while standing it is better and he who prays while sitting gets half the reward of that who prays standing, and whoever prays while lying gets half the reward of that who prays while sitting. Volume 2, Book 20, number 217. Narrated Abdullah bin Buraidah. Imran bin Hussein had piles. Once Abu Ma'mar narrated from Imran bin Hussein had said, I asked the Prophet, P.B.U.H., about the prayer of a person while sitting. He said, it is better for one to pray standing, and whoever prays sitting gets half the reward of that who prays while standing, and whoever prays while lying gets half the reward of that who prays while sitting. Volume 2, Book 20, number 218. Narrated Imran bin Hussein. Had piles, so I asked the Prophet about the prayer. He said, pray while standing and if you can't, pray while sitting and if you cannot do even that, then pray lying on your side. Volume 2, Book 20. Number 219. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, I never saw Allah's apostle offering the night prayer while sitting except in his old age and then he used to recite while sitting and whenever he wanted to bow he would get up and recite 30 or 40 verses, while standing, and then bow. Volume 2, Book 20, number 220. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, Allah's apostle, in his last days, used to pray sitting. He would recite while sitting, and when 30 or 40 verses remained from the recitation he would get up and recite them while standing, and then he would bow and prostrate. He used to do the same in the second rak'ah. After finishing the prayer he used to look at me, and if I was awake he would talk to me, and if I was asleep, he would lie down. 21. Prayer at Night, Tahajjud. Volume 2, Book 21, number 221. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet got up at night to offer the Tahajjud prayer, he used to say, Allahumma lakal hamd. Anta qayyama samawati wal ard wa man fihinna. Walakal hamd, laka mulka samawati wal ard wa man fihinna. Walakal hamd, anta nuru samawati wal ard. Walakal hamd, anta el haq wa waduka el haq, wa likuka haq, wa kwaluka haq, wal janatu han wa neru haq wa nabiyuna haq. Wa Muhammadan, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, haq, was saatu haq. Allahumma aslamtu laka wabika amantu, wa alayka tawakkaltu, wa alayka anabtu wa bika kasantu, wa alayka hakamtu fagfir li ma kadamtu wa ma akkartu wa ma azrartu wa ma elantu, anta mukadim wa anta muakkir. La ilaha illa anta, or la ilaha garuka. O Allah! All the praises are for you, you are the holder of the heavens and the earth, and whatever is in them. All the praises are for you, you have the possession of the heavens and the earth and whatever is in them. All the praises are for you. You are the light of the heavens and the earth, and all the praises are for you, you are the king of the heavens and the earth, and all the praises are for you. You are the truth, and your promise is the truth, and to meet you is true, your word is the truth, and paradise is true, and hell is true, and all the prophets, peace be upon them, are true, and Muhammad is true, and the day of resurrection is true. O Allah! I surrender my will to you, I believe in you and depend on you. And repent to you, and with your help I argue, with my opponents, the non-believers, and I take you as a judge, to judge between us. Please forgive me my previous and future sins, and whatever I concealed or revealed, and you are the one who make, some people, forward and, some, backward. There is none to be worshipped but you. Sufyan said that, Abdul Karim Abu Umayyah added to the above, Wala hawla wala quwwata illa billah, there is neither might nor power except with Allah. Volume 2, Book 21, number 222. Narrated Salim's father. In the lifetime of the Prophet whosoever saw a dream would narrate it to Allah's apostle. I had a wish of seeing a dream to narrate it to Allah's apostle, PBUH. I was a grown-up boy and used to sleep in the mosque in the lifetime of the Prophet. I saw in the dream that two angels caught hold of me and took me to the fire, which was built all round like a built well and had two poles in it, and the people in it were known to me. I started saying, I seek refuge with Allah from the fire. Then I met another angel who told me not to be afraid. I narrated the dream to Hafsa, who told it to Allah's apostle. The Prophet said, Abdullah is a good man. I wish he prayed tahajjud. After that, Abdullah, i.e. Salim's father, used to sleep but a little at night. Volume 2, Book 21, number 223. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle used to offer 11 rakat, and that was his prayer. He used to prolong the prostration to such an extent that one could recite 50 verses of the Qur'an before he would lift his head. He used to pray 2 rakat, sunnah, before the far prayer, and then used to lie down on his right side till the call-maker came and informed him about the prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 224. Narrated Jundab. The Prophet became sick and did not get up, for tahajjud prayer, for a night or two. Volume 2, Book 21, number 225. Narrated Jundab bin Abdullah. Gabriel did not come to the Prophet, for some time, and so one of the Quraysh women said, his Satan has deserted him. So came the divine revelation, by the forenoon and by the night when it is still. Your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you nor hated you. 93. 1-3. Volume 2, Book 21, number 226. Narrated Salama. One night the Prophet got up and said, Subhanallah. How many afflictions Allah has revealed tonight and how many treasures have been sent down, disclosed. Go and wake the sleeping lady occupants of these dwellings up, for prayers, perhaps a well-dressed in this world may be naked in the hereafter. Volume 2, Book 21, number 227. Narrated Ali bin Abi Talib. One night Allah's apostle came to me and Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet, and asked, Won't you pray, at night? I said, O Allah's apostle, our souls are in the hands of Allah, and if He wants us to get up He will make us get up. When I said that, he left us without saying anything, and I heard that he was hitting his thigh and saying, But man is more quarrelsome than anything. 18. 54. Volume 2, Book 21, number 228. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle used to give up a good deed, although he loved to do it, for fear that people might act on it and it might be made compulsory for them. The Prophet never prayed the duha prayer, but I offer it. Volume 2, Book 21, number 229. Narrated Aisha, the mother of the faithful believers. One night Allah's apostle offered the prayer in the mosque and the people followed him. The next night he also offered the prayer and too many people gathered. On the third and the fourth nights more people gathered, but Allah's apostle did not come out to them. In the morning he said, I saw what you were doing and nothing but the fear that it, i.e. the prayer, might be enjoined on you, stopped me from coming to you. And that happened in the month of Ramadan. Volume 2, Book 21, number 230. Narrated Al-Mughira. The Prophet used to stand, in the prayer, or pray till both his feet or legs swelled. He was asked why, he offered such an unbearable prayer, and he said, Should I not be a thankful slave? Volume 2, Book 21, number 231. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Allah's apostle told me, the most beloved prayer to Allah is that of David and the most beloved fasts to Allah are those of David. He used to sleep for half of the night and then pray for 1/3 of the night and again sleep for its 6th part and used to fast on alternate days. Volume 2, Book 21, number 232. Narrated Masruq. I asked Aisha which deed was most loved by the Prophet. She said, a deed done continuously. I further asked, when did he used to get up, in the night for the prayer? She said, he used to get up on hearing the crowing of a cock. Volume 2, Book 21, number 233. Narrated Al-Ashith. He, the Prophet, PBUH, used to get up for the prayer on hearing the crowing of a cock. Volume 2, Book 21, number 234. Narrated Aisha. In my house he, Prophet, PBUH, never passed the last hours of the night but sleeping. Volume 2, Book 21, number 235. Narrated Qatada. Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet, PBUH, and Zayd bin Thabit took their shur together. When they finished it, the Prophet stood for the far prayer and offered it. We asked Anas, what was the interval between their finishing the shur and the starting of the morning prayer? Anas replied, it was equal to the time taken by a person in reciting 50 verses of the Qur'an. Volume 2, Book 21, number 236. Narrated Abu Wa'il. Abdullah said, one night I offered the tahajjud prayer with the Prophet and he kept on standing till an ill thought came to me. We said, what was the ill thought? He said, it was to sit down and leave the Prophet, standing. Volume 2, Book 21, number 237. Narrated Hudhaifa. Whenever the Prophet got up for tahajjud prayer he used to clean his mouth and teeth with siwak. Volume 2, Book 21, number 238. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. A man said, O Allah's apostle, how is the prayer of the night? He said, 2 rakat followed by 2 rakat and so on, and when you apprehend the approaching dawn, offer 1 rak'ah as witr. Volume 2, Book 21, number 239. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The prayer of the Prophet used to be of 13 rak'at, i.e. of the night prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 240. Narrated Masruq. I asked Aisha about the night prayer of Allah's Apostle and she said, it was 7, 9 or 11 rak'at besides the 2 rak'at of the far prayer, i.e. Sunnah. Volume 2, Book 21, number 241. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet, PBUH, used to offer 13 rak'at of the night prayer and that included the witr and 2 rak'at, Sunnah, of the far prayer. Volume 2, Book 21. Number 242. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Sometimes Allah's Apostle would not fast, for so many days, that we thought that he would not fast that month and he sometimes used to fast, for so many days, that we thought he would not leave fasting throughout that month and, as regards his prayer and sleep at night. If you wanted to see him praying at night, you could see him praying and if you wanted to see him sleeping, you could see him sleeping. Volume 2, Book 21, number 243. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, Satan puts 3 knots at the back of the head of any of you if he is asleep. On every knot he reads and exhales the following words, the night is long, so stay asleep. When one wakes up and remembers Allah, 1 knot is undone. And when one performs ablution, the 2nd knot is undone, and when one prays the 3rd knot is undone and one gets up energetic with a good heart in the morning, otherwise one gets up lazy and with a mischievous heart. Volume 2, Book 21, number 244. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. The Prophet said in his narration of a dream that he saw, he whose head was being crushed with a stone was one who learnt the Qur'an but never acted on it. And slept ignoring the compulsory prayers. Volume 2, Book 21, number 245. Narrated Abdullah. A person was mentioned before the Prophet, PBUH, and he was told that he had kept on sleeping till morning and had not got up for the prayer. The Prophet said, Satan urinated in his ears. Volume 2, Book 21, number 246. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, Our Lord, the Blessed, the Superior, comes every night down on the nearest heaven to us when the last third of the night remains, saying, Is there anyone to invoke me, so that I may respond to invocation? Is there anyone to ask me, so that I may grant him his request? Is there anyone seeking my forgiveness, so that I may forgive him? Volume 2, Book 21, number 247. Narrated Al-Aswad. I asked Aisha, how is the night prayer of the Prophet? She replied, he used to sleep early at night, and get up in its last part to pray, and then return to his bed. When the muaddin pronounced the adhan, he would get up. If he was in need of a bath he would take it. Otherwise he would perform ablution and then go out, for the prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 248. Narrated Abu Salma bin Abdur Rahman. I asked Aisha, how is the prayer of Allah's Apostle during the month of Ramadan? She said, Allah's Apostle never exceeded 11 rak'at in Ramadan or in other months, he used to offer 4 rak'at, do not ask me about their beauty and length, then 4 rak'at, do not ask me about their beauty and length, and then 3 rak'at. Aisha further said, I said, O Allah's Apostle, do you sleep before offering the Witr prayer? He replied, O Aisha, my eyes sleep but my heart remains awake. Volume 2, Book 21, number 249. Narrated Aisha. I did not see the Prophet reciting the Qur'an in the night prayer while sitting except when he became old. When he used to recite while sitting, and when 30 or 40 verses remained from the surah, he would get up and recite them and then bow. Volume 2, Book 21, number 250. Narrated Abu Hurairah. At the time of the far prayer the Prophet asked Bilal, tell me of the best deed you did after embracing Islam, for I heard your footsteps in front of me in paradise. Bilal replied, I did not do anything worth mentioning except that whenever I performed ablution during the day or night, I prayed after that ablution as much as was written for me. Volume 2, Book 21, number 251R. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once the Prophet, PBUH, entered the mosque and saw a rope hanging in between its two pillars. He said, "What is this rope?" The people said, "This rope is for Zainab who, when she feels tired, holds it, to keep standing for the prayer." The Prophet said, "Don't use it. Remove the rope. You should pray as long as you feel active, and when you get tired, sit down." Volume 2, Book 21, number 251N. Narrated Aisha. A woman from the tribe of Bani Asad was sitting with me and Allah's Apostle, PBUH, came to my house and said, "Who is this?" I said, "She is, so and so. She does not sleep at night because she is engaged in prayer." The Prophet said disapprovingly, "Do good deeds which is within your capacity, as Allah never gets tired of giving rewards till you get tired of doing good deeds." Volume 2, Book 21, number 252. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Allah's Apostle said to me, "O Abdullah, do not be like so and so who used to pray at night and then stopped the night prayer." Volume 2, Book 21, number 253. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. The Prophet, whoever gets up at night and says, "La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu lahul mulk, wa lahul hamd wa huwa ala kulli shay'in qadir. Alhamdulillahi wa subhanallahi wa la ilaha illallah wa allahu akbar wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah." None has the right to be worshipped but Allah. He is the only one and has no partners. For him is the kingdom and all the praises are due for him. He is omnipotent. All the praises are for Allah. All the glories are for Allah. And none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and Allah is great and there is neither might nor power except with Allah. And then says, "Allahumma, ighfir li, O Allah. Forgive me." Or invokes Allah, he will be responded to, and if he performs ablution and prays, his prayer will be accepted. Volume 2, Book 21, number 254. Narrated Abu Huraira. That once Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, "Your brother, i.e. Abdullah bin Rawaha, does not say obscene," referring to his verses. "Amongst us is Allah's Apostle, who recites his book when it dawns. He showed us the guidance, after we were blind. We believe that whatever he says will come true. And he spends his nights in such a way as his sides do not touch his bed." While the pagans were deeply asleep. Volume 2, Book 21, number 255. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, "In the lifetime of the Prophet I dreamt that a piece of silk cloth was in my hand and it flew with me to whichever part of paradise I wanted. I also saw as if two persons, i.e. angels, came to me and wanted to take me to hell. Then an angel met us and told me not to be afraid. He then told them to leave me." Hafsa narrated one of my dreams to the Prophet, and the Prophet said, "Abdullah is a good man. Would that he offer the night prayer, tahajjud." So after that day, Abdullah bin Umar started offering tahajjud. The companions of the Prophet, PBUH, used to tell him their dreams that Laylatul Qadr was on the 27th of the month of Ramadan. The Prophet said, "I see that your dreams agree on the last 10 nights of Ramadan, and so whoever is in search of it should seek it in the last 10 nights of Ramadan." Volume 2, Book 21, number 256. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle offered the Isha prayer, and then got up at the tahajjud time, and offered 8 rakat and then offered 2 rakat while sitting. He then offered 2 rakat in between the adhan and iqama of the far prayer, and he never missed them. Volume 2, Book 21, number 257. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to lie down on his right side, after offering 2 rakat, sunnah, of the far prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 258. Narrated Aisha. After offering the sunnah of the far prayer, the Prophet used to talk to me, if I happened to be awake, otherwise he would lie down till the Iqamah call was proclaimed, for the far prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 259. Narrated Aisha. After offering the 2 rakat, sunnah, the Prophet, p.b.u.h, used to talk to me, if I happened to be awake, otherwise he would lie down. Volume 2, Book 21, number 260. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet was never more regular and particular in offering any nawafil than the 2 rakat, sunnah, of the far prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 261. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to offer 13 rakat in the night prayer, and on hearing the adhan for the morning prayer, he used to offer 2 light rakat. Volume 2, Book 21, number 262. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet, p.b.u.h, used to make the 2 rakat before the far prayer so light that I would wonder whether he recited al-Fatiha or not. Volume 2, Book 21, number 263. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet, PBUH, used to teach us the way of doing istikhara. Istikhara means to ask Allah to guide one to the right sort of action concerning any job or a deed, in all matters, as he taught us the surahs of the Qur'an. He said, if any one of you thinks of doing any job, he should offer a 2 rakat prayer other than the compulsory ones and say, after the prayer, Allahumma inni astakhiruka bi ilmika, wa astakdiraka bi qudratika. Wa azalaka min fadlika al-azlm fayanaka taktaru wala aktaru, wa talamu wala alamu, wa anta alamu el-gayab. Allahumma, in kunta talam ana hada al-amra khairan li fi dini wa ma'ashi wa akabadi amri, or ajali amri wa ajilihai, faktaru wa yasiru li thumma barik li fihi. Wa in kunta talamu ana hada al-amra sharran li fi dini wa ma'ashi wa akabadi amri, or fayajali amri wa ajilihai, fasrafu ani wasrifni anhu. Waqtar li al-khaira haythu kana thumma ardini bihi. O Allah! I ask guidance from your knowledge, and power from your might, and I ask for your great blessings. You are capable and I am not. You know and I do not, and you know the unseen. O Allah! If you know that this job is good for my religion and my subsistence and in my hereafter, or said, if it is better for my present and later needs, then you ordain it for me and make it easy for me to get, and then bless me in it. And if you know that this job is harmful to me in my religion and subsistence and in the hereafter, or said, if it is worse for my present and later needs, then keep it away from me and let me be away from it. And ordain for me whatever is good for me, and make me satisfied with it. The Prophet added that then the person should mention, his need. Volume 2, Book 21, number 264. Narrated Abu Qatada bin Rabi al-Ansari. The Prophet said, if any one of you enters a mosque, he should not sit until he has offered a 2 rakat prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 265. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle led us and offered a 2 rakat prayer and then went away. Volume 2, Book 21, number 266. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar Abu. I offered with Allah's Apostle a 2 rakat prayer before the Zuhr prayer and 2 rakat after the Zuhr prayer, 2 rakat after Jumu'ah, Maghrib and Isha prayers. Volume 2, Book 21, number 267. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. While delivering a sermon, Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you comes while the Imam is delivering the sermon or has come out for it, he should offer a 2 rakat prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 268. Narrated Mujahid. Somebody came to the house of Ibn Umar and told him that Allah's apostles had entered the Kaaba. Ibn Umar said, I went in front of the Kaaba and found that Allah's apostle had come out of the Kaaba, and I saw Bilal standing by the side of the gate of the Kaaba. I said, O Bilal! Has Allah's apostle, p.b.u.h, prayed inside the Kaaba? Bilal replied in the affirmative. I said, where did he pray? He replied, he prayed, between these two pillars and then he came out and offered a 2-rakat prayer in front of the Kaaba. Abu Abdullah said, Abu Huraira said, the Prophet, PBUH, advised me to offer 2 rakat of duha prayer to be offered after sunrise and before midday. Itban bin Malik said, Allah's Apostle, PBUH, and Abu Bakr, came to me after sunrise and we aligned behind the Prophet, PBUH, and offered 2 rakat. Volume 2, Book 21, number 269. Narrated Ibn Umar. I offered with the Prophet 2 rakat before the Zuhr and 2 rakat after the Zuhr prayer, 2 rakat after Maghrib, Isha, and the Jumu'ah prayers. Those of the Maghrib and Isha were offered in his house. My sister Hafsa told me that the Prophet used to offer 2 light rakat after dawn and it was the time when I never went to the Prophet. Volume 2, Book 21, number 270. Narrated Amr. I heard Abu Ash-Shadat Jabir saying, I heard Ibn Abbas saying, I offered with Allah's Apostle 8 rakat, of Zuhr and Asr prayers, together and 7 rakat, the Maghrib and the Isha prayers, together. I said, O Abu Ash-Shatha, I think he must have prayed the Zuhr late and the Asr early, the Isha early and the Maghrib late. Abu Ash-Shatha said, I also think so. See Hadith number 518 Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 21, number 271. Narrated Muwarik. I asked Ibn Umar, do you offer the duha prayer? He replied in the negative. I further asked, did Umar used to pray it? He, Ibn Umar, replied in the negative. I again asked, did Abu Bakr used to pray it? He replied in the negative. I again asked, did the Prophet used to pray it? Ibn Umar replied, I don't think he did. Volume 2, Book 21, number 272. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abi Layla. Only Hani narrated to me that she had seen the Prophet offering the duha prayer. She said, on the day of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet entered my house, took a bath and offered 8 rakat, of duha prayers. I had never seen the Prophet offering such a light prayer but he performed bowing and prostrations perfectly. Volume 2, Book 21, number 273. Narrated Aisha. I never saw the Prophet offering the duha prayer but I always offer it. Volume 2, Book 21, number 274. Narrated Abu Huraira. My friend, the Prophet, advised me to do 3 things and I shall not leave them till I die, these are, to fast 3 days every month, to offer the duha prayer, and to offer witr before sleeping. Volume 2, Book 21, number 275t. Narrated Anas bin Sirin. I heard Anas bin Malik al-Ansari saying, an Ansari man, who was very fat, said to the Prophet, I am unable to present myself for the prayer with you. He prepared a meal for the Prophet and invited him to his house. He washed one side of a mat with water and the Prophet offered 2 rakat on it. So and so, the son of so and so, the son of Al-Jarid asked Anas, did the Prophet use to offer the duha prayer? Anas replied, I never saw him praying, the duha prayer, except on that day. Volume 2, Book 21, number 275. Narrated Ibn Umar. I remember 10 rakat of nawafil from the Prophet, 2 rakat before the Zuhr prayer and 2 after it. 2 rakat after Maghrib prayer in his house, and 2 rakat after Isha prayer in his house. And 2 rakat before the Far prayer and at that time nobody would enter the house of the Prophet. Hafsa told me that the Prophet used to offer 2 rakat after the call maker had made the adhan and the day had dawned. Volume 2, Book 21, number 276. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet never missed 4 rakat before the Zuhr prayer and 2 rakat before the Far prayer. Volume 2, Book 21, number 277. Narrated Abdullah al-Muzni. The Prophet said, pray before the Maghrib, compulsory, prayer. He said it thrice, and in the 3rd time, he said, whoever wants to offer it can do so. He said so because he did not like the people to take it as a tradition. Volume 2, Book 21, number 278. Narrated Marthad bin Abdullah al-Yazani. I went to Uqba bin Amir al-Yuhani and said, is it not surprising that Abi Tamim offers 2 rakat before the Maghrib prayer? Uqba said, we used to do so in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. I asked him, what prevents you from offering it now? He replied, business. Volume 2, Book 21, number 279. Narrated Mahmud bin Arabi al-Ansari. That he remembered Allah's Apostle and he also remembered a mouthful of water which he had thrown on his face, after taking it from a well that was in their house. Mahmud said that he had heard Itban bin Malik, who was present with Allah's Apostle in the Battle of Badr saying, I used to lead my people at Bani Salim in the prayer and there was a valley between me and those people. Whenever it rained it used to be difficult for me to cross it to go to their mosque. So I went to Allah's Apostle and said, I have weak eyesight and the valley between me and my people flows during the rainy season and it becomes difficult for me to cross it. I wish you would come to my house and pray at a place so that I could take that place as a praying place. Allah's Apostle said, I will do so. So Allah's Apostle and Abu Bakr came to my house in the next morning after the sun had risen high. Allah's Apostle asked my permission to let him in and I admitted him. He did not sit before saying, where do you want us to offer the prayer in your house? I pointed to the place where I wanted him to pray. So Allah's Apostle stood up for the prayer and started the prayer with takbir and we aligned in rows behind him, and he offered 2 rakat, and finished them with taslim, and we also performed taslim with him. I detained him for a meal called kazir which I had prepared for him. Kazir is a special type of dish prepared from barley flour and meat soup. When the neighbors got the news that Allah's Apostle was in my house, they poured it till there were a great number of men in the house. One of them said, what is wrong with Malik, for I do not see him? One of them replied, he is a hypocrite and does not love Allah and his Apostle. On that Allah's Apostle said, don't say this. Haven't you seen that he said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah for Allah's sake only? The man replied, Allah and his Apostle know better, but by Allah, we never saw him but helping and talking with the hypocrites. Allah's Apostle replied, no doubt, whoever says, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and by that he wants the pleasures of Allah, then Allah will save him from hell. Mahmud added, I told the above narration to some people, one of whom was Abu Ayyub, the companion of Allah's Apostle in the battle in which he, Abu Ayyub, died and Yazid bin Mu'asevanya was their leader in Roman territory. Abu Ayyub denounced the narration and said, I doubt that Allah's Apostle ever said what you have said. I felt that too much, and I vowed to Allah that if I remained alive in that holy battle, I would, go to Medina and, ask Itban bin Malik if he was still living in the mosque of his people. So when he returned, I assumed ihram for Hajj or Umrah and then I proceeded on till I reached Medina. I went to Bani Salim and Itban bin Malik, who was by then an old blind man, was leading his people in the prayer. When he finished the prayer, I greeted him and introduced myself to him and then asked him about that narration. He told that narration again in the same manner as he had narrated it the first time. Volume 2, Book 21, number 280. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, offer some of your prayers in your houses and do not make them graves. Volume 2, Book 21, number 281. Narrated Tsuzay. I heard Abu said saying 4 words. He said, I heard the Prophet, saying the following narrative. He had participated in 12 holy battles with the Prophet. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, do not set out on a journey except for 3 mosques, i.e. Al-Masjid Haram, the Mosque of Allah's Apostle, and the Mosque of Al-Aqsa, Mosque of Jerusalem. Volume 2, Book 21, number 282. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, one prayer in my mosque is better than 1,000 prayers in any other mosque excepting Al-Masjid Haram. Volume 2, Book 21, number 283. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar never offered the duha prayer except on 2 occasions. 1. Whenever he reached Mecca, and he always used to reach Mecca in the forenoon. He would perform tawaf round the Kaaba and then offer 2 rakat at the rear of Maqam Ibrahim. 2. Whenever he visited Quba, for he used to visit it every Saturday. When he entered the mosque, he disliked to leave it without offering a prayer. Ibn Umar narrated that Allah's apostle used to visit the mosque of Quba, sometime walking and, sometime, riding. And he, i.e. Ibn Umar, used to say, I do only what my companions used to do and I don't forbid anybody to pray at any time during the day or night except that one should not intend to pray at sunrise or sunset. Volume 2, Book 21, number 284. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet used to go to the Mosque of Quba every Saturday, sometimes, walking and, sometimes, riding. Abdullah, Ibn Umar, used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 21, number 285. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet used to go to the Mosque of Quba, sometimes, walking and sometimes riding. Added Nafi, in another narration, he then would offer 2 rakat, in the Mosque of Quba. Volume 2, Book 21, number 286. Narrated Abdullah bin Zayd al-Mazini. Allah's apostle said, between my house and the pulpit there is a garden of the gardens of paradise. Volume 2, Book 21, number 287. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, between my house and my pulpit there is a garden of the gardens of paradise, and my pulpit is on my fountain tank, i.e. Al-Kawthar. Volume 2, Book 21, number 288. Narrated Qazare Mawla. Freed slave of Ziyad, I heard Abu said al-Qudri narrating 4 things from the Prophet and I appreciated them very much. He said, conveying the words of the Prophet. 1. A woman should not go on a 2-day journey except with her husband or a daimaram. 2. No fasting is permissible on 2 days, Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. 3. No prayer after 2 prayers, i.e. after the Far prayer till the sun rises and after the Asr prayer till the sun sets. 4. Do not prepare yourself for a journey except to 3 mosques, i.e. al-Masjid al-Haram, the Mosque of Aqsa, Jerusalem, and my mosque. 22. Actions while praying. Volume 2, Book 22, number 289. Narrated Qurayb Mawla ibn Abbas. Abdullah bin Abbas said that he had passed a night in the house of Maymunah the mother of the faithful believers, who was his aunt. He said, I slept across the bed, and Allah's apostle along with his wife slept lengthwise. Allah's apostle slept till midnight or slightly before or after it. Then Allah's apostle woke up, sat, and removed the traces of sleep by rubbing his hands over his face. Then he recited the last 10 verses of Surat al-Imran, 2. Then he went towards a hanging leather water container and performed a perfect ablution and then stood up for prayer. Abdullah bin Abbas added, I got up and did the same as Allah's apostle had done and then went and stood by his side. Allah's apostle then put his right hand over my head and caught my right ear and twisted it. He offered 2 rakat, then 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 2 rakat and then offered 1 rakah witr. Then he lay down till the muaddin came and then he prayed 2 light rakat and went out and offered the early morning, Far, prayer. Volume 2, Book 22, number 290. Narrated Abdullah. We used to greet the Prophet while he was praying and he used to answer our greetings. When we returned from a Najashi, the ruler of Ethiopia, we greeted him, but he did not answer us, during the prayer, and, after finishing the prayer, he said, in the prayer one is occupied, with a more serious matter. Volume 2, Book 22, number 291. Narrated Abdullah. The same as number 290. From the Prophet. Volume 2, Book 22, number 292. Narrated Zayd bin Arqam. In the lifetime of the Prophet we used to speak while praying, and one of us would tell his needs to his companions, till the verse, guard strictly your prayers. 2:38, was revealed. After that we were ordered to remain silent while praying. Volume 2, Book 22, number 293. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The Prophet went out to effect a reconciliation between the tribes of Bani Amr bin Auf, and the time of the prayer became due. Bilal went to Abu Bakr and said, "The Prophet is detained. Will you lead the people in the prayer?" Abu Bakr replied, "Yes, if you wish." So Bilal pronounced the Iqamah and Abu Bakr led the prayer. In the meantime the Prophet came crossing the rows of the praying people, till he stood in the first row and the people started clapping. Abu Bakr never looked hither and thither during the prayer, but when the people clapped too much, he looked back and saw the Prophet in the first row. The Prophet waved him to remain at his place, but Abu Bakr raised both his hands and sent praises to Allah and then retreated, and the Prophet went forward and led the prayer. See Hadith No. 295 and 296. Volume 2, Book 22, number 294. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. We used to say the greeting, name and greet each other in the prayer. Allah's apostle heard it and said, "Say, At-Tahiyyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu. Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadiyallahi as salihin. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu." All the compliments are for Allah, and all the prayers and all the good things are for Allah. Peace be on you, O Prophet, and Allah's mercy and blessings are on you. And peace be on us and on the good, pious, worshippers of Allah. I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that Muhammad is his slave and apostle. So, when you have said this, then you have surely sent the greetings to every good, pious, worshipper of Allah, whether he be in the heaven or on the earth. Volume 2, Book 22, number 295. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, "The saying, Subhan Allah, is for men and clapping is for women." If something happens in the prayer, the men can invite the attention of the Imam by saying, Subhan Allah. And women, by clapping their hands. Volume 2, Book 22, number 296. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The Prophet said, "The saying, Subhan Allah, is for men and clapping is for women." Volume 2, Book 22, number 297. Narrated Anas bin Malik. While Abu Bakr was leading the people in the morning prayer on a Monday, the Prophet came towards them suddenly, having lifted the curtain of Aisha's house, and looked at them as they were standing in rows and smiled. Abu Bakr tried to come back, thinking that Allah's apostle wanted to come out for the prayer. The attention of the Muslims was diverted from the prayer because they were delighted to see the Prophet. The Prophet waved his hand to them to complete their prayer, then he went back into the room and let down the curtain. The Prophet expired on that very day. Volume 2, Book 22, number 297 Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's apostle said, a woman called her son while he was in his hermitage and said, "O Jurayj," he said, "O Allah, my mother is calling me, and I am offering my prayer, what shall I do?" She again said, "O Jurayj." He said again, "O Allah, my mother is calling me, and I am offering my prayer, what shall I do?" She again said, "O Jurayj." He again said, "O Allah, my mother is calling me, and I am offering my prayer. What shall I do?" She said, "O Allah, do not let Jurayj die till he sees the faces of prostitutes." A shepherdess used to come by his hermitage for grazing her sheep, and she gave birth to a child. She was asked whose child that was, and she replied that it was from Jurayj and that he had come out from his hermitage. Jurayj said, "Where is that woman who claims that her child is from me?" When she was brought to him along with the child, Jurayj asked the child, "O Babuz, who is your father?" The child replied, "The shepherd." See Hadith number 662. Volume 3. Volume 2, Book 22, number 298. Narrated Muwaqib. The Prophet talked about a man leveling the earth on prostrating, and said, if you have to do so, then do it once. Volume 2, Book 22, number 299. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to pray with the Prophet in scorching heat. And if someone of us could not put his face on the earth, because of the heat, then he would spread his clothes and prostrate over them. Volume 2, Book 22, number 300. Narrated Aisha. I used to stretch my legs towards the Qibla of the Prophet while he was praying. Whenever he prostrated he touched me, and I would withdraw my legs, and whenever he stood up, I would restretch my legs. Volume 2, Book 22, number 301. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet once offered the prayer and said, Satan came in front of me and tried to interrupt my prayer, but Allah gave me an upper hand on him and I choked him. No doubt, I thought of tying him to one of the pillars of the mosque till you get up in the morning and see him. Then I remembered the statement of Prophet Solomon, my Lord. Bestow on me a kingdom such as shall not belong to any other after me. Then Allah made him, Satan, return with his head down, humiliated. Volume 2, Book 22, number 302. Narrated Al-Azraq bin Qays. We were at Al-Awaz fighting the Al-Haruriya tribe. While I was at the bank of a river a man was praying and the reins of his animal were in his hands and the animal was struggling and he was following the animal. Shubi'a, a sub-narrator, said that man was Abu Barza al-Islam. A man from the Khawarij said, O Allah! Be harsh to this sheikh. And when the sheikh, Abu Barza, finished his prayer, he said, I heard your remark. No doubt, I participated with Allah's apostle in 6 or 7 or 8 holy battles and saw his leniency, and no doubt, I would rather retain my animal than let it return to its stable, as it would cause me much trouble. Volume 2, Book 22, number 303. Narrated Aisha. Once the sun eclipsed and Allah's apostle stood up for the prayer and recited a very long surah and when bowed for a long while and then raised his head and started reciting another surah. Then he bowed, and after finishing, he prostrated and did the same in the second rak'ah and then said, These, lunar and solar eclipses, are 2 of the signs of Allah and if you see them, pray till the eclipse is over. No doubt, while standing at this place I saw everything promised to me by Allah and I saw paradise, and I wanted to pluck a bunch of grapes therefrom, at the time when you saw me stepping forward. No doubt, I saw hell with its different parts destroying each other when you saw me retreating and in it I saw Amr bin Luhai who started the tradition of freeing animals, set them free, in the name of idols. Volume 2, Book 22, number 304. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet saw some sputum on the wall facing the Qibla of the mosque and became furious with the people of the mosque and said, during the prayer, Allah is in front of every one of you and so he should not spit, or said, he should not expectorate. Then he got down and scratched the sputum with his hand. Ibn Umar said, after narrating, if any one of you has to spit during the prayer, he should spit to his left. Volume 2, Book 22, number 305. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, whenever any one of you is in prayer, he is speaking in private to his Lord and so he should neither spit in front of him nor on his right side but to his left side under his left foot. Volume 2, Book 22. Number 306. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The people used to offer the prayer with the Prophet with their waist sheets tied round their necks because of the shortness of the sheets and the women were ordered not to lift their heads till the men had sat straight. Volume 2, Book 22, number 307. Narrated Abdullah. I used to greet the Prophet while he was in prayer and he would return my greeting. But when we returned, from Ethiopia, I greeted the Prophet, while he was praying, but he did not return the greeting, and, after finishing the prayer, he said, in the prayer one is occupied, with a more serious matter. Volume 2, Book 22, number 308. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle sent me for some job, and when I had finished it I returned and came to the Prophet and greeted him, but he did not return my greeting. So I felt so sorry that only Allah knows it, and I said to myself, perhaps Allah's apostle is angry because I did not come quickly. Then again I greeted him, but he did not reply. I felt even more sorry than I did the first time. Again I greeted him and he returned the greeting and said, the thing which prevented me from returning the greeting was that I was praying. And at that time he was on his rahila and his face was not towards the Qibla. Volume 2, Book 22, number 309. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The news about the differences amongst the people of Bani Amr bin Auf at Quba reached Allah's apostle, and so he went to them along with some of his companions to effect a reconciliation. Allah's apostle was delayed there and the time for the prayer became due. Bilal came to Abu Bakr and said, O Abu Bakr, Allah's apostle is detained there, and the time for the prayer is due. Will you lead the people in prayer? Abu Bakr replied, yes, if you wish. So Bilal pronounced the Iqamah and Abu Bakr went forward and the people said Takbir. In the meantime, Allah's apostle came piercing through the rows till he stood in the first row and the people started clapping. Abu Bakr would never look hither and thither during the prayer, but when the people clapped much he looked back and saw Allah's apostle. The Prophet beckoned him to carry on. Abu Bakr raised both his hands, praised Allah and retreated till he stood in the row, and Allah's apostle went forward and led the people in the prayer. When he had finished the prayer, he addressed the people and said, O people! Why did you start clapping when something happened to you in the prayer? Clapping is for women. Whenever one is confronted with something unusual in the prayer one should say, Subhanallah. Then the Prophet looked towards Abu Bakr and asked, what prevented you from leading the prayer when I beckoned you to carry on? Abu Bakr replied, it does not befit the son of al-Quafa to lead the prayer in the presence of Allah's apostle. Volume 2, Book 22, number 310. Narrated Abu Huraira. It was forbidden to keep the hands on the hips during the prayer. This is narrated by Abu Huraira from the Prophet. Volume 2, Book 22, number 311. Narrated Abu Huraira. It was forbidden to pray with the hands over one's hips. Volume 2, Book 22, number 312. Narrated Uqba bin al-Harith. I offered the Asr prayer with the Prophet, and after finishing the prayer with Taslim he got up quickly and went to some of his wives and then came out. He noticed the signs of astonishment on the faces of the people caused by his speed. He then said, I remembered while I was in my prayer that a piece of gold was lying in my house and I disliked that it should remain with us throughout the night, and so I have ordered it to be distributed. Volume 2, Book 22, number 313. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, when the adhan for the prayer is pronounced, then Satan takes to his heels passing wind so that he may not hear the adhan, and when the muaddin finishes, he comes back. And when the Iqamah is pronounced he again takes to his heels, and when it is finished, he again comes back and continues reminding the praying person of things that he used not to remember when not in prayer till he forgets how much he has prayed. Abu Salama bin Abdurrahman said, if any one of you has such a thing, forgetting the number of rakat he has prayed, he should perform 2 prostrations of sahu, i.e. forgetfulness, while sitting. Abu Salama narrates this from Abu Huraira. Volume 2, Book 22, number 314. Narrated Abu Huraira. People say that I narrate too many narrations of the Prophet. Once I met a man, during the lifetime of the Prophet, and asked him, which surah did Allah's apostle recite yesterday in the Isha prayer? He said, I do not know. I said, did you not attend the prayer? He said, yes, I did. I said, I know. He recited such and such surah. Volume 2, Book 22, number 315. Narrated Abdullah bin Buhaina. Allah's apostle once led us in a prayer and offered 2 rakat and got up, for the 3rd rakah, without sitting, after the 2nd rakah. The people also got up with him, and when he was about to finish his prayer, we waited for him to finish the prayer with taslim, but he said takbir before taslim and performed 2 prostrations while sitting and then finished the prayer with taslim. Volume 2, Book 22, number 316. Narrated Abdullah bin Buhaina. Allah's Apostle got up after the second rak'ah of the Zuhr prayer without sitting in between, the second and the third rak'at. When he finished the prayer he performed 2 prostrations, of sahu, and then finished the prayer with taslim. Volume 2, Book 22, number 317. Narrated Abdullah. Once Allah's Apostle offered 5 rak'at in the Zuhr prayer, and somebody asked him whether there was some increase in the prayer. Allah's Apostle said, "What is that?" He said, "You have offered 5 rak'at." So Allah's Apostle performed 2 prostrations of sahu after taslim. Volume 2, Book 22, number 318. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet led us in the Asr or the Zuhr prayer and finished it with taslim. Tulyadain said to him, "O Allah's Apostle, has the prayer been reduced?" The Prophet asked his companions in the affirmative. So Allah's Apostle I offered 2 more rak'at and then performed 2 prostrations, of sahu. Sa'd said, I saw that Ursa bin Az Zubair had offered 2 rak'at in the Maghrib prayer and finished it with taslim. He then talked, and when he was informed about it, he completed the rest of his prayer and performed 2 prostrations, and said, the Prophet prayed like this. Volume 2, Book 22, number 319. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Once Allah's Apostle offered 2 rak'at and finished his prayer. So Tulyadain asked him, has the prayer been reduced or have you forgotten? Allah's Apostle said, has Tulyadain spoken the truth? The people replied in the affirmative. Then Allah's Apostle stood up and offered the remaining 2 rak'at and performed taslim, and then said takbir and performed 2 prostrations like his usual prostrations, or a bit longer, and then got up. Volume 2, Book 22, number 320. Narrated Salama bin Alqamah. I asked Muhammad bin Sirin whether tashahhud should be recited after the 2 prostrations of sahu. He replied, it is not mentioned in Abu Hurairah's narration. Volume 2, Book 22, number 321. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet offered one of the evening prayers. The sub-narrator Muhammad said, I think that it was most probably the Asr prayer, and he finished it after offering 2 rak'at only. He then stood near a piece of wood in front of the mosque and put his hand over it. Abu Bakr and Umar were amongst those who were present, but they dared not talk to him about that, because of excessive respect for him, and those who were in a hurry went out. They said, has the prayer been reduced? A man who was called Tulyadain by the Prophet said, to the Prophet, has the prayer been reduced or have you forgotten? He said, neither have I forgotten, nor has the prayer been reduced. He said, certainly you have forgotten. So the Prophet offered 2 more rak'at and performed tashahhud and then said takbir and performed a prostration of sahu like his ordinary prostration or a bit longer and then raised his head and said takbir and then put his head down and performed a prostration like his ordinary prostration or a bit longer. And then raised his head and said takbir. Volume 2, Book 22. Number 322. Narrated Abdullah bin Buhaina al-Asti. The ally of Bani Abdul Muttalib, Allah's Apostle stood up for the Zuhr prayer and he should have sat, after the second rak'ah, but he stood up for the third rak'ah without sitting for tashahhud, and when he finished the prayer he performed 2 prostrations and said takbir on each prostration while sitting. Before ending the prayer, with taslim. And the people too performed the 2 prostrations with him instead of the sitting he forgot. Volume 2, Book 22, number 323. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, when the call for prayer is made, Satan takes to his heels passing wind so that he may not hear the adhan, and when the call is finished he comes back. And when the iqamah is pronounced, Satan again takes to his heels, and when the iqamah is finished he comes back again and tries to interfere with the person and his thoughts and say, remember this and that, which he has not thought of before the prayer, till the praying person forgets how much he has prayed. If any one of you does not remember whether he has offered 3 or 4 rakat, then he should perform 2 prostrations of sahu while sitting. Volume 2, Book 22, number 324. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when any one of you stands for the prayers, Satan comes and puts him in doubts till he forgets how many rakat he has prayed. So if this happens to any one of you, he should perform 2 prostrations of sahu while sitting. Volume 2, Book 22, number 325. Narrated Quraib. I was sent to Aisha by Ibn Abbas, Al-Maswar bin Makramah and Abdurrahman bin Azza. They told me to greet her on their behalf and to ask her about the offering of the 2 rakat after the Asr prayer and to say to her, we were informed that you offer those 2 rakat and we were told that the Prophet had forbidden offering them. Ibn Abbas said, I along with Umar bin al-Khattab used to beat the people whenever they offered them. I went to Aisha and told her that message. Aisha said, go and ask Salama about them. So I returned and informed them about her statement. They then told me to go to Salama with the same question with which T sent me to Aisha. Salama replied, I heard the Prophet forbidding them. Later I saw him offering them immediately after he prayed the Asr prayer. He then entered my house at a time when some of the Ansari women from the tribe of Bani Haram were sitting with me, so I sent my slave girl to him having said to her, stand beside him and tell him that Salama says to you, O Allah's Apostle. I have heard you forbidding the offering of these, 2 rakat after the Asr prayer, but I have seen you offering them. If he waves his hand then wait for him. The slave girl did that. The Prophet beckoned her with his hand and she waited for him. When he had finished the prayer he said, O daughter of Bani Umayyah. You have asked me about the 2 rakat after the Asr prayer. The people of the tribe of Abdul Qais came to me and made me busy and I could not offer the 2 rakat after the Zuhr prayer. These 2 rakat that I have just prayed, are for those, missed, ones. Volume 2, Book 22. Number 326. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi. The news about the differences amongst the people of Bani Amr bin Auf reached Allah's Apostle and so he went to them along with some of his companions to effect a reconciliation between them. Allah's Apostle was delayed there, and the time of the prayer was due. Bilal went to Abu Bakr and said to him, Allah's Apostle has been delayed, there, and the time of prayer is due. So will you lead the people in prayer? Abu Bakr said, yes, if you wish. Bilal pronounced the Iqama and Abu Bakr went forward and said Takbir for the people. In the meantime Allah's Apostle came crossing the rows of the praying people, and stood in the first row and the people started clapping. Abu Bakr would never glance sideways in his prayer but when the people clapped much he looked back and saw Allah's Apostle. Allah's Apostle beckoned him to carry on the prayer. Abu Bakr raised his hands and thanked Allah, and retreated till he reached the first row. Allah's Apostle went forward and led the people in the prayer. When he completed the prayer he faced the people and said, O people! Why did you start clapping when something unusual happened to you in the prayer? Clapping is only for women. So whoever amongst you comes across something in the prayer should say, Subhanallah, for there is none who will not turn round on hearing him saying Subhanallah. O Abu Bakr! What prevented you from leading the people in the prayer when I beckoned you to do so? Abu Bakr replied, How dare the son of Abu Quafa lead the prayer in the presence of Allah's Apostle? Volume 2, Book 22, number 327. Narrated Asma. I went to Aisha and she was standing praying and the people, too, were standing, praying. So I said, What is the matter with the people? She beckoned with her head towards the sky. I said, Is there a sign? She nodded intending to say, Yes. Volume 2, Book 22, number 328. Narrated Aisha, the wife of the Prophet. Allah's Apostle during his illness prayed in his house sitting, whereas some people followed him standing, but the Prophet beckoned them to sit down. On completion of the prayer he said, The Imam is to be followed. So, Bow when he bows, and raise your head when he raises his head. See Hadith number 657 Volume 1 for taking the verdict.